Upon his rebirth, he found himself unjustly accused by his sister Dash in Dash Law that it was night. In a certain dilapidated courtyard, Song Junlin stood on tiptoe, peering intently through a window into a closed bathroom door. Inside, a woman clad in a crisp shirt was washing her hair. Even though only her profile was visible, she exuded an enchanting allure. Suddenly, Song Junlin froze, a tremor coursing through him. I never anticipated that I would be reborn, back to the summer of 1981. He murmured to himself as he took in the scene before him. Then, a realization struck him. I recall that in my past life, during this very moment, I was falsely accused of being a rogue by my ungrateful sister-in-law. With this thought in mind, Song Junlin resolved to leave immediately. Yet he was a step too late. Before he could turn, a basket was abruptly placed over his head. Catch the rogue. Beat this filthy scoundrel. Hit him hard. In an instant, a crowd surged from both sides, rushing towards him. Blows rained down upon him from wooden sticks, poles, and brooms, causing him to cry out in pain. Stop. Cease this at once. I'm not a rogue, he pleaded. Neighbors, hold your hands. It's me, Song Junlin. At the sound of his voice, a middle-aged woman halted the crowd with her pole. That voice, it sounds like Junlin, doesn't it? Did you all hear that? She queried. Perhaps, came a hesitant reply. I didn't quite catch it clearly. Others chimed in, shaking their heads. That moment, Song Junlin forcefully tossed the basket to the ground and, with indignation, declared, What do you mean perhaps? It is indeed me. With that, he stormed back to his room. The crowd stood there, momentarily stunned by his departure. One elderly man turned to the middle-aged woman and asked, Urching Ma, weren't we supposed to catch a rogue? Why do we end up beating Junlin instead? Urching Ma, looking bewildered, replied, Wanggu, I'm not fabricating this. Just now, Lingyu came to me, claiming there was a rogue peeping at her sister in the bath. Upon hearing that, I couldn't ignore it and immediately rallied everyone. Exclaimed another middle-aged woman nearby. Urching Ma, it seems you've been used by Lingyu. That girl has always looked down on her brother-in-law. Didn't she just have you turn the new sheets meant for her wedding into clothes? Upon hearing this, Urching Ma's anger flared. That little brat. I must have a serious talk with her tomorrow. Meanwhile, in his room, Song Junlin began to contemplate his future. First and foremost, I must divorce. This family of ingrates is not worth my sacrifices. Reflecting on his previous life, he felt immense foolishness as the head chef of a state-run canteen. Despite earning a mere 40 yuan a month, he was considered well off in an era where wages barely reached 36. Most importantly, during a time of scarcity, he managed to procure meat regularly. Logically, Song Junlin should have enjoyed a lavish lifestyle. However, having married a leech, his existence turned tragically bleak. His wife, Guo Lingwei, was not only stunning but also the sole individual from Ningzhou County to gain admission to university. Yet due to her father's early demise, a blind mother, and 3 younger siblings to support, she forfeited her academic pursuits. Currently, Guo Lingwei worked as a temporary employee at a state-run textile factory, earning only 17 yuan a month, far inferior to Song Junlin's income. Nevertheless, she perceived herself as a heavenly beauty for having entered university, maintaining an air of superiority over Song Junlin, whom she regarded as merely a cook. Consequently, after more than a year of marriage, they had not shared a bed, nor even held hands. The truth was, Guo Lingwei had married Song Junlin primarily for his position as a state canteen chef, needing him to provide ample meat for her family's nourishment. If it were only that, Song Junlin could have accepted it. After all, in his previous life, Guo Lingwei bore him a daughter. Yet, apart from her blind mother, the rest of the family were nothing but ungrateful wretches. Her sister, Guo Lingyu, had been a thorn in his side since he began courting Guo Lingwei. On their wedding day, she had stolen his newly purchased sheets for her own garments. Later, she sold his new shoes for cash and pilfered over 200 yuan he had borrowed, enough to sustain a family for over 6 months in the early 1980s. Guo Zhihua, the third brother, was simple-minded and easily manipulated into harboring animosity towards Song Junlin on the day of his engagement to Guo Lingwei. He heated a lid until it glowed red and intentionally placed it on a stool, scalding Song Junlin severely, leaving him better than 4 months. Even after marrying his sister, Song Junlin treated him generously, but Guo Zhihua selfishly led Guo Lingwei to watch movies with his instructor. Ultimately, in an act of desperation, He caused Guo Wei, who was pregnant, to fall, leading to her tragic demise. The youngest, Guojijia, was the most disheartening of all. He would call others father over a mere banana and often fed the family's meals to the dog, even stealing from his brother when food was scarce. Song Junlin had raised him, nurturing him towards university, yet he held disdain for his brother-in-law, who had lost his job. Even when Song Junlin prepared a feast for him, he would choose to attend a celebration organized by his sister's husband at a luxury hotel. Since then, he had ceased returning home, ingratiating himself with his sister's husband, who had never supported him, while neglecting Song Junlin, who had raised him. It was only after his sister's husband lost his job that he thought to seek out Song Junlin, who had connections. Despite assisting him once, Guojijia revealed his true colors, failing to even call or visit during holidays. Song Junlin had supported this entire family, only to be cast aside. Naturally, he had no desire to continue nurturing such ingrates. Even as a reborn individual with foresight, capable of becoming affluent, he remained unwilling to sustain this family of ingrates. Just then, as Song Junlin pondered, Guo Wei stormed into the room, her face flushed with anger. "Junlin, what on earth are you doing?" She glared at Song Junlin, who was seated on the bed, immediately launching into a complaint. "Look at the fuss you've caused. What's so interesting about me washing my hair? You had to sneak a peek, making us look foolish in front of the neighbors." Sneak a peek? Upon hearing this, Song Junlin sprang to his feet, furiously pointing at Guo Wei. "Remove that word sneak from your mouth." After pausing for a moment, he continued to scold her. "Let me remind you, Guo Wei, we are legally married. Whether it's watching you wash your hair or even taking a bath, it is well within my rights, and no one can judge me for it. Song Junlin, how can you be like this? No matter what, you shouldn't be watching me wash my hair. You're such a rogue." Guo Wei stared at Song Junlin, feeling as if he had transformed into a different person. The former Song Junlin had always been compliant with her wishes, never daring to defy her. Is watching your own wife wash her hair considered being a rogue? Ha! That is indeed the most hilarious joke I have ever heard. Song Junlin was completely enraged to the point of laughter. He coldly retorted, "Guo Wei, search your conscience and tell me how I have treated you. You claim to be scared. I feel pity for you. Since our marriage over a year ago, have I ever laid a finger on you? But what about Wang Guangpu? What gives him the right to embrace you, hold you, or kiss you? Junlin, what nonsense are you spouting?" Guo Wei exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had never expected that he would know about her past indiscretions. "Guo Wei, if you wish for no one to know, you must refrain from wrongdoing. Do you think that because you haven't spoken of it, I would remain ignorant?" Taking a deep breath, Song Junlin declared, "I know you consider yourself a nearly college-educated individual and have always looked down upon me, a mere cook. If you believe I am unworthy of you, then so be it." At this point, he decisively stated, "Guo Wei, there is no future for us. I want a divorce." With that, he turned to leave. However, halfway out the door, he remembered that this little house was built with his own hard-earned money. Why should he be the one to leave? With this thought, Song Junlin returned, coldly addressing Guo Wei, "Please vacate my house immediately. I wish to sleep." Seeing that he was serious, Guo Wei hurriedly softened her tone. "Junlin, let's not get a divorce, okay?" "No way." Song Junlin was unyielding, directly pushing her out the door and locking it behind him. He then returned to the bed, shedding his clothes and preparing for sleep. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Song Junlin awoke early. He carried a basin to the courtyard, washed his face, brushed his teeth, secured the house, and departed on his bicycle. Upon exiting the courtyard and entering the alley, he noticed the streets were nearly deserted. Surveying the low buildings, narrow alleys, and dilapidated roads, Song Junlin felt an intense fervor and excitement within. What year was it? This was the early 1980s, the fourth year of reform and opening up, a time ripe for miracles. As China began to prioritize economic development, countless opportunities were bound to arise. As a reborn individual, even if he could not become the wealthiest in the world, he was certain to achieve prosperity. Once on the main road, the foot and vehicle traffic gradually increased. However, most were bicycles, tricycles, and donkey carts. Cars were quite rare. Aside from buses, few private cars could be seen, a stark contrast to later years that IT was simply the reality of the time, as private ownership of cars was not permitted. Only those of certain status could acquire one. In Ningzhou County, there were hardly any private cars at all. Not far along, Song Junlin stopped at a breakfast shop that state-run canteens did not serve breakfast and only open after 10, so people either ate at home or visited breakfast shops. Of course, some thrifty individuals opted to eat steamed buns at the canteen, but they had to wait for them to be ready, leaving them hungry for a while. In the past, Song Junlin would never have splurged on eating out. After all, he had a family to support, and every penny counted. But now, having decided on divorce, he could hardly starve himself. Entering the breakfast shop, he noticed many patrons holding steel pots or enamel cups, queuing for soy milk and tofu pudding. These individuals were packing their meals to take home, and since plastic containers were not yet available, they had to bring their own utensils. Though the shop provided bowls, they were not permitted to take them away and had to eat on-site. Song Junlin secured his bicycle, took his aluminum lunchbox, and entered the breakfast shop. As someone from a later era, he found the cleanliness of the shop's utensils lacking compared to his own standards. Inside the shop, he discovered a limited selection: white steamed buns, fried dough sticks, sesame pancakes, sweet dough cakes, and various porridge options. Handing his lunchbox to the server, he said, "Comrade, I'd like a set and a portion of savory tofu pudding. That will be 4 ounces of grain tickets and 17 cents. As the server spoke, she passed the lunchbox to another worker behind the counter. All right. Song Junlin retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, producing the grain tickets and change, which he handed over. After accepting the payment, the server took a freshly made large sesame pancake and sliced it in half. Then she took a fried dough stick, chopped it up, and stuffed it into the sesame pancake along with some pickled vegetables. This was the so-called set, considered the most indulgent combination of the time. In such a poor era, meat was a rarity and oil was scarce, making fried foods a coveted treat. Typically, people would buy the cheapest steamed buns. Combining a sesame pancake with a fried dough stick was truly a luxury. Together, these items cost a significant 12 cents, enough to buy a pound of inferior rice at the grain store, which is why few would indulge. The server wrapped the sesame pancake and fried dough stick in oiled paper, handed over the lunchbox filled with tofu pudding, and said, "Comrade, here's your set and tofu pudding, thank you." Song Junlin accepted his breakfast and found an empty table to sit at. It's been ages since I had a set like this that he picked up the sesame pancake stuffed with the fried dough stick and took a bite. Crunch! The sesame pancake was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, while the fried dough stick added richness, complemented by the refreshing pickled vegetables. The flavor was truly unforgettable for Song Junlin. It has indeed been so long since I enjoyed a meal like this, he thought to himself, nodding in agreement. Chapter 3. The introduction letter. As Song Junlin savored his breakfast, Guo Lingwei awoke from her slumber. She stepped outside her room and glanced towards Song Junlin's quarters, only to discover that the door was securely locked and his bicycle had vanished without a trace. A deep sigh escaped her lips. She understood that Song Junlin was indeed upset with her. After completing her morning routine, Guo Lingwei commenced the preparation of the meal. Fortunately, remnants of steamed buns and vegetables from the previous day remained, necessitating only the boiling of some congee. Once the meal was ready, she carefully served it and announced, "Mother, Lingyu, Jihua, Jijia, it's time to eat." Guo's mother, Yang Suihua, settled at the dining table with Guo Lingyu's assistance and inquired, "Lingwei, where is Junlin? He is the pillar of our family. Why haven't you invited him to join us?" At this remark, both Guo Lingwei and Guo Lingyu exchanged awkward glances. Before Lingwei could respond, Lingyu interjected, "Mother, why concern yourself with him? I suspect the elder Song has gone to the second cafeteria for a sumptuous meal." "Lingyu, refrain from speaking about your brother-in-law in such a manner," Yang Suihua admonished. "Since your brother-in-law joined our family, has he not undertaken every chore? Time and again, he treats us to meat. Did you ever envision such a life before? Honestly, what's so remarkable about that?" Guo Lingyu rolled her eyes, muttering to herself, "If my sister had pursued her studies, our lives would surely be better." "Enough," Yang Suihua declared. "Since your brother-in-law is absent, let us commence our meal." With her words, everyone grabbed their chopsticks and began to enjoy breakfast. Meanwhile, after finishing his meal, Song Junlin pedaled his bicycle to the Ningzhou state-run second cafeteria, his workplace. Upon arriving at the back entrance, he found the gatekeeper, Old Qin, seated and engrossed in a newspaper. "Good morning, Grandpa Qin," Song Junlin greeted with a smile. Upon hearing his voice, Old Qin looked up, a surprised expression crossing his face. "Ah, it's you, Master Song. What brings you here so early today? I rose early and decided to come in sooner, Song Junlin replied, scratching his nose. He was aware of the surprise. Ever since his marriage, he had been responsible for a large household. Every morning, he had to prepare meals, often varying the dishes, to alleviate his wife's burdens. He also took on the tasks of washing dishes, sweeping floors, and doing laundry. Consequently, tardiness had become a frequent occurrence for him. Fortunately, being employed at a state-run institution with a secure position, coupled with the fact that the cafeteria director was his senior, rendered him free from reprimand. Had he worked in a restaurant in later years, he would have been dismissed long ago. After securing his bicycle, Song Junlin entered the kitchen, where several individuals were already busy steaming buns. Their eagerness stemmed not from diligence, but from the hope that the sooner they steamed the buns, the sooner they could indulge in their meal. Ah, Master Song. Today, the sun unexpectedly rose from the west, arriving much earlier than anticipated. The others, upon seeing the newcomer, displayed expressions of astonishment. Song Junlin cast a fleeting glance at them and remarked nonchalantly, "What is the matter? Am I not allowed to strive for progress?" After speaking, he made his way toward the director's office. Knock, knock, knock. Upon reaching the door, Song Junlin did not barge in. Instead, he raised his hand and knocked. "Come in." A voice resonated from within as he knocked, prompting him to push the door open. As Wei Hongqi looked up from behind his desk, he immediately spotted Song Junlin and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, it's Junlin. What brings you here so early today?" Song Junlin replied, "Senior brother, I need to discuss something with you. You're not thinking of asking for leave again, are you?" Wei Hongqi retorted with a skeptical glare. "Senior brother, I assure you this is the last time. I genuinely have a matter to attend to." Song Junlin quickly smiled apologetically. Wei Hongqi rolled his eyes and said, "What could possibly be so urgent? Is it not just about taking care of that entire family?" "Senior brother, you misjudge me this time." Song Junlin leaned closer and confessed, "I intend to get a divorce. Could you kindly provide me with a letter of introduction?" Wei Hongqi, having just taken a sip of water, immediately spat it out in shock. He stared wide-eyed at Song Junlin, exclaiming, "You're saying you want a divorce?" It is important to note that during the 1960s and 70s, love was regarded as a frivolous sentiment of the petty bourgeoisie, and divorce was perceived as a manifestation of capitalist decay. In those times, anyone seeking a divorce would face public scandal and loss of reputation. Courts would often dismiss requests for divorce based on lack of affection or marital discord, as it could adversely affect the individual and their children's futures. In some regions, individuals seeking divorce were even gathered for re-education until they withdrew their applications. It was only after the marriage law was revised in 1980 that divorces based on irreconcilable differences received legal support. Nevertheless, divorce continued to draw disdain and gossip from society. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, people would refrain from choosing divorce. "Junlin, divorce is not a trivial matter." Wei Hongqi inquired with curiosity. "You seemed quite happy in your marriage. Why the sudden desire for divorce?" "Happy?" Song Junlin let out a bitter laugh and confessed, "To be honest, senior brother, I have been married to Guolingwei for over a year now. Not only have we not consummated our marriage, but she doesn't even allow me to touch her. Do you think I can continue with a wife like that?" "What? Not allowed to touch even after a year of marriage?" Upon hearing this, Wei Hongqi became infuriated. He slammed the table and declared, "She is clearly taking advantage of your kindness. This marriage should end, and it must end. Senior brother, I support you." With that, he began to draft the letter of introduction. In this day and age, lacking an identification card poses significant challenges, whether venturing outside, attending to work, or navigating the complexities of marriage and divorce. An introduction letter is indispensable. Without such a letter, one finds themselves at an impasse, unable even to secure a room in a guest house. After meticulously composing the introduction letter, Wei Hongqi fixed his gaze upon Song Junlin and inquired, "Junlin, are you certain that all of this is the truth?" Song Junlin hastily patted his chest in assurance, declaring, "Senior brother, would I ever deceive you regarding such matters?" He then scratched his head and added, "By the way, senior brother, you must keep this confidential." Upon hearing Song Junlin's words, Wei Hongqi finally handed over the introduction letter, assuring him, "Rest assured, do you not know my character? I shall not speak of this indiscriminately." "Very well then, senior brother, I shall take my leave." With that, Song Junlin exited the director's office. Chapter 4. Are you leaving or not? After washing the dishes, Guolingwei announced, "Mother, I am heading to work." Yang Suihua nodded, replying, "Be careful on your way." "Understood," Guo Lingwei said as she stepped outside. Just as she emerged from the alley, she encountered Song Junlin approaching. Could it be that Junlin had reconsidered? With that thought, she eagerly moved towards him. Song Junlin halted his bicycle and coldly stated, "Get on. I will take you to obtain the divorce introduction letter." Upon hearing this, a smile momentarily graced Guo Lingwei's face, but it quickly vanished as the latter part of his statement registered. She gazed at Song Junlin in disbelief, unable to fathom that he was indeed serious about the divorce. Grasping Song Junlin's arm, she pleaded, "Junlin, I acknowledge my past mistakes. Let us not escalate this any further, shall we?" "Escalate? Who is escalating anything? I am quite serious," Song Junlin retorted, shaking off her hand with conviction. "Hurry up, we are getting divorced, and I have other matters to attend to." "Junlin, I have already taken the initiative to apologize. Why can't you find it in your heart to forgive me this time?" Guo Lingwei gazed at him with innocent eyes, tears streaming down her flushed cheeks. In the past, witnessing Guo Lingwei's sorrow would have softened Song Junlin's heart. However, reborn anew, he was resolute in avoiding that quagmire once more. He firmly stated, "Guo Lingwei, dry your tears. I shall ask you one last time. Do you intend to proceed with the divorce?" "No, I do not wish to divorce," Guo Lingwei replied without a moment's hesitation. Shaking her head, "Do you believe that your refusal will prevent the divorce?" Song Junlin replied coldly, "Let me make this clear. If you do not procure the divorce introduction letter, I shall file a lawsuit in court." With that, he rode his bicycle into the courtyard. His request for leave was not solely for the purpose of divorce. In these times, obtaining a divorce was far from simple, as both parties' workplaces had to consent. Moreover, even if a divorce could indeed be finalized today, it would hardly take an entire day. The reason Song Junlin requested a day off was to plan for the future. Since last year, the emergence of numerous individual restaurants has been notable across the country. In December of the same year, Zhang Huamei from Yunzhou obtained the very first business license for an individual entrepreneur in our nation. From that moment on, individual businesses in our country began to proliferate like mushrooms after rain. The coming decades will undoubtedly belong to individual entrepreneurs, while the once secure positions will ultimately be dismantled. In his past life, Song Junlin faced unemployment following the closure of the state-run cafeteria. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, he naturally aims to make early preparations. Of course, he does not intend to leave the cafeteria just yet, as he still needs to leverage its name for his endeavors. Upon returning to his room, Song Junlin locked the door and approached the bedside. With a creak, he opened the nightstand. He rummaged through its contents until he finally discovered a small wooden box secured with a lock. Unlocking it with a key, he retrieved an envelope from within. This envelope contained his entire savings. As he laid out all the money and counted it, a sigh escaped him. "I never imagined that out of the more than 1,500 yuan, I would be left with only 280 after just over a year." When he married, due to his mother's and elder brother's opposition, Song Junlin had a falling out with his family, leaving with only 1,500 yuan to support his new role as a son-in-law to the Guo family. After constructing a modest dwelling, acquiring some furniture, and preparing for the wedding, he was left with merely over 500 yuan. Later, Wang Kaiqin, feeling for her son, had his brother Song Rilin contribute 1,000 yuan as a gift. Combined with Song Junlin's remaining funds and his monthly salary, the total exceeded 2,000 yuan. However, merely a year after his marriage, this sum had dwindled to a mere 280 yuan. It is essential to note that this was the equivalent of 2,000 yuan in the early 1980s. At that time, the average monthly expenditure for a typical family member was merely 6 yuan. Yet, Song Junlin had expended 1,720 yuan for this family, resulting in an average monthly expense of 23.88 yuan per person. In contrast, this amount would have sufficed to cover the living expenses of a family of 6 for 4 years. This clearly underscores how generous Song Junlin was towards the Guo family. Yet, the Guo family members were utterly ungrateful, treating him with disdain and regarding him as a mere free servant. On one occasion, Guo Lingwei took 300 yuan and went shopping with her siblings, purchasing clothing and an array of snacks for the entire family, while completely forgetting him. Spending his money, they could not even spare a single cent for him. In his previous life, he must have been foolish to devote a lifetime to such a family. "In a previous life, I have witnessed your ruthless indifference. In this lifetime, I shall not err again." With this thought in mind, Song Junlin tucked the money securely into his pocket. He then locked the door behind him and rode his bicycle towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 5. Second uncle on his way. As he passed by a department store, Song Junlin decided to stop. He required his uncle's assistance and thus needed to purchase some gifts to bring along. Although his uncle would undoubtedly help him without gifts, it is always prudent to bring a token of appreciation when soliciting favors. Upon entering the store, he noted that the number of patrons was rather sparse. This was hardly surprising, as the prevailing wages were generally low, with most families relying on a single income that barely sufficed for daily expenses, leaving little discretionary income for shopping. Song Junlin glanced around and addressed the sales clerk. "Comrade, I would like 2 packs of Dakiaman cigarettes and 2 cans of ribbon fish." The clerk calculated the total and responded, "That will be 6 yuan, plus 20 cigarette coupons and 2 food product coupons." "Very well," he replied, producing a 10 yuan note, along with 2 food product coupons and 4 cigarette coupons, which he handed to the clerk. After reviewing the items, the clerk proceeded to fill out a sales receipt. Once completed, she clipped the receipt, cash, and coupons together and deftly tossed them along a wire to the central cashier's desk. The cashier retrieved the items, collected the payment and coupons, and returned the change and a stamped receipt along the wire. When the sales clerk received the change and the stamped receipt, she finally retrieved the 2 packs of Dakiaman cigarettes and the 2 cans of ribbon fish from the shelf. After packaging them neatly with the change and receipt, she handed the items to Song Junlin, saying, "Comrade, here are your purchases." "Thank you," he replied, placing the change and receipt into his pocket before exiting the store with the cans and cigarettes in hand. Upon stepping out, he placed the items in his bicycle basket, unlocked the bike, and continued his ride towards the outskirts. After nearly an hour of cycling, Song Junlin finally arrived at his destination, the Taoyuan commune. His mother, Wang Kaiqin, hailed from this commune, which boasted 3 children, 2 daughters and 1 son. His mother was the eldest, and this visit was to seek out his second uncle, Wang Montsong. Wang Montsong served as the director of the commune's revolutionary committee and later became the village head after the commune was disbanded. Upon reaching the entrance of the revolutionary committee, Song Junlin was halted by the doorman. An elderly man stepped forward and inquired, "What brings you here, young comrade?" With a smile, Song Junlin replied, "Sir, I have come to visit my second uncle, Wang Montsong." Upon hearing these words, the elderly gatekeeper immediately smiled and said, "Ah, so you are Director Wang's nephew. Please, go inside." With that, he returned to his room. After entering, Song Junlin made his way directly to the director's office, carrying gifts in hand. Knocking on the door, he called out, "Knock, knock. Come in." Upon hearing the response, Song Junlin pushed the door open. Hearing the knock, Wang Montsong lifted his head. When he saw it was Song Junlin, he stood up with a smile and said, "Ah, Junlin, what brings you here?" "Second uncle," Song Junlin greeted, placing the gifts on the desk and adding, "It's been a while since I last visited, so I brought you some presents." Wang Montsong feigned a look of reproach, saying, "Junlin, I must chide you again. Why bring gifts when you come to visit? It's just a waste of money." He cast a glance at the gifts on the desk, 2 packs of Dakiaman cigarettes and 2 cans of mackerel. His eyes momentarily sparkled with delight upon seeing them. In this era, Dakiaman cigarettes were considered quite a luxury. There was a popular saying, "Provincial officials smoke Zonghua, municipal leaders smoke Muten, while the rest smoke Dakiaman." This meant that provincial-level officials enjoyed Zonghua cigarettes, municipal and departmental leaders preferred Muten, and others typically settled for Dakiaman. During the planned economy era, Zonghua and Muten were specially allocated and could only be found in friendship stores or on airplanes, making Dakiaman the best option available to the general populace. As for canned goods, they were also deemed a luxury. Most households rarely purchased them, saving them for family visits. Yet, what truly delighted Wang Montsong were those 2 packs of Dakiaman cigarettes. Despite being the commune director, he seldom indulged in such fine cigarettes. After all, a single pack cost 35 cents, enough to buy more than 2 kilograms of grain. Wang Montsong averted his gaze, attempting to maintain a semblance of modesty. "Junlin, your second uncle is doing well. You should take these back with you." "Oh no." Song Junlin quickly waved his hand. "Second uncle, it's not much. Please accept them. Besides, I have a favor to ask of you. Don't be so formal. You're married now, and funds are tight. You shouldn't be buying gifts anymore," Wang Montsong replied, before inquiring, "What is it you need help with, Junlin?" "Second uncle, it's like this," Song Junlin explained. "I wish to purchase a batch of flour and pork. but I am uncertain which brigade under Taoyuan Commune can provide them. Upon hearing this, Wang Moncong realized that his nephew lacked sufficient ration tickets, which was why he had come to him. Although since 1981 many cities across the nation had begun to lift restrictions on pork without the necessary meat tickets, one would still be unable to procure any. In the earlier days, Song Junlin and Guijia, comprising a total of 6 members, could only receive a meager 2 caddies of meat coupons each month, were it not for Song Junlin's employment at the state-run canteen. His desire to procure more meat would have necessitated venturing into the clandestine black market. Wang Moncong contemplated this and remarked, "The Red Star Brigade was among the first in the Taoyuan Commune to initiate the household contract system, and under the leadership of the brigade secretary. They have now begun livestock farming. They should certainly be able to assist you." The mention of the Red Star Brigade evoked a sense of familiarity within Song Junlin. Upon reflection, he recalled that this brigade had flourished considerably over the years and had even garnered commendation from provincial leaders. However, such accolades had little bearing on him. What mattered was that this brigade collectively raised a substantial number of pigs, which could potentially supply him with meat in the long term. Although regulations mandated that pigs be sold to the procurement station, the post-reform era saw an increase in the number of pigs that could be raised, thereby augmenting the supply available for purchase at these stations. Consequently, farmers were no longer obliged to sell their pigs exclusively to the procurement stations. The market price for pork outside was considerably higher than that offered by the stations, prompting many to sell their pigs privately. Moreover, due to having sufficient quotas for procurement, the stations often turned a blind eye to such speculative activities, unlike in the past. Chapter 6. The Red Star Brigade on the Rural Path. Song Junlin and Wang Moncong pedaled their bicycles with considerable effort. Unlike the later years, where smooth concrete and asphalt roads were ubiquitous, the roads in this era were still rough and uneven in the countryside, with the exception of urban areas. After riding for a while, they spotted a small river and a stone bridge in the distance. On the opposite bank lay a village dotted with earthen houses. Wang Moncong spoke up, "Junlin, just ahead is the Red Star Brigade." The two crossed the stone bridge and arrived at the Red Star Rural Production Brigade, which would later be known as the Village Committee. They dismounted and entered the brigade's office, where they found a short, stout, middle-aged man engrossed in writing. Wang Moncong promptly inquired, "Where's your brigade secretary?" "Ah, Director Wang. Please, have a seat." The stout man quickly rose to greet them, saying, "Our secretary is at the brick kiln behind the village. We have recently started producing and selling bricks." "That's excellent." Wang Moncong nodded approvingly. "Since Liu Xiangdong became the secretary, your brigade has been thriving. This is largely thanks to the support from the commune and your assistance, Director Wang." The stout man offered a compliment and then asked, "Director Wang, may I inquire what instructions you have come to convey?" "I am not here on official business, but rather I wish to discuss a personal matter with your secretary," Wang Moncong replied slowly. "I see." The stout man nodded. "Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea. I will fetch our secretary for you right away." Having spoken, he first poured 2 cups of tea for the 2 individuals before making his way toward the door. Shortly thereafter, a stout middle-aged man entered, accompanied by a robust figure. Upon entering, the imposing man cheerfully greeted, "Director Wang, welcome to our Hongxing Brigade." As he spoke, he ushered Wang Moncong and Song Junlin into the inner room. Once the door was closed, the robust man, Liu Xiangdong, inquired, "Director Wang, I hear you have matters to discuss with me?" "Indeed," Wang Moncong replied, nodding slightly while gesturing to his companion, Song Junlin. "Liu Secretary, this is my nephew, Song Junlin. He is the master chef at the state-run second canteen and has come to procure some items from your brigade." Upon hearing this, Liu Xiangdong turned his gaze towards Song Junlin, smiling as he asked, "Chef Song, may I inquire what you wish to purchase?" Song Junlin responded, "Secretary Liu, I require 200 jin of flour, 100 jin of pork, and 50 jin of cucumbers delivered daily for 3 months. I wonder if the Hongxing Brigade can accommodate this request?" Liu Xiangdong nodded affirmatively. "Certainly. Since the reforms and opening up in 78, new regulations regarding grain policies have been established. After fulfilling state procurement quotas, members are permitted to engage in limited grain trading at markets, and the grain department can also negotiate prices for buying and selling. Prior to this new regulation, private grain trading was deemed illegal. Now, such transactions are not only lawful but also do not constitute speculation. Many farmers sell their fine grains and subsequently purchase coarse grains. In fact, this was a desperate measure at the time. In the initial stages of reform, the yield per mu of grain was only 3 to 400 jin. Out of this, 100 jin were required as public grain. Thus, farmers were left with merely 2 to 300 jin of grain per mu. Jiangdong province is not like the vast, sparsely populated northeast. Here, each household typically manages only a few mu of land. Under these circumstances, the output from such land is hardly sufficient to sustain a family. Consequently, they resort to selling their fine grains to urban residents in exchange for coarse grains. Song Junlin then asked, Secretary Liu, what would be the price for these items without a receipt? Without a receipt? Liu Xiangdong pondered for a moment before responding. The price for white flour is 30 fun per jin, pork is 90 fun, and cucumbers are 8 fun. Agreed. Song Junlin felt the prices were quite reasonable and thus accepted the terms. Currently, in Ningzhou, the price for 1 jin of white flour is 15 fun. Yet it requires a grain coupon. A coupon for 1 jin can be privately sold for 17 to 20 fun, meaning the actual price in the city reaches 32 to 35 fun per jin. Liu Xiangdong's offer of 30 fun per jin is indeed quite fair. Additionally, pork in the city is priced at 78 fun per jin, also requiring a meat coupon. Previously, Song Junlin had purchased meat on the black market in Ningzhou for over a yuan per jin, making the offered price equally reasonable. Furthermore, cucumbers, which come into season during the summer, are priced at 5 fun per jin, also necessitating a vegetable coupon. However, due to the abundance of vegetables in summer, the vegetable coupons are not as precious as the grain and meat coupons. Even in the black market, a pound of cucumbers is merely priced at 1 dime. Secretary Liu, here is a deposit of 100 yuan. Song Junlin counted out 10 large denominations of the currency and handed them to Liu Xiangdong, stating, There is no need to deliver the items today. Please bring them to the second canteen tomorrow morning, and I will settle the remaining payment then. With his uncle, the commune director, overseeing the transaction, he was not concerned about the possibility of being cheated. All right, I will arrange for the goods to be delivered to the second canteen tomorrow. Liu Xiangdong nodded and accepted the 100 yuan from Song Junlin. The reason he offered a preferential price was due to the potential of a 3-month deal, as mentioned by Song Junlin. If they indeed purchased grain and meat from their brigade for 3 months, it would yield an income exceeding 10,000 yuan for the brigade. Even if Song Junlin was merely trying to deceive him, the brigade would incur only a minor loss, without significant detriment. Chapter 7. Is her head made of gold? Why can't she wash it? As Song Junlin made his way to the countryside, Guo Lingwei did not go to the textile factory for work. The Guo family had become dependent on Song Junlin, and she was reluctant to sever ties with him through divorce. She still wished to try to salvage their relationship. After much contemplation, Guo Lingwei realized that only her mother's apprentice could lend her assistance, and she was certain that the apprentice would be willing to help. After all, the apprentice had secured a position as a formal employee in a state-owned enterprise thanks to following in her mother's footsteps. Thus, Guo Lingwei proceeded to an old tenement building. Upon reaching the entrance, a voice resonated, Lingwei, what brings you here? Turning around, Guo Lingwei saw a middle-aged woman holding a steel pot and carrying a basket of vegetables. Sister Gao, Guo Lingwei replied with a hint of embarrassment. I have some matters that I need your help with today. Come, let us head upstairs and discuss it, Gao Ning said, ascending the steps. As they walked, she inquired, Lingwei, have you had breakfast? I have already eaten, Sister Gao, Guo Lingwei nodded in response. Very well. Soon, they reached the 3rd floor, turned right, and arrived at Gao Ning's home. Guo Lingwei hurriedly opened the door and lifted the curtain. Thank you. Gao Ning expressed her gratitude as she entered the room. Guo Lingwei lowered the curtain and followed her inside. Upon entering, she was surprised to find a slightly plump, good-natured man sitting on the bed. Brother-in-law, when did you return? Guo Lingwei greeted him with a smile. This man, Wang Qingsong, was Gao Ning's husband and worked at a mine in Ningzhou. Notably, he had previously assisted her family. In the beginning, her mother, in an effort to secure her a place in university, sold her younger brother to the director of the mine. However, Guo Lingwei was unwilling to accept such a fate. She would rather forego higher education than see her brother become someone else's son. Initially, she sought the assistance of her prospective boyfriend, Wang Guangpu, but since she had abandoned her university aspirations, he chose not to help her. Left with no options, she turned to Song Junlin, who was currently pursuing her. With the support of Song Junlin and Wang Qingsong, she managed to bring her younger brother back. Yet, the mine's director, accompanied by a group of miners, confronted them at the second dining hall and threatened Song Junlin with explosives to hand over her brother. Had it not been for Song Junlin's bravery and skill, anyone else might have been intimidated by the threat. It was from that moment that Guo Lingwei recognized the significance of Song Junlin to her family. Just yesterday, Wang Qingsong returned and cheerfully inquired, "Lingwei, have you eaten?" "I have," Guo Lingwei replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingsong turned to Gao Ning and said, "Wife, please fetch some bananas for Lingwei." "All right," Gao Ning replied, setting down the steel pot and vegetable basket. She retrieved a few bananas from the cupboard and handed them to Guo Lingwei, saying, "Lingwei, do enjoy these bananas." Gratefully, Guo Lingwei accepted one, replying, "Thank you, Sister Gao Ning." Gao Ning then lifted the lid of the steel pot, serving a bowl of tofu pudding on the bedside table. Afterward, she took 2 oil cakes from the vegetable basket and placed them next to the pudding. "Qingsong, you go ahead and eat. I need to have a word with Lingwei," Gao Ning said, pulling Guo Lingwei to sit on a stool. She then asked, "Lingwei, you mentioned you needed to talk to me. What is it about?" Guo Lingwei hurriedly said, "Sister Gao Ning, could you help me persuade Junlin? I don't want him to divorce me." "Divorce?" At these words, both Gao Ning and Wang Qingsong were taken aback. In those times, the repercussions of divorce were severe, and few chose that path. Gao Ning, puzzled, asked, "Lingwei, isn't Junlin deeply in love with you? He does everything for you. How did it come to this?" Guo Lingwei recounted the events of the previous night. "I intended to wash my hair, but Junlin insisted on helping me. I felt it unnecessary, so I declined." He then peered out the window, and since it was pitch dark outside, the neighbors mistook him for a rogue and beat him up. In a fit of anger, he threatened to divorce me. Gao Ning looked at Guo Lingwei and asked, "He wants to divorce you over this?" Guo Lingwei hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Noticing her reluctance, Gao Ning sensed there was more to the story. She spoke earnestly, "Lingwei, you must confide in me about the true nature of your conflict. Otherwise, I cannot mediate between you." Guo Lingwei gritted her teeth and spoke, "In truth, what happened last night was merely a catalyst. The primary issue is that Junlin and I have yet to share a room." After saying this, she added an explanation, "I don't know why, but I am exceedingly fearful about such matters." Gao Ning widened her eyes and exclaimed, "You and Junlin have been married for over a year, and you haven't shared a room?" "Indeed," Guo Lingwei nodded in response. "Lingwei, this is where you are mistaken," Gao Ning chastised. "Just look outside. Is there anywhere where a couple has been married for over a year without sharing a room? No man can tolerate such a situation." Guo Lingwei, her face etched with anxiety, grasped Gao Ning's hand and pleaded, "Sister Gao, I realize my mistake. Please help me talk to Junlin." "Very well." Gao Ning immediately stood up, intending to leave with Guo Lingwei. At that moment, Wang Qingsong interjected, "You are not allowed to go." Gao Ning halted and addressed Wang Qingsong, "Qingsong, you stay home and have breakfast. I will return shortly." Wang Qingsong fixed his gaze on Gao Ning and coldly stated, "My pants are torn. I need to go out later, so you should mend them for me." "Qingsong," before Gao Ning could finish her sentence, Wang Qingsong reprimanded, "Did you not hear what I said? Mend my pants now." Gao Ning understood that her husband was dissatisfied with Guo Lingwei. She signaled to Guo Lingwei to return home first, planning to have a word with Wang Qingsong before pursuing her. Embarrassed, Guo Lingwei said, "Sister, brother-in-law, I shall take my leave now." With that, she lifted the curtain and exited. Gao Ning let out a soft sigh, expressing her discontent. "Qingsong, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Wang Qingsong retorted angrily. "I just want to know, does she think her head is made of gold? Why can't she wash it?" "Lower your voice." Gao Ning hurriedly closed the door. However, Wang Qingsong disregarded her and shouted towards the door, "Does she think that just because she got into university, she is something special? Does she feel aggrieved marrying Junlin? She ought to consider that without Junlin supporting her, with her meager salary of less than 20 yuan, could she even support a whole family? And yet, her entire family shows no gratitude, constantly taking advantage of him." After a pause, he continued to shout, "If it weren't for Junlin's indulgence, let us see who else would marry a woman who hasn't been touched in a year. Frankly, a woman like her deserves to be divorced 100 times over." Gao Ning pushed Wang Qingsong and said, "What are you doing? Can you not say a few less words? It's so embarrassing if someone hears." Although Guo Lingwei's actions were indeed quite unreasonable, acting as if she were guarding against a thief, not giving her husband any chance to approach her, regardless, she had secured a position in a state-owned enterprise thanks to stepping into her mother-in-law's shoes. "What does it matter?" Wang Qingsong continued to exclaim. "She can behave in such a manner and yet not expect to be spoken of? His camaraderie with Song Junlin was profound, as the two often indulged in drinks together. Thus, upon hearing of each other's predicaments, he was thoroughly incensed. Outside in the corridor, Guo Lingwei, having overheard Wang Qingsong's remarks, felt an overwhelming sense of shame. She chose not to wait for Gao Ning to emerge and departed immediately. Understanding Wang Qingsong's disposition, she realized that Gao Ning would not be released today. Upon exiting the tenement building, Guo Lingwei hurried to the textile factory. Being merely a temporary worker, she knew that tardiness could lead to her dismissal. In the current climate, where educated youth were struggling to find employment, there were those who would eagerly wish for her termination to gain some advantage. It is worth noting that over the past 3 years, more than 20 million educated youth have returned from rural areas to the cities, with the vast majority still unemployed. To survive, these youth were willing to take on any job, be it street cleaning, crematory work, waste collection, or even the most menial tasks. Some parents of these educated youth would go so far as to bribe officials at enterprises or institutions, hoping to secure a position for their children, even if it meant settling for a temporary role. In fact, the sheer number of unemployed educated youth led the authorities to relax policies, permitting the emergence of individual businesses, allowing these individuals to seek their own employment solutions. After all, idleness often breeds trouble. Since the influx of educated youth back to the cities, public safety in urban areas had been significantly impacted. Not only had petty thefts increased, but incidents of robbery were also on the rise, with fights and brawls becoming commonplace. Thus, the allowance of individual businesses was, in many ways, a reluctant measure taken by the authorities. In the morning, Song Junlin returned on his bicycle. His basket laden with several pounds of meat and a freshly slaughtered chicken, all procured from the Hongxing Brigade, intended for a meal at home. While at the Guo household, he had refrained from indulging in meat to ensure the family had enough to eat. Now that he was leaving the Guos, he intended to feast to his heart's content. Instead of returning to the communal compound, he headed directly to his own home. His family resided in Ningzhou as well, boasting a private courtyard. Both he and his brother were employed at state-run enterprises and had purchased bicycles, a notable achievement in those times. Regrettably, Song Junlin had previously pursued love with such fervor that he had clashed with his family over his desire to marry Guo Lingwei. Having married her was one thing. He had even built a house in her courtyard and devoted himself to her entire family. However, the Guo family held him in disdain, apart from his blind mother-in-law. He received no respect from the others, relegated to the status of a son-in-law with little standing in the household. Upon reaching his doorstep, Song Junlin found himself momentarily hesitant to enter his home. In his previous life, he had greatly angered his mother, Wang Kaiqin, when she fell ill and lay bedridden. He found himself unable to spare a single cent for nutritional supplements, let alone for her medical treatment. Contemplating this, Song Junlin tightened his grip on the handlebars of his bicycle, silently vowing, "Mother, in this life, I shall earn abundant wealth to fulfill my filial duties and provide for your health." With this thought, he wheeled his bicycle into the house. Upon entering, he beheld his mother sitting by the wall, crafting shoe soles. The sight of her figure brought tears to his eyes, as he realized he had not seen her for several decades, even counting his past life. Taking a deep breath, he called out, "Mother, I have returned." At the sound of his voice, Wang Caiqin's body trembled slightly. She abruptly lifted her head and was astonished to see her second son, whom she had long worried about, standing before her. Initially, joy filled her heart, but it quickly faded as memories of past events flooded back. She immediately adopted a stern expression and asked, "Why are you back? Shouldn't you be with the Gu family?" "Mother, I will no longer return to the Gu family," Song Junlin replied with a smile. "I intend to live at home and devote my life to filial piety towards you." Live at home. Wang Kaiqin cast a skeptical glance at him. "You haven't faced any grievances living with the Gu family, have you?" After all, her son had once nearly severed their mother-son relationship in his pursuit of marrying Gu Lingwei. He had lived with the Gu family ever since, rarely coming back, let alone staying. In her view, it was evident that marital discord had driven him back home. "Mother, I plan to divorce," Song Junlin confessed straightforwardly, believing that if he did not disclose it now, she would eventually find out. "What? You want a divorce?" Wang Kaiqin was taken aback. In that era, divorce was a momentous affair, especially for someone of her generation, who held antiquated beliefs and regarded divorce as a terrifying prospect. In those times, a divorced individual would face lifelong stigma that could also tarnish the future of their descendants. Thus, she began to counsel him. Junlin, divorce is not a trivial matter. You must not act impulsively. Furthermore, quarrels between spouses are commonplace. When your father was alive, we had our fair share of arguments. Mother, the Gu family is a nest of ungrateful wolves. No matter how sincerely I treated them, they never regarded me as one of their own, Song Junlin asserted resolutely. Therefore, I must divorce. Otherwise, I will suffer a wretched existence for the rest of my life. In his past life, he had also been driven by frustration to flee the Gu household, spending a night outside his own door. The following morning, when his mother opened the door, he collapsed at her feet, only to be assisted back inside by her, his elder brother, and sister-in-law. To this end, his mother stormed into the Guo residence, creating quite a commotion, which ultimately compelled Guo Lingwei to share a room with him. However, her heart had never truly belonged to him. On one occasion, after a disagreement with Guo Lingyu and Guo Zhihua, she even threatened to divorce him. Had it not been for an unforeseen circumstance that led to Guo Lingwei's untimely demise, he would have surely found himself cast out by her. Consequently, he often pondered in solitude whether, if given a second chance at life, he would still choose to pursue a divorce. This reflection is precisely why in this life he steadfastly refrained from treading the same path as in his previous existence. Upon hearing Song Junlin's words, Wang Kaiqin realized that her son had undoubtedly endured significant grievances. Nevertheless, she recognized his resolute nature and chose to refrain from further persuasion. With a gentle sigh, she remarked, "Very well, since you have your own convictions, proceed as you wish." Song Junlin smiled and replied, "Mom, please remain seated. I shall prepare a meal for you." With that, he secured his bicycle and retrieved the pork and a chicken he had purchased from the basket. Upon seeing this, Wang Kaiqin exclaimed, "Son, why did you buy so much meat? What a waste." Despite being city dwellers, their family rarely indulged in meat more than a few times a month. The quantity Song Junlin had acquired surpassed what they typically consumed in a month. With a grin, Song Junlin responded, "Mom, I have promised to honor you well in the future. I cannot continue to have you eat vegetarian every day, can I? Son, your filial piety is commendable, but do be frugal with your spending. Perhaps you should save for the future, in hopes of finding a wife," Wang Kaiqin advised earnestly. "You must understand, times have changed. Our experiences during marriage were vastly different. Back then, we needed nothing for our wedding. But now, it has evolved into a demand for essential items. The 3 major appliances and 4 necessities, a sewing machine, bicycle, watch, and radio, totaling over 400, equivalent to more than a year's salary. Now, even those 4 essentials are deemed insufficient, as new demands arise, such as a television costing over 400, alongside a refrigerator, washing machine, and recorder. The expenses ahead are daunting. Mom, it's not that much money," Song Junlin reassured her, thumping his chest confidently. "Besides, money lost can always be earned again. I will ensure that I become a person of means." "A person of means? You might not achieve that even in 20 years. Wang Kaiqin shook her head. Since Huang Xinwen, the first person to become a 10,000 yuan household in 1979, was celebrated by prominent newspapers for his accomplishments. He quickly became an idol and a goal for the populace. The term 10,000 yuan household swiftly became synonymous with affluent families, a status far more prestigious than that of today's billionaires, representing untold prosperity. Although the number of 10,000 yuan households increased in the 1980s, they remained an unattainable aspiration for the vast majority. Indeed, the meager salaries that people earn each month amount to merely a few dozen yuan, making it exceedingly difficult to attain the status of a 10,000 yuan household solely through a fixed income. This is precisely why Wang Kaiqin perceives Song Junlin's aspirations as mere boasts. However, she fails to realize that Song Junlin does not intend to rely on a stagnant salary to achieve his financial goals. Rather, he aims to engage in small business ventures. In this era brimming with opportunities, if one possesses the courage to strive and venture forth, the likelihood of becoming a 10,000 yuan household is significantly heightened. With a stroke of good fortune, even the prospect of becoming a 100,000 yuan household is not beyond reach. Chapter 10. Seeking assistance from my brother after lunch, Song Junlin pedaled his bicycle directly to the Ningzhou machine tool factory, where his elder brother was employed. Having frequented the place before, even the security guard recognized him, allowing him easy passage. He made his way to the repair workshop within the factory, where he found his brother, Song Ruilin. "Second brother, what brings you here?" Song Ruilin inquired. With a smile, Song Junlin replied, "Brother, I need your assistance with something. Upon hearing this, Song Ruilin asked, what is it? You're not thinking of borrowing money, are you? No, Song Junlin quickly shook his head. I would like you to help me construct a few iron frames and furnaces. As he spoke, he pulled out several sketches from his pocket and handed them to his brother. Brother, this is my rough design. It should look something like this. Examining the sketches, Song Ruilin responded, this is simple. I can have it ready for you by tomorrow. After a moment, Song Ruilin's demeanor shifted as he glanced around furtively. Second brother, you're not considering venturing into small business, are you? Yes, Song Junlin nodded, not concealing his intentions. Upon hearing this, Song Ruilin grew anxious. He grabbed Song Junlin and led him away from the workshop to a secluded spot. Are you willing to give up your stable job? Do you realize that if you get caught, you could lose your iron rice bowl? Even in the 4th year of the reform and opening up policy, the security of a stable job remains highly coveted. It is fair to say that, unless absolutely necessary, no one wishes to relinquish their iron rice bowl. After all, it offers numerous benefits, comprehensive labor protection, and even covers medical expenses for family members, effectively providing universal health insurance for the entire household. Most importantly, they need not worry about unemployment. Upon retirement, they can pass their positions on to their sons. Rest assured, brother, Song Junlin said slowly. This is not a solo endeavor. It is a collective effort from the second canteen. What is there to fear when we are united? In truth, had he not required the support of the second canteen personnel and the identity associated with a state-owned enterprise, he would have embarked on this venture independently long ago. He recognized that in a few short years, the second canteen would face collective layoffs, rendering him indifferent to the fate of his iron rice bowl. Collectively, then, that's a different matter, Song Ruilin said, visibly relieved. For engaging in private business without permission could lead to severe repercussions, but a collective effort alleviated those fears. Please make it quickly. I'll prepare a grand dinner for you tonight, Song Junlin said with a smile. Today, I bought a chicken and several pounds of meat. I'll make chicken stewed with mushrooms, steamed pork, braised pork, sweet and sour tenderloin, and rib soup. Ah, it seems I shall have a delightful feast tonight, Song Ruilin remarked, swallowing hard. In these times, even purchasing a bit of meat requires multiple meals to finish. Even in our homeland, one cannot indulge in such a lavish spread of meat dishes. All right, brother, you go ahead and attend to your matters. I shall return home first. With that, Song Junlin departed. Exiting the machine tool factory, he rode his bicycle to the second canteen. To profit from the canteen, he needed to win the support of his senior brother. Without his senior's backing, resignation would be his only option. Upon arriving at the director's office, Song Junlin knocked on the door once more. Come in, came the voice, and he entered. Junlin. Upon seeing him, Wei Hongqi inquired, have you finalized the divorce? Not yet. Song Junlin replied, shaking his head. She does not wish to part ways. Wei Hongqi commented, it is only natural not to want a divorce. One like you, a diligent and selfless worker, is hard to come by. Indeed, I will observe the situation for now, if it comes to it. I may have to resort to the courts, Song Junlin said with a hint of helplessness. He was unwilling to resolve this matter through legal channels. After all, such an approach would undoubtedly waste much of his time, and the names of both him and Guo Lingwei would be known throughout Ningzhou, a reputation he would rather avoid. By the way, senior brother, Song Junlin shifted to the main topic. It has been quite a while since we last shared a drink. Come to my home for dinner tonight. Very well, I shall come, Wei Hongqi nodded. Great, then you carry on with your work. I shall return home to prepare. Song Junlin said. And just to clarify, I'll be at my mother's place, not the Guo family courtyard. Meanwhile, as soon as the workday ended, Guo Lingwei hurried home. With Song Junlin absent, it fell upon her to prepare meals for her mother and younger siblings. After all, her mother had eye problems, and her siblings were spoiled and had never cooked. If she did not make dinner, there would be no meal at all. After cooking, Guo Lingwei began to gather her family for dinner. Lingwei, why are you the one cooking again? Where is Junlin? Yang Suihua asked, having sensed something amiss. Previously, during lunch, Junlin would ride back to bring them food. However, today, he had not delivered lunch, nor had he cooked breakfast, which was quite unusual. Mom, he genuinely has something to attend to today, Guo Lingwei explained, then turned to her siblings. All right, hurry up and eat. You still need to go to school after dinner. Yet, her words were met with silence as no one moved to pick up their chopsticks. Guo Lingwei looked at her younger siblings and asked, why aren't you eating? As Guo Lingyu gazed at the dark, unappetizing stir-fried eggplant on the table, her face contorted in distaste. Sister, are we having this for lunch? She exclaimed. Previously, when Song Junlin had brought back their meals, they were prepared by the skilled chefs of the second cafeteria. Although meat was a rarity, those dishes were always a feast for the senses, unlike the unsightly fare conjured by Guo Lingwei. Upon hearing her sister's comment, Guo Lingwei felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Lingyu, I'm not very adept at cooking. Let us make do with this for lunch, she replied apologetically. Guo Lingwei had always excelled in her studies, and to allow her to focus on her university education, Yang Suihua had never required her to do household chores. After she gained admission to university, Yang Suihua developed an eye ailment, and before long, she married Song Junlin. He too did not expect her to manage domestic duties, leaving her with only the ability to boil food. At that moment, Guijia, who was utterly famished, picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the dish. Yuck! 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 He immediately spat it out, slamming his hand on the table. Elder sister, this dish is both salty and sour. Is this fit for consumption? How can it be so dreadful? Guo Lingwei, upon tasting it herself, reacted similarly. She took a sip of water and addressed her younger siblings. I am truly sorry. This is the best I could manage. Guo Zhihua chimed in. Sister, I don't blame you. It's all because De Lao Song didn't deliver our lunch today. Exactly. If it weren't for De Lao Song's failure to bring us food, you wouldn't have to cook. It's all his fault, Guijia concurred. Let us just eat and head off to school, Yang Suihua scolded before turning to Guo Lingwei. Lingwei, go fetch the thermos and pour some boiling water over the dish. We'll make do with it for lunch. Chapter 11. The scheme after lunch. The trio of Guo Lingyu and her siblings set off for school. Guo Lingwei, having washed the dishes, was about to return to the textile factory when Yang Suihua suddenly called out, Lingwei, come here for a moment. Guo Lingwei approached and inquired, Mother, what is it? Yang Suihua took a deep breath and began, Lingwei, tell me the truth. Have you had a falling out with Junlin? At this, Guo Lingwei's heart sank. However, to alleviate her mother's concern, she quickly denied it. No, Mother, I haven't. Yang Suihua responded directly, if that were the case. Why hasn't Junlin come over for 2 consecutive meals? That has never happened before. Mother, Junlin truly has something to attend to, Guo Lingwei insisted, maintaining her denial. With a sudden slap on the bedside cabinet, Yang Suihua spoke coldly, Lingwei, you are truly disappointing me. Don't think that just because my eyes are impaired. My heart is blind. Tell me what is really going on. Faced with this situation, Guo Lingwei had no choice but to reveal the truth. Upon hearing her daughter's account, Yang Suihua's expression darkened. She could hardly believe that her daughter would engage in such foolishness. In a fit of anger, Yang Suihua struck herself across the face. Mother! Upon witnessing this, Guo Lingwei hurried over, tears streaming down her cheeks, exclaiming, Daughter acknowledges her mistakes. Please strike me instead. Do not harm yourself. Yang Suihua forcefully pushed Guo Lingwei away, sighing, as the saying goes, if a child is not taught, it is the parent's fault. Your father passed away early, and I have shouldered the responsibility of your upbringing. Yet I have failed to nurture you into adulthood. With that, she slapped herself once more. Mother, please stop. Guo Lingwei immediately grasped Yang Suihua's hand, preventing further self-inflicted blows. Although Yang Suihua had struck herself rather than her daughter, the emotional pain inflicted upon Guo Lingwei was far more profound than any physical harm. Lingwei, Junlin is right. Deep down, you harbor disdain for him, failing to regard him as a true husband. Yang Suihua's face was a mask of anger. Since Junlin wed you, he has not only handed over his entire monthly salary, but has also frequently worked elsewhere to provide for us. He toils daily, managing the household chores. Yet you have not fulfilled your duties as a wife. You have not even offered him a foot massage or attended to his needs, and after a year of marriage, you have yet to consummate it. Pausing for a moment, she continued, Initially, I believed you were too young for such matters and that they would unfold naturally. However, it appears I was mistaken. I should never have allowed you to return home. Mother, I realize my errors, Guo Lingwei replied, yet her heart still brimmed with grievance. In her view, she was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also the first person from Ningzhou to gain admission to university. In times past, she would have been deemed a prodigy. Those around her lamented her marriage to Song Junlin, feeling she deserved better. In stark contrast, Junlin's acquaintances envied him for having married such a remarkable woman. Was it not expected that he would indulge someone as extraordinary as herself? Sensing her daughter's pride, Yang Suihua gently patted Guo Lingwei's hand, advising her earnestly, Lingwei, in marriage, there should be no lingering grudges. After a quarrel, Make amends. Write a heartfelt apology letter. And ensure your sincerity shines through. Additionally, I will ask Ling Yu to purchase 2 movie tickets. Junlin adores you. A shared film could mend your rift. However, after reconciling, you must take tangible steps, consummating your marriage, so that he may feel secure in his commitment to help us raise your younger siblings. As evening fell, Wei Hongqi rode his bicycle with his wife to the Song residence. He did not arrive empty-handed, bringing along a bottle of wine, a can of preserved food, and a bag of sweets. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted Wang Kaiqin and quickly approached her with a warm smile, inquiring, "Aunt, how have you been lately?" "As robust as ever," she replied. Wang Kaiqin rose to her feet and graciously invited, "Hongqi, please come inside and take a seat." At that moment, Song Junlin peeked out from the kitchen and remarked, "Senior brother, you should enter the room and relax while I prepare the last 2 dishes. We shall soon indulge in our meal." "Very well, I shall take my leave," Wei Hongqi responded as he stepped into the main room. Inside, a grand table was set, adorned with an array of delectable dishes: chicken stewed with mushrooms, steamed pork, braised pork, sweet and sour tenderloin, rib soup, fried peanuts, and smashed cucumber. 7 dishes in total. Wei Hongqi beamed, exclaiming, "Such a sumptuous feast. Today, we are indeed fortunate." Although he served as the director of a state-run canteen, he typically dined with others, sharing a single pot of food without any special treatment, and thus seldom enjoyed such culinary delights. Before long, Song Junlin completed 2 more vegetarian dishes: braised eggplant and stir-fried shredded potatoes. At that moment, Song Ruolin returned with his wife, Ma Xiaoyan. Song Junlin emerged from the kitchen carrying a small basin, and upon seeing the couple, he exclaimed, "Brother, sister-in-law, you have returned just in time. Quickly wash up and join us for dinner." With that, he carried the small basin into the room. Noticing Song Junlin bringing yet another basin, Wei Hongqi couldn't help but comment, "Junlin, there are only a few of us here, and you've prepared 10 dishes. This seems rather extravagant." Song Junlin chuckled in response. "It's been ages since we've enjoyed a drink together. Naturally, we ought to make it a bit more festive." Ever since his marriage, he had rarely shared drinks with colleagues and friends, as each gathering tended to be quite costly. With the increased expenses of married life and his busy schedule, he found himself with little time or money to spare. Song Junlin set the small basin down and dashed to his room, retrieving a bottle of Matai liquor. This bottle had been gifted to him by a client during a wedding banquet he organized. Otherwise, acquiring such a fine liquor would have required both financial expenditure and connections. Emerging with the Matai, Song Junlin cheerfully announced, "Senior brother, today we shall indulge in Matai." "Ah, I never expected you to have a bottle of Matai hidden away." Wei Hongqi's eyes sparkled at the mention. Though Matai had not yet achieved the status of a national liquor, it had been frequently served at state banquets to entertain foreign guests, thus gaining a modest reputation. Despite the fact that a bottle once cost only 8 yuan, obtaining it required connections. For the average person, purchasing a bottle would cost at least 20 to 30 yuan. Chapter 12. A promise. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes savored, Wang Kaiqin, Song Ruolin, and Ma Xiaoyan had already finished their meals and departed the table. At this juncture, Song Junlin finally broached a serious topic. With a smile, he addressed Wei Hongqi. "Senior brother, how do you find the cold noodles I prepared today? They are tangy and spicy, refreshingly cool, and a delightful respite from the heat." Wei Hongqi offered his praise and remarked, "Junlin, I never anticipated that you could even master the local delicacies of Shaanxi. I only recently learned to make them," he replied. Song Junlin shifted his tone and spoke, "Senior brother, I have noticed that the weather has become exceedingly hot lately, and our comrades at the Ningzhou steel plant are struggling to eat due to the heat. I propose that we prepare some cold noodles to sell to them. Once the workers have eaten, they will have the energy to contribute to the construction of our motherland, and everyone in our cafeteria will also benefit from some additional income." After a brief pause, he continued, "Of course, I will cover all the costs for the materials, so it won't cost the cafeteria a single penny. What do you think?" At that moment, Wei Hongqi hesitated. Although he recognized the potential for profit in this venture, his experiences through tumultuous times had rendered him quite conservative. This is understandable, as people often remain within their comfort zones. Those who have endured hardships tend to subscribe to the adage, more action leads to more mistakes. Less action leads to fewer mistakes, and no action leads to no mistakes. With their iron rice bowls, they could reasonably assume that as long as they did not commit any grave errors, even if their performance was subpar, no one could dismiss them from their positions. However, Song Junlin's willingness to speak up indicated that he was confident in persuading his counterpart. Senior brother, Song Junlin reiterated, I assure you that this endeavor will succeed. Should any issues arise, I will take full responsibility. All I need from you is your support, and I will provide you with 150 yuan each month. How does that sound? 150 yuan. Upon hearing this, Wei Hongqi and his wife, Ma Sujuan, were taken aback. It is worth noting that both of them were formal workers in state-owned enterprises, and their combined salary barely exceeded 90 yuan a month. They could hardly believe that the other party was proposing to pay them 150 yuan each month. Over the course of a year, that would amount to 1,800 yuan, a sum sufficient to acquire new household items or even purchase an 18-inch color television, provided they had the necessary ration tickets. Seeing Wei Hongqi still wavering, Ma Sujuan quickly whispered in his ear, You must agree to this, or how can our meager salary support Xiaolei? Logically speaking, their combined monthly salary of over 90 yuan should suffice to support a large family, yet they found themselves constrained by their son's extravagant spending habits. Since the onset of reform and opening up, a plethora of films and television shows from Hong Kong and abroad have infiltrated the domestic market. The impact of these visual media on local aesthetics has been profound. After witnessing the eclectic fashions showcased in these programs, many trend-conscious youths began to seek ways to emulate them. Items such as trendy sunglasses, trench coats, fashionable scarves, floral shirts, jeans, bell-bottoms, and electronic watches began to be smuggled into the mainland from coastal regions. Much like future generations would obsess over the latest smartphones, the allure of these contemporary garments proved irresistible to the youth, who willingly spent money on them, even if the cheapest items cost upwards of 40 or 50 yuan. With pricier ones fetching over 100. There exists an old adage that states, fashionable trousers, humble meals. This implies that some young individuals, in their pursuit of trendy attire, would rather subsist on simple fare. Among them is their son, Wei Xiaolei, who not only indulges in an array of fashionable garments, but also carries a 4-speaker tape recorder to the square daily, dancing the night away with others, much to the chagrin of his parents. Upon hearing his wife's words, Wei Hongqi could only sigh and reply, Junior brother, I can support your endeavor. However, if you wish for others in the second cafeteria to assist you, it must be presented at the meeting for discussion. To this, Song Junlin readily understood. In this era, unlike the future, decisions are not solely made by leaders. Many matters require collective discussion and suggestions from all members. Well, as long as my senior brother supports me, Song Junlin said with a smile, I assure you, you will not be neglected. Initially, there would surely be dissenters, but as long as he could lead these individuals to earn profits surpassing their salaries, he was confident they would continue to follow him. Chapter 13. The meeting the following day, after breakfast, Song Junlin rode his bicycle to the second cafeteria. Upon arriving at the back entrance, Old Qin called out to him. Song Junlin halted and inquired, Grandpa Qin, what is it? Old Qin replied, Master Song, someone just came looking for you, claiming to be from the Hongxing Brigade. Hongxing Brigade? Upon hearing this, Song Junlin hastily asked, Where is he, Grandpa Qin? He is waiting at the front entrance. Old Qin answered. All right, I understand. Song Junlin nodded and smiled. Thank you, Grandpa Qin. You're welcome. Soon, Song Junlin secured his bicycle and made his way to the front entrance. Upon arrival, he noticed a tractor parked nearby, with a robust man atop it, though it was not Lu Xiangdou. Song Junlin approached and cheerfully asked, Comrade, you must be from the Hongxing Brigade? Indeed. I am from the Hongxing Brigade. The man nodded, then looked at Song Junlin and asked, Comrade, are you Master Song Junlin? Yes, Song Junlin affirmed. I am Song Junlin from the second cafeteria. As he spoke, he retrieved 54 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the man, stating, Comrade, this is the remaining payment. I have already given your brigade's secretary a deposit of 100 yuan. The man accepted the money, counting it as he spoke. Our secretary has informed me of this matter. The amount is just right. Song Junlin opened the front door and said to the man, Could you kindly help me carry the items inside? Certainly, the man replied without hesitation, swiftly shouldering a bag of flour into the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Song Junlin busied himself by lifting 100 jin of meat. After making 2 trips, everything was moved into the cafeteria. Thank you, comrade. Song Junlin smiled as he retrieved a pack of already unsealed Li Kun cigarettes from his pocket, offering 2 sticks to the burly man. White-headed Li Kun. The man glanced at the box and couldn't help but exclaim, "You city folks are quite generous. This pack of cigarettes costs 28 cents, equivalent to 2 pounds of fine grain. I don't usually smoke much. I just keep them for show," Song Junlin explained. Before his marriage, he did smoke, albeit not excessively, but once married, the weight of financial burdens gradually led him to quit. "I see," the burly man nodded, placing the 2 cigarettes behind his ears. "Master Song, since you've delivered everything, I shall take my leave." "All right, take care," Song Junlin replied. The man approached the tractor, pulling out a crank from beneath the seat, and began to turn it vigorously. With a sputter, the tractor roared to life and departed along the road. After bidding farewell to the burly man, Song Junlin returned to the cafeteria. "Wow, so much white flour, meat, and vegetables. Master Song, what on earth are you planning to do with all this? Could it be that your precious wife is expecting and you're planning to treat us all to a feast?" At this moment, several colleagues from the cafeteria gathered around, chattering excitedly. Song Junlin teased them, saying, "You'll find out soon enough." Before long, everyone from the second cafeteria had assembled. With a sharp clap of his hands, Wei Hongqi addressed the group. "Everyone, please gather around. We need to hold a brief meeting." Soon, all the staff from the second cafeteria were present. "The reason I called you all here today is to discuss an important matter," Wei Hongqi said, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "As we are in the midst of the hottest season, many workers in Ningzhou are struggling to eat due to the heat." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "I believe you've all seen the items that Junlin has brought in. He intends to utilize his spare time to prepare some refreshing Qin province cold noodles and meat sandwiches for the workers. These cold noodles are tangy and invigorating, providing the workers with the energy and enthusiasm needed to contribute to our nation's development. Furthermore, each of us will receive additional bonuses. I wonder if you all would be willing to participate in this endeavor?" After finishing his remarks, Wei Hongqi added, "I invite anyone with thoughts on this matter to speak up now." A murmur arose as the crowd began whispering amongst themselves. In this era of transformation, despite possessing enviable job security, their salaries remained relatively modest. With the rise of numerous individual businesses, a popular saying had emerged: "Those who develop atomic bombs earn less than those selling tea eggs. Surgeons fare worse than barbers." This statement vividly illustrates the rapid pace at which individual entrepreneurs were able to amass wealth at that time. Surrounded by numerous individuals of similar fortune, it would be disingenuous to claim that they harbored no envy. While the security of a stable job provided them with consistent wages and benefits, it simultaneously imposed significant limitations upon them. Upon hearing Wei Hongqi mention alternative avenues for increasing income, their interest was understandably piqued. A middle-aged woman inquired, "Director Junlin, how much can we expect to earn?" "I must assess this based on actual circumstances," Song Junlin replied. "However, rest assured that it will not fall below your wages at the second canteen." "I concur. I too concur." The moment these words were uttered, a chorus of agreement erupted. Although some voiced their support, many remained silent. Observing the crowd, Song Junlin noted that among those who spoke were 2 of his apprentices, along with several individuals who typically assisted at the second canteen, all of whom received the lowest wages. Those who refrained from expressing their opinions fell into 2 distinct groups. One group consisted of 2 master chefs specializing in red dishes, 2 master chefs proficient in white dishes, and their apprentices. These individuals occasionally received invitations to cater weddings or banquets, allowing them to earn some extra income each month. Song Junlin had previously been among them, as these esteemed chefs could typically earn an additional 20 to 30 yuan monthly. Their hesitation stemmed from concerns that collaborating with Song Junlin might interfere with their catering work or result in lower earnings than those derived from such events. The other group comprised individuals who exhibited blind conformity and conservatism. These individuals would readily agree as long as the majority did. Turning his gaze toward the esteemed chefs, Song Junlin spoke slowly. "If we all work together, we can complete the task swiftly. As for selling our goods, we do not require such a large number of us. We can divide into 5 groups, with each group taking turns each day. This way, everyone will only need to participate once every 5 days. And if someone has a prior commitment, they can easily swap with another. This arrangement should not pose any issues, correct?" Upon grasping the implications of Song Junlin's words, the master chefs exchanged glances and responded in unison, "We agree." Seeing their mentors acquiesce, the apprentices also nodded in agreement. Thus, the entire staff of the second canteen resolved to follow Song Junlin's lead. Chapter 14. Production and Sales. Following the meeting, Wei Hongqi departed, while Song Junlin guided the members of the second canteen to the kitchen. Since it was still before working hours, no one would raise any objections. The preparation of cold noodles was a straightforward process that everyone needed to learn, as it would be part of their future endeavors. Song Junlin began. The first step in making cold noodles is to knead and wash the dough. As he spoke, he placed the purchased flour into a large basin, added water, and began mixing it into a dough, ensuring to stir in a consistent direction. Once the dough was kneaded to a uniform consistency, he found a piece of semi-dry cloth to cover it. This dough needed to rest for half an hour while he continued with the other batches. Song Junlin then procured a large basin and resumed his tasks. In no time, he had kneaded over 120 pounds of flour into dough, all intended for making cold noodles. As for the remaining 80 pounds of flour, he planned to use it to create the dough for rujiamo. After calculating the time, he noted that the first batch of dough had already rested for half an hour. All right, let us now begin washing the gluten, he declared. Song Junlin poured a small basin of clean water into the bowl and immersed the first dough ball, gently kneading it. As he continued to work the dough, the water in the basin quickly thickened. He removed the dough and began to knead it in another bowl, and after several repetitions, the gluten was finally extracted. This gluten could be directly steamed, while the remaining water needed to settle for at least 46 hours. An overnight settling would be preferable. Setting the gluten aside, he addressed the group. So, from now on, we only need to wash the gluten in the morning, and we can continue with our work later. As for preparing the cold noodles, we can do that when we have the time, and we certainly have plenty of it. In these times, fewer people were inclined to dine out, especially with the emergence of individual restaurants, making them even less willing to frequent the expensive and poorly served state-run canteens. It could be said that their restaurant was only busy during lunch hours, while the rest of the time was quite leisurely. Song Junlin washed out all the gluten from the dough and combined it, adding some fermented dough to allow it to rise alongside the steamed buns. He then dismissed the group, as the water needed to settle. He was not in a rush to prepare the rujiamo either, as they would only begin selling it after the afternoon shift. After lunch, Song Junlin gathered everyone once more. Now, we can proceed to make the cold noodles, he announced. Carefully, he poured off the clear water from the top of the basin, leaving behind the starch. There are various methods for making cold noodles, but since we lack the appropriate tools, today I will teach you how to roll out the noodle sheets. Lacking the traditional cold noodle steamer, he resorted to using a griddle and steaming technique. The method using a griddle was somewhat slow, while it was manageable for home cooking. It would be exhausting for large-scale production. He mixed the batter thoroughly, portioning some into a small basin, which he placed in the steamer for a brief period. Naturally, the noodle sheets needed to be rolled out, but as the mixture was still a batter, they first required steaming. The steaming time could not be excessive. It merely needed to transform the starch into a semi-soft state, ensuring it was not sticky to the touch. Song Junlin kept a close watch on the time, retrieving the small basin after just a few minutes. He then used a spoon to extract a suitable portion. The noodle sheets could not be rolled out directly. He needed to grease the rolling pin first. As he spoke, he took an oiled rolling pin and deftly rolled a small piece of dough into a thin sheet. He spread a layer of oil on top and placed it in a steamer that had not yet been heated, resuming his work. Thus, one by one, he produced sheets of cold noodles, oiling each before stacking them together. After making a dozen or so sheets, Song Junlin paused, addressing the crowd. All right, I will demonstrate up to this point. Now, everyone can give it a try. He was not concerned about their ability. After spending considerable time in the cafeteria, rolling out a sheet was a simple task. In those days, the cafeteria was not like those of later times. It required a solid foundation of skills. For instance, he began learning the craft as a teenager, starting with meat boning, which took him 3 years to master. He then moved on to chopping vegetables and assisting in cooking, dedicating a total of 7 years before his master allowed him to cook on the stove. Such a rigorous grounding in basic skills was far beyond what culinary school graduates of later generations could compare to. With the collective effort of many hands, it did not take long for them to produce a total of 608 sheets of cold noodles. These were neatly stacked together and placed into a steamer, where they were cooked over high heat for 45 minutes. Once cooled, the sheets were separated and the cold noodles were ready. Making cold noodles is this simple, Song Junlin remarked, retrieving 8 individual sheets, which he then cut into fine strips and placed in a bowl. He added freshly sliced cucumber, minced garlic, along with salt, 28 sauce, monosodium glutamate, chili oil, vinegar, soy sauce, and other seasonings, mixing them together. Setting the bowl on the cutting board, he announced to the group, "Come, everyone. Let us sample the flavor." Hearing this, the crowd hurriedly fetched their lunch boxes to share the bowl of cold noodles. Slurping sounds filled the kitchen as they indulged in the dish. One master chef commented between bites, "This cold noodle is truly a delicacy from Shaanxi province, tangy and spicy. Exceptionally delightful." Another chef added, "There are many delicious foods, but this cold noodle is perfect for summer. I find it quite refreshing." A female chef chimed in, and others nodded in agreement, praising the dish without a single dissenting voice. Song Junlin was not surprised. After all, in the northern regions of the future, numerous towns boasted vendors selling cold noodles. The widespread popularity across so many cities attested to its allure. In the afternoon, Song Junlin, accompanied by several colleagues from the second cafeteria, rode bicycles to the machine factory to retrieve the rack and stove crafted by his brother. The rack was designed to hold cold noodles, dough, braised meat, cutting boards, knives, and seasonings, while the stove was intended for heating the dough and braised meat. Once all the items were gathered, Song Junlin declared to the group, "Everyone, await our good news. We are off." After speaking, he led his 2 disciples and 2 employees from the second canteen away on bicycles. After cycling for a while, they arrived outside the Ningzhou steel plant. The primary reason for visiting the steel plant, rather than any other factory, was the notoriously harsh working conditions prevalent in many of its workshops. Within the dilapidated courtyard where the Guo family resided, there was indeed a steel workshop. The sweltering summer heat made the situation even more unbearable, as the workers toiled beside the blazing furnaces. After a long day of labor, the oppressive heat left them with little appetite for dinner. Usually, they would purchase some beer to cool down, only managing to eat a few bites once the evening meal had cooled down significantly. In his previous life, it was witnessing a worker in the courtyard buying cold noodles that inspired Song Junlin to set up a stall selling the same. However, as the market became saturated with vendors, he eventually turned to other trades. Upon their arrival, it coincided perfectly with the end of the workday. Just as they set up their makeshift stall, a throng of workers surged forth from the factory like a tide. Noticing this, Song Junlin quickly called out, "Come and take a look. The second canteen has just prepared delightful summer treats, tangy, spicy, and refreshing. Free tastings available." "What? Free?" Upon hearing this, the workers at the front rushed over, eager to seize the opportunity. One worker inquired, "Comrade, are these truly free?" "It's just a tasting, not entirely free," Song Junlin clarified, handing over a metal basin filled with freshly prepared cold noodles. "Everyone is welcome to sample. This is a specialty from Qin province, cold noodles that are not only tangy and spicy, but also incredibly refreshing, perfect for you." He added, "This is merely a sampling, and supplies are limited, so please share with your fellow comrades." Upon hearing his words, some workers immediately opened their lunch boxes and retrieved chopsticks to partake. Slurping sounds echoed as they eagerly tried the cold noodles. They quickly realized that Song Junlin had not exaggerated. The noodles were indeed tangy, spicy, and delightfully refreshing, a far cry from their usual unpalatable meals. "How delicious! It's truly refreshing," they exclaimed, marveling at the unexpected culinary delight that made summer eating enjoyable. "Could you please step aside? We haven't had a chance to taste yet," said those who had not yet had a serving. The frontline diners reluctantly moved aside, allowing others to partake. Soon, the small basin of cold noodles was devoured entirely, with even the flavorful sauce being consumed. This was not surprising given the era's scarcity of resources, where everything was in short supply. The broth is infused with vinegar and soy sauce, both of which are delightful ingredients. In days gone by, children would eagerly seek out vinegar and soy sauce. Why, you may ask? Because they could surreptitiously sip a little while on their way. Back then, most families were reluctant to indulge their children with soda, rendering vinegar and soy sauce the beverages of choice. Many children would find small glass bottles to pour some vinegar and soy sauce into, using little wooden sticks to dip and savor. At this moment, someone inquired, "Comrade, how much for the cold noodles? I would like to purchase some." Song Junlin replied, "No ration tickets required. 2 dimes and 5 cents per serving." "What? 2 dimes and 5 cents? Someone exclaimed. "Isn't that rather exorbitant? A bowl of noodles costs only 1 dime and 5 cents. Upon hearing this, Song Junlin's eldest apprentice, Jiang Xuanzhu, retorted sharply, "What kind of noodles are you referring to for 1 dime and 5 cents? Just a bowl of plain broth with a sprinkle of green onions. And they still require 3 ration tickets." How could that possibly compare to cold noodles? If you find it too expensive, you need not partake. No one is begging you. So please do not obstruct others. The second apprentice, Ning Dezhuang, rolled his eyes and remarked, "This is the hallmark of state-run employees, each one brimming with arrogance. If we were at the second cafeteria, they would have surely begun to bicker. In years past, not only was the service poor, but some even dared to resort to violence. Consequently, many state-run canteens and restaurants displayed signs prohibiting unwarranted assaults on customers." Song Junlin cast a disapproving glance at his two apprentices and addressed the crowd. "Our cold noodles do not require tickets. If you were to account for the ticket, it would only be worth 5 cents. After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, those present are not likely to be lacking in funds. After all, purchasing a round of beer would cost you 4 dimes and 5 cents, which is far pricier than our cold noodles." Upon hearing Song Junlin's words, someone from the back called out, "Are you buying or not? If not, please step aside. Do not block the way." Faced with this, the individual conceded, "Comrade, I will take 2 servings." Song Junlin instructed Jiang Xuanzhu, "Zhuzi, prepare 2 servings for this comrade." "Certainly, master," Jiang Xuanzhu replied, promptly slicing 2 servings of cold noodles. Song Junlin then asked the individual, "Comrade, we also have meat sandwiches from Shaanxi province and mung bean soup. Would you like any?" The individual quickly shook his head, responding, "No, just 2 servings of cold noodles will suffice." Song Junlin nodded, stating, "That will be 50 cents in total." The individual produced 50 cents and handed it to Song Junlin. After receiving the payment, Song Junlin presented the prepared cold noodles to him. "Comrade, I would like 1 serving of cold noodles and also a meat sandwich. Give me 2 servings of cold noodles as well." "Comrade, I will take 1 serving of cold noodles and 1 serving of mung bean soup." At this moment, others began to call out as well. Chapter 15. Daily sales of 300. This sales event proved to be remarkably successful, with the group selling all 600 servings of cold noodles they had brought. Among them, 20 were offered for free tasting, which means they effectively sold 580 at a price of 0.25 yuan each. Their sales from the cold noodles alone amounted to 145 yuan. In contrast to the popular cold noodles, the 400 meat sandwiches they brought sold only 213. After all, Song Junlin had priced them at 0.40 yuan each, which was considerably more expensive than the cold noodles, causing many to hesitate in their purchases. As for the mung bean soup, priced at a mere 0.05 yuan, they sold all 400 portions. Upon calculation, Song Junlin determined that their total sales amounted to 250.20 yuan. It is worth noting that this sum equated to the wages of many for 9 months, or even a year. Once they had tidied up their belongings, Jiang Xuanzhu inquired, "Master, what shall we do with the remaining meat sandwiches?" His implication was whether they should consume the unsold items. However, Song Junlin had no intention of giving them away for free, as he had invested money in them. He addressed the group, saying, "Let us make another trip to Dongfeng Square. There are many young people dancing there, and they are sure to be hungry and tired." In his previous life, he had initially ventured into business with his 2 apprentices by selling meat sandwiches at Dongfeng Square. Eventually, envy led someone to report him. Had it not been for his senior brother, Wei Hongqi, who was the cafeteria director and shared his earnings with other staff, he would have inevitably lost his stable job. At that time, lacking the foresight of having lived another life, he was unaware of the future and thus refrained from engaging in commerce. Before long, they arrived at Dongfeng Square, where many were dancing in pairs to the music from a tape recorder. In the second year of the reform and opening up, the long-lost dance re-emerged at gatherings in the Great Hall. From then on, a nationwide dance craze blossomed, with fashionable youths gathering spontaneously to form outdoor disco parties. Jiang Xuanzhu looked ahead in astonishment, exclaiming, "Master, look at them. The men and women are actually embracing each other." Despite it being the 4th year of reform and opening up, the prevailing atmosphere in the country remained quite conservative. On ordinary days, even couples barely held hands in public, let alone embraced. Is it really such a scandal to dance? Song Junlin rolled his eyes and replied, "Hurry and set up the stall. We still need to return to the second cafeteria after selling out." As a reincarnated individual, he was aware that public displays of affection would become commonplace in the future, while in the current era, such actions could lead to severe repercussions. After setting up their stall, Jiang Xuanzhu shouted towards the crowd, "Delicious meat sandwiches from Qin province. Come and enjoy. You need to eat well to dance with vigor." His calls quickly captured the attention of the crowd. As the hour drew near to mealtime, numerous individuals, upon hearing the call, made their way over in groups. Upon approaching, they were immediately enveloped by the enticing aroma of meat, intensifying their hunger and causing their stomachs to growl audibly. A young man, adorned with a microphone headset, a floral shirt, and flared trousers, inquired, "How much do you sell your meat sandwiches for?" "No tickets necessary, just 40 cents each," replied Song Junlin. It was uncertain whether the young man was genuinely affluent or merely attempting to impress his female companion, as he promptly declared to those around him, "Today, I shall treat you all." With that, he produced a 5 yuan note and handed it to Song Junlin, stating, "Comrade, I would like 8 meat sandwiches." "Certainly, please hold on," responded Song Junlin, accepting the payment and retrieving 1 yuan and 80 cents in change, which he offered back, saying, "Comrade, here is your change." Before long, the 8 meat sandwiches were prepared and handed over to the group. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. "Uncle, so it's you selling meat sandwiches?" Song Junlin turned to see it was Wei Hongqi's son, Wei Xiaolei. Instantly, Song Junlin smiled and said, "Ah, it's Xiaolei. How many meat sandwiches would you like? Uncle will treat you." "No need. Uncle, we're not short on that." Wei Xiaolei waved his hand and replied, "I want 10 meat sandwiches." As he spoke, he handed Song Junlin 4 yuan. With a smile, Song Junlin remarked, "You can keep the money. I can still afford a few meat sandwiches." "That won't do," Wei Xiaolei insisted, tossing the money into the bicycle basket. Song Junlin surmised that the young man was perhaps trying to impress others and thus accepted the payment. With these two leading the charge, the meat sandwiches sold out swiftly, totaling 74 yuan and 80 cents in sales, including previous earnings. Their total revenue for the day reached 325 yuan. Song Junlin had spent 154 yuan on flour, meat, and cucumbers. However, they had only utilized 80 jin of meat, leaving 20 jin unused. Including oil, salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings, their total cost amounted to 145 yuan. Thus, their profit for the day reached an impressive 180 yuan. Of course, this amount would still need to account for the labor costs at the second cafeteria. "Junlin, how did you fare in sales?" "Yes, did you sell everything?" Upon returning to the second cafeteria, the group immediately gathered around, eager to inquire about the day's sales performance. "Rest assured, everything has been sold out," Song Junlin responded with a smile. "Now, let us proceed to distribute the earnings. From now on, we shall do this daily." Distributing earnings? The mere mention of this sent waves of excitement through the crowd. They had not anticipated that they would be compensated daily. "All right." Song Junlin clapped his hands and said, "When I call out a name shortly, that person may come forward to collect their money. Besides the 2 yuan each, we shall also distribute a pound of pork." 2 yuan? And a pound of pork? Surely, I must have misheard. My goodness, that would amount to 60 yuan a month. Wouldn't it? Goodness gracious, if that is the case, it exceeds my salary for 2 months. Upon hearing Song Junlin's words, the others were filled with joy. In the second cafeteria, aside from Wei Hongqi and 5 skilled chefs, only 6 individuals earned more than 40 yuan. The majority of the others merely earned between 20 and 30. Naturally, the prospect of earning such a sum thrilled them immensely. The rationale behind offering them more than their wages was multifaceted. On one hand, providing a daily payout that exceeded their salaries would undoubtedly stimulate their enthusiasm. Consequently, they would prioritize this initiative in their minds, relegating the duties of the second cafeteria to a secondary concern. On the other hand, Song Junlin aimed to prevent them from engaging in private endeavors. With 60 yuan monthly, alongside their wages, they could earn as little as 78 yuan or over 100 yuan in total. Thus, the majority would be disinclined to pursue independent work. The less competition there was, the more profit Song Junlin would accrue, sparing him from price wars. He also intended to increase the volume of sales, thereby augmenting profits and the amount distributed to these individuals. He believed that with such monetary incentives, they would be unlikely to take the risk of working independently. It is important to note that, in this nascent era of individual entrepreneurship, few dare to relinquish their stable jobs to venture into self-employment. Chapter 16. Expanding scale. After distributing the money and pork to the staff of the second cafeteria, Song Junlin carried 2 pounds of pork into his office. He presented the pork along with a large unity cake to Wei Hongqi and said, "Brother, this is your share. Isn't this a bit excessive?" Wei Hongqi responded, "Didn't we agree on 5 yuan a day?" "Well, previously, we were uncertain about profitability and did not want to make any grand promises. Song Junlin chuckled. His actions were also a reluctant necessity. After all, Wei Hongqi was the head of the second cafeteria, and if he were to offer insufficient compensation, it might jeopardize his ability to collaborate with the staff in the future, which would be a significant loss. If he were to operate independently, producing a few hundred servings of cold noodles and meat sandwiches daily would be exhausting. In contrast, working alongside the second cafeteria staff could yield thousands of servings, which was far more manageable. Sacrificing substantial profits for trivial gains was not his intention. As for resigning outright and hiring workers, Song Junlin dared not entertain such thoughts. Although individual entrepreneurship had recently been permitted, hiring employees remained a sensitive issue. In May of 1981, an authoritative newspaper published an article titled A Debate on Contracting Fish Ponds. This article ultimately drew a pivotal conclusion from the monumental work of Master Ma Zu, encapsulated in the phrase 7 up, 8 down. According to this conclusion, if the number of individuals involved is below 8, they are merely helpers and not considered exploitative. However, 8 or more individuals are deemed hired laborers, which implies exploitation. Individuals such as the foolish melon seed vendor and the 8 kings of Yunzhou found themselves in dire straits due to their excessive hiring of laborers, coupled with speculative practices that netted them hundreds of thousands, leading to their immediate arrest and subsequent acquittal. While external hiring was prohibited, it was permissible within the confines of the second canteen. Previously, Song Junlin had mentioned to Wei Hongqi that he intended to operate under the banner of the second canteen, proclaiming it a collective enterprise. Since it was a collective enterprise, there was naturally no concern regarding the issue of excessive hired laborers. This also elucidated why Song Junlin was reluctant to resign. He needed to maintain the guise of the collective to ensure his stability. Having left the office, Song Junlin carried with him the remaining pound of meat. Upon arriving at the back gate, he walked directly inside. "Uncle Qin, we have established a collective enterprise at the second canteen," he announced, handing over the meat and a single yuan. "This pound of meat and 1 yuan represent today's dividends of our collective enterprise. As long as it remains profitable, there will be daily dividends for everyone." "Dividends in addition to wages?" Old Qin inquired with a smile. "That's splendid. It seems we will have good days ahead." After delivering the items to Old Qin, Song Junlin returned to the canteen, where he remained until the end of his shift before cycling away. "Today is a truly joyous day for us common folk," Song Junlin sang happily as he pedaled along. It is noteworthy that after deducting the costs of purchased goods and the dividends shared with others, he still had 135 yuan left, a substantial sum in 1981 and merely a day's earnings. Even in later years, many would struggle to earn as much in a single day. Song Junlin was confident that as he continued to expand his operations, his daily earnings would only increase. However, he noted that the quantity sold today was somewhat limited, with many unable to make purchases before supplies ran out. He resolved to request a larger delivery from the Hongxing Brigade. With this thought, he set off towards the outskirts of the city, determined to speak directly with them. After cycling for an hour, he finally arrived at the Hongxing Brigade. Upon entering the compound, he spotted Lu Xiangdong locking the gate. "Secretary Lu," Song Junlin called out. Hearing his voice, Lu Xiangdong turned around, and upon recognizing Song Junlin, he inquired, "Master Song, what brings you here?" He opened the door and invited, "Please, come in and sit. Let us discuss your matters at leisure." No, that's not necessary." Song Junlin waved his hand and began, "Secretary Lu, starting tomorrow, I hope the Hongxing Brigade can provide me with 350 jin of white flour, 110 jin of pork, and additionally, 100 jin of cucumbers." As he spoke, he took out 212 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Lu Xiangdong, saying, "Secretary Lu, this is the payment for tomorrow's goods. I will give it to you in advance." Lu Xiangdong accepted the money, counted it, and replied, "All right, I understand. Very well. I shall take my leave now." Song Junlin nodded and prepared to ride away on his bicycle. Lu Xiangdong invited, "Master Song, why not come home for a meal before you go?" "No, I must return home," Song Junlin replied. With that, he mounted his bicycle and headed towards the village outskirts. Meanwhile, as Song Junlin made his way to the Hongxing Brigade, Guijia arrived at the Song residence. Upon entering, he called out, brother-in-law, are you there?" Hearing his voice, Wang Kaiqin emerged from the room. Upon seeing Guijia, she immediately expressed her displeasure, saying, "Oh, it's you. What brings you here?" "I've come to deliver movie tickets and a letter to my brother-in-law," Guijia replied. "Given how you've hurt my son, "There's no need for those tickets and the letter," Wang Kaiqin coldly responded, turning to re-enter the house. Observing this, Guijia hurried to the front, grasping Wang Kaiqin's arm, and pleaded, "Aunt, I implore you, just let me see my brother-in-law. Your pleas are futile. My son has yet to return," Wang Kaiqin retorted, noticing the doubt on his face. She added sternly, "If you don't believe me, feel free to look for him inside." Hearing this, Guijia had no choice but to release her and wait by the door. His patience stemmed from Guo Lingwei's assurance that delivering the tickets and letter to Song Junlin would earn him a small allowance of 1 yuan. At that time, an ice pop cost merely 4 cents, and a creamy ice cream was 8. 1 yuan was indeed a considerable sum for pocket money. Unfortunately, he waited outside for an hour and a half without any sign of Song Junlin's return. Ultimately, he had to leave in disappointment. On his way home, he kicked over a basket someone had placed at the door, cursing under his breath, "Damn you, Song, how dare you not come home, making me miss out on my yuan. If you dare to return, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Upon arriving home, Guo Lingwei and Yang Tsuhua hurriedly called for Guijia, asking, "So, how did it go, Jijia? Were the tickets and letter delivered?" "No," Guijia shook his head. "Song wasn't home. I waited for him for an hour and a half, but he never returned. Not home." Upon hearing this, the two women frowned. They could not fathom where Song Junlin could have gone at such a late hour. Chapter 17. Opportunity. That night, Song Junlin returned home. After placing his bicycle down, he did not even wash up. Instead, he collapsed into a chair inside the house. Wang Kaiqin immediately inquired, "I say, error, where have you been?" "I just made a trip to the Hongxing Brigade," Song Junlin replied weakly. Wang Kaiqin poured a cup of water for him and asked, "What took you so far?" Song Junlin casually remarked, "The second canteen is currently developing collective enterprises, and my senior brother asked me to oversee it. All the flour, meat, and vegetables need to be purchased from the commune." He refrained from revealing the truth to his mother, primarily out of concern that she would disapprove. After all, in this day and age, a staggering 99% of the population believes that a stable job is the only legitimate path. Anyone engaged in private business, regardless of their earnings surpassing those of workers, would still face disdain. Despite the wealth of those with 10,000 or even 100,000 yuan, their social standing remains inferior to that of workers and salespeople with iron rice bowls. "Is that so?" Wang Kaiqin nodded and continued, "Have you eaten? If not, I can warm up some food for you." "I haven't eaten yet," Song Junlin replied after taking a sip of water. "Sit tight, I'll heat up your meal," Wang Kaiqin said before heading to the kitchen. Before long, she placed 2 enamel bowls on the table, one containing soup and the other some slightly yellowed steamed buns. "Thank you, Mom," Song Junlin hastily expressed as he began to devour the food. Seeing this, Wang Kaiqin couldn't help but chuckle. "Eat slowly, take your time." Suddenly recalling the events of the afternoon, she said, "Junlin, this afternoon, the 4th from the Guo family came to deliver movie tickets and a letter for you." "Movie tickets and a letter?" Song Junlin asked. "Mom, you didn't take them, did you?" Wang Kaiqin shook her head and replied, "No, I didn't." "Good. It's for the best," Song Junlin said nonchalantly. In his previous life, after being scolded for seeing Guo Lingwei washing her hair, he had run off to stay with Wang Qingsong for a few days, drinking heavily and missing out on the movie tickets and letter. During his absence, the 3rd from the Guo family, Guo Zhihua, had given the tickets to their instructor, claiming he would introduce Guo Lingwei to him and take her to see a film. What was most absurd was that Guo Lingwei, a married woman, actually went to the movies with him, ostensibly for her brother's future. Had it not been for someone from the second canteen, who happened to be watching a film on a blind date and spotted Guo Lingwei, Song Junlin might have been deceived by her for a lifetime. "In my past life, I was truly blinded by folly to have been attracted to such a woman," Song Junlin thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. "However, this time presents an opportunity. I refuse to believe you can remain unscathed if I catch you in the act." He had resolved to stake out the cinema in the coming days. As long as one can catch Guo Lingwei in the company of another man at the cinema, it is certain that the latter must part ways, even if reluctant. Although this may tarnish Song Junlin's reputation, it is far preferable to the whispers of those who might say he abandoned his loyal wife for wealth. The following day, Song Junlin arose early to prepare breakfast. After his meal, he mounted his trusty bicycle and made his way to the second canteen. Upon arrival, he witnessed the workers unloading supplies from a tractor belonging to the Hongxing Brigade. The personnel of the second canteen had already tasted the fruits of their labor, moving flour. meat, and cucumbers into the kitchen without needing his call for assistance, thus sparing him considerable effort. After securing his bicycle, Song Junlin entered the kitchen and joined the workers in their tasks. Following a day filled with labor, he led 4 individuals from the canteen to the steel mill. His presence was not due to a lack of trust in them, but rather a concern regarding their potentially poor demeanor. If their attitude incited conflict with the laborers, it could jeopardize their sales of cold noodles. Not long after they set up their makeshift stall, the workers finished their shifts, and those who had purchased cold noodles the previous day flocked to the stand. The crowd was evidently larger than the day before. Some had missed out on the delicacy yesterday, and had it not been for Song Junlin's earlier trip to the Hongxing Brigade, even more would have been disappointed. In no time, they sold all 200 servings of cold noodles, and the mung bean soup, which was doubled in quantity from the previous day, also sold out completely. They even managed to sell 376 meat sandwiches. The surge in popularity can be attributed to the delightful taste of the cold noodles, which offered a refreshing respite, and the scarcity of entertainment options at the time, leaving the workers with few topics of conversation. This prompted those who had tasted the cold noodles to extol their virtues to those who had not, igniting a curiosity among the uninitiated. After closing the stall, the group proceeded to Dongfeng Square to sell the remaining meat sandwiches. On their return journey, Chef Chi from the second canteen expressed his astonishment, remarking that he never anticipated that these 2 delicacies from Shaanxi province could be so profitable. Although he was uncertain of the exact earnings, he estimated them to be no less than 500 yuan, a sum he had not earned in an entire year. The current sales are largely due to the novelty of the offerings, coupled with the sweltering heat of the season. Song Junlin spoke. In a couple of days, once the initial curiosity wanes, sales will undoubtedly decline. After all, not many can afford to indulge every day, and as the weather cools, the number of buyers will diminish significantly. His companions nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning quite persuasive. However, they recognized that even if they only matched yesterday's sales, it would still amount to a considerable sum. Faced with such a lucrative opportunity, it was impossible not to feel tempted. Yet, despite their desire, they were unable to replicate Song Junlin's business model. Their relationship with Wei Hongqi was not as strong as his, and without his support, they couldn't operate in the second cafeteria. Moreover, given that Song Junlin had already established himself, any attempts to enter the market would likely result in derision. It was crucial to note that their skills in making cold noodles were derived from Song Junlin. The only alternative would be to resign and set up a stall selling cold noodles and meat sandwiches, but this would inevitably cost them their stable jobs, a risk they were reluctant to take. Chapter 18. Sister, you wouldn't want me to miss the headlines, would you? Upon returning to the second cafeteria, Song Junlin gathered everyone once more. Due to today's remarkable surge in sales, I will distribute 3 yuan to each of you. He continued, I will call out names, and those mentioned may come forward to collect their money. A cheer erupted at his words. Everyone was elated. This meant each person's earnings would rise from 60 yuan to 90. Coupled with their salaries from the second cafeteria, they could each make over 100 yuan a month. Some of the master chefs could even earn more than 150 yuan monthly. Song Junlin counted out 3 yuan and called Jiang Xuanzhu. Here, master. Jiang Xuanzhu rushed forward. Master Xian, Master Su. Before long, the distribution of today's earnings was complete. Naturally, Song Junlin also remembered Wei Hongqi and Old Qin. After dispersing the money, he calculated his earnings for the day. He sold 200 cold noodles, 550 meat sandwiches, and 4 buckets of mung bean soup, totaling 560 yuan in sales. His costs amounted to 212 yuan, with a share of 68 yuan owed to the second cafeteria. Consequently, he retained a net profit of 280 yuan. At this pace, earning 280 yuan a day would translate to 400 yuan a month, which felt rather sluggish for him. While this sum might be substantial for an average person, it was rather meager in his eyes. After all, in 1975, the glass magnate, Boss Zhao, had savings exceeding 50,000 yuan. Presently, the annual revenue of Shaanxi watermelon seeds and the assets of the 8 kings of Yunzhu had already surpassed 1 million. Song Junlin, lacking a connection to obtain a loan, found himself compelled to establish a factory and pursue a business venture. However, the mere sum of 400 yuan was but a drop in the bucket. Even after 3 months of toil, his earnings would still fall short. Shaking his head, Song Junlin mused that there was no need for urgency. In this age brimming with opportunities, the prospect of earning money was not a cause for concern. Zhuzi Dazhuang, come here for a moment. He called to his two apprentices after finishing work. What is it, master? What do you need? Jiang Xuanzhu and Ning Dazhuang hurried over. Song Junlin beckoned them aside and spoke in a hushed tone. I have a challenging task that requires your execution. Jiang Xuanzhu, thumping his chest, replied, Master, rest assured. We will accomplish any task you assign to us, no matter how difficult. Then, with curiosity, he inquired, Master, may I ask what you need us to do? Surveying their surroundings, Song Junlin instructed the two, from today onward, I need you to keep watch at the cinema entrance each evening. If you spot Guo Lingwei accompanied by any man while watching a movie, you must inform me immediately. He added, this matter must remain confidential. It is crucial that it does not leak. Yes, master, they both affirmed. Exchanging glances, they contemplated the implications of Song Junlin's words. Was their master's wife being unfaithful? The thought ignited their anger. Having been under Song Junlin's care for many years, they had come to regard him as family. Witnessing his potential betrayal stirred their indignation deeply. Meanwhile, Guo Zhihua, who had been waiting at the alley entrance after school, finally spotted Guo Lingwei returning from work. Upon seeing him, Guo Lingwei inquired, Zhihua, why aren't you going home? What brings you here? Elder sister, I need to discuss something with you, Guo Zhihua responded. Zhihua, are you seeking me out for money? Guo Lingwei asked, her brow furrowing. No, sister, I don't need money, Guo Zhihua shook his head. Recently, our school organized a drill competition, and I was selected for the honor guard. However, my position is rather far back. If you could assist me, I would be positioned in the front row, where I could be featured in the newspaper. Featured in the newspaper? Guo Lingwei exclaimed. If I can help, I will certainly do so. Sister, that is a promise you made. Guo Zhihua pressed on. I need you to watch a movie with our instructor. He said that if you accompany him to a film, he would arrange for me to be in the front row. What? You want me to watch a movie with your instructor? Guo Lingwei responded, her temper flaring. I am a married woman. I cannot go to the cinema with another man. This is not something I can agree to. Certainly, her refusal was not born out of love for Song Junlin, but rather from a concern about the potential gossip that might arise should others discover the truth. Furthermore, in these times, there are indeed laws against misconduct. If caught, one might even face dire consequences. Sister, you cannot go back on your word. You just promised me, Guo Zhihua exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Guo Lingwei shook her head and replied, Zhihua, I am amenable to many things, but this matter is truly out of the question. Seeing that her resolute stance could not be swayed, Guo Zhihua adopted a pitiful expression, pleading with her, Sister, you wouldn't want me to miss my chance at being featured in the newspaper, would you? If I let this opportunity slip by, I may never have a chance again. Upon witnessing her brother's desperate demeanor, Guo Lingwei found herself wavering. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed and said, Very well, I shall grant you this one request, but there shall be no next time. Sister, after dinner, you must go. With that, Guo Zhihua hastily departed. Chapter 19. A clandestine encounter? As night fell, Jiang Xuanzhu and Ning Dazhuang stood outside the cinema, their eyes fixed on the throngs of passers-by. Before long, they spotted Guo Lingwei approaching in the company of a man clad in a green military uniform. Ning Dazhuang, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Zhuzi, should we confront him? Jiang Xuanzhu quickly cautioned, Dazhuang, do you not recall what our master instructed? We must not act recklessly. He then patted Ning Dazhuang on the back, adding, Hasten to inform our master while I remain here to keep watch. He had intended to relay the message himself, but fearing that Ning Dazhuang's impulsiveness might lead to exposure, he opted otherwise. All right, I shall notify the master, Ning Dazhuang replied, mounting his bicycle and heading towards the Song residence. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Song household, leaning his bicycle against the wall before dashing inside. At that moment, Song Junlin was engaged in conversation with his family. Upon seeing the visitor, he addressed his mother and elder brother, saying, I have matters to attend to, before stepping outside. In the courtyard, he inquired, Dazhuang, have you discovered anything? Yes, master, Ning Dazhuang nodded, explaining, just now. Zhuzi and I saw her enter the cinema with a man in a green military uniform, so I hurried to inform you. Excellent, let us go? With that, Song Junlin retrieved his bicycle, and the two of them pedaled swiftly toward the cinema. Upon reaching the cinema entrance, Song Junlin immediately spotted Jiang Xuanzhu waiting there. He dismounted and asked, What news, Zhuzi? Have they entered? They have, Jiang Xuanzhu confirmed with a nod. Then, Song Junlin said, "You two may return home for now." "Master, can you handle them alone? Is it really the time for a duel, master?" The two exclaimed, shaking their heads in disbelief. Song Junlin rolled his eyes and retorted, "What are you talking about? I'm not here to fight." As a reincarnator, he was well aware that there had been no prior interaction between Guo Lingwei and that instructor. In fact, this evening marked their first encounter. To put it plainly, the instructor had been misled by Guo Zhihua and was completely unaware that Guo Lingwei was already married. Had he known the truth, he would have never dared to approach her. After all, in this day and age, anyone daring enough to pursue a married woman would face dire consequences. Song Junlin shot a glare at the two and insisted, "Are you both ignoring my words? Let us go." Left with no choice, the two complied and departed. As he watched them vanish from sight, Song Junlin then purchased a ticket and entered the cinema. Upon his arrival, the screening room was brightly lit, indicating that the film had yet to commence, which conveniently allowed him to search for his target. Positioned at the highest point in the back, Song Junlin scanned the crowd below. Soon enough, amidst a sea of blue, gray, black, and green, he fixated on a woman clad in a crisp, light blue shirt. He approached, and indeed, it was Guo Lingwei. As he neared, he noticed her engaged in a hushed conversation with a man in green military attire. "Guo Lingwei, come here," he bellowed. At the sound of his voice, Guo Lingwei immediately froze, her complexion draining of color. She never anticipated that while watching a movie with another man, she would be caught by Song Junlin. With her husband already intending to divorce her, being caught in this situation seemed to seal her fate. However, the thought of her family's struggles weighed heavily on her mind, prompting her to attempt an explanation. Turning to him, she pleaded, "Junlin, it's not what you think. Let me explain." "Explain what?" Song Junlin interrupted, gesturing toward the exit. "Get out now." At that moment, Guo Zhihua's instructor stood up, coldly interjecting, "Who do you think you are?" "I am her legally recognized husband," Song Junlin replied nonchalantly. "Husband?" The instructor's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Guo Lingwei. "Guo, are you trying to get me killed? You're married, and yet here you are on a date?" A collective gasp spread through the crowd, shocked at the revelation of such a shameless woman among them. The glances directed at Guo Lingwei shifted dramatically, and whispers began to circulate. Overwhelmed by the sudden scrutiny, Guo Lingwei felt her body sway. In that moment, thoughts of despair flooded her mind. Yet with an entire family depending on her, she knew she could not succumb to such thoughts. Immediately, she covered her face and dashed out of the cinema at the fastest pace. Observing this, Song Junlin followed closely behind. Upon reaching the exterior of the cinema, Guo Lingwei embraced Song Junlin tightly, exclaiming, "Junlin, I was wrong. It truly isn't as you think. Please don't divorce me." After a moment, she added, "Junlin, as long as you don't divorce me, I will consummate our marriage tonight." Song Junlin forcefully pushed Guo Lingwei away, his voice icy as he retorted, "Guo Lingwei, you disgust me. Previously, you wouldn't even allow me to touch you, but now you realize my significance and are willing to do anything." Pausing for effect, he continued, "I have come to see your true nature. This marriage must end." Guo Lingwei gazed at Song Junlin with a face full of grievance and pleaded, "Junlin, are you trying to drive me to despair? Are you threatening to make me take my own life?" Song Junlin scoffed, "Do you dare to die? If you were to die, could your family endure?" Upon hearing this, Guo Lingwei immediately wilted. She indeed did not have the courage to end her life. Chapter 20. A stranger moments later, Song Junlin brought Guo Lingwei to the Guo residence. As soon as they stepped inside, Guo Zhijia, lost in thought, spotted them and exclaimed, "Sister, brother-in-law, you're back." Upon hearing this, Guo Zhihua's expression darkened. Ordinarily, his sister Guo Lingwei should have been at the cinema with her instructor. Yet she had returned with Song Junlin instead. Clearly, something had transpired that he was unaware of, and the outcome would inevitably prevent him from standing at the front of the honor guard or appearing in the newspaper. In such circumstances, he naturally harbored disdain for Song Junlin. Guo Lingyu, on the other hand, wore a blank expression, evidently harboring no fondness for Song Junlin either. Only Yang Suehua greeted them with a beaming smile, saying, "Junlin has returned. Come sit here." Without any preamble, Song Junlin stated, "I have returned with the intention of divorcing." Upon hearing his words, Yang Suehua was struck as if by lightning, momentarily stunned. For her, the divorce of Song Junlin and Guo Lingwei was the last thing she wished to witness. Should they part ways, Guo Lingwei, a mere temporary worker, would be incapable of supporting the entire Guo family. Quickly regaining her composure, Yang Cuihua began to offer her counsel. Junlin, your journey with Ling Wei has not been easy. Must you truly part ways? Song Junlin coldly inquired. Auntie, I'll refrain from discussing past matters. Do you know what I witnessed today? Yang Cuihua eagerly pressed. What did you see? Tonight, my apprentice suddenly rushed to my home, claiming to have seen your daughter at the cinema with another man. When I arrived, I discovered that it was indeed true. She was at the movies with another man. Song Junlin, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Madam, is this truly your daughter? After over a year of marriage, she refuses even the slightest physical contact with me. I merely witnessed her washing her hair and was labeled a rogue. Yet here she is, accompanying another man to the movies. He then inquired, Pray tell, should I proceed with the divorce? Ling Wei, is this veracity? Upon hearing Song Junlin's words, Yang Cuihua trembled with fury. She could hardly fathom that, at such a critical juncture in her daughter's marriage, she would dare to attend a film with another man. With a sudden thud, Guo Lingwei fell to her knees, weeping, Mother, it is true, but I have never engaged in any disgraceful conduct or wronged Junlin. Alas, Yang Cuihua was utterly disheartened. With a heavy sigh and a bitter expression, she replied, Junlin, it is my family's shortcoming towards you. Tomorrow, I shall ensure that Lingwei divorces you. With that, Yang Cuihua resolved to leave. Song Junlin concluded his statement and departed without a backward glance, trusting that the matter would indeed lead to Lingwei's divorce. Once he had left, Yang Cuihua, filled with disappointment, reproached, Lingwei, why did you go to the movies with another man? Guo Lingwei opened her mouth but hesitated to reveal the truth, for if the reality were disclosed, Guo Zhihua would undoubtedly face repercussions. So, my eyes are blind, and you no longer heed my words? Yang Cuihua, exasperated, slapped herself across the face. The sound echoed through the room, prompting Guo Lingwei to confess. Zhihua approached me, claiming that if I accompanied him to a movie with his instructor, I would secure a position in the front row of the honor guard, thus appearing in the newspaper. I thought that Zhihua's exposure would aid his future, and considering I had never done much for my younger siblings, I acquiesced. Little did I know, Junlin's apprentice would witness us. Yang Cuihua, upon hearing this, erupted in rage. Zhihua kneel. With trembling hands, she pointed ahead and admonished, Lingwei, you are exceedingly foolish. Do you not realize that Zhihua is immature? Rather than contemplating how to mend your relationship, you dare to go to the movies with another man while on the brink of divorce. At that moment, Guo Lingyu interjected. Mother, my sister merely went to see a film with someone else. She has not sinned against that esteemed Song. Is such a response truly warranted? Young couples embrace and dance together in the square daily. Lingyu, I have yet to address you regarding the previous incident. You too shall kneel. Yang Cuihua declared. Were it not for your deliberate insinuation that Junlin was a rogue, leading to his beating, none of this would have transpired. Our family's current predicament is a direct consequence of Song Junlin's actions. Guo Lingyu retorted directly. If it weren't for Song Junlin, would my sister have given up her opportunity to attend university and instead work as a mere temporary laborer at the factory? Yang Cuihua sighed softly. If your sister hadn't gone to work in the factory to earn money, who would support our entire family? My sister has simply resigned herself to a life of mediocrity. Guo Lingyu insisted stubbornly. Had my sister persisted in her studies, Wang Guangpu's family would not have hindered their relationship. His parents are cadres, with ample resources. Even a mere trickle from their fingers would suffice to sustain our family. Slap. Upon hearing Guo Lingyu's evasive arguments, Yang Cuihua struck herself once more. She realized her profound error. The child she perceived as obedient and well-behaved revealed a starkly different and unfamiliar visage that chilled her heart. Chapter 21. Divorced the following day. Guo Lingwei arrived early at the factory leadership's office. The door was ajar, and a plump woman was seated inside, sipping tea and perusing the newspaper. Knock, knock, knock. Guo Lingwei tapped gently on the door. The plump woman glanced sideways and said nonchalantly, "Come in." Guo Lingwei entered the office, opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated. The woman set down the newspaper and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Leader, I would like to request a divorce introduction letter," Guo Lingwei replied in a hushed tone. "You wish to divorce?" The plump woman paused momentarily before asking, "Why do you want a divorce?" "The relationship has soured." Guo Lingwei refrained from divulging the complete truth. "Soured?" The plump woman furrowed her brow and remarked, "You young people are forever entangled in love. Such sentiments are mere trifles of the petty bourgeoisie. Manifestations of capitalist decay, utterly unacceptable. I cannot approve this." Guo Lingwei persisted, "Leader, I must divorce. Please issue me the introduction letter." The plump woman scrutinized Guo Lingwei and asked, "Why must you divorce? What is your reasoning? Has your husband mistreated you? Or has he bullied you in some way? If that is the case, bring him here, and I shall counsel him. If he dares to mistreat you again, our factory will stand by you. However, if it is because of another love, I cannot approve this. Love is a relic of corrupt capitalism." Guo Lingwei gritted her teeth and said, "My husband and I have been married for over a year without children." Though this excuse might tarnish her reputation, it was far preferable to revealing the truth. It was no wonder that upon hearing this legitimate reason, the plump woman nodded and said, "In that case, I will issue you the introduction letter." Although new regulations concerning marriage had been established since 1980, societal norms remained conservative, and in the absence of a valid reason, many leaders would not approve a divorce merely based on emotional discord. After securing the introduction letter, Guo Lingwei also requested a leave of absence before returning home to the Guo family. Upon arriving at the entrance of the alley, she soon spotted Song Junlin waiting for her. "Let us go." Song Junlin glanced at her and promptly pushed his bicycle outward. "Oh," Guo Lingwei sighed softly, trailing behind him. Before long, the two reached the Civil Affairs Bureau. Song Junlin secured his bicycle, retrieved the household registration book, marriage certificate, and introduction letter from the basket. And together with Guo Lingwei, they entered the building. Inside, a considerable number of individuals were already waiting, all there to get married. However, Song Junlin glanced at the sign and made his way to the room designated for divorce proceedings. This action immediately drew attention, for in these times, divorces were exceedingly rare. Among 1,000 couples visiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, there might not even be one seeking to part ways. Feeling the peculiar gazes from the surrounding crowd, Guo Lingwei felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, almost fleeing into the room. Once inside, Song Junlin placed the prepared documents on the table and spoke slowly. "Excuse me, could you assist us in processing our divorce?" The staff member picked up the documents and casually inquired, "What is the reason for the divorce?" "The relationship has irreparably broken down," Guo Lingwei promptly replied. "Irreparably broken down?" The staff member looked at the two and asked, "Is that the only reason? No other valid grounds?" At this, Guo Lingwei fell silent. "We have been married for over a year and have not even consummated our marriage," Song Junlin stated bluntly, showing no regard for Guo Lingwei's feelings. "Ah, you've been married for over a year without consummation?" The staff member regarded Song Junlin with a sympathetic gaze before retrieving 2 forms and handing them to the couple, saying, "Please fill out the divorce agreement." The two took the forms, filled them out swiftly, and returned them. Shortly thereafter, the staff member handed back 2 green divorce certificates. At the moment he received the certificate, Song Junlin felt an unprecedented lightness, as if he had been reborn. Reflecting on his past life, he realized he had always been drained by the Guo family. With this divorce, he no longer had to worry about that and could bid farewell to the past. Meanwhile, Guo Lingwei felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Once considering herself a paragon of beauty, she was now cast aside by one she had previously looked down upon. In an instant, she found herself engulfed in uncertainty about her future. Chapter 22. New clients. The textile factory's affiliated elementary school. In bygone days, state-owned enterprises were akin to a semi-closed world. Beyond the factory, there were employee dormitories, residential complexes, affiliated schools, hospitals, police stations, supply and marketing cooperatives, barbershops, and vegetable markets. Essentially, aside from the city workers, the factory employees and their families could live comfortably within the confines of the factory. On this day, the school's instructor summoned all members of the newly formed honor guard. All present, at ease, stand at attention. He cast his gaze over the crowd, ultimately settling on Guo Zhihua. It was this student who had nearly tarnished his reputation. The instructor squinted slightly and called out, "Guo Zhihua, step forward, take 2 steps ahead." Upon hearing this, Guo Zhihua's expression darkened. He knew his fate was sealed. Nevertheless, he grasped the red tassel spear and stepped out from the front row of the formation. The instructor waved his hand towards the distance and shouted, "Lu Erqing, run over and take over." Soon, a student came sprinting from afar and halted before Guo Zhihua. Lu Erqing was also a member of the same courtyard as the Guo family. It was Lu Erqing's mother who had initially led the charge to accuse Song Junlin of being a rogue. At this moment, Lu Erqing looked at Guo Zhihua before him and could not help but smile. Originally, he had not been selected for the ceremonial team, but today, the instructor unexpectedly approached him, saying he would replace Guo Jihua and take his place in the front row. Being in the front row meant he could appear in the newspaper, which naturally filled him with immense joy. In contrast, Guo Jihua wore a rather grim expression. His glory was about to be snatched away by Lu Erqing. The instructor spoke again. Guo Jihua, hand your spear to Lu Erqing. Upon hearing this, Lu Erqing eagerly extended his arms. Yet Guo Jihua coldly regarded Lu Erqing, making no move. The instructor frowned and commanded, Guo Jihua, follow the order. Guo Jihua clenched his fists and, with a surge of frustration, abruptly thrust the red tassel spear into Lu Erqing's hands. Lu Erqing stepped into formation. The instructor withdrew his gaze from Guo Jihua and addressed the assembly. Students, let us now give a warm round of applause to bid farewell to Guo Jihua. The applause erupted, yet to Guo Jihua's ears, it sounded particularly jarring. He shot a cold glance at the crowd before leaving, teeth clenched. In the afternoon, Song Junlin once again led the third group from the second cafeteria to the steel mill. This time, they brought along 200 servings of cold noodles and 550 meat sandwiches. After work, the steel mill workers immediately gathered around, quickly devouring the cold noodles. Just as they were preparing to pack up, another wave of workers approached from the distance. Although fewer in number than before, they still numbered in the hundreds. A middle-aged woman spoke up, Comrades, are you the ones selling cold noodles? Yes, we are selling cold noodles, Song Junlin nodded, apologetically adding, however, I regret to inform you that today's 200 servings of cold noodles have already sold out. Only meat sandwiches remain. No cold noodles? What are we to do? I promised my son I would buy him cold noodles. Why didn't you make a bit more? Master, our iron tools factory is a bit distant from here. Could you possibly prepare more next time? Upon hearing Song Junlin's words, a lively discussion ensued among the crowd. From their chatter, Song Junlin discerned that they hailed from the nearby iron tools factory. Although the working conditions there were not as harsh as those in the steel mill, they were still far from comfortable. Even in this sweltering summer, they too had to toil in the oppressive heat. Thus, when they learned from the steel mill workers about the refreshing dish of cool noodles, they eagerly anticipated purchasing some. However, to their dismay, they arrived too late, and the cool noodles had already sold out, leaving them quite speechless. I apologize, everyone. Song Junlin could only address the crowd, saying, we were unaware of your purchasing needs and had prepared a limited quantity. After a brief pause, he continued, how about this? Tomorrow, if you all come back, I will ensure that each of you can enjoy the deliciously tangy cool noodles. That sounds good. We shall return tomorrow. A portion of the crowd, having heard Song Junlin's explanation, began to disperse. Meanwhile, others quickly purchased the remaining meat sandwiches, thinking it would be a shame not to buy something else after making the trip. Thus, this time, Song Junlin and his team managed to sell out all their goods without needing to venture to the East Wind Square. Upon returning to the second cafeteria, Song Junlin distributed the wages to his staff before heading out with the remaining funds to the Hongxing Brigade outside the city. In hindsight, he realized that he had been somewhat conservative. Like other factories in Ningzhou, there were still many potential customers to be tapped into. Chapter 23. Method for purchasing cool noodles? The following morning, at the entrance of the second cafeteria, Comrade, here are 316 yuan. Please count it. Song Junlin handed the pre-prepared money to the burly man on the tractor. The previous day, he had made another trip to the Hongxing Brigade to order 400 jin of flour, 150 jin of pork, and 200 jin of cucumbers from Lu Xiangdong. Swish, swish, swish. The man nodded, accepting the money from Song Junlin's hand. Then, he moistened his fingers with saliva and began to count swiftly. Soon, he finished tallying the amount. He smiled at Song Junlin and said, Master Song, it's exactly 316 yuan. Since the transaction is settled, I shall take my leave now. With that, he started the tractor and headed out of the city. After watching the man depart, Song Junlin turned and walked into the second cafeteria. Upon entering the kitchen, he called out to everyone, today, our task is to prepare 2,000 servings of cool noodles and 750 meat sandwiches. Can everyone manage this? Yes. The crowd responded enthusiastically. There was not a single person unwilling. After all, the more they sold, the greater their bonuses would be. If production continued to increase, they could earn an additional 4 or even 5 yuan a day. In this calculation, it appears that they can earn over 120 yuan solely from this venture each month. Coupled with the wages from the second dining hall, their earnings surpass even those of the former 8th level workers. At this rate of income, after 3 months, They would be able to afford a black and white television. Observing his colleagues, who had previously been adept at shirking responsibilities, now brimming with enthusiasm. Song Junlin couldn't help but muse internally. The allure of wealth indeed wields immense power to transform individuals. By afternoon, the team from the second dining hall had prepared 2,000 servings of cold noodles and 750 meat sandwiches. Subsequently, Song Junlin led the fourth group, riding their bicycles towards the steel factory. Upon their arrival, they were surprised to find dozens of people already waiting. "Master, you have finally arrived. We've been waiting for ages. Master, please give me a serving of cold noodles." Upon seeing Song Junlin and his group, the crowd rushed over. From their conversation, he learned that these individuals were workers from the ironworks factory. Song Junlin found this somewhat amusing. He never anticipated that they would leave work early just to enjoy cold noodles. With a smile, he addressed the crowd. "Please, hold on while we set up our stall." At last, the makeshift stall was erected. "Master, I want 1 serving. Give me 2 servings. I'll have a serving of cold noodles and a meat sandwich." The anticipation was palpable as the crowd, eager and armed with cash, clamored for their meals. With 4 stalls operating concurrently, it wasn't long before everyone had purchased their cold noodles. Some, after making their purchases, simply carried their containers away, while others squatted nearby to indulge in their meal. Slurp, slurp. This is delicious. After savoring the delicacies, some workers who initially ordered just 1 serving rushed back for additional portions to take home. Once these patrons departed, the steel factory workers finally finished their shifts. Shortly thereafter, workers from the ironworks, machine tool factory, and other establishments arrived in droves. Thus, after an extensive period of bustling activity, Song Junlin and his team successfully sold out all 2,000 servings of cold noodles and green bean soup, along with 578 meat sandwiches. After tidying up their stall, they prepared to leave. Just then, an unassuming middle-aged man approached. Song Junlin addressed him, "Comrade, we have sold out of cold noodles. If you wish to purchase some, please come back tomorrow." The man shook his head, replying, "I am not here to buy cold noodles." Curious, Song Junlin inquired, "Then what is it you seek?" The middle-aged man gazed at Song Junlin and said, "Master, could you step aside for a moment? I have something I would like to discuss." After a moment of contemplation, Song Junlin nodded, "Very well." As the 2 men distanced themselves, Song Junlin remarked, "All right, let us converse here." The middle-aged man slowly spoke, "Master, I wish to learn how to make cold noodles. I wonder if you could teach me? I am willing to offer you 500 yuan. "No, I have no intention of teaching others," Song Junlin directly declined. What a joke. His sales today could reach 860 yuan, with profits exceeding 400 yuan. Calculating this, he could earn over 10,000 yuan in a month. He certainly did not wish to create a rival for such a trifling sum. "Master, are you afraid I will take away your business?" The man chuckled, adding, "You need not worry, I am not from Ningzhou." As he spoke, he produced a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Song Junlin. "If you doubt me, you may look at this. It is my letter of introduction." Upon examining the letter, Song Junlin discovered that the man was from Shuzhou, which alleviated his suspicions. He also considered that teaching him might not be a bad idea. After all, as long as the man did not set up shop in Ningzhou, there would be no conflict of interest. The middle-aged man continued, "Master, I genuinely wish to learn from you. Would you consider increasing the offer to 1,000 yuan?" Song Junlin shook his head firmly, stating, "A fixed price, 2,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan. The man's brow furrowed as he exclaimed, "Master, that is rather exorbitant." Indeed, the price Song Junlin demanded was quite steep. Most people earned only around 30 yuan a day, and their annual salary totaled just 300 to 400 yuan. Thus, 2,000 yuan was equivalent to 5 to 6 years' wages for them. "Comrade, since you wish to learn how to make cold noodles, I presume you have observed my business for several days?" Song Junlin began, "You have seen the success of my venture. Today, I sold a total of 2,000 servings of cold noodles. At 25 yuan per serving, that amounts to 500 yuan, and that is merely one day's sales. Additionally, we sell meat sandwiches and mung bean soup, which together contribute over 300 yuan in sales. Daily earnings of over 800 yuan translate to over 20,000 yuan a month." Hearing Song Junlin's words, the middle-aged man's eyes brightened with desire. Though he knew that cold noodles were profitable, he had not anticipated such lucrative returns. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Master, I will make one final offer. 1. 500 yuan. If you do not agree, I shall have no choice but to seek knowledge in Qin province. Deal. Instantly, both men wore smiles, clearly satisfied with the transaction. Song Junlin was particularly pleased to earn 500 yuan effortlessly, considering that his entire net worth was currently less than that sum. The middle-aged man was pleased, as he would soon acquire a highly lucrative skill. The reason he chose to invest an additional 1,500 yuan instead of traveling to Qin province for training was primarily due to time constraints. Unlike the well-connected future, transportation in that era relied on steam trains, which were notoriously slow. The round trip from Ningzhou to Qin province would consume several days. Moreover, seeking a master skilled in making liangpi would further delay him. Of course, the words of Song Junlin also played a significant role. The middle-aged man's mind was consumed with the prospect of earning over 800 yuan in a single day. To him, 1,500 yuan merely represented 2 days' earnings. Rather than embarking on a long journey to Qin province, it was far more sensible to invest a bit more in Ningzhou and swiftly master the craft of making liangpi. Chapter 24. Wei Hongqi's request. After agreeing on a time with the middle-aged man, Song Junlin turned and walked toward the crowd at the second dining hall. Upon seeing him, someone immediately inquired, "Master Song, did that man trouble you?" Song Junlin shook his head and replied, "Let us go. We still have some Rujiamo to sell at Dongfeng Square." Thus, the group hurried to Dongfeng Square, where they sold all the Rujiamo before returning to the second dining hall. This time, Song Junlin distributed a bonus of 4 yuan to each person. Although it fell short of expectations, it was still many times higher than their regular wages. It is worth noting that many of them earned less than 1 yuan daily based solely on their salaries. After distributing the money, Jiang Xuanju approached Song Junlin and said, "Master, Director Wei just told me to have you come find him. It seems he has something important to discuss." "All right, I will go see him right away." Song Junlin nodded in acknowledgement. He then made his way to the director's office. Upon entering, Song Junlin placed the prepared 20 yuan on the desk and said, "Brother, this is your share." Wei Hongqi glanced at the money on the desk and smiled. "Junlin, it seems your business is thriving more than ever." Song Junlin humbly replied, "This is entirely thanks to your support, brother, along with the efforts of our comrades. If it were solely up to me, I could never have achieved this." He quickly shifted the conversation. "By the way, brother, I heard from Zhuzi that you were looking for me. Is there something you need to discuss?" "Well," Wei Hongqi began slowly, "today, Director Yao from the Ningzhou Light Industry Bureau called me. He mentioned that he intends to hold his son's wedding at our second dining hall in the near future. While this may not be a grand affair, it is certainly notable. Brother, this is excellent news." Song Junlin exclaimed with a smile. The Light Industry Bureau has its own canteen. Yet Director Yao chooses to host the event here at our second dining hall. This clearly reflects his recognition of both our establishment and your efforts, brother. Upon hearing Song Junlin's words, a triumphant smile emerged on Wei Hongqi's face. He had spent nearly 20 years in the second cafeteria, having long since regarded it as his home. Thus, whenever others acknowledged the second cafeteria, he felt an immense sense of joy. Wei Hongqi, with a beaming smile, remarked, "This indeed affirms the efforts put into the second cafeteria. However, without the expertise of you, Junlin, and your fellow chefs, the cafeteria would not be as thriving as it is today." Song Junlin, patting his chest confidently, replied, "Senior brother, leave this matter to me. I assure you I will handle it well." "Junlin, I truly did not misjudge you," Wei Hongqi said, giving Song Junlin a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "I recently inquired with several other master chefs, yet they all declined, showing no spirit of collective contribution." With a smile, Song Junlin responded, "Senior brother, we are indeed fellow disciples. Who else would I assist if not you?" Suddenly, Wei Hongqi smacked his forehead and inquired, "By the way, junior brother, do you have any knowledge of Sichuan cuisine?" Director Yao, being from Sichuan, specifically mentioned that he wants to host guests with Sichuan dishes. Although I have not cooked Sichuan cuisine myself, Song Junlin explained, "I know someone who does. If you could grant me a few days off, I can learn from him." Wei Hongqi asked, "Would a week be sufficient?" "Yes, that will be ample." Song Junlin nodded affirmatively. "Very well. I shall confirm this arrangement with Director Yao and request him to provide the menu," Wei Hongqi said, proceeding to dial Director Yao's number. "Hello, is this Director Yao? This is Wei Hongqi from the second cafeteria." After a brief conversation, Wei Hongqi handed the prepared menu to Song Junlin, stating, "Junior brother, this task is now yours." Upon completion, I will select you as this year's outstanding employee. Thank you, senior brother. I shall return to prepare, Song Junlin replied. The primary reason he had the audacity to accept this task was that he had accomplished it in a previous life. After reconciling with the Guo family, he had learned Sichuan cuisine to secure Guo Lingwei a formal position in a state-owned enterprise, successfully completing the task. His authentic Sichuan dishes had garnered gratitude from Director Yao and his wife, resulting in a favorable response to his request. Therefore, for him, this task posed no significant challenge. Song Junlin had feigned ignorance to convey the task's complexity to his senior brother, hoping that upon its completion, Wei Hongqi would express even greater gratitude. Although declining Director Yao would not greatly affect Wei Hongqi, he still wished to assist him, as his current business relied heavily on Wei Hongqi's support. In addition to these reasons, Song Junlin took on the task to establish a connection with Director Yao, as his upcoming venture would require the assistance of the director of the Light Industry Bureau. Chapter 25. Arrangements emerging from the director's office. Song Junlin directly sought out his two apprentices. Jiang Xuanju inquired, Master, do you have any instructions for me? Song Junlin responded slowly. My senior brother has assigned me a task, thus I shall require a leave of absence for the next few days. During my absence, I would like you to manage the operations diligently. When the time comes to set up the stall, you will be responsible for collecting the payments and distributing the profits among the staff at the second cafeteria. After a brief pause, he continued, additionally, the Red Star Brigade will deliver flour, pork, and cucumbers every morning, totaling 316 yuan. Please ensure this amount is covered in advance. Upon concluding his instructions, he counted out 316 yuan and handed it to the two individuals. Understood, Master, they both nodded in agreement. Once he had briefed them, Song Junlin began to contemplate the day's earnings. He had sold 2,000 servings of cold noodles, 750 servings of meat sandwiches, and mung bean soup, amassing a total revenue of 860 yuan. After deducting 316 yuan for ingredients, as well as costs for seasonings and profit sharing, he was left with a net profit of 450 yuan. Based on this profit margin, he estimated he could earn approximately 13,500 yuan in a month. In less than a month, he could achieve the status of a 10,000 yuan household, surpassing 99% of the population at that time. It is noteworthy that this refers to the early 1980s, when economists later calculated that 10,000 yuan then would equate to around 2.25 million yuan in contemporary terms. Even in a thriving economy, the majority of individuals would struggle to earn over 10,000 yuan in a month. After a full day's work, Song Junlin rode his bicycle to the guest house near Ningzhou railway station. A middle-aged man who had previously expressed interest in learning to make cold noodles claimed to be residing at this guest house. After securing his bicycle, Song Junlin proceeded inside. Approaching the front desk, he presented a pack of egret cigarettes to the staff and inquired, Hello, comrade. May I ask if there is a guest by the name of Wang Weimin? He is from Jinling. The staff glanced at the cigarettes, accepted them silently, and replied, Please wait a moment. Let me check. Shortly thereafter, the staff nodded and said, Yes, there is such a guest. Would you like me to contact him? That won't be necessary. Thank you, Song Junlin replied, then added, By the way, when did he check in? 4 days ago, the staff answered. After gathering this information, Song Junlin departed. He had come to the guest house to ascertain whether the individual was genuinely from outside the region. After all, letters of introduction could sometimes be forged. If the man had checked in recently, Song Junlin would hesitate to share his knowledge. There is a saying, better safe than sorry. If the man turned out to be a local from Ningzhou, he would unwittingly be creating a competitor for himself. The next day, as he had no work obligations, Song Junlin indulged in a leisurely morning. After completing his morning routine, he returned to the guest house beside the train station. As he arrived at the entrance of the guest house, the middle-aged man, Wang Weimin, was already waiting there. Good morning, Song Junlin greeted, then inquired, Have you had breakfast? I have, Wang Weimin nodded in response. Song Junlin continued, Since you've already eaten, let us proceed directly to my home where I shall teach you how to make cold noodles. With that, he patted the back seat of his bicycle and added, Hop on, let's be off. Before long, the two arrived at the Song residence. Song Junlin halted the bicycle at the entrance and said to Wang Weimin, This is my home. Do come in. As he spoke, he led his companion into the courtyard. However, Song Junlin did not begin the lesson immediately. Wang Weimin asked, Master Song, when shall we start? With a smile, Song Junlin replied, That depends on your sincerity, comrade. Upon hearing this, Wang Weimin understood the implication. He promptly retrieved a stack of money from his pocket, handed it to Song Junlin, and said, "This is the agreed payment. Master Song, please count it." With a swift motion, Song Junlin took the money and began to count it right before Wang Weimin's eyes. After confirming the amount, which was precisely 500 yuan, he warmly declared, "Comrade, I shall begin teaching you now." Entering the kitchen, Song Junlin pointed to a large basin on the floor and said, "This is the dough water I prepared last night. Let us start learning by washing the gluten." Chapter 26. The wedding feast. For several consecutive days, Song Junlin devoted his time to teaching Wang Weimin the art of making cold noodles. With little else on his agenda, he taught diligently, holding nothing back. The process of making cold noodles was quite straightforward, and in just a few days, Wang Weimin had become remarkably proficient. Once he had completed his instruction, Song Junlin returned to the second dining hall to prepare for the wedding of Director Yao's son from the Light Industry Bureau. On the day of the wedding, the staff of the second dining hall arrived early, bustling about, ready to commence their assigned tasks. Some climbed chairs at the front entrance to hang red lanterns, red fabric, and streamers. Others laid red cloth on the gift tables, affixed couplets, and pasted auspicious characters. Meanwhile, additional personnel arranged dried fruits, wedding candies, fruit platters, and tea snacks on the dining tables inside. In contrast, in the kitchen, Song Junlin and several master chefs were seated, enjoying red double happiness cigarettes and sipping tea while engaging in light-hearted conversation. The ingredients were all prepared, and the cold dishes could be served at any moment. They were conserving their energy for later when they would stir-fry. Once the arrangements were complete, Director Yao and his wife arrived in a small car bearing Shanghai license plates. It was worth noting that this vehicle was not allocated to Director Yao, but rather borrowed from the county magistrate. In those times, automobiles were quite rare in the country, and given Director Yao's rank, he was not yet entitled to an official vehicle. After disembarking, the small car set off again to fetch the bride, accompanied by a bus. In the eyes of future generations, such a display might appear woefully modest. However, at that time, it was considered quite an impressive affair. Weddings during that era typically featured either the bride riding a donkey or the groom transporting the bride home on a bicycle. For ordinary individuals, the ability to wed while being chauffeured in an automobile, particularly a sedan, was akin to receiving the same treatment as foreign dignitaries depicted in newspapers. Both the bride and groom resided in Ningzhou, thus it took little time for the car to fetch the bride along with her relatives and friends. As soon as the newlyweds alighted from the vehicle, firecrackers were promptly ignited. The groom donned a brand new navy blue suit. As the price of Western attire was exorbitant at that time and had yet to gain popularity, consequently, individuals typically wore either a people's suit or a Zhongshan suit for weddings. The bride, unlike in later years, did not adorn herself in a pristine white wedding gown or a vibrant red qipao. Instead, she wore a light-colored outfit, with only hints of red visible at the collar and sleeves. This was a result of societal norms that prohibited skirts, qipaos, and other flamboyant garments. Although it was now the fourth year of the reform and opening up policy, societal attitudes remained largely conservative. Upon the arrival of the couple, male guests from the groom's side began to gather at the dining hall, each bearing gifts. In the kitchen of the cafeteria, upon hearing the sound of firecrackers, Master Chef Song Junlin and his colleagues commenced the preparation of dishes. As the director of the Light Industry Bureau, Director Yao had arranged a particularly lavish banquet for his son's wedding. A Sichuan banquet is characterized by 4 cold dishes and 12 hot dishes, with the cold dishes served for casual conversation and the hot dishes marking the official commencement of the feast. The 4 cold dishes included Sichuan cold noodles, bang bang chicken, sweet skin duck, and mouth-watering chicken. The 12 hot dishes featured boiled fish, twice-cooked pork, mapo tofu, fish-flavored shredded pork, spicy rabbit heads, spicy chicken, kung pao chicken, red oil garlic sauce elbow meat, steamed base, garlic scallops, lantern shadow beef, and lamb vermicelli soup. It is important to note that this was the early 1980s, and it was individuals like Director Yao who could afford to host such a feast in a state-run cafeteria. Ordinary families would typically manage only a few tables at home, with scant meat dishes, merely for the sake of tradition. Of course, the quality of the dishes was paramount, with taste being the most crucial factor. Originally, Song Junlin was the head chef of the state-run cafeteria and was well regarded in Ningzhou. Having been reborn, his culinary skills had undoubtedly improved. In his previous life, after being laid off, he had worked as a head chef in a five-star hotel, ensuring that the flavors were exceptional. Every guest who attended the banquet at the cafeteria expressed sincere admiration, and by the end of the meal, not a single plate was left with leftovers. As the director of the Light Industry Bureau, Director Yao's guest list included several officials from Ningzhou, including the county magistrate. However, these dishes were devoured completely, a testament to Song Junlin's culinary prowess. The guests were thoroughly satisfied with the fare, and Director Yao's countenance radiated with delight. After bidding farewell to the guests, he and his wife raised a glass of wine, requesting Wei Hongqi to lead them to the kitchen where Song Junlin was found. Wei Hongqi, with a smile, introduced Junlin. Allow me to present to you Director Yao and his esteemed wife. They were exceedingly pleased with the dishes you prepared today and wished to express their gratitude. Song Junlin quickly greeted them. Director Yao, Mrs. Yao, it is a pleasure to meet you. Ha, Chef Song, we truly owe you our thanks. Director Yao exclaimed, extending a wine glass toward him. I raise this glass to you, and you must drink it. Of course, I shall, Song Junlin nodded, accepting the glass and downing it in one gulp. With a smile, Director Yao remarked, it has been many years since I returned to Sichuan, and I never expected to savor authentic Sichuan cuisine in Ningzhou. Chef Song, you have no idea how rare it is to find genuine Sichuan dishes here. Mrs. Yao chimed in, had we known you possessed such culinary skills, we would have certainly dined here daily. You flatter me, Song Junlin replied, scratching his head, somewhat embarrassed. In truth, I have only recently learned Sichuan cuisine. I cannot claim to be an expert. Oh my, that is truly impressive, Mrs. Yao responded, astonished. In her eyes, his skills rivaled those of renowned masters from Sichuan. We are immensely grateful to you. It is remarkable that you took the time to learn Sichuan cuisine for this marriage. Director Yao reflected with a sense of gratitude. Indeed, you have rendered us a significant service. Our elders have always insisted that since our grandson is marrying a bride from outside, the first meal must be Sichuan cuisine. My wife and I have put considerable effort into ensuring this. At this juncture, he signaled to his wife, who promptly produced a red envelope and handed it to Song Junlin. Chef Song, this is our token of appreciation. You must accept it. I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept this envelope. Cooking is my profession. Song Junlin hastily declined. What a jest. He had dedicated his time and effort to orchestrate their son's wedding, not for a mere envelope filled with a few bills. His goal was to establish goodwill for future business dealings, as he needed to procure certain essential items through Director Yao. Therefore, he sought to cultivate a sense of indebtedness rather than accept their monetary gift. Director Yao insisted, this cannot be. If we do not express our gratitude in this manner, our family would feel remiss. For him, resolving matters with a red envelope was preferable to feeling indebted to Song Junlin. Wei Hongqi was undoubtedly supporting his junior disciple. At this moment, he remarked, Director Yao, your presence at our wedding banquet is already a testament to your support for our work. The state has already disbursed our salaries, and it would be inappropriate for you to provide any further assistance. Upon hearing this, Director Yao responded, very well, since that is the case. Should Master Song require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Chapter 27. Refusal of training and future plans after the wedding of the son of Director Yao from the Light Industry Bureau. The daily lives of the staff at the second canteen resumed their usual rhythm. Song Junlin continued his routine of going to work, preparing cold noodles and meat sandwiches, and subsequently joining his colleagues from the second canteen in setting up stalls. One morning, Song Junlin was summoned to the office by Wei Hongqi. Upon entering, he inquired, Senior brother, may I ask what brings me here? I hope it's not another director wishing to hold a wedding at the second canteen. Not at all. Wei Hongqi chuckled. The reason I called you here is to discuss an exceptional opportunity. An exceptional opportunity? Song Junlin asked, puzzled. What sort of opportunity? Since the onset of the reform and opening up policy, the influx of foreign guests and compatriots from Hong Kong and Macau had significantly increased. Wei Hongqi elaborated, our Jiangdong province, being adjacent to the sea, frequently welcomes foreign visitors and compatriots from Hong Kong and Macau. Thus, in order to cater to their tastes, the provincial government has established a chef training program to train chefs from various regions. At this point, Wei Hongqi opened a drawer, retrieving a form and handing it to Song Junlin, stating, each canteen in Ningzhou is to select one participant, and I intend to recommend you, the finest chef from the second canteen, for training in the provincial capital. In response, Song Junlin shook his head and said, Senior brother, I cannot accept this opportunity. You should pass it on to someone else. Junlin, do you comprehend what this training signifies? Wei Hongqi, noticing his junior's nonchalance, began to explain earnestly. The chefs in this program are exceptional, having prepared state banquets in the capital. Once you return from the training, you will immediately receive a rating and a pay increase. Were it not for your status as my junior brother and the merit you recently earned for the second canteen, I would not consider offering you such a rare opportunity that others would covet. Song Junlin understood that his senior brother had the best intentions. Yet he had no plans to remain at the second canteen beyond this year, and thus saw no need to invest time in attending a training program. However, he did not wish to disclose his intentions of resigning just yet. After a moment of thought, he replied, Senior brother, our cold noodle business at the second canteen has just begun to gain traction. How can I abandon it to go to the provincial capital? I suggest you seek someone else. You are truly missing a golden opportunity. Wei Hongqi expressed his disappointment, saying, I understand that you may not regard the meager salary increase as significant, but this evaluation is of utmost importance. If you attend the training in a few years, when I retire, you could ascend to the position of head of the second cafeteria. Brother, I appreciate your concern, but I must decline your offer this time. Song Junlin replied, shaking his head. He was aware that by next year, the second cafeteria would undergo reforms, eventually leading to Wei Hongqi taking over its operations. After a few years of management, the cafeteria would inevitably close, leaving them, once secure in their positions, unemployed. If he were not a reborn individual, he would have followed this path without question. However, armed with foresight, he resolved not to tread that road any longer. Very well, Wei Hongqi said, noticing that his advice fell on deaf ears. He waved his hand dismissively and instructed, Go fetch old Qi for me. Upon leaving the director's office, Song Junlin felt a twinge of nostalgia. In both his past life and this one, he had never participated in the chef training program. Previously, he had intended to enroll. But after successfully organizing a wedding banquet for Director Yao with the latter's assistance, Guo Lingwei not only secured a formal position, but was also promoted to a cadre at the textile factory. With Director Yao's support, the factory arranged for Guo Lingwei to undertake a business trip to Hangzhou. Given their circumstances, it was impossible for both of them to attend. Someone had to remain at home to support the family. Ultimately, to allow Guo Lingwei to seize this opportunity, Song Junlin sacrificed his chance. In his previous life, he had consistently placed the family's needs above his own. In this life, despite his divorce from Guo Lingwei, he no longer felt obligated to consider the Guo family's interests. Yet, in his pursuit to become a trailblazer of his era, he dismissed the notion of a salary increase tied to evaluations. Thus, even in declining, he felt no regret as he had in his past life. After all, as a reborn individual, he believed that the time spent on training could be better utilized to amass wealth. Only by accumulating sufficient riches could he truly embark on a path to substantial earnings. Furthermore, he planned to journey south soon, a crucial move he could not afford to miss, leaving no time for a culinary course. If he executed this strategy correctly, he could potentially earn a significant sum. Chapter 28. Guo Lingyu's resentment. Lingyu, let us go dance at Dongfeng Square. On this day, shortly after school, Guo Lingyu was approached by a male classmate. Though he was not tall or particularly handsome, he donned fashionable attire and wore a watch on his wrist, indicating that he came from a relatively affluent family. Guo Lingyu cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, Yang Wei Guang, I must return home, so I cannot join you. Hey, wait. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Weiguang promptly remarked, Lingyu, did you not express a desire for a pair of bell-bottom trousers? If you accompany me for a dance, I shall purchase a pair for you. Hearing his words, Guo Lingyu immediately halted her steps and replied, Yang Weiguang, you must remember this promise, no backing out. Rest assured, I, Yang Weiguang, am a man of my word, he declared, thumping his chest with confidence. This was Guo Lingyu, ever vain and pragmatic. As long as sufficient benefits were offered, she had no qualms about allowing male classmates to take advantage of her, regardless of their stature or looks. In no time, Guo Lingyu found herself on the back of Yang Weiguang's bicycle, arriving at Dongfeng Square. Upon their arrival, they stumbled upon Song Junlin and others setting up stalls. Observing the stylishly dressed youths congregating, Guo Lingyu could not help but inquire, what is happening over there? Why are they all gathered? Yang Weiguang elaborated. For the past fortnight, vendors have frequently set up stalls here to sell rujiamo, a popular snack. These people are surely here to indulge in it. Rujiamo? Guo Lingyu asked, perplexed. It is a delicacy from Shaanxi province, Yang Weiguang explained. In essence, it consists of a flatbread sliced open and filled with braised meat. The flavor is simply exquisite. As he continued, his enthusiasm grew. It is so delicious that despite being priced at merely 40 cents each, they sell 200 to 300 daily. With that, he urged, "Come, Lingyu, let us buy a few to taste." The thought of meat-stuffed flatbreads made Guo Lingyu's mouth water involuntarily. Ever since she had covertly schemed to have Song Junlin beaten by the residents of the communal courtyard, she had not savored a single meal of meat. Her sister was now merely a temporary worker, and with her meager earnings of less than 20 yuan, it was a struggle to make ends meet, leaving no extra funds for meat. Similarly, flatbreads had become a luxury. In the past, Song Junlin would treat them to flatbreads, fried dough, or sweet fried cakes several times a month. However, it had now been over half a month since her last indulgence. While she felt a tinge of regret, it was overshadowed by resentment towards Song Junlin for not being more accommodating and anger at his divorce from her sister. Although the news of the divorce had not spread widely, Song Junlin's absence from the communal courtyard for the past fortnight had fueled much speculation. Guo Lingyu could sense the shift in the gazes of others toward her family. After securing the bicycle, the two made their way forward. As they approached, Guo Lingyu's expression darkened upon hearing a familiar voice amidst the crowd. "Let me lean on you," she said, gripping Yang Weiguang's shoulder with her right hand before springing upward with determination, her gaze fixed intently at the center of the throng. As she gazed into the distance, her countenance darkened further. The vendor of the meat sandwich was none other than the despicable chef she loathed the most. Particularly, when Guo Lingyu observed the wretched chef laughing with patrons while accepting their bills, a surge of indignation ignited within her. "Aha, Song Junlin. I finally comprehend why you insisted on divorcing my sister. It is because you have found a lucrative venture and no longer wish to endure life with our family." A glint of coldness flashed in Guo Lingyu's eyes as she thought, "Since you have cast us aside, do not expect to live well in the future." With that thought, she turned and departed. Noticing her departure, Yang Weiguang hurriedly followed, perplexed, and inquired, "Hey, Lingyu, why are you leaving? Aren't you going to eat the meat sandwich?" Always obsessed with food, he continued. Guo Lingyu replied coldly, "Yang Weiguang, I must inform you, do not ever mention meat sandwiches to me again. The mere thought disgusts me." The image of Song Junlin clutching a wad of cash filled her with resentment. Achoo! Just as Guo Lingyu exited, Song Junlin, amidst the crowd, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, pondering, "Why did I suddenly sneeze? Am I coming down with a cold?" Guo Lingyu, grinding her teeth, returned home, tossed her backpack aside, and collapsed onto her bed. Noticing her irate demeanor, Guo Lingwei curiously asked, "Lingyu, who has upset you? Who else could it be?" "That wretched Song," Guo Lingyu retorted. Upon hearing this, Guo Lingwei probed further, "You mean Junlin? What has he done to anger you?" "Sister, do you know what I saw today?" Guo Lingyu sat up abruptly, her voice laced with fury. "I saw that old Song peddling meat sandwiches at Dongfeng Square, selling each for 40 cents and managing to sell 200 to 300 daily, over $100. As she spoke, her gaze turned to Guo Lingwei. "Sister, this is the man you insisted on marrying. He has so much meat, yet refuses to share it with us. And he possesses considerable wealth, but is unwilling to spend it on us. Do you still consider him a good person?" "Bah! I always knew that old Song was no good." At that moment, Guo Zhihua also began to curse vehemently. "Enough!" Yang Cuihua slammed her hand on the table and admonished. "This is all the result of your actions. Had you not behaved so excessively, he would not have left our family." Chapter 29, Robbery? After being scolded by Yang Cuihua, Guo Lingyu felt her anger intensify. The next day at school, she directly sought out the local troublemaker from the adjacent class, Xiao Huamao. "It's you, Guo Lingyu," Xiao Huamao remarked, initially curious about who was seeking him, but his eyes brightened upon recognizing her. Although Guo Lingyu's beauty did not rival Guo Lingwei's, she was nonetheless considered quite attractive, ranking among the top in their school. As such a stunning beauty took the initiative to approach him, the little tabby cat was naturally overjoyed. He rubbed his hands together and inquired with a smile, "Lingyu, may I ask what brings you here?" Guo Lingyu responded straightforwardly, "Little tabby cat, I wish to teach someone a lesson. Can you assist me?" "Which one from our school are you referring to?" "I shall promptly give him a lesson." Upon hearing this, the little tabby cat immediately exclaimed, "He is not from our school," Guo Lingyu replied. "I am talking about the one who sets up a stall selling meat sandwiches at Dongfeng Square every day." "Selling meat sandwiches?" The little tabby cat pondered for a moment and asked, I recall there being several people selling meat sandwiches. How can I know which one you mean? It is the one who collects the money, Guolingyu clarified. I ask you, little tabby cat, will you help or not? Since you, Sister Lingyu, have requested my assistance, I shall certainly help, the little tabby cat replied with a smile. However, he continued, but if I assist you, what benefits might I reap? Benefits? What benefits? Guolingyu feigned ignorance. I mean, Sister Lingyu, if I am to help you with such a significant matter, you ought to show some appreciation, the little tabby cat said, his gaze greedily fixed on Guolingyu, adding, how about this? If I successfully accomplish this for you, you agree to date me. What do you say? Little tabby cat. Let us see you succeed first, Guolingyu casually remarked before turning and departing. Watching her retreating figure, the little tabby cat inhaled deeply, as if he could sense her fragrant scent lingering in the air. That very afternoon, as soon as school was dismissed, the little tabby cat hurriedly left campus with a few carefree students, riding their bicycles to Dongfeng Square. They waited there for a while until Song Junlin and his group finally arrived at the square. The little tabby cat and his companions did not immediately take action. After all, this was a public space, and those who danced here were known to be quite unruly. If they were to seek trouble with Song Junlin, they might find themselves on the receiving end of a beating should these dancers decide to intervene. They joined the throng and danced for a while, waiting until Song Junlin and his group finished packing up before following them. On their way back to the second cafeteria, the little tabby cat and his friends obstructed Song Junlin and his group. Observing these young individuals clad in eccentric attire, the cafeteria staff grew tense. Since a large number of educated youth had returned to the city, the security in Ningzhou had significantly declined, and they had often heard tales of theft and robbery. If this group had been composed entirely of burly men, they might not have felt as intimidated. However, there were only 2 men among them, while the remaining 3 were women. This disparity left them at a disadvantage in terms of intimidation. A female employee from the second cafeteria coldly inquired, What do you want? What do we want? The little tabby cat sneered coldly and spoke. I see you all setting up stalls in the square every day. You must be earning quite a bit, right? My brother here is looking to buy a tape recorder. I wonder if you could lend me some cash? His words were laden with menace, although Guolingyu had only intended for him to teach Song Junlin a lesson. The sight of Song Junlin and his companions raking in cash stirred envy within him. He thought, since a confrontation was inevitable, why not seize the opportunity to make a little extra for himself? The prospect of not only associating with Guolingyu, but also pocketing several hundred yuan exhilarated him. Are you out of your mind? Song Junlin retorted angrily. What a joke. In my youth, I was one of the toughest in Ningzhou. Even the older brother of this little tabby wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. How dare this little brat try to extort money from me? Who are you cursing at? Upon hearing Song Junlin's words, the little tabby erupted with rage, shouting, Brothers, take him down. No sooner had he spoken than they abandoned their bicycles and charged at Song Junlin and his companions. Another male master rushed in, asking, Junlin, what should we do? What should we do? Song Junlin replied with a cold smirk, Of course, we fight back. With that, he drew a washing hammer from his bicycle and was the first to charge forward. As a reincarnate, he was well aware of the chaos unfolding, which is why he always carried a washing hammer with him. Additionally, he had prepared several bags of lime powder for self-defense. In this era, the concept of excessive defense had yet to be established. As long as he didn't kill anyone, he could beat down anyone who dared to threaten him without consequence. Of course, these thugs, who had come unarmed, had no need for lime powder. Bang, bang, bang. Song Junlin, already formidable in combat, was even more powerful after his rebirth. Each strike of the washing hammer sent a thug crashing to the ground. Before long, all of them lay sprawled on the ground, their cries of despair filling the air. The people from the second cafeteria were left dumbfounded, unable to believe how swiftly Song Junlin had subdued the thugs. Gazing at the defeated group, Song Junlin coolly instructed, strip them of their pants, bind them up, and send them to the police station. Big brother, please don't send us to the police, they pleaded. Brother, we're still students. Upon hearing Song Junlin's intention to report them, the thugs immediately begged for mercy. Bind them up, he reiterated. He harbored no intention of showing leniency towards these ruffians. As a reincarnate, he was aware that these individuals spent their days fighting and later got expelled from school. That wasn't all. They had even assaulted a young girl. Such scoundrels would naturally not be spared. Immediately, several individuals from the second cafeteria approached, forcibly removing the trousers of the little tabby cat and others to bind their hands. Once they were securely restrained, Song Junlin left 2 female employees to guard the bicycles, then led the others to the police station. Chapter 30. Guolingyu. You have committed an offense throughout the journey. Song Junlin did not hesitate to administer harsh punishment to these individuals, as they resisted going to the police station, constantly attempting to flee. He showed no leniency. Any attempt to escape was met with a beating, and ultimately, none dared to run away again. However, upon reaching the police station, they refused to move. Release me. Help. Help. Murder. Murder. This is an injustice. They cried, sprawled on the ground in a cacophony of pleas. Their raucous shouts quickly drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. What is going on here? Inquired a middle-aged man, clad in a dark blue police uniform and wearing a broad-brimmed hat, as he emerged from the station. Officer, I am the chef from the second cafeteria. Song Junlin introduced himself, explaining, Today, I was cycling to the cafeteria with a few colleagues when these ruffians stopped us, demanding hundreds of dollars. Had we not been formidable, they might have succeeded in robbing us. Robbery? The officer's expression became grave at this revelation. He called out, Xiao Zhao, Xiao Qin, bring these individuals inside. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 young officers rushed out and escorted the little tabby cat and the others into the police station. At that moment, the middle-aged officer said to Song Junlin, Mr. Song, please accompany us to the station to provide a statement. Certainly, officer. Song Junlin nodded and followed the officer inside. Unjust. We never intended to rob anyone. Officer, we are innocent. Upon entering, they heard the little tabby cat leading the cries of innocence. What are you shouting about? The middle-aged officer replied coldly. We will not wrongfully accuse an innocent person, but neither will we allow a guilty one to escape. I hope you will cooperate fully. With that, he instructed the officers to detain and interrogate the little tabby cat and the others separately. He then turned to Song Junlin, saying, Mr. Song, please recount the events as they transpired. Without hesitation, Song Junlin narrated the incident. After completing the statement, the middle-aged officer remarked, Mr. Song, you are free to leave. There is nothing further for you to address. Once Song Junlin and his companions departed, the little tabby cat and the others were also finished with their interrogations. The middle-aged officer reviewed their statements and instructed Xiao Zhao, immediately notify their school and request that the principal come here. Yes, sir. Immediately, Xiao Zhao dialed the principal's office. Upon answering, the principal was so incensed that his nostrils flared. He could hardly believe that during his tenure, such deplorable students could emerge. Such egregious behavior could jeopardize his prospects for advancement. It is worth noting that in the past, school leaders could directly ascend to governmental positions. Before long, the principal led several homeroom teachers to the police station. Upon arrival, he addressed the middle-aged officer, saying, Director Liu, I sincerely apologize for the trouble we have caused you. It turned out that this middle-aged officer was the station chief. Principal Duan, the discipline at your school is utterly lacking. These students have the audacity to commit robbery. Director Liu remarked, casting a glance at the homeroom teachers. He inquired, by the way, who is the homeroom teacher of Guolingyu? This incident was instigated by her, and we must apprehend such a student. One homeroom teacher replied, Director Liu, I will take some people to Guolingyu's home right away. Thus, under the guidance of the homeroom teacher, 2 police officers rode a tricycle to the courtyard where Guo's family resided. At that moment, many residents in the courtyard were chatting casually. Upon entering, the homeroom teacher pointed to one of the rooms and said, Comrade Police, that is Guolingyu's home. Nodding, the 2 officers immediately proceeded towards Guolingyu's residence. This scene instantly attracted the attention of others in the courtyard. They were puzzled as to the purpose of the officers' visit. However, they soon witnessed the police entering Guo's home. Could it be that someone in the Guo family had committed an offense? With this thought, they quickly gathered around Guo's house. Upon entering, one officer asked, Who is Guolingyu? Hearing this, Guolingwei looked up. When she realized that it was 2 police officers, her mind momentarily spun. Who is Guolingyu? The officer repeated, his tone tinged with impatience. Guolingwei collected herself, forcing a smile as she inquired, Comrade Police. I am Lingyu's sister. May I ask what you need her for? The officer responded, Guolingyu incited her classmates to commit robbery. We need to take her in for questioning. What? Lingyu instigated others to rob. Guolingwei immediately exclaimed, Comrade Police, you must have made a mistake. In her recollection, her sister, while occasionally capricious, had always been a well-behaved individual and would never engage in such behavior. Humph. Another officer scoffed. If the criminals have confessed, can we still wrongfully accuse someone? Hearing this, Guo Lingwei looked at her sister with disappointment and asked, Lingyu, is this true? Guo Lingyu, in a state of panic, cried, Sister, I didn't make them rob. I just wanted to teach Big Brother Song a lesson. The officer spoke. Guo Lingyu, please accompany us. No, I don't want to go with them. Guo Lingyu exclaimed in terror, Mom, sister, I don't want to go with them. The proverb states, heaven's sins may be forgiven. Sins of one's own making cannot. Yang Suihua took a deep breath and said to Guo Lingyu, Lingyu, you should go with the police. Seeing her mother say this, Guo Lingyu completely relinquished her resistance. She allowed the officers to place handcuffs on her wrists and escorted her out the door. Witnessing this scene, Erqing's mother whispered to the others, I have always said that the second son is no good. Do you see now that my words have come true? Another woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, Junlin is such a good person, always giving to their family, yet he is bullied every day. Now look, the ones who bullied him have vanished, and their family is finished. After Guo Lingyu was taken away, Guo Lingwei lost all motivation to cook. She abandoned her household chores and hurried towards the Song family. When she arrived, she fortuitously bumped into Song Junlin returning on his bicycle. Guo Lingwei rushed forward and said, Junlin, could you please speak to the police and convince them not to take my sister away? Your sister? The police? Upon hearing this, Song Junlin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the situation. It dawned on him that the individuals who had attempted to rob him were incited by Guo Lingyu. Anger welled up within him. He turned his gaze to Guo Lingwei and coldly remarked, What power do I, a mere trivial person, possess to sway the decisions of the police? With that, he lifted his bicycle and entered his home. To prevent her from entering, he even locked the door from the inside. Chapter 31. Becoming a wealthy individual and taking leave. Good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. That day, the news of Guo Lingyu's arrest by the police circulated throughout the entire street. Due to the severity of her actions, the school promptly expelled her. Meanwhile, Guo Zhihua and Guo Jijia faced discrimination from both teachers and classmates. Song Junlin remained unaware of all this. Even if he had known, it would not have affected him. After all, his primary focus was on earning money. However, the following days were quite tranquil, with nothing noteworthy occurring. After 19 days of rebirth, Song Junlin finally became a wealthy individual. His savings had reached 160 yuan. To the average person, this sum was astronomical, but to Song Junlin, it still felt insufficient. Thus, he continued to work diligently alongside the staff at the second cafeteria for another 6 days, increasing his savings to 860 yuan. Although this amount was still somewhat lacking, with August upon him, Song Junlin decided it was time to take action. On this day, he visited the second cafeteria and sought out Wei Hongqi. Upon entering the office, Song Junlin smiled and said, Senior brother, could you issue me a letter of introduction? Wei Hongqi expressed his surprise. What are you planning this time? Senior brother, I intend to visit Huaqing in Guangdong province, replied Song Junlin. Huaqing? Why would you travel such a distance? Wei Hongqi inquired, puzzled. Song Junlin teased, Senior brother, that's not something you need to worry about. It will ultimately benefit us. Seeing that no further information could be extracted, Wei Hongqi refrained from probing further. Last month, he had accompanied Song Junlin and earned over 600 yuan. So he was naturally reluctant to offend him. After taking leave, Song Junlin summoned his 2 apprentices. He addressed them, in the coming days, I plan to head south to Guangdong province. I wonder which of you would like to accompany me. Let me be clear, this time we are not going for leisure, but rather to endure hardships. We may have to brave the elements along the way. I am willing to go, master, both apprentices eagerly responded. In these times, most people seldom ventured even to the provincial capital, let alone out of the province, so their desire to explore was palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Song Junlin decided, Here's what we'll do. Zhuzi, you stay behind, and Dazhuang will accompany me. Noticing the disappointment on Jiang Xuanzhu's face, he added, Zhuzi, your staying is due to an important task I need to assign you. While I'm away, you will be responsible for safeguarding the funds from selling cold noodles. Pausing briefly, he continued, Moreover, this is not our last opportunity to travel. If you cannot join this time, I will ensure you are selected for the next outing. Upon hearing Song Junlin's words, Jiang Xuanzhu nodded vigorously, Understood, master. I will keep the accounts meticulously. After instructing the 2 Song Junlin mounted his bicycle and headed straight for the mine outside the city. Upon arriving at the mine, he was stopped by the gatekeeper. With a smile, Song Junlin said, "Comrade, could you please contact Section Chief Ho for me? Just tell him Song Junlin is here to see him." "Certainly." The gatekeeper nodded and made a call to the office. After hanging up, the gatekeeper smiled at Song Junlin. "Comrade, Section Chief Ho said he will be right over." A short while later, Section Chief Ho, dressed in official attire, approached. "I never thought you would come to my mine, Song," he exclaimed with a grin. Song Junlin handed over a gift, stating, "Brother Ho, I have matters to discuss with you." "You didn't need to bring a gift for a visit," Ho replied, shaking his head. "Given our relationship, I will certainly assist you as much as I can." Their connection was one forged through circumstance. Initially, it was Ho who sold Guojijia to others at the behest of Yang Zuohua. Song Junlin became acquainted with him when Guo Lingwei sought his help to rescue Guojijia from Ho's clutches. In a fit of rage, Ho, accompanied by a group of miners, stormed the second cafeteria to demand Guojijia's return, even resorting to threats with fake detonators. However, Song Junlin, possessing remarkable courage, was not intimidated. Instead, he ignited the fake detonator. This audacious act left a profound impression on Ho. After a leisurely conversation, Director Ho regarded Song Junlin as a close friend. "Brother Ho, here's the matter," Song Junlin said. "In a few days, I plan to visit Guangdong province and would like to borrow someone who speaks Cantonese. Additionally, as you know, the security situation has been quite precarious in recent years, so I also intend to borrow a few strong men as bodyguards. Rest assured, I shall compensate them generously." Director Ho, hailing from Guangdong, was certain that he had connections to Cantonese speakers. "This is easily arranged. I shall take care of it for you," he assured with a pat on his chest. After all, the mine was state-owned, and a slight decrease in output would not affect him, as he was not engaged in illicit trade of national resources. As noon approached, the miners began to emerge from the depths of the mine. Director Ho turned to Song Junlin and said, "Brother, feel free to choose anyone you like." "Thank you, my friend," Song Junlin replied, ultimately selecting 3 individuals, one of whom was his good friend, Wang Qingsong. Moreover, Director Ho had found a robust man proficient in Cantonese. Once selections were made, Director Ho addressed the 4 individuals. "My brother intends to travel to Guangdong province, and due to certain safety concerns, I require your assistance for the journey. You shall return in a few days, and rest assured, your wages for this period will not be withheld. Should you accompany us, I shall reward each of you with 50 yuan upon your return." Song Junlin inquired with a smile, "What say you? Are you willing to go?" "Absolutely." Wang Qingsong was the first to respond. The others quickly echoed their agreement. There was no reason to decline. On one hand, it was a request from their superior, and on the other, the monetary incentive was considerable. To put it into perspective, they worked tirelessly under hazardous conditions for a meager monthly income of around 100 yuan. However, being offered 50 yuan for just a few days in Guangdong was an opportunity no one would pass up. "All right, freshen up today. We shall depart tomorrow," Song Junlin instructed. He had already arranged for several hard sleeper tickets through a connection at the train station. In those days, trains were still steam-powered and notoriously slow. Traveling in hard seats to Guangdong would be utterly exhausting. As for soft sleepers, those were reserved for the higher-ups, and even with money, individuals like them would never be able to secure such accommodations. Chapter 32, Journey to Guangdong and Purchasing Goods. On August 2nd, Song Junlin, accompanied by his apprentice Ning Dazhuang, friend Wang Qingsong, and 3 other mine employees, boarded the train bound for Huaqing. Apart from Song Junlin, the rest were brimming with excitement. This exuberance was understandable. Despite their stable jobs and relatively higher wages, in those times, only leaders, purchasers, and those visiting relatives ventured far from home. As for those who do not need to seek distant relatives, they would never spend their own money to go out. After all, venturing outdoors incurs expenses. Particularly when it comes to interprovincial travel, an individual would easily spend around 40 to 50 yuan for a round trip. Spending public funds may not evoke feelings of regret, but few can spend their own money without a twinge of discomfort. Of course, any joy derived from such outings is fleeting. The current speed of steam trains is painfully slow. Anyone enduring 3 days aboard such a train would find it unbearable. Upon reaching Huaqing, they did not venture out, but instead transferred to another train, heading towards their true destination. In Guangdong province, there exists a saying, "In the heavens, there is thunder lord, on the ground, there is Luhai Feng." This region has historically been known for its robust and spirited populace. Figures such as the notorious Detective Wu Yi, the valiant Yi Kun Bo Hao, the infamous King of Thieves, and the renowned Ta Zhai all hail from here. As a coastal area in the south, commerce has flourished remarkably since the onset of the reform and opening up policy. This time, Song Junlin's destination is Haifeng in Guangdong Province. Unlike the understated Luhai, Haifeng is often referred to as Little Xiangang. Upon their arrival in Haifeng, the entire party was taken aback by the vibrant scene before them. In Ningzhou, it is a rarity to see individuals clad in floral shirts and bell-bottom trousers. However, here, even those dressed in simple cotton fabric were few and far between. Floral shirts, bell-bottoms, denim jeans, colorful skirts, various stockings, and even mini-don suits. Numerous women not only sported permed hair, but also dyed locks. It is evident that aside from the absence of Caucasians, this place bears a striking resemblance to Xiangang. Thus, in this setting, Song Junlin and his companions appeared quite out of place. Wandering through the streets, Song Junlin eventually halted at a shop. To their astonishment, the store displayed an abundance of color televisions. Witnessing such a sight, their eyes widened in disbelief. It is important to note that in contemporary China, color televisions are exceedingly rare. Despite the fact that the first color TV was produced in our country in 1970, by 1978, the total production had only reached a mere 3,800 units. Last year, the annual output of color televisions barely exceeded 30,000. Given the vast population, such a number is grossly insufficient. In their county of Ningzhou, there were only a few color televisions available. Yet, within this shop, they beheld over 100 color TVs. How could one not be astounded? Song Junlin was somewhat aware of the underlying circumstances. As previously mentioned, the people in this region are audacious and daring. In their pursuit of profit, they often resort to unscrupulous means. Consequently, this area has undergone 3 tumultuous and unique periods: a decade of flooding, a decade of counterfeit currency, and a decade of ice production. At present, this place is experiencing a surge in activity, and naturally, these televisions are part of that influx. However, Song Junlin's visit to Haifeng is not motivated by a desire to purchase these televisions. Although reselling televisions could yield considerable profit, the pace is too sluggish for him due to insufficient capital. Upon his arrival, someone from the store promptly approached him and inquired in Cantonese, "Boss, are you looking to buy a television?" Song Junlin instructed Xiao Lin, who understood Cantonese, to convey, "I do not wish to buy a television, but I am interested in purchasing several toasters. Please ask for the price." Xiao Lin relayed the message in Cantonese. Upon hearing Xiao Lin's words, the individual shook his head and replied, "Sorry, we only sell televisions and tape recorders here." Consequently, Song Junlin and his companions had to depart. They subsequently explored several other stores selling televisions, and ultimately one shop quoted a price of 3,000 yuan per unit. 3,000 yuan. That's exorbitant. We can offer a maximum of 2,000 yuan. Song Junlin instructed Xiao Lin to communicate. The shopkeeper remained resolute, stating, "No, it's 3,000 yuan." Song Junlin then had Xiao Lin propose, "I can go as high as 2,500 yuan. If that doesn't work, I will seek other options." After a moment of contemplation, the shopkeeper ultimately acquiesced to Song Junlin's offer. Thus, Song Junlin left a 500 yuan deposit and secured 4 toasters from the shop, with an agreement to collect them in 2 days. Upon exiting the store, a buoyant Song Junlin led his companions to a clothing store, where he purchased an outfit for each of them. Following this, they sought out a guest house and booked a large dormitory room. Unfortunately, despite Song Junlin's desire for better accommodations, the guest houses and inns of that time were state-run, typically exhibiting a preference for those in positions of authority. As mere ordinary workers, they were not afforded the luxury of even a double room, let alone a 4-person room. 2 days later, when they returned to the shop, the shopkeeper greeted them with a broad smile. "Boss, you finally arrived," he exclaimed, gesturing towards 4 large boxes in the corner of the shop. "Here are the toasters you wanted. Please inspect the goods." Song Junlin opened each box and discovered they contained the 3-layer toasters he had requested. He then asked the shopkeeper to bring an outlet for testing, confirming that all were functional. Satisfied with the merchandise, Song Junlin produced 9,500 yuan and handed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper had someone verify the amount and then smiled, saying, "The quantity is correct. We welcome you to visit again." Song Junlin did not rush to leave. Instead, he took the opportunity to inquire with the shopkeeper about the safest way to transport these goods back. The shopkeeper, not withholding any valuable information, readily shared the essential details. Subsequently, they made their way next door to purchase several packs of Marlboro cigarettes. After completing their purchases, Song Junlin hired a few tricycles to transport their group and the goods to the train station. Thus, under the auspices of foreign tobacco, they directly loaded the goods onto the train. They disembarked once more in Flower City, needing to change trains to return to Ningzhou. Song Junlin instructed his apprentice Ning Dazhuang and one of the miners to guard their belongings at the station before departing with the other three. Having ventured out at last, he intended to procure additional items to take back. Chapter 33. The Friendship Store on the Ring Jingdong Road in Flower City. There exists a grand comprehensive shopping mall, inaugurated in 1959, known as the Friendship Store. The purpose of Song Junlin's journey was indeed the Friendship Store. In times past, entry to the store was exclusive to foreign guests, overseas compatriots, high-ranking officials, and diplomats. However, discontent with such privileges necessitated that the Friendship Store open its doors to all. Presently, although the store allows domestic patrons, it does so with the stipulation that they possess foreign exchange vouchers. These vouchers, designed for foreign guests and overseas compatriots, serve as a unique currency for purchasing items within the store. A professor from the United States once remarked that if money could speak, the voice of the foreign exchange voucher would resonate 50 times louder than that of the RMB. Exiting the Flower City train station, Song Junlin observed numerous taxis parked in the square, all designated for foreign guests and expatriates from Hong Kong and Macau. He approached the nearest Asia vehicle. Noticing Song Junlin's attire, the driver hurriedly descended, opening the door while greeting him. "Hello, Lei Ho, Luo Shi." With a smile, Song Junlin inquired through Shaolin. "Could you please tell me how to exchange foreign exchange vouchers here?" Upon hearing this, the driver was momentarily taken aback, quickly replacing his previous amiability with an air of arrogance. It is not difficult to understand his demeanor. During this era, taxi drivers were regarded as a prestigious profession, akin to that of flight attendants. This was due to their substantial earnings, often exceeding 100 yuan per month. Moreover, their profits were considerable, as they rarely lacked foreign exchange vouchers. After all, most of their passengers were foreign guests and compatriots who possessed such vouchers. Taking into account the additional income derived from these vouchers, a driver could earn 300 to 400 yuan monthly. To put this into perspective, in an era where the average monthly wage was merely 36 yuan, such earnings were remarkable. The driver coolly replied, "I do have foreign exchange vouchers here. If you wish to exchange, it will be at a rate of 200 yuan for 100 vouchers. 2 to 1. That price seems rather steep." Song Junlin shook his head and said, "How about a ratio of 15 to 1? If you require more, I can offer you 19. The driver responded, 16, 185. After a round of haggling, they ultimately settled on a ratio of 18 to 1. Although this price was somewhat inflated, the other party remained adamant, leaving Song Junlin with no alternative. Thus, he exchanged his 2,160 yuan for 1444 in exchange vouchers. In reality, the other individual did not possess that many vouchers alone, having to gather them from other taxi drivers. Upon acquiring the vouchers, Song Junlin led the group toward the Friendship Store in a three-wheeled agricultural vehicle. Upon arrival, he presented the vouchers to the doorman, who granted them entry. Compared to the so-called Little Hong Kong of Haifeng County, the Friendship Store in this Flower City resembled paradise. Despite the sweltering summer heat, the air-conditioned interior of the store was refreshingly cool. The atmosphere was invigorating, with ample light, spaciousness, neatly arranged shelves, and impeccably clean tiled floors, far surpassing the dilapidated department store in Ningzhou. Moreover, as the Friendship Store catered to foreign guests and expatriates, the service was exemplary. Upon entering, they were greeted by a young woman in uniform who smiled and welcomed them in both Chinese and English. "Hello, welcome." Her gentle voice and angelic smile left Wang Qingsong and the others utterly enchanted. Had it not been for Song Junlin pulling them along, they might have stood there entranced. Once inside, they were dazzled by the array of goods before them. However, this was not surprising. The Friendship Store had historically been a haven for foreign visitors, expatriates, and high-ranking officials. Its motto was, "What is available in the market, we offer the best. What is lacking in the market, we must have. What is popular abroad, we must also provide." Unlike other Friendship Stores, the first floor of the Huaqing store had recently been transformed into a supermarket, where all items were openly displayed for customers to select freely. As Song Junlin and his companions browsed the shelves, they encountered a plethora of products: white rabbit milk candies, instant noodles, various pastries, tea, coffee, cookies, chocolates, tobacco and alcohol, as well as jewelry, luxury watches, fashionable clothing, shoes, and cosmetics. Song Junlin found the tobacco and alcohol section, where items were difficult to procure elsewhere. Most importantly, the prices were remarkably affordable. For instance, flower cigarettes were priced at 0.9 yuan, Friendship at 0.75 yuan, and peony at only 0.5 yuan. Matai was 8 yuan, Wolyanya 5 yuan, and the current national liquor, Funjio, was merely 3.5 yuan. Without hesitation, Song Junlin began to stock up. He ordered a case of 12 bottles of Matai and a case of 12 bottles of Funjio. Additionally, he procured 10 cartons of Zonghua cigarettes, 10 cartons of peony cigarettes, and 3 cartons of Friendship cigarettes. Beyond these, he also requested an 18-inch Toshiba color television set, domestically produced. In total, the expense amounted to 440 foreign exchange certificates, each valued at 50 cents. After conversing briefly with the staff here, Song Junlin had the 50-cent certificates rendered ineffective. Once the purchases were completed, the group loaded their goods and found a tricycle to return to Huaqing Railway Station. One might wonder why they opted to buy the television here rather than directly in Haifeng. The primary reason was the more favorable pricing. When Song Junlin inquired in Haifeng, he learned that an 18-inch television was priced at 3,000 yuan, and even with bulk purchases, the cheapest he could procure one for would be around 2,500 yuan. In contrast, the price tag for the 18-inch Toshiba television at the Friendship store was 140 yuan. Of course, payment was required in foreign exchange certificates. When calculated at an 18 exchange rate, that translated to 2,052 yuan, a price significantly lower than that in Haifeng. In those times, 448 yuan was not a trifling sum. It equated to over a year's wages for a laborer. Upon reaching the train station, Song Junlin once again utilized Marlboro cigarettes to facilitate their passage through security and successfully acquired 6 hard sleeper tickets. Subsequently, the group boarded the train bound for Ningzhou. Chapter 34. Preparing to launch new projects during their return journey, Song Junlin and his companions, adorned in fashionable attire, attracted the attention of several petty thieves. However, among the 6 of them were 4 burly men, along with Song Junlin, an individual of remarkable strength. After teaching a lesson to a few of these thieves, it was evident that none dared to target them further. Along the way, Wang Qingsong and the others excitedly discussed their recent experiences. When Ning Dazhuang and another miner learned that Wang Qingsong and his companions had entered the legendary Friendship store with Song Junlin, their gazes toward him became filled with envy. Merely hearing the accounts from Wang Qingsong had already ignited their desire to witness that mythical Eden-like place. However, upon hearing Song Junlin mention the possibility of future opportunities to visit Guangdong province, the envy in their eyes quickly vanished, and they began to fantasize about their own potential entrance into the Friendship store. On August 10th, the group finally returned to Ningzhou. Upon exiting the train station, Song Junlin arranged for several tricycles, instructing Ning Dazhuang to lead them in delivering the 4 ovens to the second cafeteria. He himself hired a few additional tricycles to transport the television and cigarettes to his home. After unloading the goods, Song Junlin distributed a packet of Zonghua cigarettes to each of Wang Qingsong and his companions. "Ah, Junlin, you are too generous," Wang Qingsong remarked, though he accepted the packet graciously. It has been mentioned previously that during that era, a popular saying circulated: Zonghua for the province, peony for the city, and generally, officials prefer the front door. Although the Zonghua cigarettes may not rival the likes of the Xiao Xiong Mao and the Fenghuang brands, they are nonetheless a high-end special supply. Furthermore, due to their frequent use in hosting foreign dignitaries at state banquets, Zonghua cigarettes have become synonymous with national pride in the eyes of ordinary citizens. However, these cigarettes can currently only be procured at the Friendship store, leaving the common folk merely to hear of them without ever having laid eyes on them. It was not until 1988 that Zonghua cigarettes were officially released for sale, initially priced at 40 yuan per pack, yet still in high demand, with black market prices soaring to over 100 yuan per pack. This illustrates the fervent enthusiasm people have for Zonghua cigarettes. Nowadays, The opportunity for Wang Qingsong and his associates to obtain a pack of Zonghua cigarettes brings them immense joy. After distributing the cigarettes, Song Junlin addressed Wang Qingsong and his companions, saying, "Brother Wang, you have all worked diligently on this journey. Let us first enjoy a meal at the second cafeteria, and then I will settle your wages." With that, he tucked several packs of Zonghua cigarettes into his pocket, along with an entire box, and led them to the second cafeteria. Upon arrival, Song Junlin ordered a splendid array of dishes for the group. He poured tea for everyone and cheerfully remarked, "Brother Wang, please enjoy some tea while the food is on its way. I shall check in with our director. You carry on, do not mind us." Wang Qingsong and the others quickly replied. Subsequently, Song Junlin entered the director's office with the box of Zonghua cigarettes in hand. "Brother, upon my return from Guangdong province, I brought you a fine cigarette," Song Junlin said, placing the Zonghua cigarettes on the desk. "Wow, Zonghua cigarettes?" Wei Hongqi exclaimed in surprise. "Where on earth did you acquire these?" "From the Friendship Store, of course," Song Junlin replied with a smile. "The Friendship Store?" Wei Hongqi's eyes widened as he remarked. "Isn't that place accessible only to foreigners and high-ranking officials?" "Brother, that's ancient history. Now, anyone with foreign exchange coupons can enter," Song Junlin clarified. Noticing that Wei Hongqi was reluctant to open the entire box, he pulled out another pack from his pocket. Opening the packaging, he handed a cigarette to Wei Hongqi and cheerfully said, "Brother, do give it a try." Wei Hongqi solemnly accepted the cigarette, inhaling its fragrance. Indeed, he nodded appreciatively. This truly lives up to being the national cigarette. Its aroma surpasses that of others. He then opened his drawer and retrieved a vintage kerosene lighter to ignite the cigarette. After savoring the smoke, he chuckled, "I never imagined we would one day be able to enjoy such a prestigious cigarette meant for foreign guests." Meanwhile, Song Junlin also lit a cigarette, and for reasons unknown, he felt that the current Zonghua was even more enjoyable than in later years. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Hongqi suddenly inquired, "By the way, Junlin, what are those 4 large boxes that Dazhuang brought back?" "Brother, those are part of our new project at the second cafeteria." Song Junlin chuckled softly and began, "As long as this project is established, I assure you that my senior brother will become a wealthy individual by next month." A wealthy individual? Upon hearing this term, Wei Hongqi was both astonished and elated, inquiring, "What exactly are you planning, Junlin? It's not something illegal, is it?" "My dear brother, how could I engage in anything unlawful? It's all legitimate business," Song Junlin clarified. "With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching next month, I intend to gather the folks from our second cafeteria to bake mooncakes." "Just selling mooncakes?" Wei Hongqi, somewhat skeptical, asked. "Those 4 boxes are all ovens. If I'm not baking mooncakes, what purpose do they serve?" Song Junlin replied. Wei Hongqi's concern grew. "But will this disrupt the market supply?" "Brother, how could we possibly influence the market supply?" Song Junlin laughed. "You know very well that mooncakes are limited in supply each year. A family can only purchase 1 kilogram, and it is only on the day of the festival that supply is released. Even then, many people wait in line for half a day and still can't buy any. Thus, our endeavor is also to ensure that the general public can enjoy mooncakes." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Moreover, our second cafeteria is a collective enterprise, and isn't there a persistent call from above for collective prosperity? We are merely responding to the nation's appeal." At this point, Song Junlin assured Wei Hongqi, "Rest easy, brother, since we are a collective enterprise. I will ensure that the collective does not incur any losses. I will also contribute my share to the collective." This was Song Junlin's reluctant decision. Since he enjoyed the benefits of the collective enterprise, he naturally had to contribute to it. Presently, due to labor issues, many individual entrepreneurs opt to affiliate with a collective enterprise or a state-owned unit. This way, they can be considered part of the collective enterprise and avoid the complexities of recruitment. However, affiliation with a collective or state-owned unit requires the payment of a fee. This payment is mandatory, otherwise, it would be akin to undermining the collective. With the year 1982 approaching, Song Junlin had no desire to face imprisonment due to such matters. Upon hearing Song Junlin's words, Wei Hongqi nodded in agreement. "In that case, I approve of our new project." Chapter 35, Seeking Help in the Color Television Incident. After leaving the director's office, Song Junlin sought out Jiang Xuanzhu. Before Song Junlin could speak, Jiang Xuanzhu produced a stack of money, stating, "Master, this is the money I've been safeguarding for you, totaling 3,600 yuan. Song Junlin accepted the money and then handed Jiang Xuanzhu a pack of fine cigarettes, smiling. Here, have a smoke. Wow, fine cigarettes. Jiang Xuanzhu exclaimed upon seeing the pack, immediately giving Song Junlin a thumbs up. Master, you are truly impressive to have procured these. It's merely a small matter. Song Junlin chuckled, then turned to invite Ning Dazhuang, joining Wang Qingsong and others for a meal. After dining, Song Junlin and Wang Qingsong departed the second cafeteria. Wang Gu, here is your payment for this time. Upon stepping outside, Song Junlin produced 200 yuan and handed it to Wang Qingsong and the others. Thank you. The four expressed their gratitude and added, Master Song, if there's another opportunity in the future, please do remember to seek us out. Song Junlin nodded in acknowledgement. Certainly. I will reach out to you again next time. At this moment, twilight had descended. After bidding farewell to the group, Song Junlin rode his bicycle to the department store to purchase a tin of malted milk. In the past, this malted milk was a premium nutritional product reserved for affluent families, regarded as a true luxury. Ordinary people would bring canned goods and spirits when visiting friends, while the wealthy would gift malted milk. This was largely due to its steep price. In the 1980s, a tin weighing 800 grams could cost as much as 4,050 yuan, equivalent to over a month's or even 2 months' wages for a state-owned enterprise worker. Emerging from the department store, Song Junlin returned home to fetch 2 boxes of Zhuanghua cigarettes and 2 bottles of Matai liquor, and then he headed straight to Director Yao's residence. In his previous life, he had visited Director Yao's home for Guolingwei, so he was well aware of the location in this life. After knocking on the door, Mrs. Yao emerged from within. Song Junlin greeted her with a smile. Madam Yao. Ah, it's you, Master Song. Please, come in and have a seat. Upon seeing Song Junlin, a smile blossomed on Mrs. Yao's face. Her delight only increased upon noticing the tin of malted milk in his hand. Immediately, she called out to the interior, Old Yao. Master Song has come to visit. Hurry up and come out. Which Master Song? Director Yao emerged from the back room, and upon recognizing Song Junlin, he warmly invited. Ah, young Master Song, please take a seat. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope Director Yao will not take offense. Song Junlin casually placed the gift on the table and said, just a small token of appreciation, not worth much. You young man, why bring a gift at all? Director Yao settled into the sofa, and his gaze flicked to the gift Song Junlin brought, momentarily rendering him speechless. He could hardly believe that Song Junlin had presented Zhuanghua cigarettes. He had only smoked them once, gifted by County Chief Su from Ningzhou. Given that he knew County Chief Su's father was a prominent figure in the capital, it was no surprise that Su possessed such cigarettes. However, how could Song Junlin have acquired them? And what could be his intention in presenting such a hefty gift? This left him pondering deeply. After some pleasantries, Song Junlin finally revealed his purpose. Director Yao, I have come to request your assistance in introducing me to the factory director of the sugar plant, the head of the grain and oil station, and the manager of the supply and marketing cooperative. Our second canteen intends to purchase a substantial quantity of sugar, oil, peanuts, and sunflower seeds. That can be arranged. I will contact you tomorrow, Director Yao assured. Director Yao let out a sigh of relief, initially believing that the other party had a significant request for him. To his surprise, it was merely a trivial matter that could be resolved with a single statement. Thank you, Director Yao, he said. After concluding the official business, Song Junlin lingered for a short while before taking his leave. Once he departed, Director Yao could not resist opening a box of flowering tobacco and indulging in it. Upon savoring it, he realized that the tobacco was indistinguishable from what County Chief Su had given him. Truly, one must not judge by appearances, Director Yao remarked with a sense of reflection. After leaving Director Yao's residence, Song Junlin returned home. As he stepped in, his brother, Song Ruijin, emerged from the kitchen and inquired, Second brother, have you had dinner yet? I have eaten, Song Junlin replied, securing his bicycle before entering the house. He proceeded to move the color television from his room to the main hall, placing it on a cabinet against the wall. His mother, Wang Kaiqin, approached him and asked, What are you up to, Junlin? Mother, I've bought a television for you. He responded, opening the packaging and unveiling the television set. What? You purchased a television? Upon hearing this, his elder brother and sister-in-law quickly gathered around. It is worth noting that during this time, a television was considered a luxury, often requiring an entire year's salary to acquire. Song Ruijin eagerly inquired, How much did it cost? What brand is it? It's an 18-inch color television imported from the chicken country, Song Junlin replied, though he refrained from disclosing the price. After all, in this era, color televisions were indeed the epitome of luxury, with costs equivalent to over 5 years' worth of wages. The key issue was that due to the scarcity of domestically produced color televisions, one needed a special ticket to purchase one. In the black market, such a ticket could fetch 700 to 800 yuan. As for imported televisions, they were only available at friendship stores in Haifeng. Junlin, you are being quite extravagant. Wang Kaiqin chastised him. Couldn't you have settled for an ordinary television instead of insisting on an imported one? Mother, your son is now a 10,000 yuan household. Song Junlin declared proudly. As a 10,000 yuan household, shouldn't we strive to purchase the best? What? You claim to be a 10,000 yuan household? Upon hearing this, Wang Kaiqin and the others were left in disbelief, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. Indeed, Song Junlin affirmed, nodding. I am truly a 10,000 yuan household now. Hiss. Upon his confirmation, the three of them couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They never imagined that within just over a month, Song Junlin had achieved such a financial milestone. Did selling cold noodles really yield such profits? Song Ruijin swallowed hard, his disbelief palpable. After all, his monthly salary was merely 54 yuan, totaling 648 yuan a year. By this calculation, he would need to refrain from eating or drinking for 15.5 years to accumulate the wealth of a 10,000 yuan household. Wang Kaiqin, with a visage etched in concern, remarked, Junlin, how on earth have you managed to earn such a considerable sum? You aren't engaging in any illicit activities, are you? Rest assured, mother, all my dealings are entirely legitimate, Song Junlin reassured, thumping his chest with conviction. Chapter 36. All preparations complete. Oh my. I never imagined that the old Song family could become a household of wealth. Upon hearing Song Junlin's earnest promise, Wang Kaiqin's worries dissipated, her excitement rendering her almost unable to contain her elation. It is hardly surprising, for in that era, being a household with 10,000 yuan was emblematic of affluence. To be a 10,000 yuan household was far more impressive than being a millionaire in later days. Ignoring the jubilant chatter of those around him, Song Junlin procured a power strip and plugged in the television. Once he activated the power switch, a flurry of static erupted on the screen. With the television now operational, Wang Kaiqin and the others ceased their conversations, their eyes transfixed upon the screen. In those days, televisions were equipped with both indoor and outdoor antennas. The color television that Song Junlin had purchased was equipped solely with an indoor antenna, thus limiting him to its use. The indoor antenna consisted of 2 retractable metal rods atop the television. To operate it, one merely had to extend the rods and adjust them accordingly. Someone's appearing. As Song Junlin extended the indoor antenna, a figure swiftly materialized on the screen, albeit somewhat distorted and in need of further adjustment. With his gaze fixed on the television display, he meticulously fine-tuned the antenna. Soon, the image became remarkably clear, the figure no longer wavering. Sister-in-law Ma Xiaoyan exclaimed, "This is the news broadcast." At that time, indoor antennas could only receive signals from CCTV. To access local channels, one needed to employ an outdoor antenna. However, due to poor signal quality, even with an outdoor antenna, one could only capture broadcasts from the provincial station, perhaps supplemented by a city channel. It wasn't until later, as various television stations began satellite broadcasting and cable installation became commonplace, that the variety of available programming expanded significantly. Despite this, the television remained a coveted possession in countless households. On one hand, it was a symbol of prosperity, with families lacking substantial savings often reluctant to invest in such a luxury. Only leaders and households with considerable wealth could afford color televisions. On the other hand, entertainment options at that time were rather limited. Apart from watching films, reading, listening to the radio, dancing, and engaging in sports, television remained a primary source of leisure. Thus, Song Junlin spent the evening with his family, engrossed in the television until programming ceased for the night. The following day, Director Yao indeed kept his word, facilitating a meeting for Song Junlin with the factory director of the sugar plant, the head of the grain and oil station, and the manager of the municipal supply and marketing cooperative. With Director Yao's endorsement, these individuals were naturally inclined to grant him this courtesy, readily agreeing to his requests on the spot. They even informed Song Junlin that they could provide him with the goods in advance, with the understanding that he would settle the payment once his funds were sufficient. However, Song Junlin was aware that their willingness was not solely due to Director Yao's influence. After all, among the three individuals, only the sugar factory fell under Director Yao's jurisdiction within the Light Industry Bureau. The grain and oil station, along with the supply and marketing cooperative, were managed by different entities. Their prompt agreement was undoubtedly also influenced by the gifts Song Junlin had bestowed upon them. Rather than offering them premium cigarettes, he provided each a pair of peony cigarettes. Although peony cigarettes do not compare to the premium variety, they are still considered a special supply, reserved for municipal-level officials. As for the spirits, he gifted each 2 bottles of Fingio, being the national liquor. Presenting them with Fingio could hardly be deemed a depreciation in value. Beyond these factors, the generous prices he offered played a significant role. For instance, while the market price for white sugar was 0.75 yuan per pound, Song Junlin quoted 1 yuan. The oil, priced at 0.80 yuan per pound, was offered at 1.10 yuan by him. In summary, Song Junlin did not take advantage of them. Instead, he ensured they could profit, leaving no one unwilling to cooperate. After concluding this matter, Song Junlin then rode his bicycle to the Hongxing Brigade. Although the station master of the grain and oil station was also responsible for grain, the prospect of purchasing at a lower cost elsewhere was too enticing to ignore. Upon arrival at the brigade, Lu Xiangdong greeted him with a smile. "Master Song, I trust you are not here to request an increase in quantity again." "Indeed, you have guessed correctly," Song Junlin replied with a chuckle. Lu Xiangdong inquired, "May I ask how much you intend to order this time?" "This time, it's a significant transaction. In addition to the items I previously requested, starting tomorrow, I will need you to supply 600 pounds of white flour and 450 pounds of red or green beans daily," Song Junlin articulated. 600 pounds of white flour and 450 pounds of red or green beans. Lu Xiangdong's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom why Song Junlin required such a vast quantity. "Is it not feasible for your brigade to provide this?" Song Junlin furrowed his brow and asked. Yes, of course," Lu Xiangdong quickly responded. "We can certainly manage that amount." "Good," Song Junlin nodded in approval, adding, "I have one more matter for you to assist with." "What is it?" Lu Xiangdong asked. "The second cafeteria is planning to make mooncakes, and we are short on personnel. Therefore, I need your help in finding 20 women to assist in this endeavor. We can offer them a salary of 60 yuan for the month," Song Junlin explained. "Just to make mooncakes, 60 yuan?" Lu Xiangdong confirmed, nodding emphatically. "That should be easy. I can definitely find them for you." Song Junlin specifically cautioned, "Comrade Lu, this task is not trivial. Be sure to select strong and capable individuals. Please refrain from recruiting elderly women who may not be able to handle the work." "Rest assured, Master Song," Lu Xiangdong replied confidently. Lu Xiangdong assured, "We farmers will not deceive you." After returning from the Hongxing Brigade, Song Junlin made another trip to the commune. Prior to his journey to Guangdong Province, he had asked his uncle to introduce him to a skilled carpenter. He had commissioned this carpenter to craft a batch of mooncake molds, which were now completed and ready to be taken back. With the oven, molds, ingredients, and personnel all in place, the only remaining steps to mooncake production were the preparation and baking. As for making mooncakes, it was quite simple. He had learned the craft in his previous life. However, he had started learning a bit late then and had not earned much. Although it had not been useful in his past life, this time it proved timely, thus not a waste of knowledge. Chapter 37. Mooncake production. Upon returning to the second cafeteria, Song Junlin first sought out Wei Hongqi, then gathered everyone together. Wei Hongqi addressed the group, stating, "The purpose of bringing everyone together today is twofold. The first matter is that our second cafeteria intends to launch a new project. With a new project, we can earn more money. The second matter is that we are somewhat short-staffed, so each employee of the second cafeteria may invite a friend or family member to assist, and they will receive additional wages. Of course, those who are too elderly should refrain from joining, as our work can be quite strenuous, and their physical condition may not withstand such high-intensity tasks." "What is this new project?" someone inquired. Song Junlin explained, "As you may have noticed, I brought back 4 ovens. Our new project is the production of mooncakes." The crowd was initially taken aback, but quickly erupted in excitement. Why were they so enthusiastic? Naturally, it was because the welfare benefits at that time were closely tied to their workplace. Factories, such as garment factories, often distributed clothing for free. Previously, the second cafeteria had allowed them to purchase meat and bones at low prices. When Song Junlin began teaching them to make cold noodles and meat sandwiches, They occasionally enjoyed those delights. Now, with the production of mooncakes commencing, did that not imply they would enjoy even more mooncakes this year? Alright, let us begin our mooncake making lesson. Song Junlin decided to first instruct the staff at the second cafeteria, who could then teach others. After all, the cafeteria workers dealt with food daily and would learn faster than others. To make mooncakes, we must first prepare our ingredients. Currently, we only have peanuts, sunflower seeds, walnuts, chestnuts, and sesame, so we will only be able to make 5-nut filling for now. In a few days, I will teach you how to make red bean paste filling. After gathering flour, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and other ingredients, he also took some white sugar sent from the sugar factory. We will start by making the syrup, Song Junlin said, pouring the white sugar into a pot and adding a small amount of water to begin the boiling process. Later, specialized syrup for mooncake production became available, but now there is none for sale, so he had to make it himself. After preparing the syrup, Song Junlin gathered some alkaline water and placed it in a basin. Addressing the group, "Now we shall prepare the lye water, maintaining a ratio of 1:3. As he spoke, he poured in 3 times the amount of clean water, continuously stirring the mixture. Once the lye water was ready, Song Junlin found a new large basin, poured in the syrup, added some cooked oil, and mixed them thoroughly, followed by a small amount of lye water for further blending. Next, they commenced kneading the dough, which would serve as the outer layer of the mooncakes. Song Junlin added flour to the basin and incorporated the mixture of syrup and oil into the dough. The mooncake crust was distinct from others. It must not be too hard, as that would cause cracks during baking, nor too soft, lest it collapse. Moreover, one should not exert too much force. The dough for mooncakes should remain tender. After kneading the dough to an appropriate consistency, Song Junlin remarked, "This is about right. Please feel free to touch it and gauge its texture." The staff from the second cafeteria took turns feeling the dough, with many beginning to understand its quality. At this juncture, Song Junlin retrieved another large basin and added peanuts, sunflower seeds, walnuts, chestnuts, and sesame seeds, mixing them together. After allowing the dough to rest for half an hour, he announced, "Alright, we can now begin making the mooncakes." He flattened the dough into round discs, filled them with a 5-nut filling, placed them in molds, pressed them firmly, and then released them, completing the first one. After a few repetitions, he encouraged the group, "It's quite simple, now you all give it a try." Upon hearing Song Junlin's words, everyone eagerly began to work, some preparing the dough while others directly filled the mooncakes. Meanwhile, Song Junlin arranged the filled mooncakes onto baking trays and brushed a layer of water over their surfaces. After completing 3 trays of mooncakes, he instructed them to pause. "Let us bake them and see how they turn out." He placed the trays in the oven and explained, "The mooncakes require 2 baking sessions. The first must be brushed with water and baked for 5 minutes, while the second requires egg wash and should be baked for 15 minutes. Closing the oven door, Song Junlin plugged it in, adjusted the temperature appropriately, and began the baking process. At that moment, he took a large bowl and cracked an egg into it, whisking the yolk and white together. Although traditionally only the yolk is used for mooncakes, given the scarcity of resources, he couldn't bear to waste the egg white. After all, a single egg costs 6 cents. How much would he waste by using only the yolk? Soon, 5 minutes elapsed, and he opened the oven, removed the trays, and began to brush them with egg wash before starting the second baking session. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. "This is incredibly fragrant. I can't wait to taste these mooncakes." Upon inhaling this enchanting scent, everyone involuntarily swallowed their saliva. Rest assured, everyone will have the opportunity to savor it. Song Junlin smiled and addressed the crowd. "However, the mooncakes just out of the oven do not possess the best texture. They require an overnight resting period to allow the oils to settle. Thus, we must wait until tomorrow to indulge." Although the crowd felt a tinge of disappointment, they refrained from expressing it further. After all, it was merely a matter of waiting an additional night, not a denial of their treat. Time swiftly passed, and Song Junlin switched off the oven, retrieving the baking trays. Each tray gleamed with 50 radiant mooncakes. He casually picked one up for inspection and found nothing amiss. Immediately, he nodded and proclaimed, "I hereby announce the official launch of our second project at the second cafeteria. From now on, in addition to earning money from the cold noodles, you will also profit from mooncake production. When the Mid-Autumn Festival arrives, we shall distribute mooncakes as well." Upon hearing Song Junlin's words, excitement rippled through the crowd. Currently, they earned 4 yuan a day. If they could also make mooncakes, Wouldn't that mean they could earn 8 yuan daily? Subsequently, Song Junlin guided them in the art of mooncake wrapping, ensuring they became adept. Naturally, he did not neglect the cold noodle business. After they finished wrapping, he instructed them to prepare cold noodles and meat sandwiches. Chapter 38. A sale of 2,400 the following day. Song Junlin rose early but did not immediately head to the second cafeteria. Instead, he arranged for several tricycles to deliver the frames and large wooden boards he had crafted to the site. Upon his arrival at the second cafeteria, he discovered a multitude of individuals in the backyard, all women, both elderly and young. Without a doubt, these were relatives of the staff from the second cafeteria or members of the Hongxing Brigade. Master Song has arrived. Someone called out, and all eyes turned in his direction. Hello, everyone. Song Junlin greeted them warmly, then continued, in the coming month, you will be working alongside us at the second cafeteria. He gestured towards the tricycles outside, saying, Ladies, please help me bring those frames and wooden boards inside. Without a moment's hesitation, the women sprang into action. Song Junlin secured his bicycle and entered the cafeteria, where the kitchen staff was already bustling with activity. He located the mooncakes baked the previous day and announced, Comrades, it's time to enjoy the mooncakes, one for each of you. Instantly, all hands ceased their tasks, and they eagerly gathered to receive their mooncake. They had skipped breakfast in anticipation of this treat. So fragrant, so soft, so sweet. Delicious, exceedingly delicious. Each person who tasted the mooncake offered genuine praise, finding it far superior to those from the department store. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Song Junlin could not help but smile. Although it was now the 4th year of reform and opening up, the nation remained firmly entrenched in a planned economy. During this period, mooncakes were produced solely by state-run food factories, and they were not freshly baked. Rather, they were crafted months in advance and then uniformly stored and distributed. Some of these mooncakes even contained remnants from previous years. Once the Mid-Autumn Festival had passed, mooncakes would no longer be available in the market, and any leftovers would be preserved for sale the following year. Due to the manufacturing process and extended storage duration, these mooncakes were so hard that they could potentially damage one's teeth. There was even a comedic tale describing the mooncakes of that era, stating that if a mooncake were to fall onto an asphalt road and be run over by a car, it would become embedded into the pavement, and upon extraction, it would show no signs of damage whatsoever. While this might have been an exaggeration, the mooncakes of that time were indeed notoriously tough. Therefore, people did not consume them by biting directly. Instead, they would cut off small pieces with a knife and savor them slowly, regardless of their taste or texture. The common people would purchase them as there were no alternatives available. One had no choice but to forego mooncakes if they wished to abstain. As for his mooncakes, they were freshly made and at their peak of deliciousness. He spared no expense in their preparation, using ample sugar and oil, and unlike the usual mooncakes people consumed, these were not brushed with egg wash. Zhuzi, Dazhuang, go fetch 41 mooncakes for old Qin and the ladies outside to taste. Song Junlin instructed his 2 apprentices before taking several mooncakes into the director's office. He placed the mooncakes on the table and said, Senior brother, come and try the mooncakes we've made in the second cafeteria. The mooncakes were lustrous and fragrant, appearing even better than those from the Shanghai market. Wei Hongqi picked one up, scrutinized it carefully, and began to sample it. With his first bite, he was further astonished. These mooncakes were indeed exceptional, surpassing the ones he had tasted in Shanghai. Song Junlin chuckled, Senior brother, you should consider who made them. After chatting with Wei Hongqi for a while, Song Junlin ventured outside. Master Song, thank you for the mooncakes. They are exquisite. Upon seeing him emerge, the ladies quickly gathered around. Song Junlin clapped his hands and addressed them. Next, your task is to learn how to make mooncakes. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, I will distribute 2 pounds of mooncakes to each of you. He then directed the group to lift the racks and wooden boards into the kitchen to set them up. The kitchen space was quite ample. However, it had previously been cluttered with a substantial amount of grain, which made it seem cramped. A couple of days ago, he instructed the staff at the second cafeteria to move all the grain into the warehouse, clearing the space for him. However, this arrangement is merely temporary. In a few days, once the sunshade is set up in the courtyard, he will have them relocate again, with the racks assembled and wooden planks laid down. Several makeshift large tables were created. These planks were immaculate, and he allowed them to make mooncakes and knead the dough directly on them. Although these women had never made mooncakes before, they were accustomed to steaming buns and making dumplings each year, so they were not entirely unfamiliar with the process. After half a day's instruction, they became quite adept, capable of producing dozens of mooncake bases using molds within an hour. Once they were all proficient, Song Junlin gathered the staff from the second cafeteria again to teach them how to prepare red bean paste filling and red bean mooncakes. Thus, they busily toiled throughout the day. When the afternoon shift ended, Song Junlin took 20 pounds of mooncakes from the second cafeteria. He intended to give 5 pounds each to Director Yao and the factory manager as a gesture of gratitude. After all, without their support, he would not have been able to procure the materials necessary for mooncake production. Additionally, he aimed to leverage their influence to promote his mooncakes. These individuals held significant positions within their respective organizations. If they endorsed his mooncakes, their units would likely procure from him. Thus, a market for his products would be established. In fact, he was indeed on the right path. The day after he gifted the mooncakes, purchasing agents from the Light Industry Bureau, the sugar factory, and the grain and oil station all placed orders for this year's mooncakes from him. As for the manager of the supply and marketing cooperative, since their cooperative exclusively sold mooncakes, they did not purchase from him. However, discreetly, they personally spent their own money to buy over 100 pounds of mooncakes from Song Junlin, the purpose of which remains unknown, whether for personal consumption or as gifts. Collectively, these buyers procured 1,500 pounds of mooncakes from him, at a price of $1.60 per pound. This sale amounted to a total revenue of $2,400. Nevertheless, Song Junlin was not entirely satisfied. The second cafeteria was capable of producing 4,500 pounds of mooncakes in a single day, and these buyers had only taken away 1/3 of that daily output. Chapter 39. Expanding sales channels to broaden his market reach, Song Junlin purchased several tricycles that very day. When they headed to the steel factory in Dongfeng Square, he recruited additional individuals to ride the tricycles and help set up stalls. Upon arrival, even before they could shout out their offerings, workers who had arrived early inquired proactively, "Master Song, what new delicacies have you concocted this time?" "Indeed," Song Junlin affirmed with a nod. "These are mooncakes freshly made by our second cafeteria. If anyone is interested, feel free to purchase." "You mean, the second cafeteria actually has mooncakes for sale?" Upon hearing the words, the crowd immediately gathered around. Someone inquired, "Master Song, how much do your mooncakes cost?" Song Junlin replied, 6 yuan per jean, no tickets required, and no limit on quantity. In previous years, the department store and supply cooperative sold mooncakes at 3 yuan per jean, but tickets were necessary. Furthermore, on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, each household was only permitted to purchase 1 jean. Even those who wished to buy more often found themselves unable to do so due to high demand. Although Song Junlin's prices were slightly elevated, he remained the sole vendor of mooncakes at that moment. The department store and supply cooperative would not commence sales until 10 days prior to the festival. Thus, the opportunity to purchase additional mooncakes in advance made them eager to buy. "Master Song, give me 2 jeans of mooncakes." "I want 1 jean." Without a hint of hesitation, they clamored to place their orders. It was only after the steel mill and hardware factory workers finished their shifts that Song Junlin truly witnessed the fervor for mooncakes. Upon learning that they were available here, even those who had previously shunned cold noodles flocked to buy mooncakes. Ultimately, the 2,000 jeans he had brought were entirely sold out, yet many workers remained without mooncakes. In response, Song Junlin could only apologize profusely and inform them that they could return the following day. On this day, they managed to sell 500 jeans of mooncakes, with total sales reaching an impressive 600 yuan. After deducting costs for materials, packaging, and labor, Song Junlin was left with a profit of over 400 yuan. Adding the earnings from selling meat-filled buns and cold noodles, his total profit for the day exceeded 850 yuan. What does this signify? It equates to earning in a single day what others might earn in a decade, and within 3 days, he could achieve the status of a 10,000 yuan household. Should this information become known, it would undoubtedly evoke envy. On his way back, passing by the guest house adjacent to the train station, Song Junlin discovered a new avenue for sales. Why do I say this? Because this guest house is the finest in Ningzhou, conveniently located near the station, and frequently favored by traveling leaders for their accommodations. Ordinary individuals could hardly afford to stay in such a prestigious establishment. On one hand, the cost is prohibitive for the average person, and on the other hand, without a certain level of status, they are simply not permitted entry. Consequently, The guest house is populated by relatively affluent patrons. It seems he should consider engaging in business that benefits the wealthy while aiding the less fortunate. With this thought in mind, Song Junlin redirected his gaze and prepared for the next day. He brought along a pack of flower-scented cigarettes, a bottle of Fingio, and 5 jeans of mooncakes, then entered the guest house. Upon entering, he directly approached the manager's office. The manager of the guest house gazed at the unexpected visitor with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Hello, comrade. May I ask what brings you here?" "Manager Liu, this is just a small token of my appreciation," replied Song Junlin as he placed the gift on the desk. "I am the sales manager for the collective enterprise of the second canteen. Recently, we have produced a batch of mooncakes, and I intend to rent a room here to sell them. Rest assured, we will not disturb the guests residing here." Manager Liu initially considered a more cautious response, but upon noticing the exquisite brand of cigarettes before him, he refrained from voicing his reservations. These cigarettes were a special supply reserved for high-ranking officials. Uncertain of Song Junlin's background, yet recognizing the value he offered, Liu smiled and said, "We certainly welcome you." He then personally arranged a room for Song Junlin. However, upon Song's suggestion, the room was positioned at the stairwell on the second floor. This strategic placement ensured that residents on the second and third floors would have to pass by when descending, making it an ideal location. Had the dining area not occupied the first floor, Song Junlin might have considered setting up there. Once the room was prepared, Song Junlin summoned his 2 apprentices waiting outside the guest house to bring in the boxes of mooncakes stacked in their tricycle. During this process, a passerby curiously inquired, "Comrade, what do you have in those boxes?" With a smile, Song Junlin replied, "These are mooncakes from Shanghai, delightfully sweet and absolutely delicious." As he spoke, he offered one of the mooncakes for the person to taste. "Have mooncakes been on sale in Shanghai this early?" The individual asked, puzzled, yet accepted the mooncake with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, comrade." He took a gentle bite, cautious not to damage his teeth. To his astonishment, he found the mooncake to be exquisitely tender, crumbling effortlessly upon biting. As he chewed, he was overwhelmed by the delightful flavor. Immediately, he asked, "Comrade, could I purchase some of these mooncakes? I wish to buy some for my parents and my in-laws, as the elderly struggle with hard mooncakes." Rather than directly agreeing, Song Junlin cautioned, "Comrade, our mooncakes from Shanghai are not inexpensive. They are priced at 2.5 yuan per pound, but we do not require a receipt." The individual did not haggle over the price, responding as if it were a matter of course. Clearly, he believed that such soft and delectable mooncakes were worth the cost. He promptly said, "Comrade, please give me a box." Observing this, Song Junlin retrieved a box for him, stating, "This box weighs 25 pounds and contains 100 mooncakes, totaling 62.5 yuan. Here you go." The individual reached into his pocket, produced the 62.5 yuan, and handed it to Song Junlin. Thus, Song Junlin successfully completed his first transaction. Moreover, this business has proven to be far more lucrative than before. Previously, Song Junlin sold mooncakes to others at a mere 1.6 yuan per pound, but now he has successfully sold them for 2.5 yuan, resulting in a direct profit increase of 0.9 yuan. After his clients departed, Song Junlin did not close his door. Instead, he positioned 2 boxes of mooncakes at the entrance, effectively propping the door open and revealing the delectable treats inside. Having completed this task, he returned indoors, switched on the black and white television, and settled onto the sofa to watch. Before long, 3 middle-aged individuals clad in official attire descended from the 3rd floor. Since Song Junlin's room directly faced the stairwell, they immediately noticed the mooncakes at his door. As previously mentioned, during this era, mooncakes were predominantly sold through department stores and supply and marketing cooperatives, with sales typically commencing only 10 days prior to the Mid-Autumn Festival. With a month still remaining until the festival, their curiosity compelled them to approach. Seeing this opportunity, Song Junlin seized the moment. Through his persuasive salesmanship and by allowing the trio to sample the mooncakes, they promptly purchased 6 boxes from him, netting an additional 375 yuan. Indeed, as Song Junlin had anticipated, the guests residing in this inn were relatively affluent. In just one morning, he sold out the 2,000 pounds of Shanghai mooncakes he had brought. Taking advantage of the midday break, he hurried to the second cafeteria and arranged for another 2,000 pounds of mooncakes to be delivered. Remarkably, by the afternoon, this new batch was also completely sold out. Although 1,500 pounds remained, 1,000 pounds left over from yesterday and 500 pounds from today. He refrained from selling them at the inn, having already promised them to the workers, despite the potential for greater sales here. After all, integrity is paramount. On his way back, Song Junlin pondered the reasons behind the guests' considerable purchases, partly due to their wealth, and partly because they required mooncakes as gifts. These individuals, traveling for business, undoubtedly needed to bring back gifts. And presenting mooncakes before the festival would leave a more profound impression than offering them after their availability. Such gestures would facilitate their dealings, whether it was for elders or superiors. Upon returning to the second cafeteria, Song Junlin accompanied his group to set up a stall at the steel factory. The remaining 500 pounds of mooncakes were once again sold out. On this day, he successfully sold 500 pounds of mooncakes, amassing a staggering total of 1,200 yuan in sales. After deducting costs for materials, packaging, and labor, his profit soared to 9,028 yuan. Coupled with the earnings from Liangpi and Rujiamo, his total profit approached 9,500 yuan, equivalent to earning nearly 10,000 yuan in a single day. Despite having amassed considerable wealth, Song Junlin exhibits no trace of arrogance. Rather, he has grown increasingly low-key. In these uncertain times, discretion is paramount, especially for those of affluent status. The impending chill of spring is poised to ensnare many, as speculation will lead to numerous arrests. After work, Song Junlin carried a few pounds of mooncakes and pedaled homeward. As he neared his residence, he chanced upon a tall, stylish young woman entering his home, laden with gifts. Who could it be? Curiosity piqued, he followed her inside. Upon entering the courtyard, he caught a glimpse of her profile and recognized her at once. The young woman was Yang Qinyu, his former neighbor and childhood companion. Their bond had once been akin to that of childhood sweethearts. However, due to her boyish demeanor, Song Junlin had always regarded her as a close friend. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Qinyu had harbored feelings for him ever since he had once kissed her forcefully. Had it not been for the arrival of Guo Lingwei, their paths might have intertwined romantically. Both Song Junlin's mother and elder brother believed they would make a fine match. Yet, Guo Lingwei's emergence led Song Junlin to discover what he deemed true love. In pursuit of Guo Lingwei, he not only risked severing ties with his family, but also distanced himself from Yang Qinyu. Nonetheless, even after their estrangement, Yang Qinyu unhesitatingly lent him thousands when he was in need. Remarkably, she remained single well into her 30s, only marrying due to familial pressure. One can only experience a few 30-year spans in life, and her unwavering devotion signifies a profound love for him. Is she not 100 times more admirable than Guo Lingwei? Reflecting on his past life, Song Junlin felt a twinge of melancholy. Oh, the robust man has tears in his eyes. A clear, melodious voice broke his reverie as he noticed Yang Qinyu had approached him. She possessed a delicate visage, star-like eyes, a graceful nose, and luscious red lips. Though perhaps slightly less striking than Guo Lingwei, she was undeniably beautiful. Inhaling the fragrant aroma, Song Junlin smiled and inquired, "What brings you here?" Yang Qinyu rolled her eyes and remarked coolly, "I came to see Aunt Wang, not to seek your company. Is that any of your concern?" At that moment, Wang Kaiqin called from a distance, "Junlin, Qinyu has made the effort to visit. Shouldn't you be preparing dinner?" "Of course," Song Junlin replied, securing his bicycle before handing the mooncakes to Yang Qinyu with a smile. "Would you like to try these? They're homemade from our second cafeteria. They seem quite delightful." Yang Qinyu praised, picking up a mooncake as she approached Wang Kaiqin, saying, "This mooncake was brought back by Junlin. Let us go inside and savor its taste." Observing the departing figures of the two, Song Junlin speculated that Yang Qinyu's presence was likely orchestrated by his mother. After all, his mother's greatest wish was to embrace a grandchild. With his elder brother and sister-in-law having remained childless for years, his mother had turned her attention to him. Now that he was divorced, she would undoubtedly endeavor to find him a new bride. Given that Yang Qinyu was still unmarried and his mother held her in high regard, she had undoubtedly become the prime candidate. As expected, after Song Junlin busied himself in the kitchen for a while, Wang Kaiqin entered. She quietly addressed him, "Junlin, you must not take for granted Qinyu's deep loyalty. She has remained unmarried for your sake. You cannot let her down." With that, she produced 2 movie tickets from her pocket and pressed them into Song Junlin's hand. "These are tickets to a movie. After dinner, you must take the initiative to invite her to watch it. Do you understand?" "I understand, Mom," he replied, nodding. Having been reborn, his mindset had undergone a significant transformation. In the past, his thoughts had solely been occupied by Guo Lingwei. However, now he found the idea of marrying Yang Qianyu quite appealing. After all, compared to Guo Lingwei, who had looked down upon him and drained him emotionally, Yang Qianyu, who had always loved and treated him well, was far more deserving of his affection. Although she could be a bit fiery, perfection is a rarity in this world. After dinner, his sister-in-law, Ma Xiaoyan, began to clear the table. Yang Qianyu had initially intended to assist, but Wang Kaiqin stopped her. Thus, after a brief flurry of activity, his sister-in-law Ma Xiaoyan and mother Wang Kaiqin departed with the dishes, leaving only Song Junlin and Yang Qianyu in the room. From a side perspective, in the glow of the light, Yang Qianyu's delicate face appeared as flawless as cream, pale and refined, with graceful contours that made one yearn to kiss her. Feeling the heat of Song Junlin's gaze upon her, Yang Qianyu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She turned her head sharply to glare at him, saying, "Have you had your fill of staring?" Awkwardly, Song Junlin rubbed his nose and changed the subject. "By the way, I have 2 movie tickets. Shall we go watch a film?" "Sure," Yang Qianyu replied, rising to join him as they made their way outside. Passing the kitchen, Song Junlin called out, "Mom, Qianyu and I are going to watch a movie." "All right," Wang Kaiqin responded, not offering her usual advice to return early. In her heart, she secretly wished her son would not return home tonight. The cinema was not far from Song's home, so the two did not ride their bicycles, but strolled leisurely towards the theater. Along the way, Yang Qianyu inquired about the film being screened that evening. "We'll find out once we arrive," Song Junlin replied, though in truth, he had no idea what movie was playing. In those days, cinema tickets only indicated the time and seat number. One could hardly discern the film without purchasing a ticket in person. However, during that era of limited entertainment options, the mere opportunity to watch a film was already a delightful experience, and the specifics of the movie were of little concern. Upon their arrival at the cinema, the previous screening had not yet concluded. It was a traditional establishment, featuring only a single screening room. They waited outside momentarily until the audience from the prior show had exited, allowing them entry. Song Junlin took the opportunity to buy some peanuts and sunflower seeds, all wrapped in newspaper triangles, for popcorn was simply not available. The two squeezed into the screening room amidst the crowd and finally settled into their seats after much effort. Shortly thereafter, the lights dimmed and the film began. It was at this moment that Song Junlin realized they were watching Lushan Love, a film that had premiered the previous year. No wonder his mother had been so secretive. It was this very movie. He shook his head, both amused and exasperated. Despite the reforms and opening up of the country, the prevailing atmosphere remained conservative. Lushan Love was notable as the first film featuring a kiss since the founding of the nation. Although this so-called kiss was merely a brief peck on the protagonist's cheek, its release had nonetheless caused a considerable stir nationwide. Why? Because, in those times, romantic relationships were often clandestine, akin to underground meetings. Even holding hands in public was a rare act of boldness. Yet, this film brazenly showcased romance on the big screen, profoundly impacting the collective psyche. It was from that moment onward that young couples began to exhibit greater audacity in their affections. Wang Kaiqin had specifically chosen Lushan Love, a film meant for couples, which carried an unmistakable significance. Glancing at Yang Qianyu, Song Junlin noticed her seemingly bashful demeanor. Given that the film had been out for nearly a year, it was likely she was aware of its reputation. Watching Lushan Love with someone beloved, it was no wonder that the typically generous Yang Qianyu appeared somewhat shy. "Here, have some snacks." To alleviate her tension, Song Junlin offered her the bag of peanuts. Yang Qianyu accepted without hesitation, eagerly cracking open the seeds. Meanwhile, Song Junlin also enjoyed the film while shelling peanuts, unbothered by the potential disturbance to others. It was not a matter of lacking manners. Rather, the environment at the time was such that cinemas were filled with people snacking on seeds and peanuts, and many were even smoking. Let us set aside these trivialities. Indeed, there are many who have watched the film numerous times and can recite its lines, indicating a rather poor viewing environment. As previously mentioned, entertainment was quite scarce during that era, compounded by the exorbitant cost of televisions, making cinema one of the few pastimes accessible to the majority. Song Junlin came across a set of statistics revealing that in 1977, the population of the capital exceeded 871 million. Yet the total number of cinema admissions that year reached an astounding 26.3 billion. What does this signify? It implies that, on average, each resident of the capital viewed over 30 films annually. Although Ningzhou residents may not have been as affluent, their frequency of cinema visits was only marginally lower. It is no wonder that during an era when ticket prices were merely a few dimes, films such as Lushan Love and Shaolin Temple grossed over 100 million. With such frequent viewings, it is only natural that audiences became intimately familiar with the film's dialogue. Why memorize them? Because they serve as fodder for conversation. When others reference a line from a film and you fail to utter the next phrase, who would still wish to engage in discussion with you? Fortunately, Song Joon-lin had experienced that era. He had long since acclimated to such viewing conditions, his ears adeptly filtering out the surrounding noise. Despite having seen the film before, he watched it with great interest. Although the dialogue was somewhat contrived, it was significantly better than the model operas of the past. The performances of the leading man and woman were exceptional, far surpassing those of contemporary celebrities. As he gazed upon the screen at the actress, whom countless individuals hailed as a goddess, Song Joon-lin found her appearance rather ordinary. Beside him, Yang Qianyu was far more beautiful. Remembering Yang Qianyu's sacrifices in his past life, he could not help but grasp her hand. In that instant, Yang Qianyu's eyes widened, a blush creeping from her delicate cheeks to the nape of her neck. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, struggling momentarily but unable to break free. Although she held affection for Song Joon-lin, his public display of affection made her somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, the warmth of his hand brought a comforting sensation to her heart. Song Joon-lin refrained from further actions, mindful of the era's moral constraints. He had no desire to face repercussions. Thus, they remained hand in hand until the film concluded. As they exited the cinema, silence enveloped them. Eventually, Song Joon-lin spoke. "Shall I escort you home?" Yang Qianyu replied softly. As they walked, Song Joon-lin tentatively grasped her hand once more. Perhaps it was the darkness surrounding them, devoid of onlookers, that allowed Yang Qianyu to forego her struggles this time. Yang Qianyu's family was better off than Song Joon-lin's. Her father served as the deputy director of a state-run factory in the city, while her mother held the position of director at the factory's affiliated school. Originally, they had intended for Yang Qianyu to pursue opportunities in the city. As a vocational school student, Yang Qianyu undoubtedly had immense prospects for advancement upon moving to the city. However, her heart remained tethered to Song Joon-lin, prompting her to stay in Ningzhou, where she currently serves as a deputy-level cadre in a garment factory. Frankly speaking, considering her modest background and Song Joon-lin's prior status as merely a primary school graduate, it is no wonder that Wang Kaiqin would be willing to accept him. In this lifetime, Song Joon-lin finds himself quite satisfied with Yang Qianyu. It is not that he seeks to rely on her family background as a reincarnated individual. Such dependence is unnecessary. Rather, his true contentment stems from Yang Qianyu herself. Firstly, they share a childhood bond, deeply understanding one another. Furthermore, Yang Qianyu has always harbored feelings for him, having sacrificed much for him in their previous life. Even after he married and had children, she lent him money and assisted the Guo family in finding employment. During his quarrels with Guo Lingwei, she offered him comfort, and when he was intoxicated, she cared for him. A woman of such caliber is indeed a rare find. Song Joon-lin quietly mused. "Qianyu, let me make amends for you in this lifetime." Before long, they arrived at the building where Yang Qianyu resided. She turned to Song Joon-lin and said, "All right, you can leave me here. I need to go upstairs." Song Joon-lin blinked and replied, "You're just going to walk away like that? Is there something else?" Yang Qianyu asked, puzzled. Without further ado, Song Joon-lin cupped her delicate face in his hands and leaned in to kiss her. Yang Qianyu's eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively attempted to push him away. Yet, her hands, as if enchanted, remained frozen in front of her. After what felt like an eternity, just as she was on the verge of breathlessness, she finally managed to shove him away. Song Joon-lin chuckled lightly and said, "I merely noticed that your lips seemed chapped from the sunflower seeds you had earlier, so I thought I'd help moisten them. No need to thank me." With that, he waved his hand and turned to depart. Watching him leave, Yang Qianyu couldn't help but mutter, "Song Joon-lin, you scoundrel." After venting her frustration, she burst into laughter. Chapter 42. Roller skating and drinking cola in the ensuing days. Song Joon-lin would check in at the second cafeteria in the morning before heading to the guest house to sell mooncakes. Ever since individual enterprises were permitted, Ningzhou had seen a proliferation of private restaurants. Compared to state-run cafeterias, these establishments not only offered affordable prices, but also boasted superior service and an increasing number of patrons. Moreover, the location of the second cafeteria was not as favorable as that of the first, resulting in even fewer customers. This explains why, after a few years, the second cafeteria would eventually close, while the first managed to operate for over a decade before its demise. Given the scarcity of customers, the absence of Song Junlin was hardly noticed in the second cafeteria. Furthermore, he was regarded as their financial benefactor, and no one felt his absence was detrimental. It is worth noting that Song Junlin had raised the employees' wages at the second cafeteria to 8 yuan per day. This signifies that after just 1 month of working alongside Song Junlin, they could earn 240 yuan, a sum equivalent to what they would have previously made over half a year or even a year. It is only natural that no one would wish to part ways with money, is it not? After selling mooncakes at the guest house, Song Junlin would subsequently join the cold noodle team from the second cafeteria. Along the way, he would diverge, heading to the garment factory to meet Yang Qianyu. The two had just solidified their relationship and were immersed in the blissful throes of romance. As for the task of collecting payments for the cold noodle group, he had entrusted it to his apprentices, Jiang Xuanzhu and Ning Dazhuang. He instructed them to alternate daily, with their wages exceeding others by an additional 2 yuan, amounting to 300 yuan per month. Furthermore, the real financial boon lay with the guest house. Although sales there had dwindled after several days, with a daily sale of only 3,000 gene of mooncakes, it still far surpassed the profits of the cold noodle group, and he had no fear of being cheated by these individuals. On that particular afternoon, Song Junlin emerged from the second cafeteria and once again rode his bicycle to find Yang Qianyu. Today, Yang Qianyu was adorned in a striking attire, a floral long dress paired with cream-colored sandals, her lips embellished with lipstick, which accentuated her tall figure and bestowed her with an air of fashionable beauty. Song Junlin patted the rear seat of his bicycle, smiling as he said, "Hop on. I shall take you to a delightful place." Yang Qianyu gently wrapped her arms around Song Junlin's waist and, sitting sideways on the bicycle, inquired, "Where are we going?" "To the roller skating rink," Song Junlin replied. Though roller skating was introduced to our country in the 19th century, it wasn't until the establishment of the Asian Roller Skating Federation by Japan and South Korea in 1978 that the sport truly gained traction here. However, in the early 1980s, it was only available in coastal regions and merely served as a form of entertainment. It was not until 1982, when roller skating competitions were held consecutively in Shanghai and Beijing, that the activity rapidly gained popularity nationwide. Given that Jiangdong province is adjacent to the sea and Shanghai, roller skating naturally began earlier there. Conversely, Ningzhou, lacking coastal proximity, had only recently constructed a roller skating rink, repurposing a former factory warehouse. Upon their arrival, they were met with an overwhelming scene. The roller skating rink was teeming with patrons, the ticket line a veritable sea of people. Such a phenomenon was to be expected, as the rink had only recently debuted in Ningzhou, and the novelty of this fashionable sport drew in crowds. Yet, the number of skates available was limited, leaving those outside to wait patiently while those inside continued to skate. Observing this, Yang Qianyu could not help but express her disappointment, saying, "Junlin, look at that line. There are so many people. Should we head back?" "Why go back? I've been prepared for this," Song Junlin replied with a smile, gesturing toward the entrance. Just then, Wei Hongqi's son, Wei Xiaolei, glided slowly out from the rink. He smiled at Song Junlin and said, "Uncle Song, I've reserved the roller skates you wanted." Song Junlin introduced to Yang Qianyu. "Qianyu, this is my senior son, Wei Xiaolei. It is thanks to him that we discovered this place." He then turned to Wei Xiaolei and said, "Xiaolei, you may refer to her as Sister Yang." Upon hearing this, Yang Qianyu chuckled, "Song Junlin, you have Xiaolei call you uncle and me sister. Isn't that a bit mismatched in terms of generations?" "Ah, but isn't calling her sister a sign of youth?" Song Junlin replied. "Otherwise, would you prefer he call you aunt?" All right, let's stick with sister then," Yang Qianyu said with a hint of resignation. Song Junlin inquired, "Xiaolei, how much is the admission ticket?" "I'll cover it." Wei Xiaolei waved his hand. "No need, uncle. It's only 2 yuan in total. Consider it my treat. I wouldn't want to take advantage of a child." As he spoke, Song Junlin pulled out a 10 yuan note and handed it to him. Wei Xiaolei, seeing the amount, immediately insisted on returning it. "Uncle, this is too generous. I really can't accept." "Just take it," Song Junlin insisted. "Without you reserving the skates for us, we wouldn't know how long we'd have to wait to have fun." The three entered the roller skating rink, which was quite spacious, approximately the size of 4 or 5 basketball courts. The surrounding barriers were decorated flamboyantly, and 4 speakers emitted soft music, while a few kaleidoscopic lights spun from the ceiling at the center. Perhaps to modern eyes, such a venue might seem rather simplistic, but at that time, it was considered quite fashionable. Wei Xiaolei led them to his friends, retrieved 2 pairs of roller skates, and asked, "Uncle Song, do you know how to skate? Do you need me to find someone to teach you?" "No need." Song Junlin shook his head, pride gleaming in his eyes. "In my youth, I was quite adept at ice skating. Roller skating is a trivial matter. You can just go ahead and enjoy yourself." "All right then, I'll take off first," Wei Xiaolei said before swiftly gliding away. However, after Song Junlin and Yang Qinyu had changed into their skates, Wei Xiaolei returned, holding 2 bottles of Coca-Cola with a black label adorned with white letters. He handed the drinks to them, saying, "Uncle Song, Sister Yang, enjoy some refreshing soda." Song Junlin accepted the Coca-Cola, pondering, is Coca-Cola available now? Unbeknownst to him, after the reform and opening up, Coca-Cola had entered major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. At that time, due to the necessity of importing concentrated syrup from the United States, a bottle of Coca-Cola cost 1.2 yuan, while a canned version was even more expensive at 2.5 yuan. This may sound inexpensive compared to later prices, but at that time, a kilogram of rice or flour cost just over 10 cents, and a kilogram of meat was only around 70 or 80 cents. By April of that year, the first Coca-Cola bottling plant in the country was finally established and began production. Since that time, the price of Coca-Cola has significantly decreased, now costing merely 0.45 yuan per bottle. However, in comparison to the 0.15 yuan of Bei Binjiang soda, it still appears rather extravagant. Chapter 43. The Wealthy and Future Plans. With a flick of his thumb, Song Junlin effortlessly popped open the cap of the cola bottle. He tilted his head back and began to drink heartily. Yang Qinyu, her crimson lips parting slightly, inquired, "Is this fizzy drink truly delightful?" With a burp, Song Junlin replied, "It's decent. Some people enjoy it, while others do not." "Allow me to try," Yang Qinyu said, opting for a more refined approach. She inserted a straw into the bottle and took a small sip. "This soda tastes peculiar. I find it less enjoyable than Bei Binjiang." After a mere sip, she handed the cola back to Song Junlin, clearly unimpressed. Song Junlin consumed half the bottle before placing it on the ground. He extended his hand to Yang Qinyu, saying, "Come, take my hand. I will guide you as you skate." Upon hearing this, Yang Qinyu released her grip on the railing and reached for his hand. However, before she could grasp it, her footing faltered, and she stumbled forward. In her panic, she instinctively clung to Song Junlin's arm. Unfortunately, this sudden movement caused him to lose his balance as well, and they both tumbled onto the concrete floor in a heap. Surprisingly, no one mocked them, for many at the skating rink had experienced similar falls. In fact, the onlooking gentleman expressed a hint of envy towards Song Junlin, wishing to trade places with him. Soon, the two managed to steady themselves with the support of the railing. Song Junlin encouraged Yang Qinyu to grasp one of his hands as he led her away from the barrier. "Your feet should be angled outward, forming a V shape. They must not be parallel," he instructed while guiding her backward. "Be natural, relax, bend your knees slightly, and then lift your left foot." Yang Qinyu, no fool, quickly adapted to the rhythm under Song Junlin's guidance, and soon found herself skating with greater ease. Nevertheless, she preferred to hold hands with Song Junlin as they glided together. Thus, they skated until their stomachs rumbled with hunger, prompting them to finally depart from the rink. Following this experience, their bond grew ever closer. Although they remained cautious in public, in private, Song Junlin showed increasing boldness. As their relationship blossomed, Song Junlin also achieved remarkable success in his career. Within just 13 days of selling mooncakes, his funds exceeded 100,000 yuan. This figure represented pure profit, not merely sales revenue. In less than 2 months since his rebirth, he had transformed an initial investment of 280 yuan into over 100,000 yuan. If word of this were to spread, he would undoubtedly become the envy of many. After all, in this current era, workers in state-owned enterprises and factories earn nearly a few dozen yuan a month. It must be said that the adage standing at the eye of the storm, "Even pigs can soar," rings true. During the initial stages of reform and opening up, anyone daring enough to take risks and seize opportunities could easily become one of the early affluent. Although Song Junlin has now become a household with assets in the 100,000 range, he is by no means the wealthiest individual in the country. Not to mention the fortunes of those engaged in coastal water appliances. The wealth of the foolish sunflower seed bosses and the 8 kings of Wenzhou far surpasses his own. Song Junlin murmured to himself, "My next target is 1 million, but it seems I still have a long way to go. Despite the thriving mooncake business at present, this venture is not sustainable. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, few will be inclined to purchase mooncakes. With only 18 days until the festival, it implies he has, at most, 18 days left to earn. Beyond that, even if there are buyers, the quantity will undoubtedly be limited, and thus, the profits will dwindle. Is there any low investment, profitable project I can undertake?" Song Junlin pondered, stroking his chin. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I could create a chili sauce akin to Lao Gan Ma. As a reincarnator, he is well aware of Lao Gan Ma's allure. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, this chili sauce rapidly gained national popularity, becoming the most beloved condiment in the country. Eventually, it even found its way overseas, adored by Chinese expatriates and foreign enthusiasts alike. Among those fond of Lao Gan Ma was Gui Jijia, the 4th son of the Guo family. Since entering university, he had not returned to visit Song Junlin even once. Later, upon learning that Gui Jijia enjoyed eating with Lao Gan Ma chili sauce, Song Junlin decided to develop his own version. After countless experiments, he finally crafted a chili sauce remarkably similar in taste to Lao Gan Ma. However, to his dismay, after sending it to Gui Jijia, the latter discarded it without even tasting a bite, declaring through a messenger that he should not send him such rubbish again. Although Lao Gan Ma is exquisite, does anyone truly desire it now? Song Junlin furrowed his brow, contemplating a new dilemma. It is essential to remember that we are in the early 1980s. Shortly after the reform and opening up, life remains quite challenging for many. At present, people indulge in mooncakes only once a year and consume just a few liang of oil monthly. Lao Gan Ma, being a non-essential condiment, naturally has a limited audience and sales potential. However, there is a glimmer of hope. Wealth abounds overseas, so perhaps he could start by exporting his product abroad. Song Junlin, with a beaming smile, mused to himself, moreover, selling abroad would not only yield foreign exchange, but also grant me the initiative. In the nascent days of reform and opening up, the nation required an extensive import of machinery and production lines, making foreign exchange exceedingly vital. At that time, any enterprise capable of generating foreign exchange was accorded exceptional attention. Whether in terms of taxation or other aspects, such enterprises received generous preferential treatment. Although his chili sauce might initially generate modest foreign exchange, as one of the very few enterprises in Ningzhou capable of doing so, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of local leaders. After all, the more foreign exchange generated by enterprises under Ningzhou's jurisdiction, the greater the accolades for its leaders. As for how to export the chili sauce, Song Junlin had devised a plan, the Canton Fair. Officially known as the China Import and Export Fair and held in the flower city of Guangdong Province, it is commonly referred to as the Canton Fair. Every year during the fair, numerous overseas merchants attend to seek out the goods they need to sell for profit abroad. However, the autumn session of the fair's food exhibition runs from November 1st to 5th. With only late August at hand, there was no need for undue haste. Chapter 44. The intent of Lu Xiangdong. As September arrived, the department store and supply and marketing cooperative in Ningzhou finally began selling mooncakes. However, this did not significantly impact the mooncakes at the second cafeteria. On one hand, both the department store and the cooperative limited purchases to 1 pound. So those wishing to buy more had to turn to the second cafeteria. On the other hand, their mooncakes were as hard as stones, incomparable to the soft and delicious varieties offered by the second cafeteria. One day, upon arriving at the second cafeteria, Song Junlin discovered that Lu Xiangdong from the Red Star Brigade was also present. He halted his bicycle, smiling as he greeted, "Secretary Lu, are you here to see your wife?" As he grew acquainted with the women of the Red Star Brigade, he learned that Lu Xiangdong's wife was indeed among them. "Ha, visiting your wife is one aspect," Lu Xiangdong scratched his head, admitting. "But my primary purpose for coming to the second cafeteria is to order 1,000 pounds of mooncakes to distribute as welfare for the Red Star Brigade members." Although the Red Star Brigade was one of the first to implement household production contracts, their early development of collective industry had led to prosperity, enabling them to frequently provide benefits to the villagers. Song Junlin nodded slightly, remarking, "It seems your brigade is doing quite well this year." Lu Xiangdong shook his head, saying, "One could only say it's satisfactory. Compared to you city dwellers, we are still quite lacking." Just look at how popular the mooncakes from your second cafeteria are. After speaking, he hesitated, appearing to struggle with something he wished to say. Sensing his unease, Song Junlin playfully inquired, Secretary Lu, you aren't thinking of making mooncakes yourself, are you? Lu Xiangdong's face flushed as his thoughts were laid bare by Song Junlin's teasing. He chuckled awkwardly and then said to Song Junlin, to be honest, I do have such an idea. After speaking, Lu Xiangdong rubbed his hands together and inquired, I wonder if Master Song could assist our brigade in purchasing a few ovens. I am willing to offer you a reward of 2,000 yuan for each one. To speak frankly with you, the ovens I acquired were purchased from Guangdong province. And there are no stock available, Song Junlin replied. It took me 8 days to procure them initially, and with the Mid-Autumn Festival just 10 days away. Even if I were to buy them for you, there wouldn't be enough time to make mooncakes. Indeed, Lu Xiangdong sighed. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, not many people would be willing to buy mooncakes. Song Junlin then asked, is Comrade Lu looking to find a new avenue for the Hongxing Brigade? Yes, Lu Xiangdong nodded. Although our brigade has been thriving these past 2 years with ventures in aquaculture and brickmaking, these projects have only absorbed about 70 individuals. With over 500 households in our brigade, the rest are still reliant on farming, which barely yields any profit. It was on my wife's suggestion that I contemplated selling mooncakes, just like your canteen. After pondering for a moment, Song Junlin proposed, Comrade Lu, I believe you could consider establishing a radio factory. Lu Xiangdong immediately shook his head. Radios are high-tech. How could we farmers manage that? Comrade Lu, Song Junlin explained. A radio is simply an assembly of components like speakers, magnetic rods, diodes, and transistors. It's not that complicated. Many radio enthusiasts in the city can assemble them themselves. He continued, currently, several collective enterprises in the southern regions are supplying these components to state-owned enterprises. You can purchase a batch of parts from them, and then seek assistance from our city's radio factory to teach you how to assemble them. Lu Xiangdong raised another question. But would the workers at the radio factory be willing to leave their stable jobs to come to our brigade? They certainly wouldn't, Song Junlin replied. But there's a way around it. The workers at state-owned factories work 6 days a week, resting on the 7th day. You could arrange for them to come on their day off. Would they be willing to teach for 200 yuan? If that doesn't work, you could ask if they teach for 500 yuan. Lu Xiangdong then posed a new concern. Once we produce them, how will we sell them? Would the supply and marketing cooperative or department store even want our products? Song Junlin suggested. You could sell to the neighboring villagers at a price lower than that of the supply and marketing cooperative. Offer them a warranty for a year if they break down. And you won't have to worry about sales. Although urban dwellers have begun to favor new appliances like televisions and washing machines, many in the vast countryside have yet to gather even the traditional 4 essentials. In his view, as long as affordable and quality radios are available, rural residents would certainly be inclined to purchase them. It sounds quite feasible. I will think it over further when I return. Lu Xiangdong remarked, turning to Song Junlin. Master Song, regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude to you. Oh, there's no need for such formality. The Hongxing Brigade has certainly aided me in the past. Song Junlin replied, waving his hand dismissively. His willingness to offer suggestions stemmed primarily from his appreciation of Lu Xiangdong's character. Lu Xiangdong had retired from the military due to injury in 1979 and subsequently became the deputy secretary of the brigade. Under his leadership, the Hongxing Brigade flourished, implementing a household production system and establishing breeding farms and brick kilns, later expanding to include a wire factory and a copper plant. Before his return, the brigade had languished in poverty, with the village's strong laborers earning a mere 7 cents for a full day's work. However, upon his return, prosperity began to blossom, with employees at the breeding farms and brick kilns earning monthly wages comparable to urban workers. Crucially, he never appropriated any funds from the brigade, instead channeling substantial resources into providing pensions for the elderly and welfare for the villagers. Had it not been for the reckless ambition of his subordinates, which led to a catastrophic explosion at the copper plant built with significant investment, the Hongxing Brigade might have become another Huaxi village. After returning, Lu Xiangdong penned a letter to his younger brother-in-law, who was attending university, inquiring about the feasibility of establishing a radio assembly factory. A few days later, his brother-in-law replied, confirming the project's viability and even enlisting the help of senior students to create streamlined radio schematics, asserting that production costs would be significantly lower than those of other radios. Following this encouraging response, Liu Xiangdong promptly gathered the village officials to begin preparations for the radio assembly factory. However, he did not forget to express his gratitude to Song Junlin, the one who had illuminated his path. He personally funded a gesture of appreciation, procuring 10 pounds of fine meat from the village's breeding farm, 2 chickens, 2 packs of Erlu cigarettes, and 6 bottles of canned fruit, which he delivered to Song Junlin himself. Chapter 45. Mid-Autumn Festival and Welfare. Before long, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. In the days leading up to the festival, the number of guests at the county guest house dwindled significantly. On the day of the festival, Song Junlin managed to sell only 350 pounds of mooncakes throughout the morning at the guest house. He decided to check out, instructing his apprentice to take the remaining mooncakes to Dongfeng Square for sale. Although the department store and supply cooperative offered mooncakes for sale, the allure of the tastier mooncakes from the second canteen certainly drew people in. In no time, all the mooncakes were sold out. Given the festive occasion, Song Junlin ceased mooncake production in the afternoon. He distributed welfare to everyone, including those at the second canteen, providing each person with 2 pounds of pork, 1 pound of quality mooncakes, and 4 pounds of substandard mooncakes. Initially, some defective products had emerged during production. However, Song Junlin did not distribute these directly for consumption. The reason for the current distribution, rather than a prior one, primarily stems from Song Junlin's concern that these individuals might intentionally produce inferior mooncakes in order to consume more. While he might be perceived as overly cautious, such occurrences have not been unheard of. Additionally, he settled all wages on this very day, and upon receiving their payments and benefits, everyone was filled with joy. In fact, Song Junlin was even more jubilant than the others. He calculated that the total revenue from this mooncake business reached an impressive 295 million yuan. After deducting the costs of materials and labor, he was left with a substantial sum of 211 million yuan. However, a portion of this amount was earmarked for Wei Hongqi and the second cafeteria. Unlike his previous minor ventures selling cold noodles, this mooncake business was well known throughout the county. Should he exploit the name of the collective enterprise without remitting a single penny to the second cafeteria, it was likely that someone would take the opportunity to cause trouble and have him arrested. Why? Because he would be violating the regulations concerning exploitation of laborers. And as an employee of the second cafeteria, he was engaging in activities outside his designated responsibilities, which could be deemed speculative misconduct. In light of this context, he was obligated to pay the collective affiliation fee to the second cafeteria. After carefully counting the money, Song Junlin wrapped it in newspaper and entered the director's office. He closed the door behind him and placed 2 stacks of money on the desk. He pushed the thinner stack towards Wei Hongqi with a smile, saying, "Senior brother, this 10,000 yuan is our agreed-upon share for you." Upon hearing this, Wei Hongqi's gaze fell upon the stack of money. He swallowed hard and replied, "I thought you were joking, Junlin. I can't believe you actually gave me 10,000 yuan. That is quite a sum." His monthly salary was barely over 50 yuan, totaling just over 600 for the year. To amass such wealth would require him to forego all expenses for over a decade. Yet, here was his junior brother, handing him a direct sum of 10,000 yuan. Without the support of his senior brother, this mooncake venture would not have materialized. Song Junlin said slowly, "Since senior brother has exerted such great effort, I cannot let you suffer a loss, can I?" After all, his senior brother was the head of the second cafeteria, and it was crucial to cultivate a strong rapport. Thus, he decided to directly allocate 10,000 yuan to him. Haha. Wei Hongqi laughed heartily upon hearing Song Junlin's words. "Since you've put it that way, I shall accept it." With that, he placed the stack of money into his drawer. Seeing that it was accepted, Song Junlin pointed to the other stack and continued, "Senior brother, this 25,000 yuan represents 20% of my profits, which I intend to remit to the collective as an affiliation fee." As he alone was responsible for selling the mooncakes at the guest house, the others were unaware that he was selling them at a price of 2.5 yuan per pound. He publicly claimed that his mooncakes were priced at 1.6 yuan per pound. Upon calculating, after deducting all expenses, his profit amounted to just over 120,000 yuan. Of this, the 20 allocated to the collective roughly equated to 25,000 yuan. After all, this was money easily earned by the second cafeteria, and no one would investigate how much he truly made. It was entirely at his discretion. Many individuals with connections merely paid nominal fees, but few were as generous as he was. Wei Hongqi nodded and said, "All right, I will account for this money and report it to the higher-ups." After leaving the second cafeteria, Song Junlin reflected on the remaining funds he had. After settling his debts to Wei Hongqi and the cafeteria, he had over 176,000 yuan left. Adding the earnings from the cold skin noodles and meat sandwiches, the total reached over 192,000 yuan. This indicated that since his rebirth, he had earned a total of 192,000 yuan. Once he had managed these affairs, Song Junlin returned home with some pork and mooncakes, as he still needed to deliver mooncakes to his relatives in the afternoon. After all, having made a substantial quantity of mooncakes for sale, it would be remiss not to share some with his relatives. Otherwise, if word got out, he would surely be scolded for his lack of consideration. Fortunately, he had only a few relatives and did not need to travel extensively. His grandfather had 2 children. His father was the eldest, while the younger brother had inexplicably left home years ago and vanished. However, in this second chance at life, Song Junlin knew that his uncle had once run away with others to Guangdong province, eventually swimming across to settle in Hong Kong, where he became a small business owner. By next year, his uncle would return to Ningzhou to visit family. Thus, Song Junlin only needed to deliver mooncakes to his second uncle and aunt. Since his aunt had married a local, he could go directly to the Taoyuan commune without needing to visit other places. Upon arriving at the Taoyuan commune, Song Junlin first visited the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase 2 cans of malt milk. Then, he headed straight to his second uncle's house. As he reached the doorstep, he spotted his aunt playing cards with someone outside. With a smile, he called out, "Aunt, I've brought mooncakes for you." Hearing this, his aunt quickly stood up and said, "Oh, it's Junlin. Come in and have a seat." Song Junlin handed his aunt 5 pounds of pork, 10 pounds of mooncakes, and a can of malt milk, saying, "Aunt, I still have to go to my aunt's house, so I want to come in." "All right," his aunt nodded, replying. "Then after you return from Ing's, come back here for a while." "Okay," Song Junlin responded, turning to leave. "I home. Your nephew is truly wonderful. Indeed, with pork, mooncakes, and malt milk, this must be worth 60 or 70 yuan. I really envy you. My family, not even a nephew, has ever bought us such generous gifts." As he watched Song Junlin depart, the 3 card players could not help but express their envy. Upon hearing their remarks, the smile on Er Jiuma's face blossomed even further. Chapter 46. The Dilemma at My Aunt's House. Song Junlin rode his bicycle to the southernmost part of Taoyuan commune, turning into the second alley, which led to his aunt's home. His aunt, Wang Aiying, was the third in her birth order. Her husband, a veteran, now held a position as a formal worker in a state-owned factory. They had 2 daughters and 2 sons. The daughters were older and had already married, while the sons had reached a marriageable age but remained unmarried due to employment issues. When Song Junlin arrived at his aunt's house, the family was in a state of discontent. "Junlin has come." His uncle, Li Xianglin, greeted him with a smile, albeit he was rather introverted and not particularly talkative. His aunt, however, grumbled, "Why did you buy so many things? You ought to save some money." After saying this, she noticed her 2 sons remained silent and immediately scolded. "Your brother Junlin is here, and you don't even know to greet him?" "Brother Junlin," they finally called out. "Come on, aunt, don't always criticize them. Tian Bao and Jun Bao are still young," Song Junlin remarked as he turned to the 2, inquiring, "So, have you both found jobs?" "Not yet," Li Tianbao replied glumly. As the 3rd child in the family, he had not enjoyed the same privileges as his younger brother, which led him to be sent to the countryside for work until this year. "I have a job, but it's just a temporary position," Li Junbao chimed in. Hearing their responses, Song Junlin understood the source of his aunt's family's discontent. Uncle Li Xianglin was at retirement age and should have been preparing the next generation to take over. However, with 2 sons of marriageable age, it raised the question of who would inherit his stable job. Logically, the second son, already a temporary worker, had employment, while the elder son, having endured hardship in the countryside for many years, had yet to secure a job and should ideally take over. Nonetheless, the couple had always favored the younger son, having lived with him for so many years, which deepened their attachment and desire for him to inherit the job. Consequently, this situation had created tension within the household. While the brothers had not turned against each other, they frequently found themselves at odds at home. Just today, they had another quarrel, which left the parents feeling quite troubled. After some thought, Song Junlin suggested, "Aunt, uncle, I could arrange for Tian Bao to work in the second cafeteria." Upon hearing this, Wang Aiying couldn't help but smile, exclaiming, "Oh, that would be wonderful." Li Xianglin nodded and said, I am still in good health and plan to work for a few more years, which will allow Tianbao to secure a job. Song Junlin then turned to Li Tianbao and inquired, Tianbao, would you be willing to work at the second cafeteria? Before Li Tianbao could respond, Li Junbao interjected, Brother Junlin, is it a temporary position or a permanent one? Song Junlin looked at him and replied, it's a temporary job. Will you take it? No, Li Junbao flatly rejected the offer. In his eyes, with his elder brother gone, there was no one left to compete with him for the position. Song Junlin turned his attention back to Li Tianbao, asking, Tianbao, what about you? After a moment of silence, Li Tianbao finally gritted his teeth and responded, Brother Junlin, I will go. All right, it's settled then. Song Junlin smiled and assured him, rest assured, someone will retire from our place next year, and the cafeteria director is my senior brother. I will definitely ensure he makes you a permanent employee. After all, he had already planned to resign next year, so it would be possible to arrange a position before then. Although he had considered the idea of having others join him in entrepreneurship, he understood that at this time, most people valued the security of a stable job, and it was uncertain whether anyone would want to venture out with him. Thank you, Brother Junlin, Li Tianbao exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, Li Junbao began to feel regret. However, having already declined Song Junlin's offer, he found it difficult to change his mind. Junlin, I am truly grateful to you. Wang Aiying and Li Hanlin both expressed their heartfelt thanks. After all, Song Junlin's visit had resolved a significant issue for their family. Although they favored Li Junbao more, they certainly did not neglect Li Tianbao. If this situation caused Li Tianbao to distance himself from them, they would become the subject of ridicule. After leaving his aunt's house, Song Junlin visited his second uncle for a brief period before riding his bicycle home. Upon returning, he found that his elder brother and sister-in-law had already finished work. Seeing Song Junlin enter, Song Ruolin could not help but smile and ask, Oh, our family's chef has returned. What delicious dishes do we have tonight? Song Junlin replied, braised pork ribs, yellow braised chicken with chestnuts, cherry meat, mushu pork, and steamed fish with black bean sauce along with hairy crabs. How does that sound? Song Ruolin gulped, saying, having a chef at home is truly exceptional. We can eat whatever we desire. At that moment, his sister-in-law, Ma Xiaoyan, suddenly asked Junlin, Where's Qinyu? Didn't Tiyu invite her to join us for the Mid-Autumn Festival? She went to the city to visit her parents, Song Junlin explained. He had gone to see Yang Qinyu a few days prior, intending to invite her as well. But she said her parents insisted on her spending the festival in the city, so she left yesterday. Ma Xiaoyan nodded, saying, That makes sense. They have been apart for a long time and haven't seen each other. All right, it's getting late. I should wash up and start cooking, she continued. Song Junlin parked his bicycle, washed up, and then entered the kitchen. Ma Xiaoyan quickly offered, Junlin, let me assist you. Chapter 47. A day off the following day. Song Junlin rose from his slumber and made his way to the restroom, subsequently opening the gate to his courtyard. To his surprise, he found Li Tianbao waiting outside. Brother Junlin, Li Tianbao greeted him with a smile. Stepping aside, Song Junlin replied, Tianbao, please come in. He had not anticipated that his friend would arrive so early, and judging by the situation, it appeared he had walked here. Once inside the courtyard, Li Tianbao inquired softly, Aunt and brother are still asleep, aren't they? Yes, they are still asleep, Song Junlin nodded in response. Haven't you had breakfast yet? He asked further. I left home early, and nothing has been prepared, Li Tianbao answered. Can you make porridge? Song Junlin questioned. I can, Li Tianbao replied. We always cooked for ourselves when we were out in the countryside. Then go to the kitchen and prepare the porridge. I will head out to buy some breakfast, Song Junlin suggested, taking a clean bamboo basket from the kitchen before riding off on his bicycle. In a short while, he returned, carrying a basket filled with steamed buns. Upon entering the kitchen, he found Li Tianbao watching over the pot. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, the millet porridge was finally ready. No need to turn off the heat. We can reheat yesterday's leftovers to accompany our meal, Song Junlin remarked. Li Tianbao removed the pot of porridge and placed a pan for stir-frying on the stove. At that moment, sounds of washing up could be heard from the courtyard, indicating that Wang Kaiqin and Song Ruolin had begun their morning routines. After Li Tianbao ladled the porridge into bowls, he stepped outside to greet everyone. After breakfast, Song Junlin rode his bicycle with Li Tianbao to the second canteen. As soon as they entered, someone called out, Master Song, are we still making mooncakes? No, we are not, Song Junlin replied, shaking his head. With the Mid-Autumn Festival now behind them, the demand for mooncakes had significantly dwindled. Furthermore, he intended to devote his energies to the production of Leogama chili sauce, with plans to purchase machinery in the coming days, leaving no inclination to make mooncakes. I see. The others in the canteen expressed disappointment upon hearing Song Junlin's words. After all, during the mooncake production, each of them had earned 8 yuan daily. With the discontinuation of mooncake making, their earnings would revert to 4 yuan a day. This translated to a loss of 120 yuan over the course of a month, equivalent to 3 or 4 months' wages for them. Making mooncakes? Li Tianbao exclaimed, his eyes widening. Brother Junlin, could it be that the mooncakes you delivered to my family yesterday were made by you? Yes, indeed. Why do you ask? Song Junlin replied. Those mooncakes were simply exquisite. Li Tianbao exclaimed with a smile. You have no idea. Yesterday, Junbao secretly devoured a pound of them, and my mother chased him around the street with a feather duster. Haha. Song Junlin chuckled in response. If you found them delicious, we shall make more once you've finished the ones you have. At the entrance of the director's office, Song Junlin said to Li Tianbao, Tianbao, wait here for a moment. I will let you in shortly. Understood, Li Tianbao nodded earnestly. With a few knocks, Song Junlin entered the office. Upon seeing him, Wei Hongqi greeted him warmly. Junlin, please take a seat. After all, he had just received a sum of 10,000 yuan the previous day, which justified his enthusiasm. Once seated across from him, Song Junlin slowly began, Senior brother, I have 2 matters to discuss with you. Wei Hongqi glanced at him and jested. You aren't thinking of asking for leave again, are you? Haha. It seems my senior brother has guessed correctly, Song Junlin replied with a chuckle. Wei Hongqi shook his head, saying, You come to me to request leave. There's no need for guessing. After a pause, he inquired, Apart from the leave, what else is on your mind? Could it be that you have another project in the works? His tone carried a hint of eagerness, which was understandable, as he had recently profited alongside Song Junlin. Song Junlin shook his head, clarifying, Senior brother, I'm here primarily to discuss bringing my cousin to work temporarily in our second cafeteria. Wei Hongqi smiled, saying, To be honest, our second cafeteria is already quite staffed. If it were anyone else, I would certainly decline, but since it's you, junior brother, I will gladly oblige. He then asked, Has your cousin arrived? Yes, he is just outside, Song Junlin replied, calling out, Tianbao, come in. Upon hearing his name, Li Tianbao entered. Senior brother, this is my cousin, Li Tianbao. Song Junlin introduced him, then turned to Li Tianbao and said, Tianbao, this is my senior brother, Director Wei. Director, Li Tianbao greeted. Oh, he certainly looks like a promising young man, Wei Hongqi remarked after sizing up Li Tianbao. Work diligently, and if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask your cousin. Yes, Director, Li Tianbao nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 48. A trip to the city in the morning. After arranging for Li Tianbao, Song Junlin hurried to the bus station. He intended to visit the agricultural machinery factory in the city to purchase a crushing machine for processing chili peppers. The later version of Lao Gan Ma, aside from being bottled, was produced on an assembly line. To scale up, he needed to follow the path of the previous iteration of Lao Gan Ma. Although the machine-made chili sauce might not match the flavor of handmade versions, the efficiency was exponentially greater. Otherwise, relying solely on a dozen people, it would take around-the-clock labor just to produce a modest amount of chili sauce. However, as there were currently no specialized chili crushing machines available, he needed to conduct a field investigation. After purchasing a ticket, Song Junlin boarded the bus to the city. Just as he settled in, he encountered Lu Xiangdong from the Hongxing Brigade. At that moment, Lu Xiangdong smiled and inquired, Master Song, are you heading to the city as well? Indeed, Comrade Lu, replied Song Junlin as he settled into the seat beside Lu. He then asked, Are you also going to the city? Did Master Song not previously mention that we should establish a radio assembly factory in the Hongxing Brigade? Lu Xiangdong explained, I went to Jiangnan and discovered that quite a few brigades were engaged in the production of electronic components, and the prices were quite reasonable. We have nearly completed our preparatory work, so we intend to seek someone knowledgeable in technology at the radio factory in the city. Upon hearing Lu Xiangdong's words, Song Junlin nodded in agreement, reflecting to himself, no wonder Lu Xiangdong was able to transform the Hongxing Brigade into a renowned model village in Jiangdong province in his previous life. Such audacity is not something ordinary individuals possess. It is remarkable that he, with just a few words, could initiate the establishment of a radio factory. One must possess such determination to succeed. While caution is commendable, in this untamed era, the cautious individuals find it nearly impossible to accomplish anything. Why is this the case? Because at that time, it was akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. Many matters were ambiguous. Although they may not necessarily violate the law, they lacked policy support, and even if there was support from above, those below might not dare to act for fear that the winds might shift. When Liu Xiangdong had just returned to the brigade after his military service and sought to lead the implementation of household production quotas, the brigade secretary opposed him, even claiming that such actions were a revival of feudal practices and deserved to be met with resistance. After much persuasion, they finally permitted the implementation of a collective contract. However, when Liu Xiangdong sought to establish a breeding farm, the brigade secretary again intervened, stating that there was no precedent for such an endeavor and that it required approval from the commune. Undeterred by the lack of approval, Liu Xiangdong proceeded to initiate the breeding farm with his team. Ultimately, the farm proved to be immensely profitable for the Hongxing Brigade. Following a meeting, the commune leadership removed the brigade secretary from his position, appointing Liu Xiangdong as the new secretary of the Hongxing Brigade. Without Liu Xiangdong, the Hongxing Brigade might have followed the same path as other brigades, just beginning to implement collective contracts, and would never have established breeding farms or brick kilns. Nor would it have garnered the attention of County Chief Su. It is precisely these audacious individuals who have enabled township enterprises to flourish across the nation, shining with resplendent brilliance. By the 1990s, the output value of township enterprises reached 27.9% of the national GDP, addressing significant employment issues for a vast population. Master Song, what brings you to the city? Liu Xiangdong suddenly asked. Song Junlin responded. I plan to purchase a crusher from the agricultural machinery factory and then produce some chili sauce to sell. Afterward, he inquired, Comrade Liu, has your Hongxing Brigade begun cultivating chili peppers? Some have been planted, but not in large quantities, Liu Xiangdong replied. Very well, Song Junlin nodded, contemplating that for large-scale production, it would be necessary to procure chili peppers from regions such as Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan. At that time, each acre of land required a payment of 100 caddies of public grain, and the farmers lacked any grain reserves. Consequently, apart from those regions where the consumption of spicy food was essential, the majority of people in other areas refrained from cultivating chili peppers, reserving their cultivation for personal gardens. Soon, the vehicle was filled to capacity with passengers. Even the aisles were crowded. At that juncture, there was no notion of overloading. As many individuals as could fit were allowed to board, and in certain locales, the vehicle would only depart once full. Along the way, Liu Xiangdong resumed his conversation with Song Junlin regarding the radio factory. He produced the radio schematics drawn by his younger brother-in-law and remarked to Song Junlin, Master Song. After our last discussion, I wrote to my younger brother-in-law, who is currently attending university. This is the design he created with the help of classmates. Song Junlin examined the plans and acknowledged, indeed, this design is considerably more simplified, which will significantly reduce costs. Although Song Junlin was not affiliated with the radio factory, he had witnessed others disassemble radios for repairs and found this design to be markedly more straightforward than what he had seen. Returning the schematics, he commented, I didn't realize you had a younger brother-in-law in university. Liu Xiangdong responded with pride, my wife also once had the opportunity to attend university. Had it not been for her family's unfavorable background, the commune would have only allowed one person to pursue higher education, and she would have been able to attend as well. He added with a hint of resignation, however, had she gone to university, she likely would not have considered a rural man like me. Song Junlin understood this sentiment well, for in the past, those who managed to gain admission to university were truly the elite, unlike the multitude of graduates in later years who faced unemployment upon graduation. In those days, attending university not only required no financial contribution, but also came with a monthly stipend of several yuan. Moreover, upon graduation, job placements were assured, and the opportunities for advancement were significantly greater than for others. If it were not for Guo Lingwei's mother's vision problems and the need to care for the family, she would not have chosen to forego her university education. This very circumstance led Guo Lingwei to look down upon Song Junlin, as she believed that had she not missed the opportunity for higher education or needed someone to support her family, she would never have considered marrying him. Song Junlin mused. It seems evident now that Liu Xiangdong's success in his previous life was not only due to his boldness, but also because he had someone strategizing for him from behind the scenes. Chapter 49. Investment in the radio factory. Several hours later, the two finally arrived in the city. As they disembarked, Song Junlin was preparing to leave when Lu Xiangdong suddenly called out to him. Master Song, is there something else you need? Song Junlin inquired. Lu Xiangdong hesitated momentarily, a bit embarrassed, before saying, Master Song, our brigade has yet to repay the loan from the credit cooperative. I wonder if you could lend us some funds. We can offer double the interest as compensation. It became clear why Lu Xiangdong had seemed eager to speak during the journey. He had intended to ask me for a loan. Inside Song Junlin's mind, a sense of bewilderment arose, prompting him to inquire. May I ask how much you wish to borrow, Secretary Lu? Lu Xiangdong responded. Would 20,000 suffice? However, Song Junlin's eyes glinted with a sudden idea, and he proposed. Secretary Lu, how about this? I shall provide your brigade with 20,000 yuan, and you need not repay it, but in return, I request half the shares of the radio factory. What do you think? Although there were no companies, let alone a shareholding system in the country at that time, he believed that with Lu Xiangdong's integrity, the promise would be upheld, even in the absence of a contract or legal protection. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangdong expressed his dissatisfaction. Master Song, this feels rather exploitative. I merely wish to borrow some money, yet you seek to acquire the radio factory. Secretary Lu, please do not be angry. Allow me to finish, Song Junlin replied with a smile. I am not merely providing funds. I will also design several highly marketable models for the radio factory, ensuring your sales surpass those of the city's factories. At that point, at least 100 individuals from the Hongxing Brigade will have employment opportunities. Lu Xiangdong, skeptical, asked, will they truly sell that well? Indeed, Song Junlin affirmed. Lu Xiangdong pressed further. Can you genuinely create that many jobs? Song Junlin assured him, if I cannot, I shall relinquish all my shares and consider the money a free loan. Does that sound fair? All right, I accept your terms. Lu Xiangdong finally conceded after a moment of silence. However, I need you to share your strategy first. With a grin, Song Junlin replied, I can reveal one method right away. You can produce it and see for yourself. Lu Xiangdong eagerly responded, please, do tell. Song Junlin explained. Simply make the radios larger and more aesthetically pleasing. Is that all? Such a minor adjustment will enhance sales? Lu Xiangdong's eyes widened, feeling a strong urge to deliver a punch. His initial enthusiasm had now dissipated. Of course, Song Junlin nodded, then queried, Secretary Lu, let me ask you, if there were two radios available, one a standard size, akin to a brick, and the other half the size of a television, which would you choose to purchase? Naturally, I would opt for the larger one. It offers more prestige in the home. Lu Xiangdong promptly replied. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he fell silent in realization. Song Junlin smiled at Lu Xiangdong, saying, see, even you think that way. Others will surely prefer the larger model. Lu Xiangdong retorted, that doesn't count. It's just a larger radio, hardly a novel idea. Song Junlin shot him a glance and asked, if I propose another idea, will you agree? I will, if you can present another convincing concept, Lu Xiangdong confidently declared. Very well, I shall win you over, Song Junlin asserted with confidence. We could also produce a radio capable of receiving television broadcasts. As he spoke, he turned to Lu Xiangdong and inquired once more, Comrade Lu, I ask you again, if this radio were to be produced, do you think anyone would buy it? Yes. Undoubtedly, there would be plenty of buyers, Lu Xiangdong replied without hesitation. In the early 1980s, televisions were considered precious luxuries. Even the cheapest black and white television cost 300 to 400 yuan, a sum that required many families to forego food and drink for an entire year to afford. Those who could purchase televisions were typically workers and officials. Farmers like them, solely engaged in agriculture, found themselves in debt to the collective after a year of toil, without profit. Now, with a radio priced at merely a few dozen yuan capable of receiving television broadcasts, it was only natural that many would clamor for it. I am truly impressed, Master Song, Lu Xiangdong admitted. Without needing a word from Song Junlin, he directly stated, Master Song, I shall concede to your request. With a smile, Song Junlin replied, Haha, Comrade Lu, do not think I am taking advantage of you. With my method, our radio will undoubtedly become the best-selling in all of Jiangdong, and earning over $1 million a year is certainly within reach. Can we really earn that much? Lu Xiangdong asked, somewhat incredulous. Of course, Song Junlin affirmed with a nod. Currently, a cheap radio costs 32 yuan. If we sell 100,000 units, can we not make close to $1 million? Lu Xiangdong nodded in agreement. With a population of several million in Jiangdong province, 100,000 radios would certainly find a market. Factories in the city could produce over 1 million radios annually, and those radios eventually sold out. Liu Xiangdong began to envision a future where, under his leadership, every member of the Hongxing Brigade resided in two-story brick houses, commuting by bicycle. His excitement was mirrored in Song Junlin, who had not anticipated that a single trip to the city would grant him a 50 stake in a radio factory. Although he was indifferent to the factory itself, the annual dividends amounting to hundreds of thousands were certainly appealing. He was confident that with this radio assembly factory, alongside his soon-to-launch chili sauce business, he would soon become one of the wealthiest individuals in Jiangdong province, if not the entire nation. Chapter 50. Seeking to meet the future father-in-law. After finalizing the arrangements regarding the radio factory with Liu Xiangdong, Song Junlin hailed a tricycle and headed straight for the city's agricultural machinery factory. Initially, he believed he could easily procure the desired machinery. However, he soon realized he was gravely mistaken. Upon arriving at the factory gate, he encountered his first setback. When the guard learned that he was a private individual seeking to purchase machinery, he was outright denied entry. Song Junlin forced a smile and pleaded, "Comrade, could you please make an exception? I truly need to buy this equipment." The guard rolled his eyes and replied, "I've told you several times. If you wish to purchase machinery, go to the sales point in Ningzhou County. We do not sell to the public here. Comrade, had the sales point possessed suitable machinery, I would not have ventured into the city." Song Junlin lamented with a hint of resignation. The guard retorted directly, "If you cannot procure it at the sales point, you certainly won't find the machinery you seek here." Song Junlin was well aware that the guard's words were rooted in reality. During the era of planned economy, everything was subject to centralized distribution and procurement. Producers focused solely on manufacturing, while sellers were confined to sales. Yet, he had personally come to the agricultural machinery factory with the hope that, in the absence of suitable options, he could persuade someone to modify a machine to meet his needs. "Junlin, what brings you here?" A melodious voice rang out amidst their conversation. Turning his head, Song Junlin immediately spotted Yang Qinyu approaching with evident excitement. At that moment, she wore a crisp shirt paired with jeans, accentuating her graceful figure and alluring curves. Her lustrous long hair cascaded down her shoulders, framing a face that was both charming and radiant. In her hands, she carried a net bag containing several aluminum lunchboxes. "Qinyu?" Upon noticing Yang Qinyu and the lunchboxes she held, Song Junlin quickly deduced that her father was the deputy director of this factory. He promptly inquired, "Qinyu, does Uncle Yang work here at the agricultural machinery factory?" "Indeed," Yang Qinyu responded, then asked, "What brings you here?" "Of course, I came to see you." Song Junlin replied with a smile. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns, considering we haven't seen each other for so many days. It feels as though it has been over a decade, and I naturally miss you dearly. "Huh, I find that hard to believe." Yang Qinyu rolled her eyes playfully. Though she feigned disbelief, her heart brimmed with sweetness, even as she recognized that he was merely flattering her. Song Junlin chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Yang Qinyu then shifted her gaze from him to the guard, stating, "Comrade, this gentleman is my boyfriend. May we enter now?" Upon hearing her words, the guard's demeanor transformed dramatically, now smiling as he said, "Ah, so you are the son-in-law of Director Yang. Please, do come in." Though a deputy director could not dismiss him outright, he could certainly make life difficult for him, perhaps assigning him menial tasks such as cleaning the toilets. Thus he had no choice but to change his attitude. Thus, Song Junlin finally gained entry to the agricultural machinery factory. As they walked along the main avenue, he confided in Yang Qinyu, "In truth, I came to the factory with the intention of purchasing machinery." Yang Qinyu queried, "What machinery are you looking to buy?" "I can have my father speak to them. I intend to acquire a crusher. However, judging by the guard's words, it seems they likely do not have the type I need. The others might require modifications to be functional," Song Junlin explained. Yang Qinyu replied, "Well, just tell my father when the time comes. I doubt he would dare to disregard my request." After a moment, she added, "By the way, Junlin, have you had lunch yet?" Song Junlin responded, "Not yet, but I had a hearty breakfast, so I am not particularly hungry at the moment." It was still before lunch. Yang Qinyu lifted the net bag in her hand and said to Song Junlin, "You can have this later. My mother made plenty for my father, and he can't finish it alone." "No, thank you," Song Junlin quickly declined. To be honest, he felt somewhat uncertain about how to face Yang Qinyu's father. Previously, their relationship might not have been opposed, but now, as a divorced man with a rather unsavory reputation, he was acutely aware that Yang's father would likely disapprove, both for his own sake and for his daughter's. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Qinyu suggested, "Then I'll fetch you a meal from the cafeteria. You mustn't tea refuse." "All right," Song Junlin nodded in agreement. Soon after, he followed Yang Qinyu to the vice factory director's office. Upon entering, Yang Qinyu placed the lunchbox on the desk and cheerfully announced, "Dad, I brought you lunch." At the sound of her voice, Yang Xianghong looked up, and in an instant, he noticed his daughter along with Song Junlin. He scrutinized Song Junlin for a moment before suddenly asking, "You must be the second son of the Song family, Junlin?" Given that the Song and Yang families had been neighbors years ago, it was not surprising that he recognized him. "Yes, Uncle Yang," Song Junlin replied with a nod. Yang Xianghong continued, "What brings you here?" Sensing that the man was unaware of his relationship with Yang Qinyu, Song Junlin felt a sense of relief. He explained his purpose. "I came to the agricultural machinery factory to purchase a grinder specifically for crushing peppers. I didn't expect Uncle Yang to be working here." Yang Xianghong raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Crushing peppers? What is your intention?" He added, "Isn't the government urging companies to generate more foreign exchange? I aim to produce some chili sauce to contribute to foreign exchange," Song Junlin replied candidly. "Chili sauce can generate foreign exchange." Yang Xianghong shook his head, beginning to lecture. "You young people are always aiming too high." It was evident that he did not believe in the potential of chili sauce for foreign exchange. Hearing this, Yang Qinyu immediately retorted, "Dad, Junlin isn't from the agricultural machinery factory. You shouldn't impose your authority on him. Moreover, how do you know that chili sauce can't generate foreign exchange?" Seeing his daughter defend him so staunchly, Yang Xianghong shook his head, conceding, "Fine. I won't say anything more." He then pointed to the lunchbox on the desk and asked, "Junlin, have you had lunch yet? Would you care to join me?" "No. Thank you, Uncle Yang," Song Junlin declined outright. Yang Qinyu interjected, "Dad, you eat your meal. I'll go to the cafeteria and get Junlin a portion." After lunch, Yang Xianghong summoned Zhao Fuchong, the head of the factory's sales department. He gestured to Song Junlin, introducing him, "Xiao Zhao, this is my nephew, who intends to purchase a grinder from our agricultural machinery factory for crushing peppers. I hope you can assist him in finding a suitable one." Zhao Fuchong nodded and said, "Director Yang, rest assured, I will handle this matter well." Yang Xianghong acknowledged with a slight nod and replied, "In that case, you and Xiao Song should go find the machines." "Yes, Director Yang," Zhao Fuchong responded, turning to Song Junlin and saying, "Comrade, let us proceed." "All right, I will follow you," Song Junlin replied, and he departed with Zhao Fuchong. Observing this, Yang Qinyu intended to follow, but was silently deterred by Yang Xianghong's gaze. Yang Xianghong asked, "My daughter, are you still preoccupied with him every day?" "What of it?" Yang Qinyu countered with a question. "What do you mean by that?" Yang Xianghong huffed. "He is a married man. There can be no future for you two." Yang Qinyu replied nonchalantly, "Then I shall wait for him to divorce." Yang Xianghong shook his head. "A divorced man is even less desirable. If he could abandon the first, he could easily abandon the second." Sighing softly, Yang Qinyu thought to herself, "It seems that the path between Junlin and me is still fraught with challenges." She hesitated to reveal the truth about Song Junlin's divorce and their relationship, fearing her parents' disapproval. Otherwise, returning to Ningzhou might become exceedingly difficult, unless she chose to sever ties with her family and leave home. Chapter 51. Return to Ningzhou. Meanwhile, Song Junlin followed Zhao Fuchong to the agricultural machinery factory's warehouse. Zhao Fuchong pointed to a nearby area and said, "Comrade Xiao Song, all those are our various models of agricultural pulverizers. I wonder which one you require." Song Junlin replied, "I need to test them. May I experiment with the pulverizers here?" "Certainly," Zhao Fuchong said, eager to assist, especially with Yang Xianghong's support. Song Junlin approached the pulverizers. Setting down his luggage, which contained the dried chili peppers he had acquired for testing purposes, he tried each machine but found them unsuitable. Either the pulverized peppers were too coarse or reduced to powder, failing to achieve the desired consistency he could achieve with a knife. From his suitcase, Song Junlin retrieved a pack of friendship cigarettes and offered them to Zhao Fuchong, saying, "Director Zhao, these machines do not seem suitable. Could you assist me in finding some skilled technicians to modify the machines? I will cover their expenses." The mention of friendship caused Zhao Fuchong's pupils to constrict, and he felt increasingly aware of Song Junlin's substantial background, for ordinary individuals, could not procure such premium cigarettes. He accepted the cigarettes with a beaming smile and said, "Brother Song, leave this matter to me. I assure you I will find the most skilled workers for you." Pausing briefly, he added, "Brother Song, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, Zhao Fuchong departed. Before long, he led a silver-haired master craftsman over. Zhao Fuchong pointed to the master and introduced him to Song Junlin. "Brother Song, this master is the most skilled worker in our factory. He is indeed a level 8 craftsman." With a smile, Song Junlin extended his hand to the master. "Greetings, comrade." "Hello, hello," the master responded, somewhat taken aback by Song Junlin's warmth. Reaching into his pocket, Song Junlin produced a box of rare flower cigarettes and offered them to the master and Zhao Fuchong, saying, "Comrade Zhao, let us enjoy a smoke while we converse." "Ah, these are foreign guest cigarettes," the master exclaimed, glancing at the box in surprise. Zhao Fuchong, upon seeing the cigarettes, beamed even more broadly. After taking a few puffs, Song Junlin pointed to one of the machines and said to the master, "Comrade, I use this crusher for grinding chili peppers, but this model is meant for processing feed. The resulting particles are excessively large. I hope you can assist me in modifying it." "Certainly, I will make the adjustments right away," the master replied without a moment's hesitation. On one hand, Zhao Fuchong had brought him specifically to resolve this issue. On the other, he felt obliged to assist, especially with the incentive of payment and the enticing cigarettes. This problem was easily solvable. It would not take more than half a day's time. After finishing his smoke, the master picked up his tools and began dismantling the machine. In fact, just 3.5 hours later, he had completed the modifications. Setting down his tools, he said to Song Junlin, "Comrade, give it another try." At his words, Song Junlin grabbed a handful of dried chili peppers and fed them into the machine's opening. Immediately, ground chili spilled forth from the outlet. Approaching, Song Junlin carefully examined the output. Soon, a smile crept across his face. "The size is perfect. This is precisely what I needed." As he spoke, he took out a large sum of money along with 2 boxes of flower cigarettes and handed them to the master. "I truly appreciate your help, master." The master accepted the money and cigarettes, smiling. "Comrade, there is no need for such formality. It is my duty." After bidding farewell to the master, Song Junlin turned to Zhao Fuchong. "Comrade Zhao, could you assist me in arranging a truck to transport this machine to Ningzhou?" "That's easily arranged," Zhao Fuchong readily agreed. Thus, while Zhao Fuchong sought a vehicle for Song Junlin, the latter made his way to the deputy factory director's office. Knock, knock, knock. He tapped on the door before entering. Yang Xianghong inquired, "How did it go? Did you find a suitable one?" "Yes, Uncle Yang," Song Junlin nodded. "I've come to inform you that I plan to return to Ningzhou now. I want to go back with you," Yang Qianyu suddenly interjected. Yang Xianghong remarked, "It's getting late, and the roads are unsafe. Why not wait until tomorrow to return?" Song Junlin remarked, "Uncle Yang is right. In recent years, public safety has deteriorated, and it is safer to return during the day." Yang Qianyu insisted, "No, I am determined to go back today." Yang Xianghong furrowed her brows and turned her gaze to Song Junlin, saying, "Junlin, you must take good care of Qianyu. If anything happens to her, I will not spare you." "I will," he assured her. After bidding farewell to Yang Xianghong, Song Junlin and Yang Qianyu boarded a truck from the agricultural machinery factory and returned to Ningzhou, accompanied by a modified crusher. As night fell, they finally arrived in Ningzhou. He instructed the driver to take them to the back door of the second cafeteria. Although it had already closed for the day, Old Qin was still on duty. Song Junlin alighted from the vehicle and knocked on the window of the duty room. Moments later, the light in the duty room flickered on. Creak. Old Qin emerged and inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me, Junlin," he answered promptly. "What brings you here?" "Come in quickly," Old Qin replied, opening the door for him. "I need to drop off some things at the second cafeteria," he explained. Soon, the gate swung open, and the truck drove directly inside. Song Junlin tossed a pack of cigarettes to the driver and said, "Sir, could you please help me unload the machine?" The driver glanced at the cigarettes and readily agreed. The machine was neither large nor heavy, and the two of them swiftly unloaded it. After finishing, Song Junlin prepared a few simple dishes in the cafeteria since they had yet to dine, treating the driver as well. After their meal, the driver departed, and Song Junlin bid farewell to Old Qin, leading Yang Qianyu away from the cafeteria. Hand in hand, they strolled along the darkened path. In a later era, a solitary man and woman at such an hour would surely seek a hotel room. However, In those times, even if they harbored such intentions, they would find it impossible to act upon them. This was because securing a room in a guest house or hotel required an introduction letter, particularly for a man and woman who needed a marriage certificate to check in. Without it, establishments would refuse service, and some would even alert the authorities. Moreover, even if they checked into separate rooms to avoid suspicion, staff would frequently knock on their doors throughout the night to ensure no inappropriate conduct occurred. Although Yang Qianyu resided alone, Song Junlin, considering her reputation, did not intend to take liberties. After all, the accommodations were small and poorly soundproofed. If any noises were heard during the night, people would undoubtedly speculate about Yang Qianyu, especially since she was still an unmarried woman. In this context, after Song Junlin escorted Yang Qianyu back to her residence, he departed alone. The following day, upon the arrival of the personnel at the second cafeteria, they immediately noticed the presence of a new machine. The sight of this machine ignited excitement among everyone, as it signified the potential for a third lucrative opportunity. Indeed, as Song Junlin entered the second cafeteria, he found himself encircled by these eager individuals. "Master Song, what is this machine? Master Song, are you planning to launch a third project?" They all exclaimed in a cacophony of voices. "Everyone, please, quiet down," Song Junlin urged, raising his hand to calm them. "You have guessed correctly. I do intend to embark on a new project." At this declaration, a wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd, who began to whisper animatedly to one another. Song Junlin continued, "However, this project will not yield profits immediately. It will be after November." Though the crowd expressed some disappointment at this news, they refrained from further comment. After all profitable ventures had originated from Song Junlin's ingenuity. Without his guidance, they would not have enjoyed the financial success they currently experienced. Although we won't see profits until after November, in the meantime, I would like you all to take some time to learn from me, Song Junlin said, surveying the group. "During the learning process, there will be no wages. Who among you is willing to join me?" I am willing." They all responded eagerly, concerned about the potential impact on their future earnings. And thus no one dared to decline. "Very well then, once I procure the necessary materials, we shall commence," Song Junlin announced. "Our upcoming endeavor will involve the production of a chili sauce." Chapter 52. The assurance of Director Su after discussing matters with the personnel of the second cafeteria. Song Junlin went to purchase some essential ingredients. Additionally, he stopped by the department store to acquire several cans, which he intended to use temporarily for storing the chili sauce. Upon returning to the second cafeteria, Song Junlin gathered everyone together. Come, everyone, let us have some canned fruit," he said, distributing the fruit cans he held. "Be careful with the glass jars. I still have use for them, so please don't break them. Rest assured, we will handle them with care." "Thank you, Junlin," one replied. "Indeed, it has been ages since I had canned food. Junlin, you should have some too. These cans are incredibly sweet and delicious." The sight of Song Junlin sharing the canned goods brought joy to everyone. Despite their stable jobs in the city, they were reluctant to purchase canned food for themselves, typically reserving such items for gifts. They would only indulge in canned fruit during special occasions, such as weddings, where it might be served as a dish. After enjoying the canned fruit, everyone diligently washed the glass jars. "Everyone, pay close attention as I prepare a delightful dish for you today." Song Junlin procured a large pot, poured in some cooking oil, and personally ignited the fire, meticulously regulating the oil temperature. When the oil reached the ideal temperature, he added the finely sliced meat, allowing it to saute until it was nearly done. Subsequently, he introduced crushed chili peppers and an abundance of Sichuan peppercorns into the pot, occasionally adding various seasonings. Before long, he had crafted a fragrant batch of dry-fried meat and chili sauce. He transferred the sauce into a pristine iron basin and addressed the onlookers. "Now that the chili sauce is still warm, once it cools, you may all savor it. For now, please return to your tasks." As noon approached, Song Junlin arranged for a pot of noodles to be prepared for lunch. Once the noodles were ready, he placed the bowl of chili sauce on the table and invited everyone to taste it. Without serving any side dishes, he simply scooped a generous spoonful of the chili sauce, mixed it with the noodles, and slurped it down with evident enjoyment. Seeing his delight, the others followed suit and took some chili sauce for themselves. To their surprise, it was not overly spicy. Rather, it was incredibly aromatic, unlike any chili sauce they had ever encountered. With this chili sauce, even without vegetables, one could relish a satisfying meal. Each person who tasted the sauce could not help but sing its praises. In these times of scarcity, where oil and seasonings are limited, ordinary folk often resort to merely dipping a cloth in oil to grease the bottom of the pan and rely on salt and monosodium glutamate for flavor, shying away from vinegar and soy sauce. Some even live on boiled vegetables with just a few drops of oil and a sprinkle of salt. Even those from state-run canteens only indulge in decent meals while at work, as frugality reigns supreme at home. After all, during the era of planned economy, meager wages and ration goods dictated that one could not afford to squander money. Frugality was essential for survival. The chili sauce crafted by Song Junlin, rich in oil, meat, and seasonings, offered a uniquely harmonious flavor that was utterly delectable. After lunch, he bottled the chili sauce into jars. He took 2 jars and requested leave from Wei Hongqi, then set off with his 2 apprentices towards the Hongxing Brigade on the outskirts of the city. He intended to deliver the previously agreed sum of 20,000 yuan to Lu Xiangdong. Upon entering the brigade, Song Junlin noticed Lu Xiangdong engaged in conversation with a man dressed in a cadre uniform. The moment he laid eyes on the man, he recognized his identity. He was none other than County Chief Su from Ningzhou, a high-ranking official from the capital. Junlin, you have arrived, he greeted warmly. Lu Xiangdong waved to Song Junlin and then introduced him to County Chief Su, saying, County Chief Su, the reason our Hongxing Brigade decided to establish a radio factory is largely thanks to Master Song's proposal. Hello, County Chief Su, Song Junlin approached and greeted. I know you. You were the one who prepared the dishes for old Yao's son's wedding, weren't you? Your Sichuan cuisine is indeed quite delightful, County Chief Su replied with a smile. Moreover, I have received quite a few of the mooncakes made by your second canteen this year. They are undeniably tastier than those from the state-run stores. It is evident that you possess a unique insight, always able to spot opportunities for profit. Song Junlin's eyes glimmered as he spoke. County Chief Su, our second canteen is currently preparing a new project aimed at generating foreign exchange for the country. He recognized the profound background of County Chief Su, whose family supported the reformist faction, so he felt no need to conceal anything. In fact, he secretly hoped to gain the others' assistance, as participating in the Canton Fair was not an opportunity afforded to just anyone. Initially, Song Junlin had only intended to set up a stall outside the fair, seeking to network with foreign merchants. However, now that he had the chance to engage with such a capable figure as County Chief Su, he naturally wished to leverage this opportunity. Oh, as expected, upon hearing the words generating foreign exchange, County Chief Su's interest was piqued. He fixed his gaze on Song Junlin and inquired, what new project does your second canteen have in mind? How do you plan to generate foreign exchange? County Chief, it is this secret chili sauce, Song Junlin replied, lifting the jar of chili sauce. There are numerous overseas Chinese, and my target market for this chili sauce is precisely those individuals, allowing them to savor a taste of home. County Chief Su then asked, how do you intend to sell it overseas? I plan to participate in the Autumn Canton Fair. Song Junlin responded, looking at County Chief Su. Initially, my intention was to set up a stall outside the fair to explore opportunities, but now that I have met you, I must trouble you for your assistance. That's a good idea, County Chief Su nodded. However, the most crucial aspect of food is its flavor. Let me taste the chili sauce you have made. I have full confidence in the chili sauce, Song Junlin replied with a smile. At that moment, he turned to Lu Xiangdong and asked, Comrade Lu, do you have any steamed buns or noodles? Lu Xiangdong, puzzled, asked, what do you need those for? Song Junlin explained. The chili sauce is quite oily. Pairing it with steamed buns or noodles will enhance the flavor. I see, I'll go fetch some right away, Lu Xiangdong said, and promptly ran home to bring back a few white steamed buns. Let us eat inside, Song Junlin suggested. Thus, the group entered the room. Song Junlin split the steamed buns in half, then opened one of the jars, scooping a spoonful of chili sauce and spreading it in the middle of the bun before closing the 2 halves together. Subsequently, he handed the steamed bun to County Chief Su, saying, County Chief Su, please take a bite and let me know how it tastes. County Chief Su, showing no disdain, directly accepted the bun from Song Junlin's hand and took a bite. After savoring it, he nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, indeed, it is quite delicious. If offered domestically, many would surely purchase it. Upon hearing Su's words, Song Junlin was instantly filled with excitement, as this endorsement served as validation for the chili sauce. As expected, Su continued, prepare well, I will assist you in connecting with the provincial representatives for the Canton Fair. Jiangdong Province will provide you with a booth. Thank you, County Chief Su. Thank you. Song Junlin promptly expressed his gratitude. Chapter 53. Stirring trouble after finishing the bun, County Chief Su remarked, "Well, it is getting late, and I must take my leave." In the presence of such a high-ranking official, Song Junlin refrained from offering trivial gifts like flowers or cigarettes, as those held no value for him. Instead, he picked up 2 jars of chili sauce and handed them over, saying, "County Chief Su, please take these jars home. They can be used as a condiment for noodles when you do not wish to cook." "Very well," Su replied, accepting the jars. "I look forward to good news from your cafeteria. I hope you achieve success in generating foreign exchange." "I believe we can," Song Junlin responded. Upon exiting the office, County Chief Su placed the 2 jars in the basket of his bicycle and rode away. Although he owned a car, he preferred cycling. Dressed simply without any ostentation typical of the affluent. From his demeanor, Song Junlin discerned that he was a man devoted to his political career. For individuals like him, as long as it benefited his achievements, he would undoubtedly offer assistance. Given the nation's current need for substantial foreign exchange, generating it would be a significant accomplishment. If the chili sauce could indeed succeed in this regard, it would guarantee Su's support for Song Junlin during his tenure in Ningzhou. After bidding farewell to County Chief Su, Song Junlin returned to the office with Lu Xiangdong. They entered a room and closed the door. Song Junlin handed the package he was carrying to Lu Xiangdong, stating, "Secretary Lu, this contains the 20,000 yuan we discussed." Lu Xiangdong opened the package to reveal exactly 20 stacks of large denomination bills. He counted the money several times in front of Song Junlin, confirming the total was indeed accurate. "Yes, it is exactly 20,000 yuan, Lu Xiangdong declared. "Rest assured Lu Xiangdong, am a man of my word. Having promised you, I will not go back on it." "I hope so," Song Junlin replied coolly. Should the other party dare to break their word, he would ensure they experienced the repercussions of their deceit. Upon returning to the cafeteria, Wei Hongqi informed Song Junlin that a call had come in from the southwest. Song Junlin was aware that this must be the supply and marketing cooperative manager from Ningzhou, who had facilitated contact with the cooperative in Qian province. As he anticipated, upon answering the call, he was informed that it was indeed a cooperative from Qian province. Without delay, Song Junlin requested leave from Wei Hongqi and set off for Qian province. Meanwhile, a troublesome incident was unfolding, instigated by a member of the Guo family. That morning, Guojihua School had organized an outing for the senior students to assist the farmers in harvesting rice, aiming to provide them with a first-hand experience of the hardships faced by those who toil the land. As noon approached, an elderly gentleman from the village approached with a yoke bearing 2 buckets. He called out to the crowd, "Teacher Zhao, Teacher Wang, it's noon. Please let the students take a break. I have brought green bean soup for you." Seeing this, Mr. Zhao hurried over to help unload the buckets, his face lighting up with gratitude. "Thank you so much, Uncle Chun. It's so generous of you to bring us green bean soup from so far away." Uncle Chun waved his hand dismissively. No, it is you who have come to help our village. We should be the ones thanking you. Providing some green bean soup to cool you down is the least we can do." He gestured towards the students, adding, "Look at these children, they are working so hard. Let us allow them a rest. We wouldn't want to tire them out." "Well, as the future successors of our nation, it is only fitting that they contribute, Mr. Zhao replied, then addressed Uncle Chun, "Please, take a seat in the shade while I let the students rest." With that, he moved to an open space, blew his whistle, and called out, "Attention, everyone gather round." Upon hearing his voice, the students immediately paused their activities and rushed to form a gathering. Soon enough, the classes arranged themselves into neat formations before Mr. Zhao. "The farmer just remarked how diligently you have all worked. Not a single one of you has slacked off, which is truly commendable," Mr. Zhao announced. "However, I hope you can maintain this attitude in the afternoon." "Can you do that?" "Yes," the students chorused loudly. "Excellent." Mr. Zhao surveyed the group and continued, "You are now dismissed for an hour's break. Feel free to have a snack." He pointed to a nearby spot. "Also, the farmer has brought green bean soup for you. If anyone wishes to have some, please go over and remember to thank him. Is that understood?" "Understood." The students responded in unison. With Mr. Zhao's words, the crowd of students dispersed. They quickly retrieved their cloth bags, producing their packed lunches, and began to eat on the spot. Guojihua observed the instructor engaging in conversation with the farmers and discreetly signaled to his entourage before making his way to a nearby cattle pen. Upon glancing inside, he noticed 2 cows tethered to wooden posts. Feeling somewhat bored, Guo Zhihua picked up a few small stones and hurled them at the cattle, causing quite a commotion. "Let me go? Release me." At that moment, a youth clad in a short-sleeved shirt and jeans was dragged over by Guo Zhihua's followers. The boy, visibly terrified, looked up at Guo Zhihua and asked, "Guo Zhihua, what do you intend to do?" Guo Zhihua's gaze turned icy as he replied, "Jiao Baojun, weren't you rather arrogant before? You even told Li Jing you weren't afraid of me. How is it that you're frightened now?" Jiao Baojun swallowed hard and retorted, "Guo Zhihua, if you lay a finger on me, I will inform the teacher." "You intend to tell the teacher?" A flicker of menace gleamed in Guo Zhihua's eyes as he delivered a punch to Jiao Baojun's abdomen. The next moment, Jiao Baojun let out a pained scream. Doubling over, Guo Zhihua forcefully patted Jiao Baojun's head and whispered, "Let me be clear, Jiao Baojun. Should you dare to inform the teacher, I will strike you every time I see you. No more. I won't tell." Jiao Baojun trembled as he spoke. "Humph." Satisfied by the fear evident on Jiao Baojun's face, Guo Zhihua remarked, "Now that's more like it." Ever since Guo Lingyu was taken away by the police, he had faced disdain from his peers at school. In this atmosphere, he descended into utter depravity. Although his academic performance had never been exemplary, he had previously managed to maintain a semblance of peace at school. However, his grades plummeted, and he began mingling with delinquent students, often engaging in fights and bullying others. Perhaps this behavior afforded him a sense of superiority, for through repeated altercations, Guo Zhihua became a tyrant within the school. Chapter 54. Guo Zhihua causes trouble after teaching Jiao Baojun a lesson. Guo Zhihua was about to dismiss him when his gaze fell upon the lunchbox in Jiao Baojun's hands. Immediately, Guo Zhihua demanded, "Jiao Baojun, hand over your lunchbox. I want to see what you had for lunch." Jiao Baojun clutched the lunchbox tightly, clearly reluctant. Guo Zhihua waved his hand dismissively, "Seize it from him." Upon hearing this, two of his followers promptly stepped forward and snatched the lunchbox away from Jiao Baojun. One of them presented it to Guo Zhihua, ingratiatingly stating, "Brother Guo, your lunchbox." Eagerly, Guo Zhihua took the lunchbox and opened it without delay. Inside the aluminum container lay 3 plump red sausages. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Guo Zhihua smacked his lips, his gaze shifting to Jiao Baojun as he sneered, "No wonder you're the son of a private entrepreneur. You're wealthy indeed. 3 fine sausages for lunch." Gulp. At that moment, the followers nearby couldn't help but swallow hard upon seeing the sausages within the lunchbox. In this contemporary era, even those residing in urban areas find themselves indulging in meat only a few times a month. Thus, when they come across the prospect of consuming sausages, it is only natural that their mouths water in anticipation. Guo Zhihua glanced at his subordinates and promptly commanded, "Brothers, raise the fire. We shall feast on grilled sausages for lunch today." "Yes, boss," they replied in unison. Immediately, the followers scoured the barn for some dry straw and twigs. One of the companions, who had a penchant for smoking, pulled out a box of matches from his pocket and ignited the straw. Another associate hurried over, offering Guo Zhihua several clean twigs, saying, "Boss, I found these for you." Guo Zhihua nodded, taking the largest sausage from his lunchbox and declaring, "I shall eat one, and each of you can have half." There was no dissent among the group. Once the sausages were apportioned, they skewered them on the twigs and commenced grilling. As the sausages were seared by the flames, an exquisite aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. Guo Zhihua held the freshly grilled sausage beneath his nose, inhaling deeply in ecstasy before turning to Jiao Baojun, saying, "Thank you for the sausage." With that, he devoured it ravenously. Jiao Baojun's eyes narrowed, a glint of malice evident within them. At that moment, while Guo Zhihua and the others were preoccupied with the sausages, Jiao Baojun abruptly lashed out, kicking a dry twig. Instantly, the twig soared, sending sparks flying, igniting the nearby pile of straw. He was the first to dash out of the barn, and by the time he emerged, the barn was engulfed in flames. The interior was filled with dry straw, brittle twigs, and cow dung, and in an instant, a raging inferno spread throughout the barn, thick black smoke billowing skyward. Meanwhile, a student had just finished his lunch and was preparing to rise for some mung bean soup when his gaze fell upon the barn, now entirely ablaze. He quickly stood up and rushed toward the supervising teacher, shouting, "This is bad. The barn is on fire." "Huh, what happened?" Upon hearing the commotion, several teachers stood up. Elder Chun, who was facing the barn, immediately looked up upon hearing the cries. His heart sank in panic, for within that barn were the few plowing oxen belonging to their collective. "The oxen, our oxen are still inside." Elder Chen discarded his bowl and sprinted towards the barn. Seeing this, Teacher Zhao hurried after him, fearing that the elder might rush into the flames to rescue the animals. A tragedy like that would be disastrous, especially since this fire was likely instigated by the students they had brought along. The fire had erupted swiftly and would likely extinguish just as quickly. As they approached, the entire cattle shed had nearly succumbed to the flames. The 2 cows tethered inside were charred beyond recognition, though they had not yet perished in the blaze. It was evident that their survival was only a matter of time. Grandfather Chen's gaze swept through the remnants of the barn, quickly landing on the melted lunchbox lying on the ground. With agitation, he pointed towards it and exclaimed, "Teacher Zhao, look at that lunchbox. This fire was undoubtedly the work of your students." In his urgency, he clapped his hands together and continued, "Our brigade is still quite impoverished and cannot afford such machinery. These oxen are essential for our farming, and now they are on the brink of death. How am I to explain this to the members of our brigade?" Teacher Zhao hastened to reassure him, "Rest assured, Grandfather Chen, since this incident was caused by our students, I will certainly identify the arsonists and ensure their families provide an explanation to your brigade." He then turned to the gathered students and inquired, "Did anyone see who sneaked into the cattle shed?" From the back of the crowd, Zhao Baojun chimed in, "Teacher, I saw Guo Zhihua and a few others go in." Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhao immediately scanned the crowd and called out, "Guo Zhihua, are you here?" Yet, no one responded. He called again, "Guo Zhihua, come out. All of you." His voice echoed, and soon the rice fields trembled as Guo Zhihua and 4 others emerged. Teacher Zhao demanded, "Did you set the fire?" "We did." But, before Guo Zhihua could finish, Teacher Zhao turned to Teacher Wang beside him and instructed, "Teacher Wang, you must ride back to the city immediately and bring their parents here. I need to speak with them about how they discipline their children." "Understood," replied Teacher Wang. And he promptly rode off towards Ningzhou. Once Teacher Wang had departed, Teacher Zhao addressed the other 2 teachers, Teachers Ma and Lu. "Please continue guiding the students in harvesting the straw. I need to handle this situation." "Understood. We will manage the group." Both teachers nodded in agreement. Chapter 55. Compensation at the textile factory. Guo Lingwei hurried into the reception room, picked up the phone on the desk, and said, "Hello, this is Guo Lingwei, Guo Zhihua's older sister. How may I assist you?" Upon hearing her voice, a brusque tone responded from the other end. "Today, the school organized a rural farming activity, and Guo Zhihua has burned down the cattle shed and 2 cows belonging to the brigade. You need to come to the school immediately." "What?" Guo Lingwei felt her mind whirl as the gravity of her brother's misdeeds sank in. 2 cows destroyed. How much compensation would that entail? She quickly steadied herself against the table and replied, "All right, I'll be there right away." After hanging up, she found Gao Ning in the workshop and asked, "Sister Gao, could you ride with me to Zhihua's school?" "Of course," Gao Ning replied. Gao Ning nodded and inquired, "What troubles you, Lingwei?" "Zhihua has been out in the countryside today, and he accidentally set fire to someone's cattle barn, resulting in the loss of 2 plowing oxen. The school has requested my presence," Guo Lingwei replied, her voice trembling as tears began to flow. She had never realized how much her younger siblings could be a source of distress. Gao Ning retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped away her tears, reassuring her, "Do not cry, Lingwei. Let us head to the school at once." With that, Gao Ning pushed his bicycle, taking Guo Lingwei directly to the school. Upon their arrival at the school gate, a male teacher approached and asked, "Lingwei, why have you come alone? Where is Junlin? He is busy these days." Guo Lingwei replied vaguely, concealing the truth. She then shifted the topic, "Brother Chu, what exactly is going on with my brother?" The male teacher, Chu Xiangjuan, was a childhood friend of Song Junlin. He had a younger sister named Chu Linghui, who was Guo Lingwei's classmate and close friend. The connection between Song Junlin and Guo Lingwei was established through Chu Linghui. However, much like Guo Lingwei, Chu Linghui held a certain disdain for Song Junlin. When Guo Lingwei and Song Junlin had married, Chu Linghui had scolded Guo Lingwei, accusing her of degrading herself and betraying love. Chu Xiangjuan shook his head and explained, "As the director mentioned earlier, your brother set fire to the barn, resulting in the death of 2 oxen. He is currently being detained by the owners, and they require an explanation from your family." After a pause, he continued, "Fortunately, your brother was not alone, for other students were present, which means the financial burden of compensation can be shared among multiple families." At that moment, a voice called from within the school, "Teacher Chu, have Guo Zhihua's parents arrived?" "They have, Director," Chu Xiangjuan responded. The director said, "Since everyone is here, Let us proceed to address this matter. Hearing this, Chu Xiangjuan turned to Guo Lingwei and said, Lingwei, let us go to the Chun family brigade now. All right, Guo Lingwei nodded, turning to Gao Ning with an apologetic expression. Sister Gao Ning, could you please accompany me to the Chun family brigade? After more than an hour, they finally arrived at the Chun family brigade. As they entered the courtyard, Teacher Zhao, Elder Chun, and the brigade officials had been waiting for quite some time. The brigade secretary asked, So you are the parents of those students? Yes, we are. Guo Lingwei and the others nodded in unison. Very well, then let us discuss the matter. The brigade secretary began. Comrades, as you are aware, we farmers face significant hardships. We fear both drought and flooding, unlike you city dwellers with your secure jobs. After a brief pause, he continued, This year, we finally hoped for a good harvest without the troubles of drought or flooding, and yet, your child's reckless actions resulted in the death of our plowing oxen. Do you have any idea how much damage this has inflicted upon our collective? We rely entirely on those oxen for our farming. I comprehend your sentiment, comrade, responded an elder. At this juncture, one of the parents interjected, Just tell us, how much has your collective lost? If the amount is reasonable, we shall compensate you. Old Chun, filled with indignation, retorted, What use is money to us? We require the oxen. Teacher Zhao interjected, Mr. Chun, there's no need to be so insistent. They are from the city. Where would they procure oxen for you? Indeed, let us not place undue pressure on these workers, remarked the collective's secretary to the assembly. As for the barn, we shall not require your monetary compensation. We constructed it ourselves. However, you must compensate our collective with 2,000 yuan for the oxen. What nonsense is this? Why only 2,000? Questioned another parent incredulously. Is there even a cow that costs 1,000 yuan? Are you trying to take advantage of us city folk? The parents voiced their objections in unison. Please, do not rush. Allow me to explain, the secretary urged. In truth, it was not merely 2 oxen that perished, but 3. One of them was a pregnant cow, which was also lost in the flames due to your negligence. One parent immediately retorted, That is merely your assertion. How can we ascertain its veracity? Indeed, you cannot make claims without substantiation, echoed another parent, with others joining in agreement. Old Chun, incensed, exclaimed, What kind of attitude is this? Do you think we would extort you? The secretary waved his hand dismissively at Old Chun and addressed the crowd. We have retrieved the remains of the cow. If you demand proof, we shall provide it. He then directed the village officials, Go. Cut open the belly of the pregnant cow. Let them see whether we speak falsely. Understood, responded one of them, and soon the cow was brought forth. Its belly cut open, revealing a calf within. At this revelation, no one could refute their claims any longer. The secretary gazed upon the assembly and said, Now, discuss amongst yourselves how you intend to compensate us. With their child still detained, they understood evasion was futile. However, the question of how much to pay remained contentious. They swiftly turned their attention to Guo Lingwei. One parent addressed her, We are now aware of the situation. The fire was ignited by your son, Guo Jihua. Thus your family should bear the majority of the responsibility. Indeed, another parent chimed in, Each of our 4 families can contribute 100 yuan. But the remaining sum should be covered by your family. Though the other 2 found this parent's stance somewhat shameless, they nodded in agreement, as it meant a lesser financial burden for themselves. That is impossible. Our family simply cannot afford such a sum. Guo Lingwei protested vehemently. Guo Lingwei firmly declined, stating, I can at most agree to share the burden. Chapter 56. The bankruptcy of the Guo family. Share the burden? One parent scoffed, saying, How naive you are. Your child instigated this trouble. Why should we bear the consequences? Huh. You cannot manage your own child, yet you expect us to suffer for you. The other parents echoed in rebuke. I truly cannot afford such a sum. Guo Lingwei cried in desperation. Between sobs, she lamented, Woe is me. My husband has left. I have a blind mother to care for, and I am but a temporary worker earning less than $20 a month. Even if you sold me, I could not muster much. Witnessing her plight, one parent softened, saying, How about this? Your family contributes 1,000, and we 4 families will each contribute 1,000 as well. My family is not affluent either. 250 is my utmost limit. Indeed, it cannot be more than that, another agreed. It is painful enough to part with money. These individuals are naturally reluctant to contribute further. Guo Lingwei continued to weep, exclaiming, Even 1,000 is beyond my means. At that moment, the village secretary impatiently interjected, Have you all come to a decision? How do you intend to compensate? The elder continued, Though we are city dwellers, that 2,000 is still a significant amount for us. Guo Lingwei pleaded, could you possibly reduce the amount? Secretary Chen, these families are indeed not well off. Teacher Zhao, standing nearby, urged, if they can reduce the amount, let them. It would facilitate our resolution, wouldn't it? Secretary Chen nodded. Responding, Zhao's reasoning is sound. Very well, let us reduce it by 200. You may pay us 1,800 instead. After a pause, he added, but let me be clear. If you do not compensate, your children shall remain here in the countryside to work for us. No, we've come to an agreement. The parents hastily replied, yes, we have an agreement. Each of our 4 families will contribute 250, leaving the remaining 800 to the Guo family. Guo Lingwei clenched her teeth, declaring, no, my family can contribute a maximum of 600. Beyond that, we will not compensate. Teacher Zhao stepped forward, suggesting, perhaps you could all make one more concession and each add 50 more? It is unwise to prolong this matter, is it not? Very well, let it be our misfortune. Seeing Guo Lingwei's unwillingness to contribute more, the parents reluctantly acquiesced to this arrangement. As long as it was not an equal split, they could accept it. Once they settled this issue, one parent discreetly summoned Secretary Chen into a room. Upon entering, he closed the door and pulled out a handkerchief, revealing a stack of money. He counted out 30 bills and handed them to Secretary Chen, saying, comrade, here is $300. Please verify. Secretary Chen counted and nodded, affirming, yes. The amount is correct. You may take your child home now. Thank you, comrade. Thank you, comrade. The parent quickly expressed gratitude. As they exited the room, Secretary Chen addressed his son, DYZ, you may allow this comrade to take his child. Follow me, his son replied, turning and leaving the brigade. Upon witnessing this, the parent hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, another parent called Secretary Chen back into the room to settle the payment. Upon their return, Secretary Chen's son had already come back. Secretary Chen instructed his son to accompany this parent to retrieve their child. After giving his orders, he turned his gaze towards Guo Lingwei and the others, inquiring, what about you? I currently have no money. I need to go back to fetch it, one replied. Me too. I need to gather some, another chimed in. Secretary Chen nodded, stating, in that case, your children shall return only when you bring the money. Upon leaving the Chen family brigade, Guo Lingwei requested Gao Ning to take her back to Ningzhou. Once they reached the city, Gao Ning asked, Lingwei, what are you planning to do about the 600 yuan? Guo Lingwei responded, I intend to borrow from Junlin. He was quite close to Jihua and surely will not stand idly by. However, Gao Ning was skeptical, saying, if it truly comes to a shortage, do not hesitate to speak to me. After all, my current position is inherited from my master. All right, I certainly want to hold back when the time comes. Guo Lingwei replied, directly asking Gao Ning to take her to the second cafeteria. Upon entering the second cafeteria, Guo Lingwei noticed Jiang Xuanju seated there, engrossed in a newspaper. She approached him and asked, Zhuzi, where is your master? Upon seeing her, Jiang Xuanju replied coolly, my master is not here. He is on a business trip out of town. Had he been present, he would have dared not show disrespect to Guo Lingwei. However, now that he recognized her status, he was reluctant to engage. Guo Lingwei, undeterred, bypassed Jiang Xuanju and made her way to the kitchen. Yet, after searching for a while, she found no sign of Song Junlin. After waiting some more without any sight of him, Guo Lingwei finally believed Jiang Xuanju's words. As she observed Jiang Xuanju's departing figure, he spat in disdain. Seeing Guo Lingwei emerge from the second cafeteria, Gao Ning hurried over and inquired, how did it go, Lingwei? Did Junlin lend you the money? Guo Lingwei shook her head, saying, Junlin is on a business trip. I see. Then let us see how much more you have left. I will cover the rest. Gao Ning suggested after a moment's thought. Despite her position being inherited from Yang Cuihua, she had previously given over 300 yuan to the Guo family for this role. And during festive occasions, she would also present gifts to the Guo family, which lessened her sense of obligation. Moreover, considering the financial support from Song Junlin over the years, the Guo family should still possess some savings. In this context, Gao Ning was naturally reluctant to shoulder the entire burden alone. After all, this was a sum of 600 yuan from 1981, equivalent to more than a year's salary for many. Upon returning home, Guo Lingwei mentioned the matter to her mother. Yang Cuihua immediately burst into tears, lamenting, what sin have I committed? My children are increasingly thoughtless and troublesome. In her eyes, her efforts in education had been a complete failure. Guo Lingwei inquired, Mom, How much money do you have left? Jihua is waiting for us to rescue him. Yang Sohua rummaged under the bed and retrieved a dirty clay jar used for pickling vegetables. She handed the jar to Guo Lingwei, saying, "This contains the money I've saved over the years." Guo Lingwei opened the jar and meticulously counted the contents, which amounted to 475 yuan. Yang Sohua asked Lingwei, "It's 475 yuan, right?" "Yes, Mom," Guo Lingwei replied. Yang Sohua nodded and said to Gao Ning, "Gao Ning, this is all we have now. I will leave the rest to you." Gao Ning quickly reassured her, "Master, you can rest assured. I will take care of the remaining amount." Chapter 57. Dismissal and farewell to County Chief Su. Upon exiting the Guo family's courtyard, Guo Lingwei and Gao Ning made another trip to the tube building. Gao Ning brought 125 yuan from home, completing the total of 600 yuan for Guo Lingwei. Subsequently, the two hurriedly rode their bicycles to the Chun family brigade. Upon arrival, Teacher Zhao and Chu Yujun immediately approached them. Teacher Zhao said, "You have finally arrived. Please hurry inside. The other students have already been taken by their parents." "All right, Teacher Zhao," Guo Lingwei replied before entering the room. "Comrade, here is 600 yuan." Guo Lingwei placed the money on the table and addressed Secretary Chen. "Now can you release my brother?" Secretary Chen carefully counted the money, and upon confirming the amount, replied, "Follow me." As he stood up and walked outside, Guo Lingwei promptly followed suit. They entered the adjacent courtyard, where Secretary Chen pointed to a small west room, saying, "Your brother is in that room." Guo Lingwei hurriedly walked over, opened the door, and found Guo Jihua sitting on a pile of firewood, lost in thought. "Jihua, I'm here to take you home," Guo Lingwei said. Hearing her voice, Guo Jihua showed no sign of gratitude, instead complaining, "Others have been taken by their families long ago. Why have you only just come?" Guo Lingwei explained, "You know our family situation. Even the money for compensation was borrowed." Guo Jihua retorted coldly, "Isn't it because you lack capability? If you were capable, Old Song wouldn't have divorced you. Does our family lack money?" His words pierced Guo Lingwei's heart like daggers. In a fit of rage, Guo Lingwei slapped Guo Jihua across the face and exclaimed, "Guo Jihua, you scoundrel." Upon finishing her words, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She had now come to realize her brother's treacherous nature. Previously, it was Song Junlin who attracted the ire, and all of these disloyal behaviors had been directed towards him. Now that Song Junlin had divorced her, she was left to bear the consequences alone. As they exited the room, Secretary Chen addressed Guo Lingwei, inquiring, "Are you the sister of the child?" "Yes," Guo Lingwei nodded in affirmation. Secretary Chen continued, "As an outsider, I ought not to say much. However, your family's child must be properly educated, lest future troubles escalate." "Indeed, I shall," Guo Lingwei responded earnestly. Teacher Zhao smiled and remarked, "Secretary Chen, since the matter has been resolved, we shall take our leave now." Subsequently, the group departed from the Chun family neighborhood. The following day, when Guo Jihua arrived at school, he was immediately summoned to the office by his homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang addressed him, saying, "Guo Jihua, in light of your recent lack of ambition, disregard for studies, and failure to adhere to behavioral norms, which has led to multiple instances of influencing classmates negatively and bullying others, you have caused significant disruption to the normal order of the school. The disciplinary committee has decided to expel you." Upon hearing this, Guo Jihua became frantic. He quickly pleaded, "Mr. Wang, please don't expel me." Mr. Wang sighed and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Guo Jihua. This decision comes from the school leadership, and I cannot alter it." Guo Jihua was in a daze as he left the school, unsure of what to do next. Just the night before, he had assured his mother, Yang Suehua, that he would study diligently from then on. Yet, before he could enact any change, he had already been expelled. However, in an attempt to shield his family from the truth, he resolved to keep this matter hidden for the time being. Guo Jihua waited at the school gate until the end of the day, finally spotting Urching as he exited the courtyard. Urching inquired, "Jihua, aren't you going home?" The school had already posted announcements regarding Guo Jihua's expulsion, so Urching was aware of the news. Guo Jihua shot a cold glance at Urching and warned, "Urching, I hope you keep this matter to yourself, otherwise, you will regret it." "Rest assured, I promise to keep it under wraps." Urching nodded in agreement. With Urching's discretion, combined with Guo Jihua maintaining his usual school schedule, returning home at the appointed hour, no one seemed to notice anything amiss. As days passed, Song Junlin finally returned to Ningzhou from Guizhou province. During his trip, he had ordered a batch of chili peppers and paid deposits for even more. Once he received orders from foreign merchants at the trade fair, he would send a telegram for shipment. Upon his return, the staff from the second cafeteria reported to him on the status of the cold noodle business. As the days grow cooler, the number of patrons purchasing cold noodles has begun to dwindle. In light of this, Song Junlin decided to cease the cold noodle business and redirect all efforts of the second canteen towards mastering the art of chili sauce production. One day, Liu Xiangdong from Hongxing Brigade conveyed a message that County Head Su wished to meet him the following Sunday. After a few days of anticipation, Song Junlin rode his bicycle to Hongxing Brigade. Upon arrival, he spotted County Head Su fishing by the riverbank. Hastily, he approached and inquired, "County Head Su, did you wish to see me?" "Yes, please take a seat," Su replied, not turning his head, but speaking in a tone of calm significance. "I have summoned you to inform you about your participation in the Canton Fair." "County Head Su, I am truly grateful," Song Junlin exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He believed that attending the Canton Fair would signify he had already achieved half of his success. However, do not be overly jubilant just yet, Su cautioned. This time, our province's Department of Light Industry has secured only 11 exhibition booths, all allocated to significant foreign exchange contributors within the province. As you are not a state-owned enterprise, I cannot arrange a separate booth for you. You will need to share a booth with the city. I understand, Song Junlin nodded. In truth, he was already content with the opportunity to participate in the Canton Fair, as the chances of success there far surpassed those of setting up a stall outside. Su turned his gaze to Song Junlin, his expression serious. "I sincerely hope you will perform well this time. If you fail to generate foreign exchange, there may not be another opportunity. Rest assured, County Head Su, I will not let you down," Song Junlin promised with determination. Chapter 58. The Canton Fair. After meeting with County Head Su, Song Junlin began preparing for the Canton Fair. He meticulously arranged over 100 bottles of chili sauce, redesigning the original canned packaging into a bespoke Old Dry Dad brand. In addition to the chili sauce, he planned to bring along Wang Qingsong and his robust companions. Given the current lax enforcement and deteriorating public safety, he intended to visit the Friendship Store in Huaqing to procure additional items, necessitating the presence of a protective entourage. Given his amicable relationship with Director Ho, coupled with his gift of a pack of floral cigarettes and 2 bottles of Moutai liquor, Director Ho acquiesced to his request. Meanwhile, Wang Qingsong and his companions were elated at the prospect of traveling south to Huaqing once more. Since their previous trip with Song Junlin, their aspirations had transformed. They no longer wished to toil in the perilous mines. Instead, they yearned to emulate Song Junlin, reveling in the luxury of spending freely in the paradise-like Friendship Store. Of course, for now, these remained mere dreams. At this stage, they are all contemplating how to continuously accompany Song Junlin in the future. This time, in addition to the previous 6 individuals, Song Junlin also invited Jiang Xuanzhu and his elder brother, having promised the latter that he would include him on the next trip. Once all items and people were gathered, Song Junlin took a leave of absence and approached the train station's management, procuring 4 hard sleeper tickets at a premium price. The reason for acquiring only 4 tickets was primarily due to the overwhelming demand for sleeper accommodations on the train to Flower City, leaving insufficient availability. Nevertheless, for their group of 8, 4 sleeper tickets sufficed, allowing them to alternate their rest. Before their departure, County Chief Su presented Song Junlin with a certificate for attending the Canton Fair. With this certificate in hand, they would be able to connect with a designated representative from the fair's organizers at the train station. Consequently, they would be arranged in a specified guest house, eliminating the need to search for lodging or spend money. Furthermore, the guest house provided by the organizers was conveniently located near the fair, facilitating their participation. Thus, on October 30th, Song Junlin and his companions finally arrived in Flower City, and under the organizers' arrangement, they settled into a guest house. They were allocated 4 double rooms, each furnished with sofas, soft beds, electric fans, radios, and black and white televisions, considered quite luxurious accommodations in this era. Upon discovering their lodging arrangements, the other 7 were exceedingly thrilled, while only Song Junlin, the reincarnated one, remained somewhat indifferent. Like many ghost houses across the country, this establishment lacked private bathrooms and shower facilities. To make matters worse, the toilets and showers were inconveniently located on opposite sides of the corridor. Additionally, there was no provision for 24-hour hot water. With a stipulated bedtime of 9 p.m., everyone was required to complete their washing before that hour, and those wishing for hot water had to prepare it in advance, as it would no longer be available after 9 p.m. Fortunately, during this period, entertainment options were limited, with scant television programming and no computers or mobile phones, leading people to retire early. Aside from those arriving at the guest house late at night, most found the accommodations quite satisfactory. Having traveled by train for several consecutive days, their bodies were fatigued, and with the imminent third phase of the Canton Fair requiring considerable energy and stamina, everyone opted to rest at the guest house on the 31st, refraining from venturing out. The Canton Fair was originally held in 1956 at the Long Sault Friendship Building, relocating to the Luhua Road Exhibition Center in 1974. Situated at the intersection of four major thoroughfares in Flower City, once the most prosperous area of the city. On November 1st, under the arrangement of the organizers, Song Junlin and his companions arrived at the Luhua Road Exhibition Hall. The third phase of the Canton Fair featured various exhibition areas, including those for clothing, footwear, pharmaceuticals, and food. They found themselves in the food section, purportedly sharing a booth with the city. However, the space allocated to them was scarcely 2 square meters. This meager area could barely accommodate the chili sauce they had brought. Such a situation left Jiang Xuanzhu and the others indignant. In contrast, Song Junlin remained composed, recognizing that they were not a state-owned enterprise and that the booth was never intended for them. It was only natural for the organizers to overlook them. Once the leaders of the organizing committee completed their inspection, foreign and Hong Kong merchants began to queue into the hall. Unlike other exhibitors, Song Junlin did not wait idly at his booth. He opted for a proactive approach, realizing that their booth was somewhat positioned at the back, and it could be quite some time before foreign merchants might wander over. Taking the initiative, Song Junlin personally led the effort, armed with chili sauce and purchased bread slices, seeking out individuals of Asian descent. His primary target was the Chinese expatriates, as they constituted the main consumer base for the overseas Lao Gan Ma brand in later years. However, without engaging them in conversation, it was challenging to distinguish between Japanese, Korean, and other merchants. After approaching 2 groups, he discovered that all of them were from the Philippines, showing little interest in his chili sauce. Finally, when he intercepted a 3rd group, he found them to be from Singapore. With a smile, Song Junlin exclaimed, "Gentlemen, do try the most delectable chili sauce. I assure you, once you taste it, you will crave more." One of the men chuckled and replied, "Well, let me see if this truly is the most delicious chili sauce." He scooped a small spoonful of sauce, spread it on a piece of bread, and took a bite. Upon tasting it, his expression transformed. Noticing this, another man who was about to sample the sauce asked, "Ming, is it that bad?" "Not at all," Ming replied, astonished. "On the contrary, I have never tasted such exquisite chili sauce." "Is that so?" The other man eyed Ming with skepticism before taking a small bite himself. After savoring it, he exclaimed, "Indeed, this chili sauce is quite remarkable." Ming turned to Song Junlin and inquired, "Comrade, how much do you sell this chili sauce for?" Song Junlin raised 5 fingers and stated, $5 a bottle." "What? $5 a bottle?" Ming responded immediately, "Isn't that a bit steep?" At that time, although the official exchange rate was $1 to 17,768 renminbi, the actual value of the RMB was far less. In the underground black market, $1 could be exchanged for only 6 RMB. These individuals frequently visit China. Thus, they have already grasped the situation. If we were to calculate according to the black market price, a bottle of chili sauce would amount to 30 yuan. Chapter 59. A promising start. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Song Junlin remarked, "I am referring to the retail price. The cost price for you is $4. Frankly speaking, the price of $4 is somewhat steep." Ming Gu continued to shake his head. "I am talking about the 550g large special offer, in addition to the 200g standard size." Song Junlin produced a smaller bottle and addressed the two, saying, "This bottle of chili sauce is priced at $2, and your cost price is $16. Ming Gu, not wishing to beat around the bush any longer, directly stated, "Sir, what I want to convey is whether you could offer us a better cost price. If possible, we would like to order 10,000 bottles each." Song Junlin pondered for a moment before responding, "All right, since you are my first group of customers, to make a good start, I will grant you a further discount. The cost price for the 550g chili sauce is now $35, while the 200g is $14. Noticing that the other party was about to speak again, Song Junlin interjected, "This is already the lowest offer." Although the price he set was not cheap, it was not excessively high either. Song Junlin recalled that in the early 2000s, a child from his neighbor's family earned over 1,000 yuan a month in the capital, and at that time, a bottle of Laogan Ma was priced around 7 yuan. Nowadays, with salaries in Li Jiapa reaching several $100s, they could certainly afford a bottle of chili sauce priced at $2. Moreover, in the United States in 1981, the hourly wage had already reached $57, making it even more affordable. All right, we will each take 10,000 bottles, Ming Gu declared, of which I want 5,000 bottles of the 550G size and 5,000 bottles of the 200G size. After saying this, he turned to the man beside him and asked, Xiao Yu, what about you? Xiao Yu thought for a moment and replied, I would like 3,000 bottles of the 550G and 7,000 bottles of the 200G. With a mutual inclination towards a deal, they proceeded to the reception room for further discussions. Once everything was settled, they signed the contract with the assistance of dedicated personnel from the trade fair. Thus, Song Junlin secured his first foreign exchange order. Although the order amounted to only $44,800, it was a commendable achievement for their initial participation in the trade fair. Sir, I believe we will have even greater collaborations in the future, Song Junlin said with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake with the two. We too hope for larger collaborations, they replied with equally cheerful expressions. After bidding farewell to the two, Song Junlin began to lead his team in search of new prospects. Before long, he discovered another Chinese owner, who was notably an American. After tasting the Laogan Ma chili sauce, the individual placed an order for 100,000 bottles. This order brought Song Junlin an impressive $182,000. Due to the considerable number of orders, attention was garnered from the leaders of the Provincial Light Industry Department and the person in charge of the food exhibition area at the Canton Fair. In hindsight, these two orders amounted to a mere $226,800, which seems insignificant. However, during the early years of reform and opening up, few enterprises across the nation could achieve an annual export revenue of $1 million. At that time, our country's industrial capabilities lagged behind those of developed nations, resulting in a lack of competitiveness for industrial exports. Most of our foreign exchange relied on primary products, agricultural goods, and mineral resources. In 1981, the total export volume of foreign trade was over $20 billion, with oil exports alone contributing tens of billions. Under these circumstances, the two orders secured by Song Junlin brought in $68 million in foreign exchange, making him a figure of great interest to the authorities. The deputy director of the Provincial Light Industry Department patted Song Junlin on the shoulder and kindly remarked, Comrade Xiao Song, your performance this time has been commendable. Upon your return, I will recommend you for a municipal model worker title, and next year, we will reserve a booth for you at the Canton Fair. Thank you, leader. Song Junlin replied with a beaming smile. Aside from the honor, the title of municipal model worker also came with a monetary reward of 100 to 200 renminbi, a promotion in salary, and a 5 increase in retirement benefits. Nevertheless, for him, given that his current worth had already reached 200,000, this modest sum seemed trivial. The deputy director smiled and advised, young people must remain humble and avoid arrogance. I hope you will continue to maintain this momentum and strive for a foreign exchange revenue of $1 million. At that point, I will apply for a provincial model worker title on your behalf. I will do my best, Song Junlin nodded in agreement. He was indeed eager to vie for the provincial model worker title. Compared to the municipal title, the provincial model worker award was far more substantial, carrying greater weight in the eyes of leadership. Once recognized as a provincial model worker, he would likely receive increased support from higher authorities, allowing for more leeway in his endeavors. Much like the Hongxing Brigade, which pioneered extensive contracting before such practices were adopted elsewhere in the province. They had already established fish farms and brick kilns when other brigades had not yet created township enterprises. Their success was not only due to Liu Xiangdong's boldness, but also the backing of County Chief Su, whose influence was considerable. Without Su's support, they may have been thwarted by conservative factions. Of course, to attain the provincial model worker title, Song Junlin's foremost task remained achieving successful foreign exchange revenues of $1 million. If he could reach that figure, it would not only secure him the title, but also ensure he received the attention of higher authorities. Thus, it would serve as a protective charm, especially in a time when the nation's development relied heavily on foreign exchange. making export revenue a crucial endeavor. Even if next year brings the chill of reform, he need not worry, for he is contributing to the nation's foreign reserves rather than engaging in speculative endeavors, and thus has no fear of ending up in prison like the infamous 8 kings of Yinzhou. However, this undertaking is not without its drawbacks. The foreign exchange he acquires is directly converted into RMB at the official exchange rate, which calculates to a sales figure of 29 million for these 2 orders. Yet, when assessed at the unofficial rate, these orders amount to a staggering 136.06 million, resulting in a loss of 95.79 million. Nonetheless, the export of foreign currency allows for tax refunds, effectively exempting him from taxation. Additionally, there are policy subsidies associated with foreign exchange earnings, though the extent of these subsidies remains uncertain and requires further inquiry. Chapter 60. From now on, call me Old Su. After the departure of the leader from the Provincial Light Industry Bureau, Song Junlin seemed to have exhausted his luck. In the time that followed, despite hosting 2 more merchants, they hailed from small Southeast Asian nations and placed modest orders. One ordered 5,000 bottles, while the other requested 8,000 bottles. Collectively, they brought Song Junlin an order worth $24,500, merely half of what the first 2 merchants had secured. During the midday break, Song Junlin sent a telegram to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative in Qian Province, urging them to expedite the shipment of the requisite chili peppers to Ningzhou. Naturally, he did not forget to share this good news with County Chief Su. Using the telephone at the guest house, he called County Chief Su. Upon connection, Su's voice immediately resonated. "Hello? Who is this?" "County Chief Su, this is Song Junlin," he promptly replied. County Chief Su inquired, "Is it Comrade Song? How did things go at the Canton Fair?" County Chief Su, "The Canton Fair went exceptionally well." Song Junlin smiled as he responded. "This morning, we signed contracts with 5 foreign merchants, securing orders for a total of 133,000 bottles of chili sauce, valued at $251,300. "What? Did you say you obtained orders worth $250,000? Su's astonished voice echoed through the phone line. Clearly, he had not anticipated the remarkable success of Song Junlin's chili sauce. "Indeed, County Chief Su, it is $250,000, Song Junlin reaffirmed. "Haha, merely half a day and you've secured $250,000 in orders. It seems you are destined for fame within the province." County Chief Su exclaimed with delight. "Junlin, keep up the good work. If you can generate an exchange of 90 or even $80,000, I will certainly apply for you to be recognized as a provincial model worker." "Thank you, County Chief Su. I will certainly strive to meet those expectations," Song Junlin replied, fully confident in County Chief Su's influence, for he was indeed a figure of considerable authority in the capital. Director Su spoke again. "Junlin, you need not be overly formal with me. Henceforth, you may simply call me Lao Su." His words evidently indicated his recognition of Song Junlin. "You are a bit older than I. It would be more fitting to address you as Su Gu," replied Song Junlin, suddenly struck by a thought. "By the way, Su Gu, could you assist me in finding someone to apply for patents and trademarks in Xinjiang? For export trade, these applications are imperative. Otherwise, one risks incurring substantial losses." Having lived through that era, he was acutely aware of the painful patent experiences in our country. The world's first VCD player was originally developed by Wanyan Company in Anhui Province. However, the leadership at Wanyan believed that the application for patents was of little consequence, resulting in the first batch of VCD players being entirely purchased by both domestic and foreign companies. Notably, foreign firms such as Sony, Panasonic, Philips, and Samsung improved upon the technology of the VCDs produced by Wanyan and were the first to apply for patents. Consequently, any domestic company wishing to manufacture VCD players, including Wanyan, was compelled to pay exorbitant patent fees. Subsequently, as VCDs began to flourish in our country, domestic companies spent upwards of 100 billion solely on patent fees for VCD production. Aside from Wanyan, there was also the brand Laogan. Due to the early registration of trademarks like Laogan Dai by Laogan Company, a competitor ultimately failed and was forced out of the market following a lawsuit initiated by Laogan. After a moment's contemplation, Lao Su said, "All right, I will introduce you to someone. His name is Yi Guoping, and his phone number is." Upon hearing the surname Yi, Song Junlin felt a stir of interest. It seems Lao Su's connections are quite remarkable. Could he possibly be affiliated with that family? After concluding the call with Lao Su, Song Junlin dialed Yi Guoping's number. "Hello, may I speak with Comrade Yi Guoping?" he inquired politely. The voice on the other end replied coolly, "Yes, this is he." "Who am I speaking to?" Song Junlin introduced himself. "I am Song Junlin, referred by Su Ge from Ningzhou. He mentioned you could assist with the patent and trademark applications in Xinjiang." Yi Guoping responded, "Ah, introduced by Jian Ning, indeed. I have a company in Xinjiang that can handle this. I would greatly appreciate your assistance, Mr. Yi," Song Junlin requested. "That can be arranged," Yi Guoping replied. "Where are you currently? I will send someone to collect the materials. Do you have everything prepared?" "All the materials are ready. I am at the Canton Fair. My name is Song Junlin," he responded. After finishing, he inquired, "By the way, what would the costs be? Since it is an introduction from Lao Su, let us say 1,500 yuan as a token of appreciation," Yi Guoping suggested. Hearing this, Song Junlin was somewhat speechless. Considering that most people earn merely 20 or 30 yuan per day, 1,500 yuan equated to 4 or 5 years' worth of income for the average individual. And to think that this sum could merely be regarded as a token gesture. However, upon reflecting on the identity of the other party, he felt a sense of relief. After all, the individual was born in Rome, not as a mere mule. Following their conversation, a vehicle soon arrived at the Canton Fair, where it located Song Junlin. The person inquired, "Hello, are you Mr. Song Junlin?" Song Junlin nodded and replied, "Indeed, you must be the one sent by Mr. Yi?" "Yes, that's correct," the individual affirmed. Song Junlin handed over the payment and materials, stating, "Here are the materials and 1,500 yuan. The individual counted the money and then asked, "Sir, do you have any further inquiries?" Song Junlin posed the question, "When can we expect to apply for the patent and trademark?" The response came, "The fastest would be a month. At worst, it could take 2 months. 12 months is ample time," Song Junlin acknowledged. He was still at the Canton Fair. By the time he returned and commenced production, over a month would have passed. By then, even if the chili sauce had commenced circulation in the market, he need not worry about others preemptively applying for patents and trademarks. Chapter 61. Celebration. Having wrapped up these matters, Song Junlin hastily indulged in a brief lunch before resuming his busy agenda. Although the afternoon saw a greater influx of clients compared to the morning, none matched the American-Chinese individual from earlier who had ordered 100,000 bottles outright. By the end of the day, Song Junlin had successfully signed contracts totaling $28 million. To commemorate this fruitful opening day, he intended to treat everyone to a lavish meal. Upon exiting the exhibition hall, they were greeted by the sight of towering buildings rising majestically alongside the broad avenue, exuding a modern elegance. The illuminated advertisements atop these structures were strikingly conspicuous, nearly the size of an average room. Despite having witnessed this spectacle multiple times, Jiang Xuanzhu and the others still felt that Huaqing truly deserved its title as the Little Paris of the East, far surpassing Ningzhou. Only someone like Song Junlin, a reborn individual accustomed to the steel jungle, could maintain such composure in the face of it all. They hailed 2 taxis by the roadside, instructing the drivers to take their group to Huaqing Restaurant. Due to the absence of foreign exchange vouchers, each driver was given 15 yuan. The combined fare equated to a month's salary, which left everyone feeling quite pained. It must be said that during that time, taxis were not easily affordable for the average person. Established in 1935, Huaqing Restaurant, formerly known as the Southwestern Grand Restaurant, was renowned as the premier dining establishment in Guangdong. Upon entering, they found the place quite bustling. However, being a state-run establishment, the service was predictably lacking in warmth. Song Junlin ordered several signature dishes from Huaqing Restaurant, including Southwestern Wenchang chicken, red cotton jiai duck, crab yellow shark fin, stuffed duck feet with flowers, glass prawns, crispy roasted suckling pig, crab meat soup dumplings, Shan fresh milk tart, and coconut puff pastry. This culinary experience was nothing short of authentic, a far cry from the pre-packaged meals of later generations. The flavors were so delectable that one found it impossible to cease indulging. In those times, with limited resources, merely consuming vegetables proved insufficient for satiation. It took an astonishing 70 bowls of rice to fill one's belly. Stacks of bowls piled high left the surrounding diners utterly astounded, for they had never witnessed such voracious eaters. It is worth noting that although Song Junlin and his companions hailed from Jiangdong Province, Ningzhou was situated in the northern region, which contributed to their hearty appetites. Moreover, The miners, including Wang Qingsong, engaged in strenuous physical labor, necessitating a substantial intake of food. They typically dined from large bowls capable of holding 2 to 3 full servings, whereas the Huaqing Tavern utilized smaller bowls that barely contained a few mouthfuls. Wang Qingsong jestingly remarked that these were not bowls for rice, but rather teacups. All diners left the table in high spirits. However, the mood shifted at the time of payment. They had consumed over 7 yuan worth of rice alone, and with the various delightful dishes. Their total bill amounted to 64 yuan and 50 cents. Spending over 60 yuan on a single meal equated to nearly 2 months' wages. As they exited the Huaqing Tavern, Jiang Xuanzhu could not help but exclaim, "The food here at Huaqing is truly exquisite, but the prices are exorbitant. Back in our second canteen, with just 7 yuan, we could have a hearty meal. Is Huaqing comparable?" Song Junlin replied with a smile. "The commercial scene here is thriving, even more so than in the capital or Shanghai." While speaking, he gestured towards the well-dressed individuals around them, saying, "Since the Guangzhou direct train commenced operations, more and more residents from the island have flocked here. These individuals possess considerable wealth, averaging between $200 to $300 a month." "What? They can earn $200 to $300 a month?" Ning Dazhuang exclaimed in surprise. "Does that mean they can make over 1,000 in a month?" Wang Qingsong's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "They could be earning 10,000 a year?" Kai Yaodong added, "We toil for an entire year just to earn a few hundred. It's no wonder so many swam across to the other side before." "I'm speaking in averages. The reality isn't quite so outrageous," Song Junlin clarified. "For instance, our average annual salary hovers around 760 yuan. Have you all reached that benchmark?" Jiang Xuanzhu remarked. "Even so, their earnings are several times ours." Song Junlin smilingly assured them, "That was the past. If you all continue to work diligently alongside me, there will come a day when you will earn more than they do." "I believe in you, Master," Jiang Xuanzhu nodded. "I believe as well," Ning Dazhuang concurred. Ever since Song Junlin embarked on the cold noodle business, they had consistently earned over 100 yuan each month. After launching the mooncake production, their monthly earnings soared to over 300 yuan. At that moment, Wang Qingsong suddenly inquired, "Junlin, can we join you?" "Certainly," came the affirmative reply. Song Junlin nodded and remarked, "In truth, among the 5 individuals of Wang Qingsong, he truly valued this one alone. On one hand, he maintained a commendable relationship with Wang Qingsong, considering him a close confidant. On the other hand, it was due to Wang Qingsong's remarkable abilities. In his previous life, Wang Qingsong had harnessed the winds of reform, transforming from a mere miner into a millionaire in the 1990s. While this achievement was partly attributed to the era's opportunities and a stroke of luck, it was evident that without genuine capability, he would not have risen to prominence or amassed such wealth. Naturally, Song Junlin was exceedingly eager to have a millionaire from the 1990s join his collective. As for the other 4 individuals, their presence was also requisite for the time being. In these perilous times, venturing outside posed significant risks, and one could easily encounter danger. Although these individuals were not professional bodyguards, they were all of considerable stature and strength, capable of safeguarding themselves and their families. As Song Junlin's wealth increased, he found it prudent to exercise greater caution, and maintaining these individuals would not impose a significant financial burden on him. This arrangement was indeed fortuitous. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingsong and the others were immensely pleased. Having witnessed the splendor of Huaqing, they no longer wished to return to the dark, oppressive mines. Especially after observing that Song Junlin was securing over 400,000 USD in orders within a single day, they recognized that his future was undoubtedly promising. They felt a compelling urge to align themselves with him, for they sensed that failing to do so would lead to inevitable regret in the future. Chapter 62. The $1 million order. In the ensuing days, the influx of visitors to the trade fair at the Canton Fair noticeably dwindled. Consequently, the number of merchants ordering Lao Gan Ma chili sauce also diminished. Nevertheless, due to the exceptional flavor of Lao Gan Ma, there were still some foreign exchange orders daily, accumulating to 550,000 USD over several days. Coupled with the orders from the first day, the total amount approached $1 million. Previously, Su Jianing had already indicated that with Song Junlin's current achievements, becoming a provincial model worker was inevitable. On the final afternoon, accompanied by a translator, a well-dressed Caucasian arrived at Song Junlin's booth. The Caucasian inquired, and the translator interjected, "Hello, may I ask what you are selling?" Song Junlin replied, This is my specially crafted chili sauce, exceptionally delicious. Upon hearing the translator's words, the Caucasian asked, chili sauce? May I have a taste? Of course, Song Junlin nodded, applying the chili sauce onto a piece of bread and offering it to him. After tasting, the Caucasian exclaimed, while licking his lips and giving a thumbs up, oh yes. Oh good. Absolutely splendid, truly delicious. The Caucasian gentleman took a few sips of water and then inquired, I wish to purchase your chili sauce. May I ask about the pricing? There are two specifications. One is a 550G promotional package priced at $35, and the other is a 200G standard package priced at $14. Song Junlin responded, these prices are uniform. The cost is the same for everyone. I require 50,000 bottles, the gentleman declared, of which 20,000 will be the 550G size and 30,000 the 200G size. Thus, Song Junlin secured an order valued at $112,000. By the conclusion of the Canton Fair, he had amassed orders totaling $9 million in foreign exchange. When this news spread throughout the exhibition hall, it immediately stirred a sensation. The astonishment grew when people learned that Song Junlin was not part of a state-owned enterprise, but rather a collective enterprise. It is noteworthy that many of these companies have been regulars at the Canton Fair for decades, some participating since the 1950s and 1960s. However, it has taken them an extended period to achieve the milestone of $1 million in orders. In fact, many have attended over 10 sessions without securing even $500,000 in orders. The products in their exhibition hall primarily consisted of agricultural goods, minerals, and replicas, which have consistently found a market abroad, thus preventing Song Junlin from monopolizing the spotlight. Had it been a machinery exhibition hall, it is likely that Song Junlin's foreign exchange orders would have ranked among the top 5. Upon returning to the guest house that evening, both Old Su and the director of the Jiangdong Provincial Department of Light Industry called Song Junlin in succession. Su Jianing, with a smile, remarked, Junlin, congratulations. I truly did not expect you to secure such a substantial foreign exchange order. You have now made a name for yourself in the province. To be honest, this is still due to the current lack of confidence in my chili sauce. I believe by next year, I shall be able to achieve over $5 million in foreign exchange. Song Junlin replied calmly. With the precedent of the renowned Lao Gan Ma, he was confident that his chili sauce would also thrive overseas. Su Jianing shook his head and said, You truly believe your own words too much. Haha. Song Junlin chuckled and retorted, even if others wished to do so, they would lack the opportunity. All right, I shall not keep you any longer, Su Jianing said earnestly. Besides congratulating you, I also wanted to inform you that I have applied for your provincial model worker recognition. Thank you, Old Su, Song Junlin expressed. Although Vice Director Li had previously mentioned this, the slots for provincial model workers are limited, and it was uncertain whether he would be granted one. However, Su Jianing's position was different. With the chili sauce as a product of Ningzhou Enterprise, achieving a $1 million order at the Canton Fair would undoubtedly bring significant benefits to Su Jianing, the esteemed official of Ningzhou. In this context, to win over Song Junlin, it was imperative for him to secure the provincial model worker designation for Song Junlin. After conversing with Old Su, Song Junlin prepared to depart, only to receive a call from the director of the Provincial Light Industry Department. With a smile, Song Junlin greeted, Hello, Director Liu. The voice of a middle-aged man resonated through the phone. Congratulations, Comrade Xiao Song, on securing a foreign exchange order worth $1.09 million for the nation. Both the provincial leaders and I are elated about this achievement. In light of your exemplary performance at the Canton Fair, the province has decided to honor you as this year's provincial model worker. Furthermore, we have also applied for export subsidies on your behalf, with the exchange rate for the foreign exchange settlement set at $1 to 32 renminbi. Upon hearing Director Liu's words, Song Junlin could not help but express his gratitude. Thank you, leader. This remarkable achievement would not have been possible without your support and assistance. If it weren't for your permission to enter the exhibition hall, we would not have had the opportunity to attain such results. Song Junlin was pleasantly surprised that the director of the Provincial Light Industry Department personally called him. He was even more astonished that the province would proactively apply for foreign exchange subsidies on his behalf. According to the subsidy exchange rate, the total value of the orders he received would reach 34.88 million renminbi. While this exchange rate was still inferior to the black market price, it was a significant improvement compared to previous rates. Regardless, The subsidy price was nearly double the official exchange rate. This amounted to an astounding 34.88 million renminbi. Even after deducting various costs and the fees owed to the second cafeteria, he would still retain over 2 million. Song Junlin reflected with amazement. I never expected that just a few months after my rebirth, I would soon become a millionaire. It is essential to note that being a millionaire in 1981 was a significant status, as even a 10,000 yuan household was deemed affluent, and millionaires were akin to billionaires in later years. At that time, while there were indeed individuals with million yuan fortunes, their numbers were not substantial, and most of their wealth was acquired through speculation, leading many to imprisonment in the subsequent year. In contrast, Song Junlin's wealth was generated through contributions to the country, rather than through unscrupulous means. With 1 million in foreign exchange as his protective talisman, it could be said that the impending economic reforms would have no bearing on him, unless the province decided it no longer desired next year's $1 million foreign exchange. By that time, $1 million in foreign exchange would be sufficient to procure an advanced foreign production line. Chapter 63, Foreign Exchange Coupons. That day, Song Junlin and his companions did not leave. Having traveled to the Flower City, they could not return empty-handed. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast, Song Junlin contacted Yi Guoping's company. A few days prior, when Yi Guoping had sent employees to collect documents and funds, he had also provided Song Junlin with a business card. Song Junlin had previously observed that the company's operations were quite diverse, seemingly dabbling in a myriad of profitable ventures. Among these was the exchange of foreign currency and foreign exchange vouchers. Shopping at the Friendship Store required such vouchers, prompting Song Junlin to consider exchanging some through this company. Upon contacting the company associated with Yi Guoping, he discovered that it did not possess its own office building, but was located within the Dongfang Hotel on Luhua Road. The memories of Huaqing are intertwined with the Dongfang Hotel, which opened its doors in 1961 as the first high-end foreign-related hotel in the southern gateway of our nation. The hotel's decor and facilities were of the highest caliber available in the country at that time, with bathrooms, furniture, flooring, and all materials imported from overseas. For the people of Huaqing back then, encountering foreigners and witnessing fountains could only be experienced at this venue. By 1979, the Dongfang Hotel pioneered the buffet-style dining experience, undergoing a comprehensive modernization of its hardware facilities. Central air conditioning, closed-circuit television, sound systems, fire alarm systems, and direct communication systems with Hong Kong Island were all installed. A group then proceeded directly to the Huaqing Friendship Store. In 1980, the hotel further innovated by establishing a music tea house, featuring light music bands and karaoke, setting a trend that was soon emulated nationwide, thus leading a new wave of leisure and entertainment culture. Song Junlin speculated that Yi Guoping chose this location primarily due to the direct telephone lines to Hong Kong Island, facilitating ongoing communication with his company there. In truth, beyond this reason, the innovative entertainment activities available also played a significant role. When Song Junlin arrived at the Dongfang Hotel, the employee he had previously interacted with was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Song Junlin, the employee quickly approached with a smile and greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Song." "Hello," Song Junlin replied, smiling as he inquired, "What should I call you?" The employee responded, "Just call me Xiaoxia." Nodding, Song Junlin asked, "Is Mr. Yi here?" Xiaoxia replied, "Mr. Yi went to Xiangjiang yesterday. He spends most of his time there and only occasionally returns here." "Oh, I see," Song Junlin acknowledged, understanding the situation. Despite the ongoing reform and opening up in the mainland, substantial restrictions remained, particularly regarding private enterprises. Individuals were limited to operating as sole proprietors without the capacity to establish companies. Even aspiring entrepreneurs were required to affiliate with state-owned or collective enterprises to circumvent the complex employment issues, which posed significant risks. Such matters could lead to dire consequences, including imprisonment, should one misstep. Even someone as well-connected as Yi Guoping could leave himself vulnerable. In contrast, Xiangjiang presented no such limitations, allowing someone of Yi Guoping's background and resources to pursue ventures with relative ease. Song Junlin followed his companion and ascended to the executive floor of the Dongfang Hotel via the elevator. Subsequently, they entered an executive suite adorned with the sign of Hong Kong Island Pacific Business Company, Limited. This very suite served as the office for this company, which belonged to Yi Guoping's Hong Kong-funded enterprise. Upon entering, Song Junlin observed that the suite was quite well equipped, featuring telephones, fax machines, copiers, typewriters, and complemented by imported office furniture and busy staff clad in suits, presenting a rather professional ambience. "Mr. Song, please have a seat." Xiao Xia invited him to sit on the sofa before inquiring, "May I ask how many foreign exchange vouchers you wish to exchange?" In response, Song Junlin countered with a question, "What is the exchange rate here?" 100 foreign exchange vouchers can be exchanged for 140 renminbi, Xiao Xia replied. The rate he provided was significantly lower and far more favorable than that offered by the taxi driver earlier, which was quite reasonable. After all, no matter how many passengers a taxi driver serves in a day, it pales in comparison to the transactions of a company. Considering the ample number of foreign exchange vouchers, they certainly wouldn't be treated with the same reverence as those held by others. After pondering briefly, Song Junlin declared, "I intend to exchange 20,000 foreign exchange vouchers." Although he might not require such a large amount immediately, it would certainly be useful for his future visits to Huaqing, and would also serve him well in the capital and Shanghai. "Mr. Song, you will need to pay me 28,000 yuan, Xiao Xia stated. Song Junlin set down his backpack, retrieved 28 stacks of Daguangjiachuan currency, and placed them on the coffee table. Each stack contained 1,000 yuan, totaling exactly 28,000 yuan. He gestured towards the pile of money, saying, "Please count it." "All right, please hold on," Xiao Xia replied, picking up the money and concentrating intently on counting it. A short while later, he confirmed, "Indeed, it amounts to 28,000 yuan. He then called out, "Bring over 20,000 foreign exchange vouchers." "Certainly," came the immediate response from an individual who approached with 2 stacks of foreign exchange vouchers. Unlike the RMB, at that time, the highest denomination of foreign exchange vouchers was 100 yuan. Xiao Xia accepted the vouchers from the individual and handed them to Song Junlin, saying, "Mr. Song, here are the foreign exchange vouchers you requested." "Thank you." Song Junlin took the vouchers, counted them to ensure the quantity was correct, and then stood up. "Now that everything is settled, I shall take my leave." With a smile, Xiao Xia responded, "Mr. Song is always welcome to visit." Upon exiting the Dongfang Hotel, Song Junlin led his companions to the Friendship Store. At the entrance, he distributed 100 foreign exchange vouchers to each of them, saying, "Here, this is your reward for this time." "Wow, foreign exchange vouchers. Master, this is too generous," exclaimed one. "Boss, you are truly too kind," another added. As the crowd witnessed Song Junlin generously presenting each of them with 100 foreign exchange coupons, astonishment rendered them speechless. Many among them had previously accompanied Song Junlin to Huaqing and were well aware of the immense value of these coupons. After all, one could exchange 1.8 renminbi for a single unit of foreign currency. Holding these coupons allowed them to procure goods that were either exceedingly scarce or entirely unavailable in the market, particularly at the Friendship Store. Song Junlin remarked, "I have observed your diligent efforts alongside me during these days. Please accept this money." To be frank, given his current stature, he regarded these several hundred coupons as trivial. However, his generous distribution of currency was calculated. There was no need to elaborate on Jiang Shanzhu and Ning Dazhuang. These two were his disciples, akin to family, often more devoted than his own children. In his past life, after losing his job, it was these two disciples who provided him with support, and without them, he might have struggled to survive after being abandoned by the Guo family. As for Wang Qingsong and the others, he intended to entice them, subtly guiding them to align with him. After all, when they worked as miners, they earned a respectable sum of money each month. It was only fair that their earnings did not diminish simply because they had joined him. These individuals were to accompany him on his ventures, offering protection, and thus, they deserved to reap the benefits. Otherwise, if he offered too little, they might not feel compelled to defend him in times of danger. Chapter 64. Shopping for gifts. The group entered the Friendship Store, clutching their foreign exchange coupons. Upon stepping inside, Jiang Shanzhu and the others were immediately awestruck by the store's opulence and modernity. Even those, like Wang Qingsong, who had visited the Friendship Store before, found it impossible to remain composed. Gazing at the dazzling array of products displayed on the shelves, Jiang Shanzhu exclaimed, "No wonder this is the Friendship Store that even the mayor cannot enter without permission. It truly lives up to its reputation." He referred to an incident during the store's opening, when a vice mayor of Huaqing attempted to enter for a tour but was halted by the security. As only foreign guests, overseas Chinese, and compatriots from Hong Kong and Macau were allowed entry at the time. This illustrates the store's once prestigious status. Even now, entry required foreign exchange coupons. It was not until the 1990s, with the emergence of various shopping malls and supermarkets, that the friendship store's significance waned, leading to the eventual lifting of restrictions for all. Song Junlin addressed the group. You may select your items from the supermarket below while I explore the upper levels. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although they were uncertain of what awaited above, they were certain it was beyond their financial means. Fortunately, Song Junlin bestowed upon each of them 100 yuan in foreign exchange vouchers, allowing them to relish the experience of shopping at the friendship store. Rather than entering the supermarket, he ascended to the upper floors via the elevator. This friendship store in Huaqing is among the few establishments in the nation equipped with an elevator. In contemporary Huaqing, only the friendship store, the train station, and a handful of upscale foreign-related hotels possessed such amenities. Upon reaching the second floor, he was greeted by an array of fashionable branded clothing, shoes, bags, cosmetics, and jewelry. With the chill of winter approaching, Song Junlin was the first to select several foreign down jackets, followed by purchasing a pair of leather shoes for his mother, sister-in-law, and Yang Qianyu. Although high-heeled shoes were also available, in this era, wearing them seemed rather unconventional. Furthermore, the road conditions were far from ideal. Even the concrete paths were riddled with potholes, making the donning of heels quite impractical. In addition to these items, he procured 2 sets of American Pang's cosmetics. In the past, the domestic market lacked proper cosmetic sets. People would typically purchase only basic skincare products like Snowflake Cream, Baike Ling, or Friendship Cream, often using them sparingly for special occasions or family visits. Song Junlin recalled a time when he had bought skincare products for his mother, who hesitated to use them. Unfortunately, after a lengthy period, the products deteriorated, resulting in red spots on her face. Consequently, Wang Kaiqin forbade him from making further purchases, deeming it a waste of money. As he continued to browse, he arrived at the jewelry counter. This particular counter at the friendship store was one of the very few in the country that offered gold and silver jewelry. Due to the nation's pressing demand for foreign exchange and gold to acquire advanced equipment, the domestic market only allowed the purchase of private gold, prohibiting the sale of gold and silver ornaments. During that era, acquiring such jewelry meant inheriting it or seeking opportunities in the black market, or alternatively, procuring gold and silver to have pieces crafted. It was not until September 28, 1982, that the sale of gold and silver jewelry was reinstated in China, albeit only with 14K gold available at that time. Noticing Song Junlin's numerous packages, the young saleswoman behind the counter immediately greeted him with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Sir, I see you have purchased so many ladies' garments and cosmetics. Surely, these are for your wife? Why not select a few pieces of jewelry for her as well?" Song Junlin nodded and replied, "I intend to buy 1 piece for my mother, sister-in-law, and wife each." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's smile broadened, and she enthusiastically began her pitch. "Our jewelry is meticulously crafted by renowned masters. Just look at this jade bracelet. It is both translucent and vibrant green. I assure you, it will suit your family beautifully." She retrieved a bracelet entirely fashioned from jadeite, exclaiming, "This caliber of jade bracelet is exceedingly rare, with scarcely more than a dozen available nationwide. Observe the vibrant hue. It is the epitome of authenticity. This piece symbolizes life and youth, as well as wealth and nobility. In bygone eras, such adornments were exclusively donned by royalty. Empress Dowager Cixi of the Qing dynasty had a penchant for these verdant jade artifacts, including jade hairpins, jade watermelons, and jade cabbages." Listening to the saleswoman's increasingly verbose commentary, Song Junlin interjected, "May I inquire about the price of this jade bracelet?" The saleswoman, unfazed by the interruption, maintained her smile and replied, "This exquisite jade bracelet is priced at 1,500 foreign exchange certificates. Quite expensive indeed." Song Junlin mused internally. That amounts to 100 renminbi. An imported color television costs merely 140 foreign exchange certificates. In this day and age, an ordinary worker barely earns over 300 renminbi in a year without sustenance. This single bracelet would require 6 or 7 years of toil without respite for an average person to afford. Noticing Song Junlin's hesitation regarding the price, the saleswoman promptly suggested, "Sir, it appears you are genuinely interested in purchasing jewelry for your family. If you acquire 3 pieces, I can offer you a 10 discount, which would save you 450 foreign exchange certificates." Since the commencement of the reform and opening up policy, the friendship store had been a pioneer in reform. The saleswoman, in addition to their base salary, were incentivized by a commission structure linked to sales revenue. Consequently, they were reluctant to forfeit any significant customers. Moreover, they enjoyed greater autonomy than before. For instance, when dealing with large clients, the minimum discount could be as much as 20. Song Junlin shook his head and replied, "I apologize, but one jade bracelet suffices for me. If you could lower the price a bit further, I would be inclined to purchase." "Sir, the price I quoted is already the most favorable," the saleswoman responded. "Our jewelry is crafted by renowned masters, and the profit margins are inherently slim. If it were not for your evident intent to buy, I would not consider reducing the price at all." With a subtle smile, Song Junlin thought, how could profit margins in the jewelry industry be low? After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "How about this? If I buy some additional pieces from you, would you offer me a better price? If so, I will proceed with the purchase. If not, I shall refrain." The saleswoman feigned difficulty, stating, "If you seek multiple items, I can extend an 85 discount. That is the lowest I can offer." Thus, Song Junlin selected a pearl necklace, a pair of pearl earrings, 2 gold bracelets, and 2 gold rings. The pearl necklace and earrings were intended for Yang Qianyu, while the gold bracelets and rings were for his mother and sister-in-law. He understood that presenting a jade bracelet to his mother would be met with refusal, hence he opted for gold instead. Regarding the elder sister-in-law, although she is kind to him, she is not his wife after all. A mere gift of gold is already quite generous. Chapter 65. The return journey. After purchasing items on the second floor, Song Junlin did not ascend to the third floor. Although the third floor of the friendship store was filled with various antiques and artworks, promising guaranteed profit upon purchase, he felt no desire to buy. This was primarily due to the exorbitant prices of the items within. If he intended to amass antiques, he could easily visit trust shops instead, where numerous antiques were available at considerably lower prices. With the same amount of money, he could acquire a significantly greater quantity of antiques from trust shops than from the friendship store. After all, the friendship store primarily caters to foreigners and overseas compatriots for currency exchange, hence the steep prices. For instance, Teacher Ma once found a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece at the friendship store in Shanghai, only to learn it was priced at 30,000 foreign exchange certificates. Converted to RMB, that amounted to 42,000 yuan. At that time, how many people possessed such wealth? Even with Song Junlin's current financial standing, he could scarcely afford many antiques from the friendship store. Although there were cheaper options available, trust shops offered even more economical alternatives. Alternatively, he could hire individuals to scour ancient cities for collectibles, where he could uncover numerous hidden treasures at prices even more favorable than those in trust shops. However, Song Junlin was reluctant to engage in such acquisitions. Why? Because spending money on antiques yielded exceedingly low returns. Since the humanitarian upheaval, China's antique and collectible industry had languished for over a decade or two. Many valuable antiques, jade, and artworks were deemed remnants of feudalism and were shattered to pieces. Moreover, many had either been confiscated or hidden away. Under such circumstances, these antiques held little value. If one could procure them cheaply from state-run stores, who would spend exorbitant sums on his offerings? To await their appreciation in value would necessitate a waiting period of 20 years, at which time one could finally profit. This approach might suit an ordinary person, ensuring a risk-free investment and providing a family heirloom for future generations. Yet Song Junlin was a reborn individual. He could not afford to convert his cash into antiques and then find himself short of funds. Would it not be wiser to invest the money in ventures that could yield greater returns? Surely, over 20 years, he could generate enough profit to match the anticipated appreciation of antiques. While he currently possessed some idle funds, after fulfilling the chili sauce orders, he would have over 3 million. He intended to utilize this capital in the coming years to amass considerable wealth. Should he purchase antiques now, allowing them to sit for 2 years would yield no more than the initial amount. However, to pursue his ambitions, he would need at least double that investment. By then, he would be at the level of a millionaire. Of course, it is still early to discuss such matters. Descending from the second floor, Song Junlin sought out Jiang Xuanzhu and the others. These individuals had exchanged their foreign exchange vouchers for items such as cigarettes, liquor, chocolates, and imported snacks. Some of these treasures were intended to be shared with their families, while others were destined for gifts or to be sold on the black market. They were reluctant to keep any for themselves. "In the future, when you accompany me, bring along some of your savings," and I shall assist you in converting them into foreign exchange vouchers, Song Junlin remarked to the group. At that time, when you exchange them for goods here, you can at least double your investment. It won't be long before you all become well off. Thank you, boss. Master, you are truly magnificent. Upon hearing these words, excitement rippled through the group. The goods available in the friendship store were scarce outside. It was evident that anything taken out for sale would be eagerly sought after. Handing the items to the group, Song Junlin instructed, keep an eye on these items while I procure more. With that, he entered the supermarket on the first floor of the friendship store. His previous stock of cigarettes and liquor was dwindling, so it was time to replenish. Moreover, with the weather growing increasingly chilly and winter fast approaching, he intended to purchase an imported washing machine to spare his mother and sister-in-law the hardship of laundry during the cold months. Additionally, he planned to acquire a refrigerator and an air conditioner, both of which would be useful throughout the year, despite winter being nearly upon them. The cold in Ningzhou was notoriously harsh. In their former dwelling, there was no underfloor heating or even proper heating. At best, they had a small stove that barely sufficed. An air conditioner would provide warm air, making their home considerably more comfortable. After leaving the friendship store, the group found several tricycles to transport their goods to the train station. Old Su had already procured their return tickets, which included 6 hard sleeper tickets and 2 soft sleeper tickets. The presence of the 2 soft sleeper tickets further convinced Song Junlin of Old Su's connection to their family. Once aboard the train, Song Junlin and Jiang Xuanju made their way to the soft sleeper compartment. The environment there was far superior to that of the hard sleeper compartment. The hard sleeper compartment featured 3 tiers of 6 beds on either side, with only a small table, while the soft sleeper compartment boasted 2 beds adorned with pristine white pillows and bedding devoid of any grease. Furthermore, this compartment was equipped with a storage rack, a clothes hanger, a bedside lamp, a safe, a sofa, and a private restroom. In front of the 2 beds stood a small black and white television and a cassette player, providing entertainment for travelers during their journey. My goodness, is this truly a train carriage? Jiang Xuanju exclaimed in astonishment. This place is infinitely better than my home. My family has no sofa at all. We sit on wooden benches that we had someone make for us, and we use a public restroom. As for the television and the tape recorder, there is little to mention. The home possesses only a decrepit radio. Naturally, Song Junlin remarked nonchalantly, after all, this soft sleeper carriage is typically used by officials. If it weren't for Old Su, we would have no means to purchase soft sleeper tickets. Indeed, individuals vary greatly. Jiang Xuanju commented, if I hadn't followed my master, I might never have had the opportunity to ride in a soft sleeper carriage in my lifetime. Song Junlin chuckled. Rest assured, in a few years, as long as you have the means, you will be able to travel in such comfort, including the planes currently reserved for county-level officials. Chapter 66. The modern household. After 3 arduous days of travel, Song Junlin and his companions finally returned to Ningzhou. Despite their accommodation in a sleeper, the protracted journey was quite taxing. Upon disembarking from the train, they once again became the center of attention. Their attire, along with their various belongings, captured the curiosity of many. A number of onlookers even speculated that they might be overseas Chinese or from Hong Kong and Macau. When their subordinates reported to the train station authorities, a leader promptly came out to greet them. However, upon recognizing the true identities of these so-called overseas compatriots, he was momentarily taken aback, for he not only knew them but also shared a backyard with them. The station leader jestingly chided, I say, Junlin, after your trip to Huaqing, why are you dressed so flamboyantly? Well, isn't that how people dress over there? It appears more fashionable, Song Junlin replied with a shrug, pulling a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and tossing it to the leader. Old Qin, have a smoke. Ah, you have indeed prospered, indulging in Zhonghua cigarettes? Qin Shuyang remarked, astonished as he examined the pack. It was worth noting that at this time, Zhonghua cigarettes were not yet available on the market, making it difficult for the average person to acquire them without connections. Song Junlin smiled, it's nothing, just bought it at the friendship store. You can enter the friendship store? Qin Shuyang asked, glancing at the others. Tell me, Junlin, are they perhaps your overseas relatives? Unlike before the reform and opening up, having overseas relatives now made one the envy of many. Local governments even encouraged these individuals to connect with their overseas kin to facilitate foreign currency remittances. Song Junlin shook his head. They are all from Ningzhou. However, he paused before continuing. I do have a relative in Hong Kong. Qin Shuyang suddenly understood, exclaiming, no wonder you visited Huaqing twice this year. You must have gone to the island across the way. He chuckled lightly, but Song Junlin did not respond, subtly enticing his companion to ponder further. At that moment, it was certain that the other party would promote themselves everywhere, leading people to envy their possession of a television, refrigerator, and washing machine, rather than whispering about the ill-gotten gains they might have accumulated. After all, in those times, displaying excessive wealth would only inspire envy rather than respect. As a reincarnate, he was acutely aware of this reality. After engaging in a brief conversation with Qin Shuliang, Song Junlin led the group away. Upon arriving at the station entrance, they summoned several tricycles and headed straight to the Song residence. Before long, the tricycles halted in front of the Song family home. Song Junlin disembarked and opened the closed gate. "Mom, I'm back," he exclaimed as he pushed the door open, only to be stunned into silence. For in the courtyard of his home sat a multitude of people. Song Junlin's gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately resting on the television ahead. It was evident that these individuals had come to watch television at his house. Such occurrences were commonplace in that era. The exorbitant price of televisions meant that a worker would have to labor for over a year without sustenance to afford one. Most households at the time were not dual income. With only one breadwinner, it was a struggle to make ends meet, leaving little room for extravagant purchases like a television. Typically, if a family owned a television, neighbors would flock to watch. On one hand, entertainment options were scarce, and watching television was among the few diversions available. On the other hand, watching television allowed individuals to focus their attention, with many foregoing dinner to enjoy a program, thereby saving on the cost of a meal. In the past, neighbors were closely knit, frequently visiting one another and genuinely offering assistance in times of need. Unlike the present day, where one might go an entire year without exchanging a word with the neighbor across the hall. The saying, "distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors," held significant truth. In such circumstances, when neighbors came to watch television, the homeowners would not shoo them away. Rather, they would willingly share. The Song family had always been kind-hearted and naturally did not conceal their television from view. Moreover, sometimes not sharing was not an option, as there were invariably individuals of questionable character among the neighbors. If one were to deny them access, it was not uncommon to find one's windows shattered by stones or excrement thrown at the door in the dead of night. There is a saying, "You can only be a thief for 1,000 days. How can you guard against a thief for 1,000 days? If they were to continually harass you, a peaceful life would be an elusive dream." "Oh, Junlin, you're back from your trip?" "Junlin, brother, I've come to watch television at your house. How was watching? How does it compare to Ningzhou?" "Junlin, you certainly dress fashionably for someone who has been to watching." Upon hearing Song Junlin's voice, the crowd turned their heads, eagerly greeting him with a chorus of inquiries. Since the Song family acquired an imported color television, Song Junlin has become a figure of great admiration in the eyes of the community. After all, while other households lacked even a basic black and white television, Song Junlin managed to bring home a vibrant color set. "Come on, lend a hand and carry these items inside. Be careful, we have a refrigerator in here. We mustn't damage it." At that moment, Jiang Xuanzhu and others were entering with a washing machine and a refrigerator. Upon seeing the inscriptions and illustrations on the packaging, the gazes directed at Song Junlin transformed dramatically. They could hardly believe that upon his second return from watching, he had not only acquired a washing machine and a refrigerator, but also an air conditioner. With the imported color television he brought back from his previous trip, the Song household had assembled the coveted new 4 appliances. Such a family is exceedingly rare in the entire Ningzhou region. Aside from lacking a telephone, the Song family had fulfilled the criteria of a modern household in the eyes of the community. "Junlin, have you found a partner yet? What do you think of the girl from Aunt Da's family, Nyonyo? Junlin, are you free this Sunday? Xiaolan has been eager to watch a movie with you." In an instant, a throng of enthusiastic matrons surrounded Song Junlin, eagerly promoting their daughters to him. Had it not been for the new 4 appliances, they would likely have looked down upon him as a divorced man. However, times have changed. Families like the Songs, capable of gathering such modern conveniences, are indeed scarce. This golden son-in-law should be seized without delay. One cannot afford to let such an opportunity slip away, they mused. "Apologies, dear aunts, but I already have a girlfriend," Song Junlin replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "You all know her. She is Yang Qianyu, the daughter of old Yang's family." Upon hearing his words, disappointment washed over the crowd, for they realized they had missed a chance to forge a connection with a modern household. Chapter 67. The gift with so many people around. Song Junlin found it difficult to retrieve his belongings. He instructed Jiang Xuanju and the others to move the items to his room, then locked the door behind him as he departed. Exiting his home, he settled the payment with the tricycle drivers. Following that, the group headed straight to the second canteen. The meals on the train were both expensive and unpalatable. They had subsisted on a few mooncakes during the journey. Now back home, their first priority was to enjoy a hearty meal. Upon arriving at the second canteen, Song Junlin was quickly surrounded by the staff. Junlin, when are we starting work again? Prior to his trip to Huaqing, he had informed them that work would resume upon his return. Naturally, they were eager to inquire, as starting work sooner meant earning money sooner. During the days of selling cold noodles and making mooncakes, they had earned 4 yuan a day. In their perspective, the current business of chili sauce should not yield less profit than it did in the past. Song Junlin inquired, "Have the dried chilies arrived?" Lu Hongmei replied, "We've received 2 batches, and our warehouse is now brimming to capacity." With that, Song Junlin instructed, "Then you may commence grinding the chilies with the mill tomorrow." He nodded, adding, "Anyone who has the time can pitch in for a while. Once I conclude my matters tomorrow, we shall officially commence work the day after." Upon hearing that they could earn money starting tomorrow, none of them could contain their joy. After enjoying a meal at the second cafeteria, Wang Qingsong and a few others departed with their belongings, as they needed to handle their resignation matters in the following days. Fortunately, being mere ordinary miners rather than significant figures within a corporation, resigning was not an arduous task for them. After bidding farewell to a few, Song Junlin lingered for a while in the second cafeteria. Once he deemed the time suitable, he mounted his bicycle and headed directly to the garment factory. Upon arriving at the factory's entrance, the workers were just finishing their shifts. His gaze swept through the crowd until he quickly spotted Yang Qianyu. Song Junlin called out, "Qianyu, I'm over here." Hearing his voice, Yang Qianyu also caught sight of him. "My boyfriend has come to pick me up, so I want to be leaving with you all," she informed the nearby female workers before weaving through the throng to join Song Junlin. "Why did you return so late? I've missed you dearly these past few days," Yang Qianyu said, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, unabashedly expressing her feelings. At that moment, she still sported a simple, refreshing ponytail, her fair complexion and rosy lips rendering her exceptionally charming. "I had to finish my tasks before I could return," Song Junlin shrugged. "I just got home, dropped off my things, had a bite to eat, and came straight to find you." Pausing briefly, he added, "It seems you've become even more beautiful in these few days." "Really?" Yang Qianyu touched her cheek shyly, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "Absolutely," he replied with a light chuckle, captivated by her alluring, vibrant lips. If it were just the two of them, he would have kissed her without hesitation. "What are you staring at?" Yang Qianyu asked, her face puzzled. "Is there something on my face?" "Nothing at all." Song Junlin shook his head, then suggested, "Let's hurry to my house. I brought you some gifts from Huaqing." Song Junlin, "You're wasting money again." Yang Qianyu feigned annoyance, yet a blissful smile graced her cheeks. It was evident that she felt quite pleased with the thought of being cherished by Song Junlin. He turned his bicycle around, patting the back seat. "Hop on." "All right." Yang Qianyu responded with a soft acknowledgement and obediently settled herself on the rear of the bicycle, wrapping her arms around Song Junlin's waist. With a light jog, Song Junlin propelled the bicycle forward, swiftly riding away with Yang Qianyu. Observing the intimate departure of the couple, the male workers were left feeling sour, akin to having consumed a lemon. After all, Yang Qianyu was not only strikingly beautiful, but had also graduated from a technical school and, at a young age, had already ascended to the position of deputy section chief. Behind closed doors, the factory workers affectionately referred to her as a blooming flower. In contemporary terms, she would be regarded as the belle of the factory. Such a captivating beauty was undoubtedly the dream girl of all the male workers. It was no wonder they felt envious now that she had been taken away. By the time Song Junlin and Yang Qianyu arrived at the Song residence, dusk had already settled in. It was mealtime, and few people were gathered in the courtyard, engrossed in watching television. Song Junlin wheeled the bicycle into the yard and secured it before ushering Yang Qianyu inside the house. He rummaged through a pile of items, retrieving a down jacket, leather shoes, bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and chocolates. Placing them on his bed, he gestured and said, "Qianyu, these are the gifts I brought back for you this time." Upon seeing the array of items, Yang Qianyu furrowed her brow and inquired, "Junlin, this is quite an extravagant amount. How much did all this cost?" To her, it was the person she cherished, not wealth or material possessions. Moreover, the quality of these items was clearly high-end, and she did not wish for Song Junlin to deplete his resources merely to please her. After all, if they were to marry, their future together would be lengthy. Oh, this is just a trifling amount. Song Junlin waved dismissively. To him, these items had not cost a significant sum. As they spoke, he handed the down jacket and leather shoes to Yang Qinyu, shifting the topic. Here, Qinyu, try this on. Yang Qinyu accepted the garments, her gaze falling upon the women's down jacket, and asked, "Is this a winter coat?" Song Junlin nodded and explained, "This is called a down jacket, filled with goose and duck down. It offers excellent warmth, and it's lightweight and fashionable. This is what people in foreign countries wear in winter." Yang Qinyu donned the down jacket, which fit her perfectly. "Now, try on these leather shoes." At that moment, Song Junlin opened the shoebox and took out a pair of women's leather shoes. Yang Qinyu picked them up and examined them, noticing that both the craftsmanship and style far surpassed any leather shoes she had previously purchased. Unbeknownst to her, the most expensive pair she had bought before was merely a dozen yuan, while those that Song Junlin procured were worth several hundred foreign exchange certificates. A staggering difference of several multiples in price. By the way, there's also these. Song Junlin opened the jewelry box beside him, retrieving the exquisite jade bangle, pearl necklace, and pearl earrings within. Upon seeing these treasures, Yang Qinyu quickly shook her head and said, "Junlin, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Although she was unaware of the exact worth of these items, the foreign letters on the packaging indicated that they were imported treasures, and being imports, their price was assuredly not trivial. "Qinyu, while these jewels may be costly, they pale in comparison to your significance in my heart," Song Junlin declared candidly. "For you, I would not hesitate to procure not just these adornments, but even the stars from the heavens." In those times, individuals were quite reserved. Even lovers expressed their affections through letters and conversations laden with revolutionary camaraderie, rather than the overt declarations of love that would become commonplace in later years. Listening to Song Junlin's forthright words, Yang Qinyu's gaze softened, brimming with affection. Song Junlin raised his head to meet her glistening eyes, filled with emotion, and instinctively took her delicate hand in his. With a gentle pull, he drew her soft, cotton-like form into his embrace. This time, Yang Qinyu did not resist. Instead, she closed her eyes and leaned in, presenting her rosy lips towards him. It was evident that her heart was stirred. Seizing the moment, Song Junlin did not hesitate. He encircled her slender waist with his hands and leaned down to kiss her tender lips. Suddenly, the door burst open. "Second brother, I've heard you returned. Dinner is ready. Hurry and eat," Wang Kaiqin announced as she entered the room, only to freeze in place upon witnessing her son in such an intimate embrace with Yang Qinyu. "Ahem, I saw nothing. Please continue," she exclaimed, swiftly turning away and exiting, closing the door behind her. However, Wang Kaiqin's intrusion left no room for continuation. Even if Song Junlin was willing, Yang Qinyu could not bear the embarrassment. After all, the societal norms of their time were far more conservative than those of later generations, where public displays of affection were often embraced without hesitation. "It's all your fault," Yang Qinyu exclaimed, pushing Song Junlin away. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of shame and annoyance. She extended her delicate hand and gave a firm twist at his waist, followed by a swift turn. "Ah!" In the next moment, Song Junlin let out a cry akin to that of a wounded animal. "Please, Qinyu, I was wrong. Spare me," he pleaded. Yang Qinyu's heart softened, and she quickly released her grip. Gently caressing his waist, she murmured, "Junlin, did I hurt you?" Actually, leaning in to whisper in his ear, she added, "You could come to my house next time. There will be no one there." With that, her lovely face was adorned with a rosy hue, leaving no doubt as to her intentions. With a restless heart, he embraced her and indulged in a fervent kiss. "No, it's too hot. I'm still wearing a cotton jacket." At last, Yang Qinyu managed to escape his grasp, panting as she spoke. Song Junlin assisted her in removing the down jacket and, noticing the beads of sweat glistening on her smooth forehead, gently wiped them away with his hand. Yet, he refrained from further actions. If anyone were to witness this, Yang Qinyu would truly be mortified. With a smile, Song Junlin picked up a jewelry box and said to Yang Qinyu, "Come, let us see how the jewelry looks on you." Obediently, Yang Qinyu took the ornaments and adorned herself. Under the illumination of the lights, the jewelry radiated a dazzling brilliance. Coupled with her innate beauty, Yang Qinyu appeared even more graceful elegant, and dignified. At that time, pearls were scarce, far from the cheapness seen in later years, and were a staple among the upper echelons of society for women, both in the East and the West. For instance, Margaret Thatcher, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, often donned pearl jewelry when appearing on television. Song Junlin beamed with admiration, saying, "As expected of my wife, you are truly a natural beauty." After putting on the jewelry, the surrounding light seems to dim. Walking down the street would likely cause a traffic jam. "It's not as wonderful as you say," Yang Qianyu replied, though inwardly, she felt a surge of happiness. After all, a woman adorns herself for the one she loves. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside the door. Song Junlin opened it to find his sister-in-law, Ma Xiaoyan, standing there. With a smile, she said, "Junlin, Qinyu, it's time to eat." "Sister-in-law, you arrived just in time." Song Junlin replied with a smile. "I brought back some things for you and your brother from Huaqing." He rummaged through his belongings and handed her 2 down jackets. "This jacket looks so high-end, and the material is extraordinary," Ma Xiaoyan exclaimed with excitement after inspecting the garments. The finest clothes she had ever worn were made of polyester, and this jacket looked splendid. How could she not be thrilled? "By the way, sister-in-law, there's also this." Song Junlin produced a beautifully packaged box, which, when opened, revealed a gleaming golden bracelet. "This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. You should give it to our mother instead." Ma Xiaoyan quickly declined, though her heart longed for it. "Sister-in-law, please take it. I have prepared something for our mother," Song Junlin insisted, placing the box in Ma Xiaoyan's hands. "You have taken care of your brother and mother all these years. This is only right." "Then I shall accept it," Ma Xiaoyan said with a smile, unable to refuse. "Junlin, thank you so very much." After all, in these times, finding a place to purchase gold jewelry was nearly impossible, and possessing even one piece would make her the envy of her colleagues. Song Junlin waved his hand and said, "Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formality between us." Chapter 69, Director Chun. Joint venture. The following day, after finishing breakfast, Song Junlin prepared to leave on his bicycle. Upon opening the courtyard gate, he noticed a small car with a Shanghai license plate parked at his doorstep. A young man dressed in casual attire stepped out of the vehicle. Upon spotting Song Junlin, he quickly approached and inquired, "Hello, are you Comrade Song Junlin?" Song Junlin nodded, "I am." "Then please, get in the car. County Chief Su specifically sent me to pick you up," the young man explained, adding, "You can call me Xiao Zhao, as I am Secretary Su's aide." "Oh, so it was Su Ge who sent you," Song Junlin acknowledged. "I appreciate your assistance, Secretary Zhao." With that, he returned his bicycle to the courtyard. Hearing Song Junlin refer to Su Jianing with such familiarity, Secretary Zhao's demeanor shifted to one of increased respect. "Comrade Song, please get in the car." As Song Junlin emerged, Zhao proactively opened the car door for him, placing his hand on the roof to prevent Song from bumping his head. "Thank you, Secretary Zhao," Song Junlin smiled. Once Song Junlin settled into the back seat, Zhao thoughtfully closed the door behind him. Then, he opened the front door and took his place in the passenger seat. The driver, seeing that everyone was inside, started the car and headed toward the County Revolutionary Committee. Upon arriving at the compound, the two exited the vehicle. Following Secretary Zhao's lead, Song Junlin approached the county chief's office. Just as they were about to enter, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in official attire. Upon seeing the two, he smiled and asked, "Secretary Zhao, is this our esteemed economic contributor, Comrade Song Junlin?" "Indeed, Director Chun," Secretary Zhao replied promptly with respect. "Director Chen?" Song Junlin's heart stirred upon hearing the title. He had already surmised the man's identity as Chun Weidong, the director of the Ningzhou County Party Committee office and the chief administrator of the county government. When Su Jianing first arrived in Ningzhou, he faced neglect and isolation from the local political scene. The reason Chun Weidong ascended to the position of director was largely due to the infighting between the former county head and the secretary, which allowed someone without connections like him to seize the opportunity. Once he learned of Su Jianing's substantial background, he was the first to align himself with Su, remaining loyal and steadfast. Such loyalty naturally bore fruit. 2 years later, when Su Jianing became the county party secretary, Chun Weidong was promoted to acting county head. After Su Jianing returned to Beijing, Chun Weidong further advanced to become the county party secretary of Ningzhou and eventually a powerful deputy mayor within the city. It was essential to cultivate a good relationship with a future local leader. With this thought, Song Junlin smiled and extended his hand. Hello, Director Chen. Hello. Chen Weidong replied as he shook hands with Song Junlin. Comrade Song has truly achieved a significant feat for Ningzhou by securing over $1 million in foreign exchange orders at the Canton Fair. County Head Su has been mentioning this to me quite often these past few days. This is largely thanks to County Head Su's assistance. Without him, I doubt we would have even gained entry to the Canton Fair, Song Junlin humbly remarked. Your chili sauce is simply delightful, Chen Weidong said with a smile. Just the other day during lunch, County Head Su shared the chili sauce you gifted him with me, and it was truly a divine delicacy. Haha. Upon hearing this, Song Junlin chuckled heartily and replied, since Director Chen enjoys it, I shall bring some for you another day. Well then, I shall not be polite, Chen Weidong nodded, gesturing toward the office. Come on in, the county head is waiting for you. I shall head in now, Song Junlin said, knocking on the door. Come in. Su Jianning's voice came from within just as the knock faded. Song Junlin opened the door and greeted, County Head Su. Ah, it's you, Junlin. Su Jianning looked up with a smile, saying, I told you, no need for such formalities. He gestured to a chair beside him. Please, have a seat. With a nod, Song Junlin sat down. Su Jianning poured a glass of water for him and continued. The reason I summoned you today is to discuss the orders. I fear that with just your second cafeteria, it may not be feasible to fulfill these orders. Brother Su, to be honest, even if you hadn't reached out, I would have sought you out, Song Junlin stated. Frankly, given the current conditions of the second cafeteria, we are indeed unable to complete the orders. Pausing for a moment, he added, not to mention, we cannot even produce the glass bottles for the chili sauce. We must introduce a production line. Su Jianning inquired, so, what are your thoughts on this? This is my perspective, Song Junlin began slowly. As it stands, the second cafeteria cannot afford a production line. Even if the bank grants a loan, establishing a production line would take at least a few months. In this scenario, we can only collaborate with the county's canning factory, where we would finance them to produce the glass bottles as subcontractors. However, this would require your assistance in facilitating the connection. Such collaborative models were quite prevalent in the 1980s and 1990s, often involving township enterprises or individual enterprises that, due to financial constraints, could not acquire state-owned enterprises, thus opting for subcontracted production. Conversely, some state-owned enterprises, for various reasons, could not meet production demands, leading to similar arrangements with township enterprises. In this model, township enterprises could leverage minimal funds to gain technical support from state-owned enterprises while also utilizing their well-established brands. State-owned enterprises can profit from this or reduce their own costs, and in some cases, simply by authorizing brand trademarks, they can earn revenue directly. For instance, the Shuangshi Pressure Cooker Factory, which was the largest state-owned factory in the industry at that time, produced the first pressure cooker after the founding of our nation. By 1986, an agricultural machinery factory in Zhejiang province, after exhausting its connections, managed to partner with the Shuangshi factory. Initially, this agricultural machinery factory could only manufacture components, but with the assistance of the Shuangshi factory, it was able to produce pressure cookers within just a few years, marketing them under the Shuangshi brand. The vigorous vitality of township enterprises enabled this agricultural machinery factory's output and sales to surpass even those of the Shuangshi factory. Eventually, the annual brand fees alone amounted to a staggering 5 million paid to the Shuangshi factory, exceeding the factory's own annual profits. The exorbitant brand fees led to a bitter rivalry between the two factories, resulting in the agricultural machinery factory eventually establishing a new brand, Super. Upon hearing Song Junlin's words, Su Jianning chuckled and remarked, I never expected your approach to align so closely with mine. I was also considering having the county government take the lead and have the county's canning factory assist you in production. He then shifted the topic and continued, moreover, the term joint operation is quite apt, very well chosen. Why is that? Because the term OEM sounds rather unappealing. It implies that the large state-owned enterprises are merely working for those township and private enterprises. Although it essentially remains OEM, referring to it as joint operation significantly enhances its appearance. After all, no one knows whether it is the state-owned enterprise or the private enterprise that is doing the OEM. It's all just a joint operation. Chapter 70. The situation of the radio factory. Su Jianning jotted down notes, then looked up and asked, Junlin, is there anything else you need to address? For instance, have you secured your production materials? Regarding production materials, I have only managed to secure the chili peppers so far. with the supplier being the Supply and Marketing Cooperative in Guizhou Province. Their peppers are tastier than those from our province. Song Junlin pondered for a moment and added, "Next, we need cooking oil and pork and chicken. Due to high demand, I cannot procure sufficient quantities alone." Su Jianing replied, "Currently, earning foreign exchange is our primary objective. I will communicate with the director of the Grain Bureau and the manager of the meat processing plant. When the time comes, you can go directly to them to collect whatever quantity you need." It must be noted that Song Junlin's focus on generating foreign exchange was indeed the right path. Had his old partner concentrated mainly on domestic sales, Su Jianing would not have been so accommodating. After all, the current society still predominantly operates under a planned economy. In this context, any resources must first prioritize state-owned enterprises, with any surplus then trickling down to others. This limited circulating resource, amidst the overwhelming demand from township enterprises, necessitates a high price for acquisition. In this context, the nation began to implement a dual pricing system. State-owned enterprises could procure materials at production cost, while other businesses were compelled to purchase at market prices. However, due to the scarcity of goods entering the market, acquiring them often required paying prices significantly above market value. The vast disparity between these two pricing structures allowed individuals with influential backgrounds to profit from the resale of procurement permits. At that time, even a single permit could fetch hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Nevertheless, once Song Junlin chose the path of export for foreign exchange, he no longer needed to rely on these permit resellers. With the support of Su Jianing and the Provincial Department of Light Industry, he was able to procure materials at production cost, even as a collective enterprise. This pricing was nearly equivalent to factory and cost prices, promising greater profits for Song Junlin. After their discussions, he departed, while Su Jianing promptly contacted various relevant organizations and enterprises, including canning factories, meat processing plants, the Grain Bureau, hardware factories, and supply and marketing cooperatives, to convene a meeting with their leaders. Although some attendees were affiliated with Secretary Gong, the substantial foreign exchange orders would certainly draw scrutiny from the province, making them reluctant to obstruct the process. Should anyone dare to interfere, any ensuing complications would be their responsibility. If the province sought to create difficulties, even Secretary Gong would be powerless to intervene. In such circumstances, no one was inclined to invite misfortune upon themselves. After leaving the County Revolutionary Committee, Song Junlin first returned home, then rode his bicycle to the Hongxing Brigade. Despite assistance from the county canning factory, their manpower was still somewhat insufficient. After all, the county canning factory could only aid in producing glass bottles and filling chili sauce, while the actual preparation of the sauce still required their second cafeteria. Thus, relying solely on the personnel from the second cafeteria proved inadequate, necessitating the recruitment of additional help. Although the streets were teeming with unemployed individuals readily available at his command, he opted to seek assistance from the Hongxing Brigade. On one hand, the brigade members were farmers, easier to satisfy and control. On the other, he intended to forge a closer alliance with the brigade, making betrayal less likely. Upon entering the brigade, he found the director, Liu, engaged in work. Song Junlin inquired, "Director Liu, is your secretary available?" "Ah, Master Song. Please have a seat," responded the short and stout Liu, who hurried over. As he poured tea for Song Junlin, he smiled and remarked, "Our secretary is currently overseeing operations at the radio factory. It's worth noting that the establishment of the radio factory owes much to your efforts, Master Song." "No need for thanks. After all, our collaboration at the radio factory has been mutually beneficial," replied Song Junlin. To speak frankly, the radio factory has not garnered much attention from him. After all, the Leagama chili sauce has secured foreign orders worth millions of dollars. "Master Song, please wait here. I will fetch our secretary," Liu director stated before departing the brigade. In a short while, he returned alongside Liu Xiangdong. Upon entering, Liu Xiangdong jested, "Master Song, do you have any instructions? This is your Hongxing Brigade, not the second canteen. How could I dare to give you orders?" Song Junlin chuckled and replied, "Ha." Liu Xiangdong laughed heartily. "Let us converse in the office." "All right." Song Junlin nodded and followed him into the office. After they took their seats, Liu Xiangdong remarked, "Master Song, your idea for the radio factory is truly remarkable. Currently, our factory employs 80 workers in the assembly department, each capable of assembling 6 radios per day. Additionally, there are 20 carpenters from our brigade and neighboring brigades crafting the radio casings. This has transformed over 80 farmers from our brigade into workers. And the tasks are not physically demanding. Even those with disabilities can manage it, effectively addressing a significant challenge for our brigade. It was evident that Lu Xiangdong was genuinely pleased. Previously, the brick kiln and the breeding farm combined had only employed around 60 farmers. With over 500 households in their brigade, even if just one person from each household worked, it barely addressed a little over 1/10 of the families. In contrast, the radio factory has simultaneously provided employment for over 80 households. Had those individuals possessed carpentry skills, it could have potentially employed 100. Song Junlin inquired further. What about sales and profits? Lu Xiangdong responded, currently, the cheapest radio on the market costs over 20 yuan each. We mainly produce large radios, priced at 19 yuan, making them several yuan cheaper than those found in stores and supply cooperatives, resulting in excellent sales. He continued, after deducting labor and material costs. The profit from each radio is 8 yuan. Song Junlin calculated that the factory could produce 400 radios each month, yielding a profit of 200 yuan, of which he would receive 600 yuan. Admittedly, this amount pales in comparison to his previous mooncake business. However, for the Hongxing Brigade, such a figure is astronomical. It is worth noting that they had previously borrowed money from the credit cooperative even to purchase a tractor. Chapter 71. Taxation Issues. Song Junlin asked, by the way, Secretary Lu, what is the salary for the workers at the radio factory? Each earns 30 yuan per month, Lu Xiangdong replied. 30 yuan a month? Song Junlin delivered a sermon. The radio factory earns a monthly profit of 200 yuan, yet the workers collectively receive only 3,000 yuan. Is that not exceedingly meager? After a brief pause, he continued, here's what I propose. I shall contribute an additional 3,000 yuan each month, allowing for a raise of 30 yuan in each worker's salary. What do you think? His intentions were not born out of an overabundance of compassion or a surplus of wealth. Rather, Song Junlin aimed to win the hearts of the people. After all, announcing a doubling of wages would surely evoke gratitude from the workers. Should anyone dare to dispute this, the workers would undoubtedly voice their opposition. A mere 3,000 yuan could garner the support of the radio factory's employees, an investment that bore no loss. Lu Xiangdong found it difficult to refuse this proposition, as it was a matter of securing benefits for the workers. Any refusal would likely breed resentment among them. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangdong cast a deep glance at Song Junlin and remarked, indeed, increasing wages is a commendable initiative, but there is no need for Master Song to burden himself. The brigade can certainly afford this. That simply won't do, Song Junlin replied. Regardless, I hold half ownership of this radio factory. I cannot allow any dues to be neglected. Lu Xiangdong pondered for a moment and said, previously, our wages were split equally between our two parties. Perhaps we should continue this arrangement for the additional wages as well. That sounds reasonable, Song Junlin nodded, indifferent to whether he bore the full cost, as his objective of raising salaries had already been achieved. By the way, there is one more matter, Song Junlin suddenly interjected. Comrade Lu, is the radio factory required to pay taxes to the state? Is that still necessary? Lu Xiangdong inquired. Without providing an answer, Song Junlin countered. And does your brigade need to pay grain taxes? Yes, of course, Lu Xiangdong replied. If agricultural producers must pay grain taxes, then enterprises are likewise obligated to pay taxes, Song Junlin asserted firmly. Do not be deceived by the current lack of oversight from the state. The taxes that are due must be paid. If the state begins to investigate these matters, it will not be a trivial issue. He was acutely aware that the reason the 8 kings of Yunzhou would be apprehended the following year was partly due to labor issues and speculation, but primarily for tax evasion. At that time, the populace had little thought of tax compliance, particularly among individual entrepreneurs, over 90% of whom engaged in tax evasion. This situation contributed to a staggering 164 million economic crime cases filed nationwide within the subsequent year, with over 30,000 individuals sentenced. One of the principal reasons for this alarming trend was the government's persistent fiscal deficits. In simpler terms, the upper echelons found themselves financially depleted. Knowing the trajectory of events to come, Song Junlin wished to avoid entanglement in such matters. Observing Song Junlin's serious demeanor, Lu Xiangdong nodded and assured him, rest assured. I will ensure that this tax is duly paid. Comrade Lu, Do not underestimate the significance of tax payments. They are an unavoidable obligation. Song Junlin advised. If your breeding farm and brick kiln do not settle their taxes, I recommend you make a lump sum payment. Delaying until next year could bring considerable trouble. He recalled that in his past life, Lu Xiangdong had been taken away by the inspection team, although he was later released due to changes in policy. The development of Hongxing Brigade came to a halt. Lu Xiangdong inquired softly, "Has Master Song caught wind of something?" Song Junlin replied nonchalantly, "You can trust my advice without hesitation." "Very well, I shall make arrangements shortly," Lu Xiangdong responded. Song Junlin then asked, "Comrade Lu, I would like to know how the radio factory is currently producing radios. Is one person responsible for assembling all the parts?" "Indeed, that is the case," Lu Xiangdong confirmed. "Why do you ask? No wonder your production is so sluggish." With a gentle sigh, Song Junlin suggested, "You could assign each individual to a specific process, allowing each person to install only one or a few types of components. This would significantly enhance efficiency, possibly doubling the output." Hearing this, Lu Xiangdong's eyes lit up. What a splendid idea. The prospect of doubling the production of radios brings me immense joy, to the point where I hardly care about the tax issue. After all, a doubled output means a doubled sales volume, leading to a corresponding increase in profits. The taxes are merely a small fraction of the overall picture. After discussing the radio factory, Song Junlin broached the subject of seeking assistance for the second canteen. "Comrade Lu," he said, "I actually came to borrow some manpower." "Borrow manpower?" Lu Xiangdong queried. "As you know, I attended the trade fair recently." Song Junlin continued. "I secured a total of $1.09 million in foreign exchange orders at the fair, but our second canteen is short-staffed. So I intend to recruit some individuals from your brigade, with wages remaining at 60 yuan per month." $1.09 million? In USD? Lu Xiangdong gasped, astonished by the substantial foreign exchange order. Quickly regaining his composure, he smiled at Song Junlin. "Of course, this is a chance to provide jobs for our brigade members. I would be delighted for you to recruit more. How many do you need?" "I require 40 individuals," Song Junlin replied. "Please ensure they are young and strong, avoiding the elderly and those with weak constitutions." "You can rest assured about that," Lu Xiangdong promised confidently. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Xiangdong, and he asked, "Master Song, your chili sauce seems to require a considerable amount of pork. Could you possibly procure all the pork from our breeding farm?" To speak candidly, County Chief Su has established contact with the local meat processing plant, offering me an exceedingly low price. Song Junlin remarked, "However, who could refuse a friend? I will purchase all the pigs from your brigade." Upon hearing the initial statement, Lu Xiangdong mistakenly assumed a refusal, momentarily feeling disheartened. Yet, the subsequent words filled him with elation. Lu Xiangdong promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I shall provide you with a preferential price." With that, he indicated his intention to take his leave. Song Junlin stood up, saying, "There's no need. I have matters to attend to this afternoon." As he approached the door, he added, "By the way, Secretary Lu, please remind your brigade members to gather at the second canteen tomorrow morning." "Understood," Lu replied. Chapter 72. The invitation from Yang Qinyu. The following day, Song Junlin arrived early at the second canteen, where the members of Hongxing Brigade had already gathered. At that moment, the ironworks had also delivered several large, dust-covered pots. These enormous vessels were capable of preparing meals sufficient for hundreds. Such large pots, remnants of the communal dining era, continue to be utilized in many rural areas today. Although we have long departed from the age of communal meals in the vast countryside, these pots are still employed for significant occasions, as not everyone can afford to host an entire brigade for a meal, which signifies a certain level of prosperity. As for banquets, only the affluent can afford such gatherings. In addition to these pots, the ironworks provided several shovels, essential for handling the large pots, as regular spatulas would be inadequate for the task. Observing the dust on the pots, Song Junlin promptly commanded, "Please clean these pots thoroughly. They have accumulated decades of dust in storage and are disgracefully filthy." "Master, master." At that moment, Jiang Xuanju hurriedly approached. Song Junlin inquired, "What is it, Juzi?" Jiang Xuanju replied, "The trucks from the meat processing plant and the grain and oil company have delivered our goods." Looking around, Song Junlin asked, "Where are they?" "At the front gate," Jiang Xuanju answered. "Have them come to the back," Song Junlin instructed. "Honestly, we are working in the back. Why are they at the front?" "All right. I will notify them immediately." After Jiang Xuanzhu left, Song Junlin called out to the members of Hongxing Brigade, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We are about to begin unloading the goods." Before long, 2 large trucks arrived at the back entrance. The members of Hongxing Brigade stepped forward to unload the truckloads of pork, chicken, and cooking oil. Once the goods had been fully unloaded and the pots thoroughly cleaned, Song Junlin and the others began the process of crafting chili sauce. Naturally, the primary responsibility fell to the personnel from the second cafeteria, while the members of the Red Star Brigade either tended the fire, cut the meat, or poured the oil. This was not due to a lack of trust from Song Junlin, but rather because they had yet to learn the intricacies of the craft. Thus, an entire morning passed, and they finally completed the first batch of chili sauce in several large pots. After tasting each one in succession, Song Junlin exclaimed with applause, "Remarkable! Our chili sauce has been successfully made." A wave of applause erupted among the crowd in response to his words. "All right," he said, raising his hands to calm the excitement. "Please transfer this chili sauce into the large barrels, and then you may head off for your meal. Additionally, inform the canning factory personnel to come and collect the sauce." With that, he turned to walk away. Not far off, Yang Qianyu stood out in her crisp shirt, layered with a blue denim jacket and fashionable flared trousers, her newly purchased leather shoes gleaming. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her tall, graceful figure drew significant attention. In a modern context, many young men would undoubtedly have approached her for a chat. Song Junlin, puzzled, inquired, "Qianyu, what brings you here? Is it not permissible for me to visit?" Yang Qianyu playfully replied, her lips parting in a smile. "Are you perhaps hiding a romantic interest from me? How could that be? I have already determined my affections for you, and I promise to remain devoted solely to you," Song Junlin hurriedly responded. With a light-hearted laugh, Yang Qianyu finally revealed the purpose of her visit. "Tonight, our clothing factory and the nearby agricultural machinery factory are planning to host a social dance. Will you accompany me to dance this evening?" Her charming smile was accompanied by a glimmer of anticipation in her beautiful eyes. "Certainly, I will definitely attend," Song Junlin readily agreed. After all, this social dance would provide them an opportunity to embrace openly without the concern of gossip from others. Since the eve of New Year's in 1979, when social dancing made its debut at the gala in the Assembly Hall, it became clear that the prohibition on dancing had been lifted. Subsequently, various organizations and public institutions were among the first to reinstate social dances. At that time, not only did the organizing bodies and labor unions not impose restrictions, but they also encouraged dance instruction. This shift occurred for several reasons. On one hand, the country began to open up, gradually lifting previous prohibitions. On the other hand, it aimed to create platforms for romance, as opportunities for intimate interactions were rare in daily life. To enhance the quality of life, it was essential to enrich people's leisure activities as well. Thus, during an era marked by a scarcity of entertainment options, social dancing emerged as the most fashionable and captivating pastime. By the 1980s, ballroom dancing began to flourish rapidly across the nation, with public squares in various cities transforming into vibrant gathering places for young men and women. Furthermore, numerous enterprises commenced the renovation of their conference rooms and cafeterias, enabling them to effortlessly transform into temporary dance halls, thus showcasing their commitment to innovation. This resurgence was undoubtedly linked to the leaders' fondness for and necessity of social dancing. On one hand, leaders are human, possessing emotions and desires. It would be rather absurd for them to dance while their subordinates remained idle. On the other hand, the lifting of the ban on ballroom dancing served as a means to restore order amidst the chaotic tide of humanity. In the past, social dancing had been prohibited, and its reinstatement naturally garnered widespread support from the populace, fostering greater joy and happiness among the people. After their conversation about ballroom dancing, Song Junlin led Yang Qianyu to the second cafeteria for lunch. He did not order an extravagant meal for Yang Qianyu, as that would be excessive, and he was pressed for time. After all, he had to continue overseeing the preparation of chili sauce in the afternoon. Waiting for a lavish meal would consume far too much time. Fortunately, the working lunches he had prepared for the employees were quite satisfactory, with succulent pieces of braised pork leaving everyone savoring every bite. The patrons of the second cafeteria were accustomed to such fare, while the members of the Hongxing Brigade could only be described as voracious, devouring their meals with fervor. After finishing, they even went so far as to wipe their containers clean with steamed buns, leaving no trace of grease. If this continued, They might become so enamored with the second cafeteria that they would forget their roots. In contrast, during their time in the Hongxing Brigade, they seldom had the chance to indulge in such hearty meals. Chapter 73. The Ballroom Dance Party After Work in the Afternoon. Song Junlin called over his two apprentices and his cousin. "Master, what is it?" They both inquired eagerly. "It's good news," Song Junlin replied with a smile. Glancing at them, "Your future master's wife's factory is hosting a ballroom dance tonight, and I plan to take you free along. You might even have the opportunity to find a female worker to be your wife." A ballroom dance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuanju immediately asked with excitement, "Is it the same dance we saw at Dongfeng Square, where those young people were embracing and dancing together?" "Indeed, that is the very dance," Song Junlin confirmed with a nod. Hearing this, Ning Dazhuang beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Master, I cannot thank you enough." "Yes, yes. To remember us for such a delightful occasion truly reflects your character as our master," Jiang Xuanju concurred. Though Li Tianbao remained silent, his expression clearly indicated his eagerness. It is worth noting that throughout his life, he had never even held a woman's hand, let alone pursued a romantic relationship. Song Junlin chuckled. "Now, you each go home and prepare yourselves. If you prefer not to dress up, you can join me for a meal at home. The ball holds great significance for my image. I should return and prepare myself," Jiang Xuanju remarked before departing on his bicycle. Observing this, Ning Dazhuang added, "Master, their essay saying, a person is judged by their attire, just as a horse is judged by its saddle. This dance is a place for finding a partner. If one does not dress to impress, merely watching others dance would be rather dull." With that, he too rode home on his bicycle. Song Junlin shook his head and said to his cousin Li Tianbao, "Cousin, let us first go to my home for a meal." "All right, brother, I'll follow your lead." Thus, the two of them cycled back to the Song residence. Li Tianbao's bicycle was a gift from Song Junlin. Initially, he had declined it, but ultimately, Song Junlin had to part with his old bicycle, which he had ridden for many years, and he took the new one for himself. Upon entering the house, the yard was bustling with people. Before the widespread availability of televisions, it seemed that peace was a rarity in their home. However, this lively atmosphere was welcome, as it spared Wang Kaiqin from feeling lonely at home by herself. After a hurried dinner, Song Junlin led Li Tianbao to his bedroom, where he presented him with two colorful garments he had brought back from Haifeng. "Thank you, second brother." Li Tianbao expressed his gratitude as he admired the vibrant clothing in his hands. Having spent most of his time in the countryside and returning without any employment, he had few decent clothes to wear. In a social dance setting, lacking suitable attire would severely hinder his chances of attracting a partner. Naturally, he wished to dress stylishly in hopes of finding someone special. Once clad in the new attire, Li Tianbao transformed remarkably. Previously, his tattered clothing and sun-kissed skin made him appear quite rustic. Song Junlin, on the other hand, opted for a more understated look. He donned a crisp shirt beneath a jacket, paired with jeans and dress shoes. Just as they had finished changing, Jiang Xuanju and Ning Dazhuang arrived. Undeterred by the chill, they flamboyantly sported floral shirts and bell-bottomed pants, even accessorizing with sunglasses still bearing their tags. To add to the spectacle, they had slicked back their hair with pomade, giving it a shine so intense that a fly would surely slip if it attempted to land. "Let us go? It's time to set off," Song Junlin declared with a wave of his hand. They strode forth, greeting the rising sun as they embarked on a new path, advancing onward with determination. Thus, the quartet burst into a rousing song as they made their way to the garment factory. Upon reaching the factory's entrance, they were halted by the security guard, lacking the necessary work permits from the garment and agricultural machinery factories. They were required to wait for Yang Qianyu to come and escort them. Their trendy and fashionable attire quickly attracted the attention of those around them. A bold female worker approached Song Junlin directly and inquired, "Hello, comrade, do you have a dance partner?" "I'm sorry, but I already have a partner," he replied. Song Junlin found himself in a rather amusing predicament. He had never anticipated that his understated attire would attract attention, leading someone to approach him first. Could it be attributed to my extraordinary good looks, rivaling those of Yan Zhu and esteemed readers? As this thought crossed his mind, Song Junlin gestured towards Jiang Xuanju and the other two, saying to the lady, "However, my friends are still without partners. I can introduce them to you." The woman assessed Jiang Xuanju and his companions, noting that while they were somewhat lacking in appearance, their fashionable attire added considerable charm, and she nodded in agreement. The three men struck up a conversation with her, ultimately leading her to choose the most eloquent among them, Jiang Xuanju. After a brief wait, Yang Qianyu finally approached, bringing with her a waft of fragrant air. Song Junlin surmised it must be the scent of the perfume he had purchased. With a look of apology, Yang Qianyu addressed everyone. I'm sorry for being late. It's quite all right. We have only just arrived, Song Junlin replied with a smile. However, it was evident from Yang Qianyu's elegant dress and makeup that she had meticulously prepared for the soiree. Her already stunning beauty was further enhanced by a touch of makeup, rendering her even more exquisite. The earlier female worker cast a glance at Yang Qianyu, internally exclaiming, "What a truly beautiful woman. No wonder he turned me down." Under Yang Qianyu's guidance, they finally entered the garment factory. The ball was hosted in the cafeteria, and as they reached the entrance, they were greeted by a bustling crowd within. The attendees were dressed in splendid attire, although most sported polyester and simple dresses. There were also numerous individuals donning flared trousers and Hong Kong-style dresses. Song Junlin even spotted a few with voluminous waves in their hair, dyed in vibrant colors. "Follow me. I shall introduce you to some lovely companions," Yang Qianyu said as she led them to a nearby lounge area, where several female workers were seated on a long bench. "Lily, Rongrong, Dongmei, allow me to introduce you," Yang Qianyu announced. "This is my fiancé, Song Junlin, as well as employees from the second cafeteria." Afterward, she turned to Song Junlin and the others, stating, "These three are my close friends here." She also took a moment to remind them, they are all still single. By the way, upon hearing this, Ning Dazhuang and Li Tianbao, who were still without partners, immediately perked up. They each began to seek out a target to invite. The female workers attended the ball with the intention of finding a romantic partner, thus they did not dismiss the offers haughtily. However, given the imbalance of men to women, it was the least attractive among them, Lily, who was left unchosen. Fortunately, with a sufficient number of attendees, someone soon came along to claim Lily. Chapter 74, The Dimly Lit Ball. As it was a company-organized event, it was inevitable that a leader would take the stage to deliver a speech. Fortunately, the leaders were aware that at such a moment, no one was inclined to listen to their lengthy speeches. So they merely uttered a few brief words before announcing the commencement of the ball. As the gentle melodies filled the air, the ladies gracefully shed their coats, pairing off with their partners and gliding to the center of the dining hall to dance. Upon observing the scene, Song Junlin noted that a significant number of couples were composed of same-sex pairings. The heterosexual couples, on the other hand, exhibited a certain stiffness in their movements, lacking in coordination. The gentlemen, in particular, were overly cautious, hesitant to let their hands roam freely, fearful that any misstep might lead to accusations of impropriety. This was understandable, as the early days of reform and opening up were still marked by conservative attitudes, and even the boldest souls refrained from any displays of intimacy in public spaces. In contemplation, Song Junlin mused, "The salsa dances of later generations are far more captivating." Curious, Yang Qianyu inquired, "What dance are you referring to?" "I am suggesting," Song Junlin replied, taking Yang Qianyu's delicate hand in his own, "that we dance a little ourselves." Indeed, Yang Qianyu nodded gently, as the two of them entered the dance floor. Their striking beauty drew the attention of those around them. Song Junlin, unfazed by the spotlight, held Yang Qianyu's hand with one hand and supported her back with the other, moving in time with the music. Yet, Yang Qianyu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her body stiff and her movements awkward, stepping on his feet several times. Winching in pain, Song Junlin asked, "Have you never danced before?" "I've danced a couple of times with other ladies," Yang Qianyu replied. "This dance is quite simple. Someone as clever as you will surely master it in no time," he encouraged, guiding her through the steps. Suddenly, Yang Qianyu's expression turned serious as she asked, "Tell me, Song Junlin, how is it that you are so skilled? You must be dancing with other girls every day, right?" "Not at all," Song Junlin quickly protested. "A person of my principles would never dance with other ladies. I have only danced with men before. That is more like it." Yang Qianyu laughed, having entirely dismissed the thought of Guo Lingwei. After all, she had previously heard Song Junlin vent about his troubles with her, and thus had a fair understanding of Guo Lingwei's haughty demeanor, which would never allow for such intimacy as dancing together. Despite the occasional missteps, Song Junlin found joy in holding Yang Qianyu close, inhaling the subtle fragrance that enveloped her. Once the song concluded, they returned to the resting area. Song Junlin, having endured numerous stumbles, felt immense pain in his toes. As he settled into his seat, he expressed his relief, Thank goodness I didn't buy her high-heeled shoes. Otherwise, after being stepped on, I might be in agony for days. More than an hour later, the leaders of the factory began to depart. At that moment, the music unexpectedly changed, replaced by a lively tune. Alibaba, Alibaba is a joyful youth. Unlike the gentle melodies that preceded it, this song exuded exuberance and fervor. Originating from Hong Kong, it had enjoyed immense popularity in the 1980s. Comrades, let us dance with joy. Several young men clad in flamboyant shirts and bell-bottom trousers made their way to the center of the cafeteria, exaggeratedly gyrating their bodies, shaking their heads, and bobbing their necks. To the eyes of the onlookers, they appeared to be madmen. However, their wild dancing, spurred on by the music, seemed to possess an enchanting quality, drawing the surrounding crowd into their revelry. The newcomers found themselves increasingly invigorated as they danced. In no time, the venue descended into a chaotic frenzy of movement. Had the factory leaders been present, they would likely have been alarmed enough to halt the festivities altogether. Junlin, let us join in. Yang Qianyu, filled with enthusiasm, seized Song Junlin's hand, pulling him into the throng. The two stood amidst the crowd, their bodies pressed together in a frenzied twist and turn. Suddenly, with a loud clap, the lights were extinguished. In an instant, the cafeteria was plunged into darkness, startling Song Junlin, who instinctively embraced Yang Qianyu. Her cheeks flushed, she whispered, Junlin, what are you doing? I fear the dark, he replied, leaning closer. Uft, I believe you not. Yang Qianyu retorted, her heart racing. Despite the darkness, they were in a public space, surrounded by people. If discovered, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Abruptly, her eyes widened, and she pinched his waist, exclaiming, Where are your hands wandering? In this darkness, I cannot see, Song Junlin replied earnestly. Yang Qianyu threatened in a hushed tone, If you dare to move again, I shall scream for a rogue. I do not believe you would dare, he countered cheekily. You only know how to bully me. Yang Qianyu's face burned as she bit down hard on his shoulder. Ouch, Song Junlin gasped. I shall make you pay for your bullying. She laughed. Just then, the lights flickered back on. Anticipating this, Song Junlin had already released Yang Qianyu. The sudden brightness caught the crowd off guard, especially the young couples entwined in close dances, who were now plunged into a state of acute embarrassment. It was, without a doubt, a scene of collective social mortification. They quickly dispersed, each hastily exiting the dining hall, clearly too embarrassed to linger any longer. Observing this scene, Song Junlin couldn't help but shake his head. People back then were still somewhat sensitive about appearances. However, in a couple of years, the nation would be swept up in the trends of blacklit dances and close partner dances. Those young folks would be reluctant to join in if such gatherings were not held. Chapter 75. Sleep. The dance did not conclude until 10 o'clock in the evening. Although attendees felt a lingering desire for more, the hour was already late. After all, they had work the following day. Had it not been for the dance, they would likely have been sound asleep by this hour. Upon exiting the garment factory, Song Junlin parted ways with his apprentices. His disciples had only just begun to interact with the female workers and should seize the opportunity to strengthen their connections. Allowing them to escort the women home would provide them with a chance for some private moments together. Given that night had fallen, hand-holding and stolen kisses would be quite convenient. Li Tianbao pushed his bicycle forward and said to Song Junlin, Brother, it's getting late, so I'll head home now. What home are you going to at this hour? Song Junlin rolled his eyes and quietly remarked to Li Tianbao, Can't you see Dongmei is waiting there? It's so dark out. How can you let her walk home alone? Li Tianbao, somewhat bewildered, replied, Oh, I'll take her home right away. Shaking his head, Song Junlin continued, After you drop her off, don't head home. It's unsafe on the dark roads. Just come sleep at my place. Then where will you sleep? Brother? Li Tianbao inquired. I have my own arrangements. You needn't worry about me. All right. Li Tianbao nodded and approached Lu Dongmei, saying, Dongmei, let me escort you home. Sure, Lu Dongmei replied with a nod, then turned to Yang Qianyu, saying, Qianyu, we'll be on our way. See you tomorrow. With that, she departed with Li Tianbao. As they watched the pair fade into the distance, Song Junlin patted the back of the bicycle and said to Yang Qianyu, Qianyu, let us be off as well. Okay. Yang Qianyu nodded and took her place on the back seat of the bicycle. After traveling a short distance, Yang Qianyu suddenly exclaimed, Wait a moment, Junlin. This isn't the way to my house. I never said I was taking you home, Song Junlin replied with a smile. You're not trying to take me to a guest house, are you? Yang Qinyu widened her eyes. We're not even married. And we don't have any letters of introduction. Song Junlin revealed. Actually, I intended to take you to my place. But this isn't the direction to your house. Yang Qinyu protested, and then she suddenly tapped Song Junlin on the shoulder. You're not going to that big courtyard at the Guo family's place, are you? Yes. Why? Song Junlin replied. The room I live in there. I built it with my own money. In the pursuit of constructing that house, I traversed countless bureaucratic pathways. Visiting the Urban Construction Bureau, the Housing Authority, and the Neighborhood Office, ensuring that all paperwork was meticulously completed. Yang Qinyu enveloped Song Junlin in an embrace, resting her face against his back, and inquired, Junlin, you must have endured quite a bit during your 2 years at her house, haven't you? Indeed, Song Junlin replied, his expression filled with indignation. That family is a bunch of ingrates. Anyone who visits is bound to be drained dry. It truly shortens one's lifespan. With a hint of sympathy, Yang Qinyu remarked, Junlin, I will treat you well. I promise to do so for the rest of my life. That should be something I say to you, Song Junlin countered. Hee. Yang Qinyu chuckled softly. Regardless of who says it first, we both must treat each other well from now on. Before long, they arrived at the dilapidated courtyard where the Guo family resided. Song Junlin secured his bicycle before leading Yang Qinyu into his modest abode. As she surveyed the space, a tinge of jealousy crept in, and she remarked, this room isn't half bad, with a radio, a sewing machine, and even a newly crafted cabinet and table. Surely, these were made for someone special? Rolling his eyes, Song Junlin clarified, while you may think so, they haven't been put to use. I usually live here alone. He then swept her into his arms, teasingly asking, what are you getting jealous about? My heart belongs to you now. With that, he leaned down to kiss her, suddenly caught off guard by the kiss. Yang Qinyu felt her heart race, overwhelmed with sensations both thrilling and tender. No, we mustn't, she managed to say after a moment, breaking free from his embrace. Junlin, I wish to preserve the beauty of our first night for our wedding. All right, I promise, Song Junlin nodded, adding, it's getting late, we should rest. Yang Qinyu glanced at the bedding on the bed, asking, do you have any other blankets? None at all, Song Junlin replied straightforwardly. Really? I don't believe you. She retorted, moving to the cabinet and opening its doors to reveal several new blankets. She pulled one out, spreading it across the bed, and helped Song Junlin unfold a thin covering. With a soft tug, Yang Qinyu pulled the cord to extinguish the light, then began to remove her clothing. Although her demeanor was boyish, she felt a twinge of shyness in the dimness. This was her first experience sharing a bed with a man, and sleep eluded her. Not long after, she sensed his subtle movements. Blushing, she said, let us go to sleep. Don't pull my blanket. I can't help it. This blanket is too thin. I'm quite cold, he responded, lifting the blanket to embrace her. Qinyu, I'm freezing. Please warm me up. Yang Qinyu's sparkling eyes pierced through the darkness as she gazed at Song Junlin, saying, you just promised me we would wait until marriage. Indeed, I did promise you. Song Junlin acknowledged. Yang Qinyu grasped Song Junlin's hand and inquired, what is your hand doing now? Oh, Song Junlin feigned confusion, responding, is this my hand? I thought it was yours. With a yawn, Yang Qinyu remarked, all right, let us go to sleep. We have work tomorrow. How could I possibly sleep beside such a stunning beauty? Song Junlin chuckled. Yang Qinyu asked, what can you do to fall asleep? Song Junlin enticed. Let us play a game, and I will. A game? Yang Qinyu inquired, perplexed. Come, allow me to teach you. Chapter 76. Should I forgive him? The following morning. Upon awakening, Song Junlin felt remarkably refreshed. Noticing Yang Qinyu peacefully slumbering beside him, he gently pressed a kiss upon her rosy lips before donning his clothes and stealthily departing. Upon hearing the door close, Yang Qinyu instantly opened her eyes, having been awake all along and merely pretending to sleep. Recalling the events of the previous night, her cheeks flushed with warmth. As he stepped outside, Song Junlin encountered Aunt Urching. Ah, Junlin, you've returned. Aunt Urching exclaimed, hastily placing her basin down and approaching him. I must ask, why have you been away for several months? You surely haven't truly divorced Ling Wei, have you? Ah, Song Junlin nodded, affirming, indeed. I have been divorced for several months. That's for the best, Aunt Urching remarked, casting a glance toward the Guo family as she continued gossiping. You cannot fathom how vile that Guo family is. Guo Lingyu incited others to rob you and was subsequently arrested. Recently, Guo Jihua bullied a classmate and even burned down their barn. compensating them 600 yuan, only to be expelled from school. As if that weren't enough. He also stole money from several households, including mine. And then there's the fourth son, Guojijia, who can't even feed his own family but insists on feeding his dog, which frequently defecates at our doorstep. It's absolutely revolting. If he were my child, I would have long since disciplined him. Aunt Urching. Now you understand why I chose to divorce, Song Junlin replied, shaking his head. If I continued living in this household, I fear my life would truly be shortened. As they conversed, another neighbor, Aunt Pang, emerged from her home. Upon spotting Song Junlin, she exclaimed joyfully, "Is that not Junlin?" In his efforts to integrate into the community, Song Junlin had generously distributed gifts, including cigarettes, alcohol, and peanuts, as well as sharing pork on multiple occasions. Naturally, those who benefited remembered his kindness. After all, not everyone is ungrateful. Aunt Pang grinned and inquired, "Junlin, I heard your family has purchased an 18-inch imported color television and gathered all the new essentials?" Song Junlin scratched his head in surprise. "I never expected you to know about this. The news travels remarkably fast. What? Your family has gathered the new 4 appliances? Is your television an imported color set?" Urching's mother exclaimed. "That must cost around 4 to 5,000 yuan, right?" After speaking, she fixed her gaze on Song Junlin. "I heard you were previously selling meat sandwiches at the square. Is that small venture truly so lucrative?" "Small venture?" Song Junlin promptly corrected her. "That was a collective business of our second cafeteria, and every employee receives a share of the profits. Coupled with my salary, I indeed made a bit of money. Regardless, you've certainly earned a substantial amount," Urching's mother remarked. "Look at our family. We bought a black and white television early on, yet we still haven't managed to buy a washing machine or a refrigerator. It's not that we don't want to buy them. It's just that there isn't much money left." "Don't worry," Urching's mother, Song Junlin replied with a smile. "You will have a washing machine, a refrigerator. Everything will come in due time." With that, he waved his hand. "All right, you all continue your conversation. I'm off to buy some breakfast." As Song Junlin's figure disappeared, Urching's mother murmured, "I feel like Junlin is somewhat different from before. Other than being wealthier, what else could be different?" Fat Aunt shook her head, carrying a basin to the faucet to begin her morning routine. As time passed, other residents of the courtyard began to emerge from their homes, including Guo Lingwei and Guojijia. Guo Lingwei fetched some water and walked back inside, reminding Guojijia not to play with the fortune cat and to brush his teeth first, promising to wash his face later. Guojijia remained silent, engrossed in play with the little black dog. Suddenly, Song Junlin entered the courtyard, breakfast in hand. Upon recognizing him, Guojijia's eyes momentarily flashed with disdain. If it weren't for him, his sister wouldn't have been captured, and his brother wouldn't have run away from home. However, his expression quickly changed as he noticed the oil sticks and sweet oil cakes in Song Junlin's hands. Gulp. Guojijia swallowed hard, and his gaze towards Song Junlin shifted. He hadn't savored such delightful treats in months. Memories of eating oil sticks and sweet oil cakes flooded back, and he couldn't help but salivate. Without hesitation, he released the little black dog and approached Song Junlin, a facade of innocence on his face, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, have you come to bring us breakfast?" Truly, Guojijia was the epitome of ungratefulness, nurturing a relationship only with those who provided for him. Upon hearing this, Guo Lingwei, who was about to enter, halted and turned her gaze toward the door. Seeing Song Junlin's beaming smile, she couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that he wants to reconcile with me? Should I forgive him? At that moment, even the other residents in the courtyard perked up, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Song Junlin suppressed his smile and spoke to Guojijia in a detached tone. "I have divorced your sister. I am no longer your brother-in-law. Please refrain from misaddressing me in the future." Upon hearing this, Guojijia's face immediately fell with disappointment. Meanwhile, Guo Lingwei entered the room, her complexion pale and her steps unsteady. She felt as though she were a clown today, utterly humiliated. The others in the courtyard observed the unfolding drama with a sense of amusement. In the past, they might have felt sympathy for the Guo family. But since Guojihua had stolen their money, their feelings had turned to disdain. After all, they had generously supported the Guo family over the years, offering assistance whenever needed. Yet, the Guo family had shown no gratitude and had even resorted to theft. Faced with the absence of his desired fried dough sticks and sweet oily cakes, Guojijia's attitude towards Song Junlin shifted once more. He glared icily at Song Junlin and shouted, "Old Song, if you're no longer my brother-in-law, why are you still here? Get out." Song Junlin shot him a glare in return and retorted, "Who do you think you are, little brat? Is this courtyard yours? Why are you shouting?" Urching's mother interjected, "Gwajijia, this courtyard belongs to everyone. Junlin has the legal right to build his house here, so of course, he has the right to be in this courtyard. Indeed, this is not your family's property, so why act so arrogantly? Gwajijia, do you remember how well Junlin treated you? He gave you a monthly allowance of 1 yuan, which I envied greatly. How can you turn against him now? How can you speak like that? Even if this were your home, you should not speak so disrespectfully." Others also chimed in, defending Song Junlin. Humph. Faced with the collective scorn, Gwajijia could only snort coldly and retreat indoors. However, deep down, he harbored resentment towards everyone present. Chapter 77, Regret Creaking. Song Junlin opened the door and stepped inside. He glanced at the bed where Yang Qinyu lay sleeping soundly. "Qinyu, it's time to get up for breakfast," he said, placing the meal on the bedside table with a smile. Yawning, Yang Qinyu stretched, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and lazily replied, "What time is it that you're waking me? I don't want to get up." "Come on, the sun's already high," he urged. Leaning down, he placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. "I bought your favorite fried dough sticks and soy milk." "Song Junlin, you scoundrel." At the mention of food, Yang Qinyu picked up a pillow beside her and hurled it at him. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and irritation as she exclaimed, "Don't ever bring that up again, or I swear I'll get angry." All right, you can have the tofu pudding and sweet oily cake, and I'll stick with the fried dough sticks and soy milk, if that pleases you," he replied, raising his hands in surrender. Though he understood well why she felt so flustered. After finishing their breakfast, the two of them stepped out of the room together. Without waiting for Urching's mother and the others to speak, Song Junlin proactively introduced, "Dear neighbors, this is my fiancée, Yang Qinyu." Urching's mother smiled and praised, "Very nice indeed. She is tall and beautiful, and most importantly, she has a flair for fashion. Congratulations, Junlin." Aunt Pang, grinning widely, inquired, "When are you planning to hold the wedding?" "The date is yet to be determined." Song Junlin scratched his head and replied, "By the way, Junlin," Aunt Bien chimed in, "where does your partner work?" "She is currently employed at a garment factory," Song Junlin responded. "A garment factory?" Aunt Pang quickly interjected, "My daughter also works at a garment factory." Just then, Aunt Pang's daughter emerged from the house. Upon seeing Yang Qinyu, she exclaimed, "Director Yang, you are here too." "Director Yang?" Upon hearing this, everyone realized that Yang Qinyu was actually a cadre at the factory. Instantly, their gazes towards Song Junlin shifted. For who could have imagined that a divorced man would find a partner of such standing? After Song Junlin and Yang Qinyu departed, Aunt Pang eagerly pulled her daughter aside, asking, "Dear, has Director Yang been divorced?" "No," her daughter shook her head. "She hasn't even had a partner before. How could she have been divorced?" Aunt Pang continued to probe, "Does she have any health issues?" "No," Aunt Pang muttered. "If she hasn't been divorced and has no ailments, why would she choose a divorced man? What's wrong with being divorced?" Her daughter rolled her eyes. If it weren't for the family he married into, would he have divorced? Even if he has been divorced, Junlin is incomparable to others, let alone that imported color television and the new set of appliances. How many in Ningzhou possess such things? What she didn't say was, had he not looked down upon her, she would have eagerly married into the Song family. Initially, when Song Junlin had just arrived, she felt as if Guo Lingwei was like a flower nestled in cow dung. However, after getting to know him, she realized that men like Song Junlin were exceedingly rare. Since his arrival at the Guo family's home, their lives had seemingly ascended to the heavens, evoking her envy. "Let me tell you, that is what we call wisdom," Aunt Pang's daughter remarked. "To my knowledge, Director Yang's father is the deputy factory director in the city, and she is a vocational school graduate. Given such a background, do you think her standards would be lacking?" "Wow, that background is indeed impressive," Aunt Pang nodded. In the past, vocational school graduates were regarded far more favorably than high school graduates. They would study for 3 years, and the state would guarantee job placement without requiring tuition fees. Moreover, those in teaching programs received stipends monthly, making them no different from university graduates. Indeed, it was during that time when the majority of individuals nationwide, upon graduating from junior high, prioritized enrolling in vocational schools. Only those unable to secure admission to such institutions would then contemplate pursuing a high school education. Even among the top-performing students, this preference stemmed from the immediate employment opportunities available to graduates of vocational schools. whereas high school attendance not only entailed tuition fees, but also necessitated further examination for university entrance, ultimately requiring an additional 4 years of commitment compared to others. It was predominantly those residing in major cities who did not feel a pressing need for personal advancement that opted for high school and subsequently university. In this context, it became evident that Yang Qianyu's qualifications far surpassed those of Guo Lingwei. Indeed, encountering such a family as the Guos was likely intolerable for anyone. Erqing's mother expressed her sentiments, remarking that it was fortunate for Junlin to have married her in advance. Otherwise, should her son Daqing have wed Guo Lingwei, he would surely have regretted it for a lifetime. Ever since Guo Lingwei ceased her education, she had harbored hopes of having her as a daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, at that moment, Song Junlin had already taken the initiative to marry Guo Lingwei, which had initially caused her to harbor a persistent disdain for him. However, upon witnessing the various antics of the Guo family, her perspective shifted, and she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Not only did Song Junlin surrender his entire salary, but he also dedicated himself to washing and cooking for the Guo family, all while being looked down upon, with a status that was virtually lower than that of a son-in-law. The Guos were not a wealthy family, yet they frivolously spent hundreds of yuan shopping, some sufficient to purchase a television. Had her son truly married into such a terrifying family, it was likely he would have resented her for life. Unbeknownst to them, however, Guo Lingwei had overheard their conversation while concealed behind the curtain. At that moment, her face turned ashen, and tears flowed uncontrollably. She could scarcely fathom that she and her family were perceived so unfavorably by these individuals. Conversely, Song Junlin emerged in the eyes of others as a quintessential good man. Reflecting on past events, Guo Lingwei pondered whether she and her family had indeed acted somewhat excessively. Yet, being unmarried herself and with younger siblings who were still naive, why could he not extend a modicum of understanding? Chapter 78. The second son of the Song family. As days passed, the workers grew increasingly adept at crafting chili sauce. With the commencement of numerous foreign exchange orders, Song Junlin also reaped substantial profits in RMB from the province. By the end of 1981, his net worth finally exceeded 1 million. He had become one of the rare millionaires of the early 1980s. On the 31st, Song Junlin made a special trip to purchase various items, intending to reward his employees. After all, in contrast to his immense profits, the earnings of these workers amounted to but a fraction. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Junlin instructed his employees to cease their work ahead of schedule. He gathered everyone and proclaimed, "Tomorrow marks New Year's Day, the solar calendar's new year. We shall observe a day's holiday. Rest assured, our salaries are calculated monthly, and holiday breaks will not affect our pay." In retrospect, a single day off for New Year's seems rather meager, perhaps even insufficient. However, at that time, a one-day holiday for New Year's was the norm. With only the Spring Festival warranting 3 days off, and even National Day allowed merely 2. This was a considerable improvement. During the tumultuous era of human upheaval, there were no holidays whatsoever throughout the year. Weekends were designated as days of obligatory labor, requiring everyone to work. The Spring Festival, being an old custom, was also to be reformed into a revolutionary celebration, with no time off to return home, encouraging active participation in productive labor, transforming winter idleness into winter productivity. The couplets that people posted during that time proclaimed slogans such as "No ceasefire on the 30th, continue working on the 1st. It was not until 1979 that some provinces began to restore the tradition of observing a holiday for the Spring Festival. The comprehensive reinstatement of the Spring Festival holiday system did not commence until 1980. From that point on, both the Spring Festival and National Day were extended to 3 days off, with Sundays also designated as a day of rest. It wasn't until 1994 that the concept of a 2-day weekend was advocated. After a brief pause, Song Junlin continued, "To ensure everyone enjoys this solar new year, I have prepared some New Year's benefits for you. This package includes 50 jin of rice, 50 jin of flour, 5 jin of eggs, 2 jin of pork, 2 jin of egg cake, as well as 2 cans of chili sauce and 2 fruit cans for each person." A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Upon hearing of the generous provisions from Song Junlin, everyone erupted into enthusiastic applause. The members of the Red Star Brigade were particularly vocal. In the past, they received no such benefits for their farming efforts, often reluctant to consume the fine grains they produced, opting instead for coarse grains like corn and sweet potatoes. In years of famine, they even found themselves indebted to the brigade. The employees of the second canteen were equally elated. Although the second canteen offered various benefits, none had ever been as bountiful as those provided by Song Junlin. After distributing the benefits, Song Junlin granted everyone a holiday. However, the staff of the second canteen had to remain on duty, as they still had their responsibilities to fulfill. Once off duty, Song Junlin prepared the gifts he had arranged and visited several leaders who had previously supported him. Despite now being a favored figure beside Su Jianing, it was still essential to maintain relationships with those from the past. On New Year's Day, Yang Qianyu chose not to accompany her parents to the city, but instead visited the Song family. Her reasoning was that she had already taken leave for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and with only one day off for New Year's, it was indeed inconvenient to make the trip. Upon entering the main room, Yang Qianyu presented a beautifully wrapped gift box to Wang Kaiqin. "Auntie, I have brought you a box of Jingbeijian, a renowned pastry from the capital, originally created for the Qing imperial court and later embraced by the public. Please try it and let me know if it is to your liking. If so, I will find someone to procure more for you. Qianyu, as long as you have this thoughtful intent, it is more than enough." Wang Kaiqin smiled as she accepted the gift box, addressing Yang Qianyu. "Now that Junlin has brought back an oven, Auntie is never short of pastries and snacks. He often makes for me mooncakes, pumpkin cakes, egg cakes, bread, mung bean cakes, and pea pudding, and there's simply too much to eat." Yang Qianyu shook her head and replied, "His cooking is his heartfelt gesture, while my purchase is mine. They are not the same. These matters are trifles. Yet Auntie's greatest wish now is to embrace a grandchild. The eldest couple has been married for many years without children, so they can only hope for the younger one." Wang Kaiqin grasped Yang Qianyu's hand, sitting down in a chair, and inquired, "Auntie wishes to know your thoughts. When do you plan to marry Junlin?" Yang Qianyu responded, "Auntie, I am indifferent about this matter. I feel it can happen any time. It's just that there are some concerns with my parents." Auntie understood. Wang Kaiqin sighed. If it weren't for that vixen enchanting him, Junlin would not be in such a predicament. After a pause, she continued, "Though he has been divorced once, you know his capabilities. Our Song family is now well off, with all the modern conveniences like imported televisions, washing machines, and refrigerators, ensuring you won't suffer once you enter our home." Yang Qianyu replied, "Auntie, I cherish Junlin as a person, not for these possessions. Even if he had nothing, I would still wish to marry him." She spoke softly. "Right now, it mainly concerns my parents. I haven't mentioned our situation to them yet." In truth, she understood Song Junlin's current wealth better than Wang Kaiqin. However, her father possesses a scholar's pride and rigidity. If Song Junlin were impoverished, he would certainly oppose her marrying a divorced pauper. Yet if he were wealthy, there would be concerns about others claiming she was selling herself for money. Therefore, Song Junlin and Yang Qianyu agreed to wait until after this year's provincial selection of model workers before publicly revealing their relationship to her father. Moreover, Su Jianing informed Song Junlin that he would be nominated as a representative for the city this year. Thus, with the prestige of being a provincial model worker and a city representative, Yang's father would likely be more amenable. "Annie knows you are a good girl," Wang Kaiqin remarked with a sense of nostalgia. "If our family had nothing, I would prefer Junlin to remain single rather than allow you to suffer." Meanwhile, in a villa in the shallow waters of Hong Kong's Repulse Bay, a wealthy family related to Song Junlin was hosting a reunion banquet. Despite their Western attire and the villa's decor, they did not indulge in steak or foie gras today, nor did they sip red wine or spirits. Instead, they had specially arranged a feast of Huayan cuisine, with yellow wine filling their glasses. During traditional holidays in the Dragon Country, they always savor the dishes and wines of their homeland to commemorate their roots. At the head of the table sat a plump, elderly gentleman in a suit, his hair graying. Despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, the atmosphere at the dining table was thick with tension, as none dared to breathe freely. For he was not only the head of the family, but also a self-made magnate who had amassed a fortune in the billions. Though the Song family, once a symbol of affluence, had begun to wane due to misguided transformations that failed to keep pace with the times, they remained a family of considerable stature, having once been honored by the Queen. On this particular day, prior to the meal, the elderly patriarch addressed the gathering. "In a few days, I intend to return to Ningzhou to see if my elder brother and sister-in-law are still alive." "Master, you must not take such risks," a graceful woman interjected hastily. "The mainland is no place for capitalists like us. If you were detained, where would you turn to for solace?" Upon uttering this, she glanced at the eldest wife and continued, "Sister, You too must dissuade the master. He must not venture into danger. She held the title of the second wife in this household. In the past, polygamy was permissible in Hong Kong until it was abolished in 1971. Hearing her words, the first wife also expressed her concern. Indeed, master, you once traversed from there. The unrest is rampant. Who knows what might happen should you return? The portrayal of the mainland by the British colonial government had instilled deep-seated fear among the wealthy residents of Hong Kong, who lived in constant anxiety, fearing that the mainland might seize their assets. In the eyes of Hong Kong's affluent, the mainland was demonized. Even positive reports from the mainland were met with skepticism, dismissed as mere deception for outsiders. It was this very fear that fueled their apprehensions. I have made up my mind. There is no need for further discussion. Song Zhongxian waved his hand dismissively. I must return, and as for you, if you do not wish to accompany me, you may remain here. On January 5th, after attending to company affairs and arranging his return, Song Zhongxian prepared to set off for Ningzhou, accompanied by his second and youngest sons. His eldest son, however, was reluctant to return, and he had hoped to keep him in Hong Kong, should any unforeseen circumstances arise that required an heir to his legacy. In the past, there were no direct routes between the mainland and Hong Kong. Travel to the mainland necessitated a train journey from Hong Kong to Huaqing, followed by a flight. It was not until June 21, 1980, that a direct route was established between Shanghai and Hong Kong, with only 8 flights per week. The Jiangdong province, where Ningzhou is located, is adjacent to Shanghai. Thus, Song Zhongxian and his sons planned to fly from Hong Kong's Kai Tak Airport to Shanghai's Hangzhou Airport, and then take a train to Ningzhou. On that morning, a luxurious convoy dominated by Rolls-Royce vehicles arrived at Kai Tak Airport. The passengers disembarked, revealing the Song family. The second lady, Zhou Yan, wept and said, Master, perhaps we should not go after all. We could send a letter and foreign exchange to elder brother's family and have them come here. Song Zhongxian reprimanded. Why are you crying? I am not heading to the execution ground. Haven't you seen how Mr. Hua, the shipping magnate, and Mr. Li, the cucumber king, went there without incident? The first wife, Lin Yu, expressed her concerns, but that is different. They have been in Hong Kong for many years, while you have only just crossed over from there. Enough, enough, Song Zhongxian interrupted before she could finish. We have already arrived. Turning back now would be absurd. With that, he donned his gentleman's hat and took his civilized cane, striding inside. His second and youngest sons followed, each pulling a wheeled suitcase like one would lead a dog. In that era, wheeled luggage had yet to be invented, and most people used handheld leather cases. Of course, if one were affluent, they could purchase a suitcase with wheels. This innovation emerged in 1972, featuring a belt on one end, allowing it to be pulled along as if leading a dog. However, this luxury came at a steep price. Initially, a suitcase cost over $1,500. Even today, one would not find it for less than $600, making it a luxury most ordinary people could not afford. For the Song family, however, such expenses were inconsequential. It was not until 1991 that a customized suitcase was created for airport staff, marking the debut of wheeled luggage. Regrettably, in his previous life, Song Junlin did not experience rebirth. Otherwise, upon seeing the suitcase, he would have recognized it as a potential venture for foreign exchange earnings. As the second son and his father boarded the plane, Su Jianning's secretary sought out Song Junlin once more. It was Secretary Zhao. Song Junlin greeted him with a smile. I wonder what Brother Su wants to discuss with me. Indeed, there is a matter concerning you, Secretary Zhao replied. Are you familiar with Song Zhongxian? Song Zhongxian. Song Junlin responded, instantly recalling, he is my second uncle, who mysteriously disappeared years ago. Why? Despite his confusion, he sensed that his uncle was likely returning. At that time, overseas Chinese returning to the mainland were required to notify their hometown in advance. As expected, Secretary Zhao explained, Mr. Song Zhongxian went to Hong Kong many years ago and has done quite well. Now he intends to return home for a visit. My task is to ensure he is well received. He glanced at his watch and added, he is on a flight this morning, landing in Shanghai, and will then transfer to a train, expected to arrive tonight. You might consider taking a leave to accompany him tomorrow. Understood, Song Junlin nodded, curiosity about his second uncle stirring within him. In his previous life, he had always mingled with the Guo family, unaware of his uncle's return. It was only later, just before his uncle departed, that Song Rulin summoned him home for a brief chat. Thus, he was aware of his uncle's wealth. Yet the extent of it remained a mystery to him. However, The fact that they could attract the attention of the Ningzhou government and travel by plane was evidently extraordinary. After all, in those days, air travel was a privilege not afforded to the average person. It was reserved for officials at the county level and above, or their relatives. After bidding farewell to Secretary Zhao, Song Junlin made his way directly to the office. Wei Hongqi, pouring himself a cup of tea, casually inquired, "Junlin, what brings you here? Surely, you're not looking to take another leave, are you?" "Hee, brother, your guess is remarkably accurate," Song Junlin chuckled, responding, "Indeed. I must request a few days off once more. My uncle has returned from Hong Kong." "Oh, you have relatives in Hong Kong?" Wei Hongqi expressed surprise. "Ah." Song Junlin shrugged, stating, "My uncle has been missing for many years. I thought something unfortunate had befallen him, only to find out he had gone to Hong Kong." Wei Hongqi nodded slightly, asking, "You should spend quality time with him. How many days will you be taking off?" "I'll take 3 days," Song Junlin replied, adding, "Brother, during my absence, I kindly ask you to keep an eye on the second cafeteria." "Certainly, I will take good care of it," Wei Hongqi assured him. After securing his leave, Song Junlin did not return home immediately, but waited until the afternoon shift ended. Upon arriving home, he sought out his mother, Wang Kaiqin. He informed her, "Mom, my uncle has been found." "Which uncle?" Wang Kaiqin asked, puzzled. "That would be my father's younger brother, Uncle Zhongxian," Song Junlin clarified. Upon hearing this, Wang Kaiqin hurriedly inquired, "You mean Uncle Zhongxian has been found? Where is he now?" Song Junlin explained, "He went to Hong Kong years ago and will be flying to Shanghai today. He will come to Ningzhou to see us tomorrow." Who would have thought he had been in Hong Kong all these years? Wang Kaiqin mused with a touch of nostalgia. That night, a Shanghai-registered sedan and a 212 Jeep came to a halt in front of the train station square. The doors opened, and Su Jianing, along with several county leaders, emerged from the vehicle. County Chief Su. Upon noticing him, the station officials, who had been waiting, hurriedly approached. Su Jianing asked, "How long until the train arrives?" "If there are no delays, it should be about 10 minutes, one of them replied after checking his watch. "Then let us proceed to the platform and await its arrival," Su Jianing declared as he made his way toward the train station entrance, prompting the others to follow suit. In those times, only special economic zones and major cities like Beijing, Tianjin, Shanghai, and Guangzhou were permitted to engage in foreign investment, while other regions in the interior still barred foreign and Hong Kong investments. Unlike the later leaders who sought investment to achieve political gains, it seemed there was no particular necessity to formally welcome them. However, Song Zhongxian, being a prominent figure from Hong Kong and a justice of the peace, held a high status in the region. Naturally, the Ningzhou government was obliged to extend proper hospitality to such esteemed guests, ensuring they left with a positive impression. After all, individuals of their caliber have always been targets for the United Front in the mainland. Soon, a train approached from the distance, ultimately coming to a smooth halt at the platform. Positioned in the soft sleeper carriage, they merely needed to await their arrival. Moments later, an elderly gentleman clad in a suit, adorned with a gentleman's hat and holding a cane, emerged from the carriage. Following him were 2 stylishly dressed young men, each carrying a suitcase. Together, they were the Song father and sons. Noticing their attire, Su Jianing promptly stepped forward, inquiring with a smile, "Greetings. I am County Head Su Jianing of Ningzhou. Might you be Mr. Song Zhongxian?" "Hello, County Head Su. I am indeed Song Zhongxian," he replied with a smile. Su Jianing praised, "It is remarkable that despite being away from your hometown for so long, Mr. Song still speaks the local dialects so impeccably. Time may age us, but our roots remain unchanged." Song Zhongxian scanned the dilapidated station and remarked, "Though I reside in Hong Kong, my heart has always yearned for Ningzhou. Otherwise, I would not have returned." Su Jianing nodded earnestly, stating, "Ningzhou will forever be Mr. Song's home, just as the Dragon Country will always be a home to overseas compatriots and those from Hong Kong and Macau." Indeed, Song Zhongxian shook his head, adding, "Sometimes, it is not only about what is said but also about what is done. Wouldn't you agree, County Head Su?" "Yes, Mr. Song speaks wisely," Su Jianing replied with a slight nod, then continued, "Mr. Song, after a long day of travel, we have arranged for you the finest guest house in Ningzhou. Let us escort you there for some rest." He paused before adding, "As for your family reunion, we have scheduled it for tomorrow, considering the hour is quite late." "Very well, I defer to your arrangements," replied Song Zhongxian. "Right this way, sir." Su Jianing gestured courteously. Simultaneously, his secretary and another individual approached Song Zhongxian's sons, offering, "Gentlemen, allow us to assist you with your luggage." "Thank you. That would be most helpful," they responded without hesitation, relinquishing their suitcases to the kind hands. While in Hong Kong, they were accustomed to having servants carry their belongings, thus they welcomed the assistance. Once they descended the steps, the younger son, Song Sigu, remarked, "This suitcase has wheels. You can pull it using the strap, which will save you considerable effort." Secretary Zhao made an attempt and discovered that, indeed, as the other party had stated. He raised his thumb in commendation and remarked, "This suitcase is exceptionally clever and advanced in its design. Back in our mainland, we still rely on handheld luggage and have never encountered anything with wheels." Song Sigu smiled and replied, "That is because you do not have them for sale. If you did, you would soon be able to use one." However, Song Xixiang merely curled her lip, inwardly believing that the people of the mainland might never afford such luxury. The price of this suitcase was equivalent to approximately 3 Panasonic 21-inch color televisions. If they could not even afford a black and white television, how could they possibly purchase such a suitcase? The guest house was conveniently located beside the train station square. After disembarking from the train, they had only taken a few steps before arriving at the guest house. By the time they reached there, the staff had already been waiting for quite some time. Esteemed leaders and honored guests. The manager of the guest house approached with a smile. "We provide food around the clock. Would you care for a late-night snack?" Su Jianing turned to Song Zhongxian, inquiring, "Mr. Song, shall we have some supper?" "No need," Song Zhongxian declined directly. "We have already dined on the train and are not hungry at the moment." Upon hearing this, Su Jianing commanded, "Please show us to our rooms." "Yes, County Head." The manager responded promptly, leading the way. The group ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, where the manager indicated 3 open doors ahead, saying, "County Head. These 3 single rooms have been prepared for our esteemed guests, and all the furnishings are brand new." Afterward, he retrieved 3 keys from his pocket and handed them to Song Zhongxian with both hands, saying, "Sir, these keys are for the guest rooms." Accepting the keys, Song Zhongxian addressed the others, "I am truly grateful to you all for taking care of our matters at this late hour." "You are too kind, Mr. Song." Su Jianing responded with a smile. "My secretary will be staying next door. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon him. Additionally, a special car will arrive tomorrow morning to take you to visit the Song family." "Thank you, County Head Su." Song Zhongxian expressed his gratitude. "Since that is the case, we shall not disturb Mr. Song any further." Thus, after arranging for Song Zhongxian, Su Jianing and his party departed the guest house. The manager then informed Song Zhongxian and his sons, "Gentlemen, our guest house is not as advanced as those in Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou. The rooms do not feature private bathrooms or toilets. The restroom is located to the left of the corridor, while the washroom is to the right." "Very well, I understand," Song Zhongxian acknowledged. After bidding farewell to the manager, he told his 2 sons, "Get to bed early. We will be visiting your uncle tomorrow." With that, he tossed 2 keys to his son and turned to enter his own room. Soon after, he took a basin, towel, and toiletries and headed towards the washroom on the right. Chapter 81. Reunion. After Song Zhongxian departed, the 2 entered a room. Song Xixiang lamented to his elder brother, "Had I known the conditions in the mainland were so abysmal, I would have followed our elder brother's example and stayed away." He gestured towards the accommodations, exclaiming, "Look at this place. Even the so-called best guest house is dilapidated, lacking both an elevator and a private bathing facility. It's hardly better than our own restroom." Song Sigu settled onto the sofa, shaking his head. "Oh, 4th brother, Ningzhou is merely a small county. You cannot compare it to the international metropolis of Hong Kong." "Very well, let us not discuss Ningzhou," Song Xixiang continued, taking a seat beside his brother to further express his discontent. "Upon our exit from the airport, we traversed the most bustling thoroughfare of Shanghai, which is renowned as one of the mainland's premier cities. Yet, it pales in comparison to Hong Kong Island. This place is lauded in newspapers as a rapidly developing economy, but the architecture of Shanghai is still reminiscent of decades past. For all these years, it's evident that there has been little to no progress, which only corroborates the assertions of other media." Lowering his voice, he confided in Song Sigu, "Despite their current cordiality towards us, I harbor grave doubts about the sincerity of their goodwill." "4th brother, you tend to overthink," Song Sigu replied, shaking his head. "Let us wash up and rest. We have relatives to visit tomorrow." Although the trio retired late, they awoke early. Each had their reasons for a restless night. Song Zhongxian was filled with excitement at the prospect of reuniting with long-lost relatives. while Song Sigu and Song Xixiang were merely unsettled by the unfamiliar surroundings and anxious about the potential dangers of the night. Fortunately, Song Xixiang's fears proved unwarranted, as the night passed without incident. After washing up, the three enjoyed breakfast in the company of Secretary Zhao. They then embarked in a Shanghai-registered car towards the Song family residence. As they traveled, Song Xixiang grew increasingly discontented with the lowly buildings flanking the road. However, upon observing the multitude of green military uniforms on the streets and the various slogans plastered on the walls, he felt a surge of trepidation. After all, this was a red nation, and he was a descendant of capitalists, those whom these individuals sought to eradicate. Before long, the car came to a halt. Secretary Zhao opened the door for the three of them, announcing, "Gentlemen, we have arrived at the Song residence." Song Zhongxian was the first to alight from the vehicle. Gazing at the courtyard before him, he murmured, "It remains just as it was in the past, just as it was." In contrast, Song Xixiang regarded the dilapidated courtyard with disdain. Compared to their grand villa in Repulse Bay, complete with a garden, lawn, and swimming pool, this place felt like an entirely different world, vastly inferior. Upon hearing the commotion outside, those waiting within the courtyard, including Song Junlin, emerged to greet them. "Zhongxian, is that truly you?" Wang Kaiqin gazed at the elderly man before her. Despite the ravages of time etched upon his visage and the profound changes in his appearance, traces of his former self still lingered. "Elder sister," Song Zhongxian exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement as his gaze swept through the crowd. Yet he was unable to locate his elder brother. Though a flicker of suspicion had ignited within him, he was reluctant to accept the grim reality. He fervently inquired, "What of my elder brother?" With a heavy sigh, Wang Kaiqin responded, "Zhongxian, your elder brother has long departed." Upon hearing this, Song Zhongxian collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed. "Why did you leave so soon? I did not even get to see you one last time. I am so sorry." As he reminisced about the past, tears streamed down his face. Wang Kaiqin, too, was overtaken by a torrent of emotions, her eyes brimming with tears that blurred her vision. Trembling, she pointed towards Song Zhongxian and instructed her sons, Ruolin, Junlin, "Come quickly and help your second uncle up." Upon witnessing this, the two rushed forward to assist Song Zhongxian back to his feet. Looking at Song Ruolin, he asked, "You are Ruolin, are you not?" "Yes, uncle, I am." Song Ruolin replied with a nod. Grasping Song Ruolin's arm, Song Zhongxian expressed with a touch of nostalgia, "When I left, you were still in elementary school. I used to take you out to play every day, and now, in the blink of an eye, you have established your own family." Turning his gaze to Song Junlin, he inquired, "You must be the second one, correct?" "He is the second," Song Junlin, Wang Kaiqin confirmed. Song Zhongxian nodded, adding at that time, "He had yet to be born." He then turned to his own son and said, "Sigu, Xixiang, do not delay in greeting your elder aunt and brothers." "Elder aunt, elder brother, second brother," the two called out in unison as they hurried forward. Wang Kaiqin responded, and then asked, "So, these are the eldest and second sons? Why did your sister-in-law not return with you?" "These are the second and fourth," Song Zhongxian clarified, before explaining, "Elder sister, I established a business in Xiangjiang, and it requires oversight, so I left the eldest and his mother there." "Ah, I see," Wang Kaiqin remarked, not pondering further, and urged the three, "Let us go inside." Thus, the group entered the main room. Upon entering, they immediately noticed the television, refrigerator, and air conditioning units within the room. This stark contrast was entirely different from what they had gleaned from newspapers. Song Junlin stepped inside and retrieved a pack of fragrant flowers, placing it on the table. He addressed the three, second uncle, Sigu, Xixiang, "Please enjoy a smoke." Afterward, he posed another question, "Second uncle, would you prefer tea or coffee?" "I would like a cup of tea," replied Song Zhongxian. "Oh, do you have coffee here?" Song Xixiang asked, somewhat incredulous, as he recalled the manager at the guest house stating that there was no coffee available throughout Ningzhou. Song Junlin nodded and remarked, "I bought this instant coffee in Huaqing. Would you like to have some?" It was indeed purchased in Huaqing. Song Xixiang suddenly realized this and said to Song Junlin, second brother, "Please prepare a cup of coffee for me." Song Siga chimed in, "I would also like a cup of coffee." The two of them had been brought up with Western education and had grown accustomed to drinking coffee and dining on Western cuisine. Although it was merely instant coffee, they still preferred it. Song Junlin first brewed fine Longjing tea, acquired from the friendship store, for their mother, uncle, and elder brother and sister-in-law, before preparing 2 cups of coffee for the two of them. While he was busy making tea and coffee, Song Xixiang cast a glance at the cigarettes on the table. Upon seeing them, he was immediately taken aback, for he discovered a whole carton of Zhonghua cigarettes. Previously, while hanging out with friends, one of them, a second-generation individual who had visited the mainland, had boasted about Zhonghua cigarettes, claiming that they were exclusive to provincial-level officials in the mainland. It was due to this friend's bragging that he had found it difficult to comprehend his uncle's family. After all, this was a household equipped with television, refrigerator, and air conditioning, along with coffee and Zhonghua cigarettes, none of which seemed to be possessions of an ordinary family. Could it be that his uncle held a significant official position? Song Xixiang pondered to himself. Chapter 82. Doubt. Song Xixiang was not one to keep his thoughts to himself. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Elder brother, second brother, may I inquire which department you are currently employed in?" Song Ruilin rubbed his hands together and replied, "As for me, I am merely a worker at the machine tool factory." Upon hearing this, Song Xixiang thought to himself, so, could it be that the second brother is in a position of authority? At that moment, Song Junlin added, "I am a chef at the state-run second canteen. And I also engage in a bit of small business on the side." Worker? Chef? Song Xixiang blinked, feeling that this was entirely different from his expectations. Unable to contain his curiosity, Song Xixiang inquired, "Second brother, where did you acquire these Zhonghua cigarettes?" "They were also purchased at the Friendship Store in Huaqing. As long as you have foreign currency and exchange coupons, you can buy them." Song Junlin revealed the truth. At that moment, Song Xixiang realized that his friend had been boasting, and he had foolishly taken it at face value. Meanwhile, Song Zhongxian had keenly picked up on the latter part of Song Junlin's statement. He asked, "I have heard that the mainland has permitted individuals to engage in small businesses. Is that true?" "Indeed, it is true," Song Junlin affirmed with a nod. "The mainland now allows individual industrial and commercial licenses to be obtained. Although there are still considerable restrictions, such as the issue of hiring workers, an individual can employ a maximum of 7 people. Song Zhongxian inquired, "What kind of business are you engaged in, Junlin? Perhaps I could offer some assistance." Song Junlin responded, "Uncle, I am currently producing a chili sauce called Lao Gan Ma." "Is Lao Gan Ma made by you, second brother?" Song Sigu exclaimed in astonishment. Song Junlin cast a glance at the other person and inquired, "What is the matter? Have you heard of Sigu?" His girlfriend mentioned it to him, stating that this chili sauce has gained considerable popularity in Hong Kong, replied Song Sigu. However, what he did not disclose was that this chili sauce primarily thrived in the slums of Hong Kong. The flavor of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce is quite agreeable and affordable, requiring merely half a day's earnings for a bottle. Yet, this single bottle can sustain them for an extended period, serving as an accompaniment to their meals, thus proving both economical and convenient, with a palatable taste that naturally encourages their purchase. Song Zhongxian remarked, "If it can be sold in Hong Kong, your scale must be quite substantial, right?" "To be honest, I still do not have a proper venue." Song Junlin shook his head and replied, "Currently, our chili sauce is produced by a canning factory in the county, and our market focus is solely on Hong Kong, Macau, and overseas, without venturing into the domestic market." Song Zhongxian further inquired, "What about your sales?" "It's going reasonably well. At last autumn's Canton Fair, I secured orders amounting to $1.9 million, Song Junlin answered. $1.9 million? Upon hearing this, both Song Sigu and Song Xixiang were taken aback. It is worth over 6 million Hong Kong dollars. Although their family once boasted assets exceeding 100 million Hong Kong dollars during its prime, that was entirely due to their father's efforts. Neither of them has yet earned such a sum on their own. Their elder brother had earned a substantial amount, but that was through family funds, not through building something from scratch. In their eyes, Song Junlin had already become someone who could rival their father's stature in the future. Impressive, indeed. "You surpass my accomplishments at your age," praised Song Zhongxian, his eyes brimming with admiration, for he had not achieved such success when he was at that stage of life. After some light conversation, Song Junlin addressed everyone. "You all continue your discussions. I shall prepare a meal, treating you to a taste of home." "There is no need for such trouble. We can dine out later," responded Song Zhongxian. "Dear uncle," Song Junlin smiled, "I am not boasting. In our Ningzhou, my culinary skills are unparalleled. Dining out may not compare to my cooking." As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up. After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, since you have traveled from afar, it is only fitting that you savor the flavors of home. How could we possibly eat out?" "Very well. I shall defer to your wishes," Song Zhongxian conceded, no longer insisting. Please wait a moment. The meal will be ready shortly. With that, Song Junlin exited the room and headed to the kitchen. I'll assist you, his sister-in-law, Ma Xiaoyan, followed him. Many of the ingredients had been prepared earlier in the morning, so it did not take long for a sumptuous lunch to be ready. Song Junlin meticulously prepared an array of Huayang dishes, including pingxiao tofu soup, braised dried shredded tofu, red braised lion's head, 3 sets of duck, squirrel fish, mushroom with bok choy, crystal pork, and spicy tiger tail. Regardless of the circumstances, he ultimately secured his position as a chef in a 5-star hotel, a testament to his undeniable culinary prowess. As the dishes were presented, the tantalizing aroma instantly captivated the guests. "These look exquisite," exclaimed Song Sigu, admiring the vibrant colors and enticing scents that promised a delightful flavor. "Indeed, they are quite appetizing. I can hardly contain my anticipation," echoed Song Sixiang. Song Junlin poured a jar of yellow wine for everyone and raised his glass, addressing Song Zhongxian. "Uncle, allow me to toast to you." After finishing the first glass, Song Zhongxian was the first to pick up his chopsticks and sample a dish, prompting the others to dig in as well. To his surprise, he found the flavors utterly delightful, even surpassing those crafted by renowned Huayang chefs from Hong Kong. "Junlin, your skills are remarkable," praised Song Sixiang. "Not only are you exceptionally talented in business, but you also create such delectable dishes." Song Sigu added, "Indeed, with your culinary expertise, you would rival even the chefs at Hilton hotels." "Haha, if you find it delicious, feel free to indulge," Song Junlin replied with a smile. "Aside from Huayang cuisine, I also excel in Sichuan and Shandong dishes. I shall prepare those for you on another occasion." This meal brought an unprecedented sense of contentment to Song Zhongxian, a feeling he had not experienced since leaving Ningzhou. Meanwhile, as they dined, Secretary Zhao and the driver enjoyed their lunch in the courtyard. Although Song Junlin had intended to invite them to join, they adamantly refused. Consequently, he prepared a few dishes exclusively for them, accompanied by a bottle of Fingio and several packs of friendship cigarettes. After all, they were the driver and secretary of Su Jianing, and it was essential to show them due consideration. The two were thoroughly satisfied, relishing the delicious food and the privilege of special cigarettes. Such a life was indeed delightful. After lunch, Song Zhongxian instructed Song Sigu to retrieve the suitcase from the car. Upon opening it, they discovered it was filled with gifts brought from Xiangjiang, including sea cucumbers, abalone, a jiao, deer antler, bird's nest, and ginseng, as well as powdered milk, chocolates, and biscuits, along with everyday items like a camera, electronic watch, and calculator. Their selection of gifts suggested they still perceived the Song family as impoverished as in the past. In truth, as Song Zhongxian unpacked, he couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that they could easily procure such items themselves. They were not in need of any charity. However, it was not surprising. Who could have imagined that not only his branch was thriving, but even the branch remaining in the mainland was beginning to flourish? Chapter 83. The late spring chill. In the ensuing days, Song Junlin accompanied his uncle and his son as they explored Ningzhou. However, Ningzhou proved rather small, with few notable landmarks in the vicinity. Given that it was winter, outdoor picnics were not feasible, so they spent most of their time engaging in leisurely conversations at the Song residence. During this period, Song Junlin also took Song Zhongxian to observe the production of chili sauce at the second canteen, as well as to visit the radio factory of the Hongxing Brigade. Song Zhongxian assured him that upon returning to Xiangjiang, he would introduce some friends interested in procuring chili sauce. This news brought great joy to Song Junlin. Initially, Song Zhongxian intended to remain in Ningzhou for a longer duration, but subsequent events left him somewhat startled. On January 11th, the capital issued an urgent notice to the nation, mandating a resolute crackdown on smuggling, hoarding, theft of state and collective property, and other criminal activities that severely disrupt economic order. The tone of the document was exceedingly stern. It stated that for those who gravely undermine the economy, regardless of their identity, affiliation, or rank, there would be no leniency. Any form of protection, plea, or concealment would be met with stringent accountability. Following this announcement, a nationwide rectification of economic activities commenced. Consequently, numerous street vendors and individual operators were apprehended by the speculative crackdown offices, either for engaging in speculative practices or for tax evasion. In a moment, the previously relaxed policies ushered in by the reform and opening up era were once again tightened. The spring of reform faced its first chill of late winter. Many newly established individual operators and enterprises suffered a significant setback due to this economic rectification. Some fell into a state of inertia, while others, in a bid to survive, were compelled to affiliate their businesses with state-owned or collective enterprises. This shift was driven by the government's commitment to safeguarding state-owned enterprises. Since the onset of reform and opening up, the long-held restrictions had loosened, leading private and township enterprises to increasingly compete with state-owned enterprises for resources and market share. This undermining behavior further exacerbated the plight of state-owned enterprises. Amid concerns, worries, and accusations, the balance began to tilt in another direction. This was, of course, also related to the earlier mentioned financial constraints faced by the state. Regardless, this tempestuous economic rectification left township enterprises in a state of panic and private enterprises in a state of alarm. It also validated Song Junlin's foresight. His enterprise, as a collective industry under the state-owned canteen, received orders primarily from overseas and did not disrupt the domestic economy, thus rendering him unaffected by this economic rectification. Conversely, the Hongxing Brigade faced repeated summons due to the presence of the inspection team in Ningzhou. Fortunately, Song Junlin had previously ensured that Liu Xiangdong paid his taxes in advance, so this time it was merely a close call, unlike his previous life when he was imprisoned for half a year. In contrast, the surrounding township enterprises were being taken away and detained by workgroups due to tax evasion and other infractions. Even if they were willing to make up for their dues, it would still require a doubled payment. This incident thoroughly convinced Liu Xiangdong of Song Junlin's capabilities. Upon witnessing the economic rectification in the mainland, Song Zhongxian, who initially had intentions to invest in the special economic zone, completely abandoned that thought. In his view, the policies in the mainland were unstable, leaving no certainty of profit. Song Zhongxian remarked to Song Junlin, "Junlin, the current environment in the mainland is still unsuitable for business development. Would your family consider coming to Shanjiang for growth? The policies there are more lenient, making it more conducive for commerce and capital." "Second uncle, I plan to visit Shanjiang this year, but not just yet," Song Junlin replied. While the policies in Shanjiang are somewhat more relaxed, it is rife with capital giants, and the social classes have become entrenched, leaving little room for growth. In contrast, although the policies in the mainland are constantly changing, business is just beginning to flourish, filled with opportunities. This is the fertile ground where I have grown. Have you ever heard the saying that opportunity coexists with risk? Song Zhongxian shook his head and responded, "An abundance of opportunities signifies a multitude of risks. One cannot expect a smooth path. It is possible that 99 steps may be correct, but a misstep in the final step could lead to total ruin." To this, Song Junlin refrained from further comment. After all, others were unaware that he possessed the foresight of a reborn individual. On the morning of January 16th, Song Junlin arrived at Ningzhou train station with his mother, Wang Kaiqin, and his elder brother and sister-in-law. Song Zhongxian and the others had already purchased tickets to return to Shanjiang. Sister-in-law, Rui Lin, Junlin, and Xiao Yin, Song Zhongxian addressed the four. "Make sure to visit Xianjiang when you have the chance. It is also your home." "Certainly, we will make time to visit," Song Junlin replied with a smile. This year is particularly significant, as the mainland will commence negotiations with Japan regarding the return of Hong Kong. The stock market in Hong Kong is set to collapse, and both currency and housing prices will experience severe fluctuations due to the Sino-British discussions. This presents a tremendous opportunity for Song Junlin, one that could lead to a rapid accumulation of wealth. However, before that, his primary focus remains on earning a substantial amount of money. Suddenly, an idea struck Song Junlin. Could it be that his uncle's family would suffer a substantial loss of wealth due to the stock market and real estate? Realizing this, he finally understood why his uncle had been perceived as merely a small business owner in his previous life. It seemed he would need to advise his uncle and their family to safeguard against potential losses in the stock and housing markets. He thought to himself. Chapter 84. The Shaolin Fever. Shaolin, hee ha ha. How many heroes and legends come to pay their respects to you? Shaolin, hee ha ha. How many miraculous stories spread far and wide in your honor. The exquisite martial arts, unparalleled in the world. Song Junlin rides through the bustling streets, surrounded by throngs singing Shaolin, Shaolin. Today is January 23rd, and the epic-making martial arts film Shaolin Temple has been released for 2 days. The specific release date in mainland China could not be found, hence we refer to its opening in Hong Kong on January 21st. Upon its release, The film immediately garnered unanimous acclaim, leading many to watch it multiple times, even up to 5 viewings. In a short span, tickets for Shaolin Temple became highly sought after, resulting in the emergence of scalpers who profited from reselling tickets. It is said that many common folk went so far as to dismantle the walls and toilets of others' homes just to sell the bricks for cash to purchase tickets for Shaolin Temple. As Song Junlin passed through the square, he noticed a large gathering of martial artists practicing. Having lived through that era, he understood that this was all a consequence of the film's sensational popularity. The movie sparked a nationwide martial arts craze, profoundly influencing an entire generation, particularly the youth who dreamt of mastering real skills and becoming invincible like the Shaolin monks depicted in the film. Among them was Sha Jin, who, inspired by Shaolin Temple, ventured to Songshan Shaolin to become a lay disciple. Future viewers of various martial arts films or fantasy epics, perhaps after being exposed to numerous American blockbusters, might regard this film as merely average. Yet at the time, Shaolin Temple truly captivated the nation, as evidenced by its box office success. The film, with an average ticket price of merely 10 cents, generated a staggering revenue of 16.1 billion, if calculated with today's ticket price of 40 yuan. The film's earnings equate to an astounding 64 billion, and this figure pertains solely to the mainland. Shaolin Temple also enjoyed considerable popularity overseas, achieving a box office of 16 million Hong Kong dollars, ranking third in the annual box office of Hong Kong cinema in 1982, and breaking the historical record for kung fu films in the region. In Japan, it set a box office record of over 4 billion yen, while in South Korea, it amassed over 5 billion won. Li Lianjia, having starred in this film, ascended to the status of a kung fu superstar. The once dilapidated Shaolin Temple, home to only a few elderly monks, transformed into the most popular tourist destination and a revered hub of martial arts in the country. It is evident how immensely popular the film was at that time. However, what many did not realize was that numerous temple scenes in the movie were not filmed at the Shaolin Temple. Upon arriving at the second cafeteria, Song Junlin had just parked his car when Jiang Xuanzhu approached him. Noticing the air of mystery about him, Song Junlin hurriedly inquired, "Zhuzi, what is the matter, master?" "It's nothing much." Jiang Xuanzhu scratched his head and handed over 2 movie tickets. "I just procured these 2 tickets for you from someone else. They are for the newly released film Shaolin Temple. I've heard it's particularly captivating. Why not go see it tonight with your wife?" "Zhuzi, I already watched this film with your wife a couple of days ago. You should keep these for yourself." Song Junlin waved his hand, declining the offer. "I see." Jiang Xuanzhu scratched his head again. "In that case, I shall invite He Fong to watch the movie tonight." He Fong was the lady who had volunteered to be Song Junlin's dance partner during their recent outing to a ball. Upon hearing this, Song Junlin couldn't help but ask, "Wait a moment, Zhuzi, are you really taking a lady to see an action film?" "Ah." Jiang Xuanzhu nodded, perplexed. "What's wrong, master? You and your wife watched Shaolin Temple, didn't you?" "That's different," Song Junlin explained. "Your wife and I have confirmed our relationship and are at the stage of discussing marriage. However, you and He Fong have yet to establish anything. You should be watching a romance film." "Master, I have already seen Lushan Love with Her. Should I watch it again?" "You can wait a few days for that." Song Junlin raised an eyebrow and said, "On February 1st, a romantic film titled The Corner Forgotten by Love will be released. Let me tell you, it is particularly thrilling." "How thrilling?" At this, Jiang Xuanzhu perked up. Song Junlin chuckled, but did not respond. "You shall discover just how thrilling when you watch it with He Fong." With that, he prepared to leave. "Master, what about these 2 movie tickets?" Jiang Xuanzhu asked again. "Resolve it yourself," Song Junlin replied, stepping into the cafeteria. Today was the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, with the Spring Festival holiday commencing the following day. On this eve of the holiday, Song Junlin intended to distribute some benefits to his employees. He planned to host a corporate annual meeting, treating all staff and their families to a grand feast. Additionally, he would organize a table tennis competition, offering prizes to enliven the atmosphere, knowing that during the festive season, most families would prepare their own meals, leaving few to dine in the cafeteria. Upon entering the second cafeteria, he found employees chatting amiably with those they were close to. It was a day for merriment, and they were free from work. As soon as Song Junlin stepped in, the room fell silent. Song Junlin arrived at the center of the cafeteria and addressed the crowd. "Now, allow me to share today's arrangements. In the morning, we shall have a table tennis competition, followed by a grand feast at noon. After our meal, we will distribute benefits to you all. This time, the rewards surpassed those given during the new year, including 50 kilograms of rice, 50 kilograms of flour, 5 kilograms of eggs, 5 kilograms of pork, a 2.5-year-old chicken, along with a pack of white rabbit milk candies. A pack of hard candies, 5 kilograms of peanuts, 5 kilograms of sunflower seeds, 5 kilograms of biscuits, a can of malted milk, and 4 bottles of canned goods. Upon hearing Song Junlin's announcement, the attendees erupted into animated discussions. While they had anticipated some form of benefit, the generosity exceeded their expectations. They recalled how envious their relatives and friends had been when they last brought home similar rewards, and they could only imagine the reaction this time. "All right, everyone. Please quiet down," Song Junlin called out, and as the crowd settled, he pointed to Wei Hongqi beside him, saying, "Next. Let Director Wei explain the rewards for the table tennis competition. Let us give him a warm welcome." Although everyone recognized that he was now the pivotal figure in the second cafeteria, Wei Hongqi remained the visible leader and, being his senior, had always shown him care and support. Therefore, Song Junlin was more than willing to let him take the spotlight. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause at his words, eager to hear about the rewards. Clearing his throat, Wei Hongqi began. In this second cafeteria table tennis-friendly competition, there are 5 categories of rewards. 1 first prize, which consists of a black and white television, 2 second prizes, each rewarding a tape recorder, 2 third prizes, each awarding a bicycle, and 5 fourth prizes, each receiving a radio. As for the remaining participants, they will each receive a consolation prize of a can of malted milk. Wow, this is truly impressive. The audience marveled at the lavishness of the prizes, televisions, tape recorders, and bicycles. It was no wonder that Junlin was willing to offer such valuable items. Even the least reward, a can of malted milk priced over 3 yuan, was remarkable. Initially, they had contemplated purchasing a television, but now it seemed they might win one instead. As Wei Hongqi concluded, the crowd was left in utter astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. After all, even the most affordable black and white television costs several hundred yuan, with tape recorders priced at over 200 and bicycles exceeding 100. The individuals at the second cafeteria are relatively amiable, possessing both radios and bicycles. Thus, their desires are solely fixated on televisions and tape recorders. Conversely, the members of the Red Star Brigade are keenly aware of all rewards available. The plight of rural inhabitants during that era was indeed dire. They refrained from consuming the fine grains they cultivated, the pigs they raised, and the eggs from their own chickens, opting instead to exchange these for coarse grains and money. During that time, milk powder was considered a luxury beverage. Not even the townspeople could afford it for personal consumption. It was primarily reserved for gifting, let alone the rural populace who had never even tasted it. As for radios, the situation was even more dismal. Despite the existence of a radio factory in the Red Star Brigade, few were willing to spend their money on a radio for personal use. Unless one's child was getting married, they would rather endure silence than expend their funds on such a luxury. At a nearby garbage dump in Ningzhou, a young man clad in a tattered military coat unceremoniously shouted, "Guojihua, I'm telling you, if you don't bring us money today, don't expect to hang out with us anymore." Another youth echoed, "Indeed, whether it's going to the movies, the roller rink, or even dining out, we've been footing the bills while you simply enjoy yourself." Upon hearing this, the surrounding men and women nodded in agreement. No one appreciates a freeloader. Byung-gu. Hu-gu. It's not that I haven't been able to get money, Guojihua hurriedly explained. I've exhausted all possibilities with our neighbors. But they've hidden their money and are being watched. I simply cannot acquire any. No money, Hu-gu retorted coldly. Why are you still hanging out with us then? Byung-gu added, why not ask your sister for some? Isn't she working? Guojihua gave a bitter laugh. My sister is merely a temporary worker, earning less than 20 yuan a month, and she has to support our family of 4. If I were to ask her for money, how would we survive? Byung-gu's eyes gleamed with mischief as he suddenly inquired, I heard your sister got divorced? Yes. Guojihua nodded. Cursing, that scoundrel of a chef actually dared to initiate the divorce. With his hands in his pockets, Byung-gu raised an eyebrow. Then what if I were to pursue your sister? Guojihua quickly replied, Byung-gu, while you may seem suitable, my sister is currently disinclined to remarry after being hurt by that wretched chef. Though he spoke these words, his inner thoughts were quite the contrary. He perceived the other as a mere rogue and a petty scoundrel, unworthy of his sister when compared to someone like Song Junlin. Byung-gu squinted slightly. fully aware that Guizhihua was rejecting his advances. Nonetheless, he was not one to relinquish easily. Ever since he last laid eyes on Guo Lingwei, he had lost interest in all other women. Otherwise, he would not have tolerated Guizhihua continually spending their money. He smiled faintly and spoke. If you don't wish to marry, that's perfectly fine. I can introduce you to someone. Consider it merely making a friend. Upon hearing Biao Ji's words, Guizhihua suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I've figured out how to make money. Biao Gu, Hu Gu, just wait here. I shall procure some funds for you tonight. With that, he swiftly departed. Once he left, Hu Gu remarked, Biao, I told you this lad is quite cunning. Had you followed my previous suggestion, you would have succeeded by now. Biao Gu shook his head, saying, You haven't seen him in action. He can be quite ruthless. If he resorts to force, he may very well fight us fiercely. Hu Gu spat disdainfully. I refuse to believe he would dare to act so violently. After leaving, Guizhihua meandered back into the city. However, instead of returning home, he headed to Song Junlin's residence. At that moment, the door to the Song household stood open, revealing a throng of people gathered in the courtyard, engrossed in watching television. Guizhihua lingered at the entrance, his eyes drawn to the colorful screen, a flicker of fervor igniting within him. Yet, this fervor quickly morphed into resentment. Damn that old Song. Now that he's prosperous, he neglects my family. His household feasts daily, spending thousands on such a splendid television, yet he won't spare a single cent for us. Retracting his gaze, he thought with clenched teeth, I'll show you. Tonight. I shall steal your television. With that, he cast one last lingering glance at the images flickering on the screen before turning to leave. Indeed, Guizhihua's earlier words were not merely an excuse. He genuinely conceived a plan to acquire money. Targeting the Song family was motivated by two factors, their wealth and his inability to bear their prosperity, which only intensified his discomfort. The more affluent the Song family became, the more he longed for their downfall. Chapter 86. Guizhihua's threat. Nightfall enveloped the landscape, draping everything in a shroud of darkness. Were it not for the faint moonlight filtering through, one might struggle to see their own hand in front of their face. Such a night serves as a haven for the wicked. A shadow approached from a distance, halting outside the Song family's courtyard. This shadow was none other than Guizhihua. Clutching a wooden stool, he placed the stool against the wall, climbed atop it, and grasped the wall's edge, preparing to scale it. However, as he did so, pain shot through him. He gritted his teeth to stifle a cry, hurriedly retracting his hands. In the pitch-black surroundings, Guizhihua could not discern the condition of his hands, yet he felt the chill of blood seeping from his wounds. He gritted his teeth against the pain, once more extending his hand to gently caress the wall, only to discover that it was littered with numerous sharp shards of glass. Guizhihua inhaled sharply, muttering through clenched teeth, Damn it, you old Song. How dare you put this here? It turned out that the inner side of the wall had been meticulously reinforced by Song Junlin. He had affixed the glass fragments with cement, ensuring that anyone attempting to scale the wall from the outside would be injured by the jagged edges. With Song Junlin's increasing wealth in these turbulent times, it was prudent to take precautions against potential threats. In truth, had he wished to inflict serious harm, he would have resorted to using rusted iron sheets soaked in excrement and nails. Such an injury could easily lead to tetanus. Despite his wounds, Guizhihua did not waver. Rather, the pain ignited his determination. He first procured a stone and methodically chipped away at the glass shards. To ensure no remnants remained, he removed his cotton jacket and folded it neatly atop the wall. At last, he managed to scale the barrier. The clutter inside the wall made his descent quite manageable, alleviating any fears of making a loud noise upon landing. Upon entering the courtyard, Guizhihua promptly donned his jacket, for the winter chill was merciless, and without it, he would surely succumb to the cold. He then stealthily approached the front of the main room, gently pushing the door. He was taken aback to discover that it was locked from the inside. This revelation caused him to furrow his brow. Previously, he had accompanied some ruffians to others' homes, where doors were often left unlocked at night. However, the thought of the Song family's large television eased his concerns. If he possessed such a luxury, he too would certainly lock the door and perhaps even construct a metal cabinet to safeguard it. What to do? Guizhihua found himself torn between indecision. Staying would only waste time, yet leaving would render his injuries pointless. Suddenly, a loud creak resonated from the adjacent east room, startling him. He quickly crouched down, hoping to evade detection. Yet, the more one frets, the more one attracts attention. With a sudden click, the light bulb outside the east room was switched on. casting a harsh glow that dispelled the surrounding darkness. Shortly thereafter, a burly man emerged from the east room, Song Junlin's elder brother, Song Rilin, who had risen to use the restroom. Upon switching on the light, he immediately spotted the crouched figure before the main room door. Who goes there? Upon observing the figure before him, which did not resemble Song Junlin, Song Ruilin immediately became alert. With a swift motion, Guo Jihua, having been detected, sprang to his feet and dashed toward the courtyard gate. Catch the thief. Junlin, hurry and apprehend the thief. As the situation unfolded, Song Ruilin shouted while seizing a small stool and hurling it towards Guo Jihua. The stool struck Guo Jihua, causing him to stagger perilously close to falling. Nevertheless, he regained his balance and reached the front gate. Unfortunately, it was latched, and opening it would require time. Before he could manage to unlock the door, Song Ruilin had already rushed forward and seized his clothing. Guo Jihua struggled to open the door, but his strength paled in comparison to that of Song Ruilin, who labored daily at the factory. Moreover, with an injured hand, Guo Jihua was swiftly subdued by Song Ruilin. At that moment, Song Junlin emerged from the main room, wielding a stick. With a smile, he remarked, "Impressive, brother. I did not expect you to catch the thief all by yourself." Song Ruilin replied with pride, "Though I may not excel in brawling like you, capturing a petty thief is a trivial task." He continued, "Now, I am determined to discover who dares to steal from our home." He then turned Guo Jihua around. Guo Jihua? In the next instant, both men recognized the thief's identity. Infuriated, Song Junlin delivered a kick that sent Guo Jihua sprawling to the ground. Previously, he had scrimped and saved, devoting all his earnings to this family. And what was the outcome? His wife refused to share a marital bed with him, and his brother-in-law and sister-in-law looked down upon him, constantly opposing him. He had contemplated divorce as a means of liberation, yet these individuals harbored resentment towards him instead. Earlier, Guo Lingyu had even sent someone to rob him, and now Guo Jihua had the audacity to steal from his home. Although he understood that these people were ungrateful, their actions still left him feeling despondent. "Brother, go fetch the local officer. I am determined to see him imprisoned." Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Guo Jihua then began to plead, "Brother-in-law, I was wrong. Please let me go this once." "Guo Jihua, do not beg me. I assure you. Today I will not let you escape." Song Junlin replied coldly, his disgust palpable. Guo Jihua shouted, "Old Song, you have finally revealed your true colors. My sister must have been blind to marry you. I am the one who is blind." Song Junlin scoffed, retorting, "When I entered your household, I surrendered my entire salary each month, catering to your every need for food and clothing, while you were exempt from any labor. You squandered over 2,000 yuan of my money, and yet you continue to oppose me, to look down upon me, to steal my possessions and my money. You and your ilk, these ingrates, deserve to be locked away in prison." Upon hearing this, Guo Jihua panicked and began to issue threats. "Old Song, if you dare to throw me in jail, just wait until I get out. I will make you pay. You dare to threaten me." Song Junlin responded with a cold sneer, delivering 2 sharp slaps to Guo Jihua's face. "Old Song, how dare you?" Before Guo Jihua could utter another insult, Song Junlin struck him again with 2 more resounding slaps. This time, Guo Jihua fell silent, though his eyes were filled with intense malice. Under such a gaze, Song Junlin felt an involuntary chill. He suddenly recalled that in a past life, Guo Jihua had committed murder. Clearly, it was essential to ensure his imprisonment. Otherwise, he would remain a threat. Having already crossed paths with him, Song Junlin had no fear of further antagonizing him. He rushed into the house, retrieved the air conditioner, and smashed it heavily onto the ground. It had only been used once since its purchase, during which it had blown a fuse. It had remained unused since. Taking up space, it was better to make it serve a purpose. After this, he emerged from the main room holding a rope and said to his brother, "Brother, go inform Officer Ma that a thief came to our home, broke the air conditioner, and damaged the television." Chapter 87. He is still a child. After binding Guo Jihua, Song Ruilin hurried to fetch the neighborhood police officer. As Officer Ma walked, he grumbled, "Whose child is this, coming to steal during the new year?" "That brat is Guo Jihua. His sister was once my brother's wife, but they divorced later," Song Ruilin replied. "No, old Song." Officer Ma paused, speaking quietly. "Isn't this a private matter? Why are you calling the police?" "It's not a private matter anymore. They are divorced," Song Ruilin exclaimed with genuine distress. "Moreover, this kid smashed my air conditioner and ruined my imported television, which cost several thousand yuan." He was indeed heartbroken. Although the air conditioner had never been functional, it had still cost over 1,000 yuan, and to hear it had been so carelessly destroyed felt like throwing away more than 2 years' worth of his salary. Officer Ma's eyes widened in shock. This is quite serious. He had assumed it was merely a case of theft, but the situation had escalated dramatically. The damages amounted to several thousand yuan, equivalent to a decade of his earnings. Thus, Officer Ma, along with brothers Song Ruolin and Song Junlin, escorted Guo Zhihua to a nearby police station. Upon their arrival, the officer on duty inquired, "Old Ma, what is going on here?" Officer Ma explained, "This lad attempted to steal from someone else's home and damage their imported air conditioner and television. Goodness, this warrants a heavy sentence." The duty officer was equally astonished. After all, in these times, ordinary families could hardly afford even domestic air conditioners or televisions, let alone imported ones. Even if one desires to make a purchase, there exists no place to do so. The on-duty police officer turned to Song Junlin and his companion, extending a polite inquiry. "Comrades, is the stolen property from your residence?" "Greetings, comrade. I am the provincial model worker, Song Junlin." After introducing himself, Song Junlin recounted, "This evening, while we were peacefully sleeping at home, Guo Zhihua managed to break in. Fortunately, my elder brother noticed something amiss during the night. Otherwise, our belongings would have been pilfered. He has recently been honored as the provincial model worker of Jiangdong province for the year 1981. While his candidacy for the city representative will require some time before it can be finalized." "Ah, so you are the esteemed provincial model worker, Song Junlin, who has generated $1 million in foreign exchange." Upon hearing Song Junlin's introduction, the officer recognized his distinguished status. This is a considerable sum, sufficient for the nation to procure an advanced production line from overseas. It is only natural that such a notable figure from our city should make the news. Rest assured, Comrade Song, we will provide you with a thorough resolution regarding this matter. The officer spoke with evident enthusiasm. "Now, we kindly request your assistance in completing a statement." "Certainly. No problem at all," Song Junlin readily agreed. "Your name?" "Song Junlin." In no time, both Song Junlin and Song Ruolin had completed their statements and subsequently departed. Along the way, Song Ruolin queried, "Junlin, do you believe this will suffice?" "It will undoubtedly suffice," Song Junlin affirmed with a nod. His confidence stemmed from multifaceted reasons. Primarily, he held a reputable position as an official employee of the state-run second canteen, and he was recognized as a provincial model worker who had generated $1 million in foreign exchange. Conversely, Guo Zhihua was merely a delinquent student expelled from school. Moreover, his second sister, Guo Lingyu, was currently incarcerated. In light of such circumstances, it was inevitable that he would be perceived as a nefarious character. All of these details were articulated by Song Junlin during his statement. Thus, in this context, whose words would be more readily believed? Furthermore, they had not wronged Guo Zhihua. He had indeed come to their home to commit theft. Blood from Guo Zhihua was still visible on the walls, the clothing, and the door. Song Junlin even had grasped his hand and placed it upon the air conditioner and the television. While some might express skepticism, it is unlikely that anyone would assume these items were damaged by themselves. After all, those possessions were of considerable value, requiring an ordinary person many years of labor to amass, and no one would willingly squander such resources. Finally, Song Junlin elaborated on his family's relationship with Guo Zhihua's family. However, he predominantly recounted how he had been looked down upon and bullied by Guo Zhihua's family. In his lamentations, he revealed instances of Guo Zhihua tormenting classmates, burning down their cattle shed along with the cattle, and stealing from other households in the vicinity. He believed that as long as the police investigated Guo Zhihua in the dilapidated courtyard, the truth would inevitably be uncovered, and all unfavorable circumstances would point toward him. What he did not disclose to Song Ruolin was that even if someone could uncover the truth, he possessed alternative methods. With his current capabilities, achieving this was quite effortless. In summary, since the other party harbored intentions of murder, he would not grant them any opportunity. Upon returning home, Song Junlin said to his elder brother, "Brother, over the next few days, you should inquire if anyone's dog has given birth. Let us adopt a few to raise." "Sure, I'll take care of this." Song Ruolin responded with a nod. Besides raising dogs, it seemed necessary to arrange for Wang Qingsong's colleagues to reside nearby. Song Junlin pondered silently. Should any issues arise, it would be convenient to summon them. After all, it would be unreasonable to pay them without purpose. The night passed without incident. The following morning, 2 police officers arrived at Song Junlin's residence, needing to conduct further investigations. After verifying the situation, they rode their bicycles to the dilapidated courtyard where the Guo family lived. At that moment, the residents were engaged in their morning routines. Upon entering, the officers directly inquired, "Hello, comrades, could you please direct us to the Guo family's residence?" Seeing the police seeking the Guo family on the eve of the new year, the onlookers became intrigued and gathered around, asking, "Comrade police, may we inquire what business you have with the Guo family?" One officer replied, "Guo Zhihua broke into someone's home last night, damaging their imported air conditioner and television." Imported air conditioner and television? Urching's mother quickly connected the dots. "Are you referring to Song Junlin's home?" "Indeed, that is the case," confirmed the other officer. Upon hearing this, Urching's mother immediately began to express her indignation. Guo Zhihua is truly despicable. Junlin treated him well in the past, yet he repays kindness with malice. After a brief pause, she continued, "However, I have always sensed he was not a good person. Every household in our courtyard has fallen victim to his thievery. Yes, he stole several coins from my home, and I didn't even hold it against him. Yours was only a few coins. He stole over 10 from my house. It's bad enough he stole money, but he also wasted all our food, cookies, mooncakes, and malted milk drink, all of which my parents were reluctant to indulge in. Yet he squandered them all." The crowd voiced their grievances, recounting Guo Zhihua's misdeeds. "Impossible. This cannot be." Suddenly, Guo Lingwei pushed aside the curtain and stepped out. Her face was ashen, trembling as she shouted, "Zhihua is still a child. How could he possibly commit such acts?" Hearing Guo Lingwei's words, one police officer swiftly turned his gaze toward her, his eyes piercing as he questioned, "What do you mean he is still a child? Do children not make mistakes? Do you truly believe that we, the police, are framing him?" Upon meeting the scrutinizing gaze of the officer, Guo Lingwei felt a sudden calmness envelop her. Regret began to stir within her. Uttering such words was a mistake. "Humph." The officer scoffed, inquiring, "Are you the guardian of Guo Zhihua?" Guo Lingwei nodded, declaring, "I am Guo Lingwei, the elder sister of Guo Zhihua." Another officer interjected, "Your brother has indeed committed a crime, and there is ample evidence and witnesses. We are here merely to inform you." At this, Guo Lingwei hastily defended, "Officer, my brother has always been well-behaved and obedient. Could it be that he has been incited by someone?" The officer cast a dispassionate glance in her direction and replied, "Whether he was incited by others will be thoroughly investigated. However," he continued, shifting his tone, "the circumstances you describe seem to diverge from what we have gathered. It raises questions about your awareness as a guardian, considering you are not informed of your brother's true situation." With that, they departed. Watching their retreating figures, Guo Lingwei felt an urgency to act. After all, if he were truly imprisoned, it would ruin his life. With these thoughts, she exited the communal courtyard. As Guo Lingwei left, Urching's mother remarked to the others, "I told you, that little rascal Guo Zhihua would eventually end up in trouble, and here we are. Justice is served indeed." An elderly man nodded in agreement, visibly pleased. Aunt Pang cast a glance toward the Guo residence and softly asked, "How many years do you think Guo Zhihua will be sentenced to?" Urching's father replied slowly, "Didn't he, the police say? He damaged the air conditioner and television at the Junlin residence, which must amount to several thousand yuan. I reckon he'll get at least 10 or 8 years. Only 10 years. Another neighbor retorted angrily, "Such a menace deserves a life sentence." Yes, indeed, a life sentence. Meanwhile, after leaving the communal courtyard, Guo Lingwei headed straight to the Song residence. Upon her arrival, Song Junlin had just finished breakfast and was pushing his bicycle out of the yard. He cast a fleeting glance at her, but without a word, he attempted to ride away. Seeing this, Guo Lingwei quickly stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Song Junlin furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you want?" "Junlin, I plead with you, spare Zhihua," Guo Lingwei begged, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. "The decision on how to handle this lies with the police. Your pleas hold no weight with me," Song Junlin replied coolly, adding, "Now, please step aside, Guo Lingwei. I have to get to work. Junlin, you could tell them it was you who accidentally damaged the air conditioner and television. That way, Zhihua would be in the clear." She implored, "Wouldn't that be deceiving the police? That is a crime in itself." He countered. Song Junlin let out a scoff and questioned, "Why should I bear the burden and suffer the consequences for your brother's mistakes? Am I a fool?" Guo Lingwei continued to plead, "Junlin, please help me this time. If you do, I will serve you for the rest of my life, willing to do anything for you." But now, just leave me alone. Before Guo Lingwei could finish her sentence, Song Junlin forcefully pushed her away. Junlin, please help me. Guo Lingwei stepped forward once more. Frustrated, Song Junlin shouted, Guo Lingwei, can you not be so shameless? We've divorced. What do you want from me? If you have the capability, go seek Wang Guangpu. How can you speak to me like that? Guo Lingwei asked, her expression one of deep grievance. Junlin, have you forgotten the promise you made with Xihua? You vowed to protect me for a lifetime. I know my family has wronged you, and this time it was also Xihua's fault. But if you don't help him, his life will be ruined. What you lose are just an air conditioner and a television. These can be replaced. But what Xihua loses is his freedom, his future. That has nothing to do with me. Song Junlin rolled his eyes, saying he chose his own path. If he hadn't come to my home to steal, would he have been caught? He spoke the truth. Had Guo Xihua not taken the initiative to trespass, he would have had no reason to engage with him. Seeing Guo Lingwei continue to impose her moral obligation, he stated bluntly, let me be clear, Guo Lingwei, no matter what, I will not interfere with Guo Xihua. Since you called me a rogue, I am no longer the Song Junlin who served your family. With that, he forcefully pushed Guo Lingwei aside and sped away on his bicycle, leaving her alone, dazed and crumpled on the ground. What should I do? Guo Lingwei murmured, tears streaming down her face, resembling a mere shell of her former self. Ding ding ding. After a while, a bicycle suddenly entered the alley, ringing its bell incessantly. Noticing Guo Lingwei's lack of movement, the cyclist called out urgently, excuse me, please make way. Please make way. Yet, Guo Lingwei remained unresponsive. The bicycle came to a halt in front of her, and a middle-aged woman scolded, are you out of your mind, blocking the alley like this? I've been calling you to move. Hearing the scolding, Guo Lingwei finally came to her senses. I'm sorry. She apologized while standing up and stepping back. Humph. You truly are a worthless wretch. The woman huffed before riding away. Indeed, I am a worthless wretch. Guo Lingwei thought, feeling the sting of the words. In the past, when Song Junlin treated her well, she failed to cherish it. Only now did she realize that her life had become inseparable from him. However, the mirror has shattered. How can it ever be restored? Guo Lingwei let out a bitter smile and murmured to herself. The most pressing matter at hand is to find a way to rescue Xihua. Yet, whom should she seek? After a moment of contemplation, Guo Lingwei ultimately thought of her former boyfriend, Wang Guangpu. The reason for this thought was his parents, who held positions as officials in Ningzhou. In her view, he should possess the means to save her brother. With this in mind, Guo Lingwei dusted herself off and set off towards Wang Guangpu's residence. Chapter 89. What right do you have for my Guangpu to assist you? Guo Lingwei arrived at a residential area in Ningzhou, home to the city's leaders and officials. Due to her previous close relationship with Wang Guangpu, the doorman recognized her and did not impede her entry. She made her way directly to the third floor of Building 12 and eventually halted in front of a door. Today was New Year's Eve, and she believed Wang Guangpu would be home. Knock, knock, knock. Guo Lingwei raised her hand and tapped on the door. Who is it? Came the voice of a young man from within. Click. The door swung open, revealing a well-dressed young man who stepped outside. Lingwei? The moment he caught sight of Guo Lingwei, a flicker of excitement illuminated his face, for she was the most beautiful and talented woman he had ever encountered in Ningzhou. They had once been classmates, and he had persistently pursued her, to which she had reciprocated some feelings. Initially, after Guo Lingwei was accepted into university, his mother had ceased to oppose their relationship. However, Guo Lingwei's mother had made a grievous error, leading to the unfortunate sale of her young brother, Guo Jijia. Ultimately, Guo Lingwei had to forfeit her university opportunity for the sake of her family, severing the bond between them. She ended up marrying a dreadful cook, becoming another's wife. The mere thought of this complexity stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Wang Guangpu. Lingwei, is there something you need? He inquired, though he made no motion to invite her in. After all, she had become ordinary in his eyes, no longer the ethereal beauty he once adored, nor the dream goddess he had longed for. With tears welling in her eyes, Guo Lingwei gazed at Wang Guangpu, pleading, Guangpu, I beg you, please help me. Her earnest expression ignited a protective instinct within him. Wang Guangpu, filled with concern, asked, Lingwei, what has happened? Tell me, and if I can assist, I will not hesitate. My brother has been arrested by the police, Guo Lingwei cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wang Guangpu furrowed his brow, perplexed. Isn't your brother still in school? How could he possibly be arrested? Guo Lingwei lowered her head and lamented, this is all my fault. Your fault? Yes, indeed it is. As she wept, Guo Lingwei recounted, not long ago, my husband forcibly divorced me. Jihua was furious, and last night, he stealthily entered Song Junlin's home, intending to teach him a lesson. However, being merely a student, he was no match for the other party. In the midst of their chase, they accidentally damaged the television and air conditioner at Song Junlin's residence. Consequently, Song Junlin reported it to the police, falsely claiming that my brother was attempting to steal. As a result, my brother was taken away by the authorities. While speaking, Guo Lingwei's heart brimmed with remorse as she thought, I am sorry, Junlin. But for the sake of my brother, I had no choice but to say this. I had warned you that your ex-husband lacked character. Wang Guangpu tapped the back of his right hand against his left and remarked, he is nothing but a wretched cook, devoid of any culture. You two share no common language in your marriage, yet you refuse to heed my counsel. Look where it has led you now. Yes, it is all my fault. Guo Lingwei lifted her head and earnestly pleaded, Guangpu, I implore you, considering our past friendship, please assist Jihua. Help him. As she spoke, her hands clasped around Wang Guangpu's arm, shaking it fervently. Lingwei, please calm down and allow me to think this through. Wang Guangpu felt his resolve wavering under Guo Lingwei's earnest plea. After all, she was his first love, and he had long harbored a lingering attachment, having never fully won her heart. Though he had embraced her, held her close, and even kissed her forcefully, he had never progressed further. Now that she was divorced and had come seeking his help, did that not signify something more? With excitement stirring within him, Wang Guangpu nodded, rest assured, Lingwei. I shall. Suddenly, a cold, indifferent female voice interrupted from within the room. A middle-aged woman, slightly plump and clad in official attire, appeared behind Wang Guangpu, her expression devoid of warmth. This was none other than Wang Guangpu's mother. Mom. Wang Guangpu turned, hastily offering an explanation. You see how much trouble Lingwei is in. I just want to help her. The middle-aged woman maintained a stoic demeanor, stating, Wang Guangpu, I warn you, if you dare to step outside that door, do not expect to return. Upon hearing his mother's words, Wang Guangpu quickly released Guo Lingwei and even took a few steps back. Throughout his life, he had always held a deep-seated fear of his mother, a cadre. In truth, he resembled the stereotypical mama's boy of later generations. Thus, when his mother forbade him from associating with Guo Lingwei, he acquiesced and chose to abandon her. The middle-aged woman stepped forward, pulling Wang Guangpu behind her. She cast a disdainful glance at Guo Lingwei, her eyes betraying a flicker of contempt. She never anticipated that a married woman would come to her home seeking assistance, and even engage in such intimate behavior. If the neighbors were to witness this, it would appear as though her son was entangled in an illicit affair. Guo Lingwei, what is your standing? You are a married woman. The middle-aged woman spoke coldly, and our Guangpu is now a promising university student. Do you believe you are worthy of approaching him? At this juncture, she threatened, let me warn you, if you dare to persist in your pursuit of Guangpu, I will not hesitate to report you for harassment. Now leave. With that, she slammed the door shut. Wang Guangpu furrowed his brow and questioned Mom. How can you speak to Lingwei that way? Smack. The middle-aged woman struck Wang Guangpu across the face, saying, What? Grown a spine? You dare to question me? As she spoke, she walked into the inner room, retrieved a newspaper from the shelf, and threw it at Guangpu's face. See for yourself. Wang Guangpu picked up the newspaper from the floor, and upon reading its contents, he exclaimed in disbelief, How can this be possible? Humph, it's in the newspaper. How can it not be possible? The middle-aged woman seated herself on the sofa and addressed Wang Guangpu. You have been utterly foolish today, rashly agreeing to something without understanding the situation. Let me inform you. That chef has the backing of County Chief Su and the director of the Provincial Department of Light Industry. Not only you, but even your father and I could not resolve this matter. She continued, Wang Guangpu, keep your distance from this woman. Every time you are with her, you lose your senses. There are countless admirable women in the world. Why must you shamelessly pursue a married one? Chapter 90. Guo Lingwei is dismissed. As Guo Lingwei exited the residential area, she felt as though her vitality had been siphoned away, leaving her utterly dejected and listless. She had exhausted all her resources in search of assistance for her brother, yet found no resolution to his plight. This outcome filled her with profound despair. For the sake of her family, she had sacrificed her opportunity for higher education and relinquished her chance to rise above her circumstances. And now, her second sister was already incarcerated, and her younger brother was soon to follow. Guo Lingwei felt as though all her efforts over the years had been in vain. With her mother and Jijia still at home, she resolved to be strong. Taking a deep breath, Guo Lingwei headed directly to the textile factory. As for Guo Zhihua, she had given up hope. Since rescuing him was impossible, visiting him would only deepen her sorrow. Moreover, she had not taken leave from the factory today, having wandered about for Guo Zhihua's sake, which would surely invite reprimand. After all, she was merely a temporary worker and could not compare to the permanent staff. Upon her arrival at the textile factory, Guo Lingwei was immediately pulled into a corner by Gao Ning. Gao Ning glanced around and quietly inquired, "Lingwei, where have you been today? Why are you late?" "Ling Ning, my brother has been arrested by the police," Guo Lingwei sighed in response. "Which brother? What happened?" Gao Ning's eyes widened in shock. She could hardly fathom that such incidents occurred daily in the other family. "It's Zhihua. He went to Jun Lin's house to cause trouble, and then Jun Lin reported him," Guo Lingwei lamented. "But you've already divorced. Why does your family keep provoking him?" Gao Ning shook her head and said, "Lingwei, you should refrain from concerning yourself with your brother's affairs for now. You've been taking frequent leaves, and today you didn't even request leave before not showing up. Our factory's deputy director Li has stated that he intends to dismiss you as a disruptive element." Upon hearing this, Guo Lingwei gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "That bastardly Yukai is just seeking revenge on me." "Revenge on you?" Gao Ning looked puzzled. Guo Lingwei's expression became uneasy as she quietly replied, "Previously, Li Yukai approached me and said that if I agreed to be with him, he would facilitate my permanent position. How could I ever agree to such a thing? Then he threatened to retaliate. What should we do?" Gao Ning said anxiously, "Currently, you have indeed not informed anyone of your absence. They are clinging to this point. And as a temporary worker, you are undoubtedly at risk of dismissal." Guo Lingwei clenched her teeth and retorted, "If he dares to fire me, I will expose how he threatened me. What good will that do?" Gao Ning shook her head. "Right now, you have no evidence. Will anyone believe you?" Moreover, she didn't voice her thoughts. Guo Lingwei is already divorced and has a particularly poor reputation at the factory. Many men have their eyes on her, while the female workers gossip about her behind her back. In such an environment, even if she reveals the truth, others will assume she is merely trying to seduce the deputy director to elevate her status. What should I do? At this point, Guo Lingwei finally felt anxious. The thought of losing her job overwhelmed her, and she began to sob. "Wah, Gao Ning, I cannot lose this job. My mother and brother rely on me for support. If I lose my job, our family will not survive." I understand. Gao Ning embraced Guo Lingwei and sighed. "But there seems to be no way out of this predicament. You are not a permanent employee, and he is the deputy director of the factory. Dismissing a temporary worker would naturally face no opposition. Permanent employee. Guo Lingwei repeated, suddenly struck by an idea. She turned to Gao Ning and said, "Gao Ning, could you possibly relinquish your position to me? Rest assured, this would only be temporary, and I will pay you the difference in salary each month." "What did you say?" Now it was Gao Ning's turn to be taken aback. She had never anticipated that Guo Lingwei would seek her position. Although the position originally belonged to the mother of the other party, she had invested a considerable sum to acquire it. Furthermore, during festive occasions, she generously presented gifts to the family and even bestowed red envelopes upon the children. Recently, when Guo Zhihua set fire to someone else's cattle, she contributed over 140 yuan to cover the damages. In her view, the total of these expenditures meant that she had long since repaid any debts to that family. Thud! Guo Lingwei abruptly fell to her knees, clasping Gao Ning's legs in desperation. "Sister Gao Ning, I truly have no other options left. This is my only way out." Seeing this, Gao Ning hurriedly attempted to assist Guo Lingwei to her feet, but Guo Lingwei stubbornly refused. She continued to plead, "Sister Gao Ning, please help me just one more time. This is truly the last time." Sigh. Gao Ning, being a soft-hearted individual, found it difficult to refuse her in such a vulnerable moment. "Very well, let us proceed as you wish," she conceded. "Thank you. I am immensely grateful, Sister Gao Ning." Guo Lingwei's face was streaked with tears, her words brimming with heartfelt appreciation. Thus, the two of them made their way directly to the factory director's office. Knock, knock. They tapped gently on the door. The director, engrossed in work, lifted his head and glanced toward the door. "Come in," he called. Once they entered, the director gestured to the chairs before him. "Please, have a seat. What brings you here?" Gao Ning spoke directly. "Director, I would like Guo Lingwei to take my position." "Guo Lingwei? That name sounds somewhat familiar." The director pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned to Guo Lingwei and asked, "Are you Guo Lingwei?" "Yes, director," Guo Lingwei affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, the director promptly rejected their request. "In that case, you may leave. I cannot approve this." "Why not?" Guo Lingwei retorted. "Why do you ask me why?" The director chuckled lightly and replied, "Shouldn't you be asking yourself that question? Deputy Director Li has informed me that you frequently take leave, often without even notifying anyone." His frustration mounted as he continued, "Tell me, how can I promote someone so undisciplined and disorganized to a formal position?" "Director, there are reasons for this," Gao Ning interjected swiftly. "Guo Lingwei's mother, Yang Cuihua, is my mentor. She has been a long-time worker in our factory. Unfortunately, she has developed an eye ailment, and with 4 children to support, their family struggles greatly. Guo Lingwei shoulders the responsibilities of both sister and mother, and she often needs to be there for them." "I understand the difficulties your family faces," the director said with a resigned expression. "But there are many people in this factory who come from impoverished backgrounds. Who among them does not have their own struggles? If everyone takes leave or arrives late, who shall fulfill the factory's tasks? If we fail to meet our obligations, we leaders will bear the consequences." The factory manager, acknowledging the difficulties faced, responded, "We understand your challenges, yet it is essential for you to empathize with ours, is it not?" Gao Ning, with a conciliatory smile, interjected, "You see, Guo Lingwei's family is indeed in dire straits. Her father passed away early, and her mother is blind, leaving her to fend for herself." The manager waved his hand dismissively, displaying clear impatience. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "In truth, it is not entirely out of the question for Guo Lingwei to inherit your position. However, I understand the dilemma you both face." Upon hearing this, Gao Ning and Guo Lingwei exchanged glances, hastily urging, "Manager, please, do continue." The manager revealed, "The factory plans to dismiss a number of temporary workers who are frequently tardy or negligent, which means that Guo Lingwei's temporary position must be eliminated." He then fixed his gaze on Gao Ning, stating, "In other words, should you transfer your position to Guo Lingwei, you would consequently be laid off, rather than remaining a temporary worker. Is there no room for negotiation?" Guo Lingwei inquired. "No," the manager replied flatly. "This dismissal is not limited to you alone. There are others as well. If I grant you an exception, what about the others? If everyone receives leniency, then what was the purpose of this effort?" Realizing the manager's unwavering stance, Gao Ning and Guo Lingwei understood that one of them must inevitably be laid off. The method of selection would rest upon their own shoulders. "Sister Gao Ning, there is no need for you to concern yourself," Guo Lingwei said, her face marked by bitterness. "I can become self-employed, after all. Setting up a stall can be quite lucrative these days. Have you considered the current climate? Authorities are cracking down on speculation. Those individuals are hesitant to engage in small businesses," Gao Ning replied, shaking her head. "If you attempt to sell on the street now, you might not only fail to earn money, but could also attract the attention of the regulatory office." At this juncture, Gao Ning resolutely stated, "It is best for you to remain. I still have Qingsong to support me, but if you lose your job, who will provide for your entire family?" Touched, Guo Lingwei felt a surge of gratitude towards Gao Ning. It is worth noting that many families have turned against each other over a single job, let alone those with a more distant connection. For someone to offer her a formal position is indeed a tremendous act of generosity. Gao Ning then addressed the manager, "Manager, please grant my position to her, and I will accept my layoff." The manager nodded in agreement. "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall proceed accordingly." Thus, after completing the necessary paperwork, Gao Ning found herself unemployed, while Guo Lingwei inherited her secure position, becoming a full-time employee, a role even the manager could not terminate. Gao Ning did not linger until the end of the workday. She simply bid farewell to a few close friends and returned home. As she entered the house, Wang Qingsong was diligently preparing dumplings. In Ningzhou, located north of the Yangtze River, it was customary to enjoy dumplings on the eve of the new year. Wang Qingsong had recently resigned from the mine and taken on the role of bodyguard and enforcer for Song Junlin. However, this was merely his own perception. In reality, Song Junlin intended to nurture him, eventually sending him to establish an office in Huaqing or in the Shanghai market. Nonetheless, it was still premature to discuss such matters, as Song Junlin's primary focus at present was to develop the overseas market for Laogondi. It would not be until the following year, upon witnessing a new surge in his wealth, that he would contemplate expanding into larger projects, necessitating the exploration of domestic markets. Upon seeing Gao Ning return, Wang Qingsong could not help but inquire, "Wife, why are you back so early today?" Gao Ning paused momentarily before revealing, "Qingsong, I need to tell you something, but please don't be upset." "What is it?" he asked. "I've been laid off," Gao Ning replied. "Laid off?" Wang Qingsong questioned in confusion. "But you had a secure job. How could this happen?" "It's a long story," Gao Ning explained as she recounted the events that had transpired. "That family again," Wang Qingsong exclaimed, his anger flaring. "I'm not saying you should help them, but those ingrates don't deserve your assistance. It's not that we desperately need that job. Your annual salary at the textile factory barely matches what I earn in 3 or 4 months. The main issue is their lack of integrity. Your job was not without its sacrifices. We gave them considerable financial support, and during festivals, we had to provide them with gifts. When their third son got into trouble, it was you who helped with the funds. And now, after just over a year of you being a formal employee, they have taken the job back. What kind of behavior is that?" "Ah, Qingsong, perhaps you should hold your tongue," Gao Ning interjected, shaking her head. "They are struggling so much right now. If I hadn't given them my job, how would Guo Lingwei's family survive after her dismissal?" "Huh. Isn't that their own doing?" Wang Qingsong scoffed, responding coolly, "Look at how good Junlin is. In the end, he was driven to divorce by that short-sighted family. Now, Junlin has truly acquired remarkable skills. Director Su promised that if he accomplished the task of generating $1 million in foreign exchange, he would be recognized as a provincial labor model and a representative of the city. The provincial labor model has already been awarded. How far can the city representative be? Those honors are one thing," he continued, "but the real crux lies in the wealth he has amassed. With those contracts, he must have earned at least $1 million, which is no small feat. How many years would an ordinary person need to toil without eating or drinking to earn that? Indeed, who could have imagined that Junlin would suddenly become so accomplished?" Gao Ning remarked, her expression one of admiration. "Wife, just watch. By working alongside Junlin, I'm certain I will also reap substantial rewards in the future." Wang Qingsong patted his chest and dreamily remarked, "When the time comes, I shall purchase for you a grand television, a washing machine, a refrigerator, and an air conditioner. I will even hire a maid, allowing you to relish life like the affluent ladies portrayed on television." "But that cannot be," Gao Ning replied, shaking her head with a smile. "I am someone who has grown up under the red flag. How can I solely seek pleasure? Such a decadent capitalist lifestyle is entirely unnecessary." Wang Qingsong spoke slowly. "Well, I can inquire with Junlin to see if he needs any help. You could work for him and earn even more. Is that really appropriate?" Gao Ning felt reluctant to trouble others. He previously had a shortage of staff and even recruited many from the countryside. Wang Qingsong offered a brief explanation, then reassured her, "Dear wife, leave this matter to me. You need not concern yourself with it." Chapter 92. The New Year. On New Year's Eve, Song Junlin, accompanied by his 2 apprentices, was busy delivering gifts and extending early greetings to the leaders. However, the person he most wished to see was Su Jianing. Unfortunately, Su had returned to the capital the previous night, traveling in a soft sleeper. Thus, Song Junlin could only wait for Su Jianing's return to convey his New Year wishes. Upon returning home, Wei Hongqi, Lu Xiangdong, and others visited him in succession. At noon, Song Junlin invited them to stay and prepared an elaborate feast. They enjoyed food and drink until the afternoon. Thankfully, they had not indulged excessively in alcohol. Song Junlin merely took a brief respite on the bed, soon waking up refreshed. At that moment, Wang Qingsong and Gao Ning arrived with gifts. They brought 2 cans of malted milk powder and 6 cans of food, which were considered generous offerings in that era. However, they felt somewhat embarrassed by the modesty of their gifts, especially since Song Junlin was a millionaire and had many fine items procured from the friendship store. Seeing their gifts, Song Junlin could not help but express his disappointment. "Oh, Wang Ning, you really didn't have to bring anything." Wang Qingsong smiled and replied, "How could we come to wish you well without a gift? It is nothing of great value." Song Junlin shook his head. "Wang, I must insist, there is no need for such gestures in the future. We lack for nothing in our home. This is merely a waste of money." All right, I promise to refrain next time," Wang Qingsong responded with a smile. After a leisurely conversation, Wang Qingsong finally revealed the true purpose of their visit. "Junlin, the reason Gao Ning and I are here is to inquire if you are in need of any help. Is that so? Does Wang have a friend seeking employment?" Song Junlin casually inquired. "No, it is I who am in need of a job," Gao Ning interjected. "Do not feel pressured. If you do not require anyone, I can seek work elsewhere. Song Junlin pondered with a hint of confusion. Isn't Sister Ning a formal worker at the textile factory? Why does she still need to seek employment? Could it be that the factory has initiated reforms allowing workers to be laid off? No, this is my own doing. Gao Ning promptly explained the situation. Ah, I see. Song Junlin nodded in understanding and addressed Gao Ning. Sister Ning, you are always welcome here. After the new year, you can come directly to work at the second cafeteria. Thank you, Junlin. Gao Ning expressed her heartfelt gratitude. There's no need for such formality. Song Junlin replied with a smile. Recently, some merchants from the island have come to place orders for chili sauce, and we are in urgent need of manpower. Moreover, I anticipate that this year's spring trade fair will bring even more orders, and we must prepare adequately to ensure we can meet the demand. After discussing this matter, Wang Qingsong and Gao Ning lingered for a while longer before planning to depart. However, Song Junlin promptly stopped them. Wang, Sister Ning, why not stay for dinner before you leave? He suggested cheerfully to Wang Qingsong. It has been ages since we last shared a drink. I Haven Tea prepared many dishes for tonight, but we still have some steamed sausages, cured meats, and fish from lunch that we didn't finish. At this hour, with no spring festival gala to watch, and even if they turned on the television, there was little of interest. After catching the news and weather forecast, they switched off the TV. Then, everyone joined hands to prepare dumplings. It was not merely a craving. Rather, it was a cherished custom. In times of scarcity, purchasing meat for the new year was a luxury, and many would prepare a large bowl of filling to enjoy from the New Year's Eve until the Lantern Festival. On the 15th day, they would then make some sweet rice balls. Although times had improved significantly, the habit had persisted over the years. By 10 o'clock, Wang Qingsong and Gao Ning finally took their leave. The Song family tidied the table and gathered together to keep vigil for the new year. With no children in the family, there was no one to play with fireworks. As midnight approached, Song Junlin stepped outside with a pack of firecrackers. He carefully unwrapped them, watching intently as the clock struck 12, lighting them up. The air filled with the resounding crackle of firecrackers as the old year bid farewell. Ushering in the warmth of spring, the year 1981 had finally come to a close. For Song Junlin, this year held profound significance. It was a year of rebirth, severing ties with the Guo family and embarking on a new life. He had ventured into the business of cold noodles, meat sandwiches, mooncakes, and chili sauce, earning his first 10,000, then 100,000, and ultimately 1,000,000. He believed that having amassed his initial fortune, he would undoubtedly achieve even greater accomplishments in the forthcoming year. The following day, not long after the humanitarian flood has ended, various customs have yet to become as intricate as those of future generations. The Song Junlin brothers need not rise in the dead of night to pay respects at their father's grave, nor do they have to bow early in the morning to their elders and relatives. Upon awakening, Song Junlin freshened up and reheated the leftovers from yesterday's grand feast. 2 large tables of dishes were prepared, all of which remained uneaten. In the coming days, unless they entertained guests, they would be left to consume these remnants. This practice is common in many regions, where a lavish meal is typically prepared on New Year's Eve or the first day of the new year, followed by the daily consumption of leftovers. After he finished heating the dishes, his mother and elder brother and sister-in-law also rose. Happy New Year, Mom. Happy New Year, brother. Happy New Year, sister-in-law. Song Junlin greeted his family with a warm smile. Junlin, dear, this year I ask for nothing more than for you and Qinyu to hold your wedding. His mother, Wang Kaiqin, began her annual marriage encouragement on the very first day of the new year. Song Junlin found himself rather speechless at this. For him, the most pressing matter was not marriage and children, but rather the pursuit of greater financial gain. After all, opportunities often slip away in an instant. This year presented particularly favorable prospects, and he had no intention of letting them pass him by. Yet, he knew he must acquiesce to his mother's wishes, lest he endure her endless nagging. Mom, I do wish to, but I must first win over her parents, don't you think? He replied. What do you have to fear? Wang Kaiqin responded proudly. Our family is quite prosperous now, having amassed the 4 new items and with you being a model worker in the province. A son-in-law like you is a rare find. How could the young couple refuse? His sister-in-law, Ma Xiaoyan, chimed in. Besides, Qinyu genuinely likes Junlin. If her parents truly oppose, Junlin could first consummate their relationship, and then could they really reject him? Song Junlin shook his head. What are you talking about? I must ensure she willingly desires me as her husband. Chapter 93. A Family's Joy and Sorrow. Happy New Year, sister-in-law. Aunt Wang. I have come to pay my respects." Just after breakfast, numerous neighbors began to visit to extend their New Year greetings. Since Song Junlin brought home a large imported television, the community recognized the Song family's newfound prosperity. When he was featured in the newspaper as a provincial model worker, his status elevated even further, establishing him as one of the most capable individuals on the street. Naturally, the neighbors wished to cultivate a good relationship with him, for one never knows when they might require assistance from such an esteemed neighbor. Of course, there were also those who sought to take advantage of the Song family, hoping to glean small benefits from their affluence. Without a doubt, the large television was a coveted item for shared viewing. If relations soured, would anyone be welcome to watch? One might find themselves promptly ushered out the door. In truth, those who visited the Song family to extend New Year greetings today truly enjoyed themselves. Previously, Song Junlin had attended the trade fair in Huaqing, and upon his return, he brought back a considerable quantity of White Rabbit milk candies, chocolates, and an assortment of foreign confections from the Friendship Store. During the New Year festivities, every household would display a large enamel plate filled with peanuts, sunflower seeds, and sugar-coated eggs, offering these treats to guests who came to pay their respects. However, at that time, most families opted for hard candies. After all, people lacked financial means. They seldom indulged in sweets themselves, let alone purchase fine confections. Wealthier households might procure a few White Rabbit milk candies, but their quantity was limited, partly to reserve for personal enjoyment and partly due to scarcity. During that era of planned economy, all raw materials were distributed according to a set plan, resulting in a mere daily production of 1 to 2 tons of White Rabbit milk candies. This translates to approximately 2,000 to 4,000 gene produced daily. When distributed nationally, a county would receive only a couple of gene each day. Thus, it is evident how rare and precious White Rabbit milk candies were at the time. Although we have since embraced reforms and opened up, the production of White Rabbit milk candies still does not suffice for unrestricted purchase. Similar to mooncakes and other once prestigious delicacies, these confections remained limited, only becoming available in abundance during significant festivals. Fortunately, Song Junlin sourced his supply from the Friendship Store, where there were no such limitations. He purchased over a dozen packets without restraint. While White Rabbit milk candies were scarce, chocolates and imported candies were even more elusive. The average person had no means to acquire them, as access was virtually non-existent. In addition to these treats, they also prepared an assortment of baked goods in the oven for guests to enjoy. Even the men were fortunate to partake in these delights. The cigarettes offered by the Song family were no less than 20 cents, far superior to what they typically smoked. Many older individuals usually settled for 8-cent economy cigarettes, which were harsh and devoid of filters. Naturally, they were elated to indulge in better quality smokes. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the Song family, the Guo household was unusually quiet this year. Following the departures of Guo Lingyu and Guo Zhihua, only Yang Zuohua, Guo Lingwei, and Guo Jijia remained. Oh, and a small black dog, too. The air was somber. Hardly anyone came to pay New Year visits. This was, of course, due to Guo Zhihua having offended all the neighbors in the courtyard, with even those who had coexisted for years refraining from visiting. It was no wonder that residents from other courtyards stayed away. Guo Lingwei glanced out the window and remarked to Yang Zuohua, "Mother, it seems no one is coming to our house today. No visitors is just as well. I shall enjoy these sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candies all by myself." Guo Jijia spoke softly, grabbing a handful of peanuts from the enamel plate and munching on them. In a fit of displeasure, Yang Zuohua slammed her hand on the table and scolded, "All you do is eat. Can't you focus on your studies? Is it such a big deal to snack on peanuts and sunflower seeds?" Guo Jijia mumbled something and then lay down on the bed. His mother, Guo Lingwei, hurriedly intervened. "It's the new year. Try not to be angry. Jijia is still young. After a year of school, he deserves a break. You see, you're just indulging him." Yang Zuohua retorted sharply, "Previously, because we coddled Lingyu and Jihua, they ended up in trouble. You must not do the same with Jijia." "I understand, mother," Guo Lingwei replied earnestly. Immediately, she addressed Guo Jijia. "Jijia, during these 3 days of the new year, take a good rest. Once school starts again, you must focus on your studies. Do you hear me?" "I hear you, sister. I will study diligently." Guo Jijia nodded in agreement. As time passed and noon approached, still no one had come to pay their New Year's visit. "Oh," Yang Zuohua sighed softly and remarked, "Lingwei, Jijia, it seems that Jihua has truly offended our old neighbors. Since they are unwilling to come, Why not take the initiative to apologize and wish them a happy new year? They can come or not as they please. Guijia scoffed dismissively. Do we really need them to survive? My sister is a formal worker at a state-owned enterprise. She can easily support the three of us. Jijia, how can you speak like that? Yang Cuihua reprimanded. These neighbors have often helped us. Without their support, could I have raised 4 children by myself? You're bringing this up again. It's not that they don't want to associate with us. Guijia rolled his eyes. Exasperated. Enough, Jijia. Just say a little less, Guilingwei interjected. Mother, stay at home. I will take Jijia to pay our respects. After leaving the house, they first arrived at Aunt Urching's place. However, upon reaching, they found the door closed and the curtains drawn. Knock, knock. Guilingwei raised her hand and knocked on the door, asking, Aunt Urching, are you there? Though there was no response from within, Guilingwei was certain that they were home. After all, it was the first day of the new year, and she had seen them washing up earlier in the morning. Surely they wouldn't all be out at this hour? Sighing, Guilingwei said to Guijia, let us go check on Aunt Pang. Just as they were leaving, laughter could be heard from Aunt Urching's house, clearly indicating their desire to ignore them. Subsequently, they visited Aunt Pang, Uncle Bien, and Uncle Wang, only to find each door closed and curtains drawn, with no response from any of the neighbors. Without a doubt, they are determined to sever ties with the Guo family. Chapter 94. Lu Xiangdong seeks assistance after the new year. Everything returned to normal, and the second cafeteria resumed its bustling activity. Gao Ning also began her work there, guided by a female cook from the cafeteria. In addition to Gao Ning, 5 miners, including Wang Qingsong, also joined the second cafeteria. Although their services were not immediately required, it was unwise to allow them to sit idly while drawing salaries. Therefore, Song Junlin assigned them to oversee the warehouse and assist with any necessary transport tasks. One morning, upon arriving at the second cafeteria, Song Junlin was surprised to see Lu Xiangdong. As soon as Lu spotted him, he hurriedly approached. Once close, Lu glanced around to ensure no one was watching and whispered, Master Song, we have a serious situation. What has happened? Song Junlin inquired, puzzled. Lu Xiangdong, his face etched with urgency, replied, there are rumors circulating that someone has reported our Hongxing Brigade for speculation and profiteering. The inspection team is coming to investigate us. And County Head Su has also spoken out, stating that if there are indeed such behaviors, he will not show leniency. At this point, Lu Xiangdong could not help but ask, Master Song, you have a good relationship with County Head Su. I wonder if you could inquire about his true thoughts on this matter? Upon hearing this, Song Junlin's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that after Lu Xiangdong had already settled the taxes in advance, the inspection team would still pursue a thorough investigation of the Hongxing Brigade. It was evident that someone intended to use the inspection team as a means to undermine the Hongxing Brigade. More specifically, they aimed to target Su Jianing, who had been a steadfast supporter of the brigade. To be frank, this is not Su Ji's intention, Song Junlin explained to Lu Xiangdong. There are individuals attempting to leverage the inspection to suppress Su Guo. Are you suggesting? Lu Xiangdong began to grasp the identity of those behind the machinations. Precisely the one you are thinking of, Song Junlin replied with a smile. They mistakenly believe that this action from above supports their conservative agenda, hoping to turn the tide in their favor. However, they are merely grasping at straws. He was aware that this year, 3 documents would be disseminated from above. The essence of these documents would focus on promoting and nurturing middle-aged and young cadres, as well as addressing the retirement of older cadres. Secretary Gong, belonging to the older cadre category, would soon retire. Once the directives from above were issued, Secretary Gong would naturally hesitate to continue challenging Su Jianing. As it pertained to his graceful transition into retirement, Lu Xiangdong asked, so does this mean we should disregard them? That would certainly be unwise. If you choose to do nothing, they might well fabricate issues against you. Song Junlin spoke slowly, asserting that he was not fearful of the ongoing investigation. However, it was imperative for them to uncover something tangible. Consequently, it was inevitable that you would be taken away by the investigation team. At that juncture, regardless of how they treated you, your sole task would be to remain resolute and silent. As for your team, you must ensure that everything is well arranged. Clarify what should and should not be said. Additionally, entrust your team to someone reliable. If you adhere to my counsel, I assure you that your team will weather this storm safely. Understood, Lu Xiangdong nodded heavily. Observing this, Song Junlin exhaled in relief. After all, he held a 50% stake in the Hongxing Brigade's radio factory. Should the investigation proceed unfavorably, he could indeed find himself in a precarious situation. Fortunately, this matter was collectively agreed upon by the Hongxing Brigade. It was not solely his burden, but rather a collective concern. There were no contracts or written agreements, and he had never received any funds from the Hongxing Brigade. As long as the members of the brigade kept this matter confidential, they would all remain unscathed. Noticing that Lu Xiangdong had not departed immediately, Song Junlin inquired, "Comrade Lu, do you have any other matters to discuss?" "Indeed, there is something else." Lu Xiangdong rubbed his nose and replied, "My brother-in-law has a childhood friend who has been trading homemade steamed buns for eggs among various brigades. Unfortunately, he was apprehended by the authorities for speculation and profiteering. My brother-in-law approached the leaders at their commune, but they stated that their words held no weight. Only County Chief Su could intervene. This matter is manageable. I can inquire on your behalf," Song Junlin replied, nodding. "By the way, what is his name?" "His name is Wang Su," Lu Xiangdong responded. Wang Su. Upon hearing this name, Song Junlin felt a flicker of recognition. Lu Xiangdong's brother-in-law as friend? Trading steamed buns for eggs since childhood? After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized who this individual was. Wang Su was a legendary figure. Having pursued the path of self-employment due to his impoverished background, he began trading steamed buns for eggs in 1977. Following his arrest for speculation, he relocated to northeast China, where he amassed his first fortune. Subsequently, he established a hardware and electrical wholesale market, along with a supermarket in Jinling and Donghai City. By the late 1990s, Wang Su had become the first billionaire in Ningzhou. During the flood relief efforts, he donated a significant amount of supplies and medicine, which greatly enhanced his company's reputation and facilitated its rapid expansion. Although Song Junlin was unaware of Wang Su's exact wealth in subsequent years, his rise to billionaire status in the 1990s was a testament to his remarkable capabilities. In the present day, Wang Su has yet to achieve prosperity, making him a candidate for early recruitment, Song Junlin mused. Initially, his willingness to assist stemmed from his regard for Lu Xiangdong. However, now it is Wang Su himself who has captured his interest. "Is there a problem?" Lu Xiangdong, noticing Song Junlin's silence, assumed Wang Su had committed a significant error that would be challenging to address. "No, not at all," Song Junlin replied, shaking his head. He then reassured Lu Xiangdong. "Comrade Lu, please await news. I shall ensure this matter is resolved satisfactorily." "Master Song, I cannot express my gratitude enough," Lu Xiangdong responded, elated despite his uncertainty regarding Song Junlin's change of heart. Accomplishing this task would undoubtedly earn him newfound respect from his wife and brother-in-law. Song Junlin smiled and remarked, "There is no need for such formality between us. Master Song, you continue with your duties. I shall take my leave now." With that, Lu Xiangdong mounted his bicycle and departed. Chapter 95. Establishing a factory alone? Seeking support exiting the second cafeteria, Song Junlin proceeded directly to the County Revolutionary Committee. Given his reputation as a favored aide to the county chief, he merely informed the gatekeeper of his arrival and was promptly granted access. Upon reaching the county chief's office, he encountered Secretary Zhao, who was working at the entrance. "Secretary Zhao, is County Chief Su available?" Song Junlin inquired. Recognizing him, Secretary Zhao responded courteously. "The county chief is currently in a meeting with Director Chen. Please wait a moment, Comrade Song." He then fetched a chair for Song Junlin, inviting him to sit. "Thank you," Song Junlin replied gratefully as he took a seat. Before long, Chen Weidong emerged from within. Upon seeing Song Junlin, he smiled and said, Brother Song, have you come to the County Revolutionary Committee regarding matters at the second cafeteria?" Both aligned with Su Jianning's faction, they shared a natural camaraderie, further strengthened by Song Junlin's overtures, and they often enjoyed drinking and dining together. It is worth noting that Chen Weidong was not above worldly pleasures and readily accepted Song Junlin's gifts, which typically included flower seeds, Maotai liquor, chocolates, and pastries. He would not make the blunder of crossing any ethical lines. Song Junlin shook his head and said, "Brother Chen, I actually came to inquire about the investigation team on behalf of Comrade Lu." Leaning in closer, Chen Weidong whispered, "This matter is being handled by me and the county chief. As long as Lu Xiangdong stays out of trouble, there should be no issue." In the past, investigation teams were typically established quietly and unexpectedly, catching one off guard. Why is there such a commotion this time, known throughout the city? It is merely a means of conveying a message to the Hongxing Brigade. "I understand," Song Junlin nodded, filled with admiration. Old Su truly embodies the qualities of a leader. This time, Su Jianing, in an unlikely departure from his usual demeanor, chose to openly support the inspection team. This not only showcased his unwavering integrity and impartiality, but also served as a public reminder to the Hongxing Brigade that without a certain level of sagacity, achieving such matters would be unattainable. Noticing that Song Junlin had grasped the underlying significance, Chen Weidong smiled and remarked, "All right, I have matters to attend to. Let us share a drink another day?" "Sure, Brother Chen, you carry on with your tasks." After bidding farewell to Chen, Song Junlin finally knocked on the door of the county chief's office. "Come in," came the immediate response from Old Su. Upon entering, Song Junlin greeted, "Happy New Year." "Su Gu." Su Jianing, with a smile, inquired, "Ah, it's you, Junlin. Please, take a seat. I wonder what brings you here this time." "Well, Su Gu, I hadn't had the chance to pay my New Year respects since you returned to Beijing, so I thought I would come by now." Song Junlin replied, "Of course. I do have a small matter to discuss." Su Jianing chuckled, "I knew you wouldn't come without a purpose. Speak then, what is it that you need from me?" Su Jianing asked. Song Junlin continued, "Liu Xiangdong's uncle's childhood friend has been apprehended by the speculation office due to an incident involving bartering steamed buns for eggs. He asked me to inquire if you could assist in securing his release." "Is that all?" Su Jianing questioned. "Yes, that is indeed the case," Song Junlin responded. "This individual is named Wang Su, hailing from our Ningzhou Shanbei Brigade. His father passed away when he was very young, and it has been solely his mother who has raised him and his siblings through difficult times. Consequently, he resorted to bartering steamed buns for eggs to earn a modest profit to support his family." Su Jianing nodded thoughtfully, stating, "While combating speculation is essential, we must also consider the actual circumstances. Given their family's dire poverty, a compassionate approach is warranted." He then turned to Song Junlin, saying, "Rest assured, I will handle this matter." "Thank you, Su Gu," Song Junlin replied. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Actually, I do need to give you a heads up about another matter," Su Jianing said slowly. "You are aware that your chili sauce factory is a key enterprise for export revenue in the province. The Provincial Department of Light Industry believes that your affiliation with the second canteen lacks proper legitimacy. They are considering allowing you to establish an independent factory and introduce a production line, which would significantly enhance your factory's prospects. Of course, this is merely the intention of the provincial department. Further research is ongoing, and any definitive decision will likely depend on your performance at the upcoming spring fair." The mention of an independent factory caused Song Junlin's brow to furrow. Establishing an independent factory presents both advantages and disadvantages. The benefits include transitioning from the current small workshop model to a legitimate enterprise. Furthermore, after acquiring a production line, they would have the capability to produce Laogan Ma chili sauce independently, alleviating concerns about potential obstacles from the canning factory. Furthermore, at that time, support from both the city and county will be secured, allowing for the acquisition of land to construct factories, employee dormitories, and living quarters. However, there is a concern that Song Junlin harbors. As the factory continues to expand, there exists the risk of unscrupulous individuals harboring ulterior motives. After all, this factory currently operates under the auspices of the second canteen and is nominally owned by the collective of the canteen. Should it establish itself independently, questions arise regarding ownership, whether it shall remain under the Song name or otherwise. Such circumstances warrant vigilance. As a reborn individual, Song Junlin is acutely aware of numerous enterprises that have succumbed to decline due to such muddled accounts, like the renowned Jianlibo and Kellen. However, in that particular era, it was imperative to establish affiliations. Otherwise, the challenges of hiring workers would remain insurmountable. Not to mention, this year's unseasonably cold spring has left individual entrepreneurs trembling with apprehension. In due course, a considerable number of them will be compelled to affiliate with state-owned or collective enterprises for the survival of their own ventures. Clearly, establishing a reliable backing for the enterprise is essential. With these thoughts in mind, Song Junlin raised his head and addressed Su Jianing, "Brother Su. Establishing an independent factory is indeed feasible, but I require your assistance." "What kind of assistance?" Su Jianing inquired. Song Junlin replied earnestly, "I would appreciate it if you could inquire within your circle to see if anyone is interested in investing in the Laogan Ma chili sauce factory. I would be most grateful." Upon hearing this, Su Jianing quickly grasped Song Junlin's intentions. He shook his head and said, "All right, I will ask around for you." In response, Song Junlin felt a sense of helplessness. After all, he was not like others who were born into prosperity, much like certain capital tycoons in later years, who sought fortune abroad, living out their retirement in comfort.